June in Xinxia City was as hot as a steamer. Chen Yuan stood in front of the medical school administration building, clutching a piece of paper in his hand. The expulsion notice bore the line. After investigation, student Chen Yuan was found to have engaged in indecent behavior towards a female classmate and violated school regulations with serious circumstances. He is hereby advised to withdraw. The words stung his eyes painfully. He remembered 7 years ago when the Township Health Center confiscated his grandfather's medical kit. There was also a piece of paper. That paper was inscribed illegal medical practice penalty decision, thinner than this one, but with the same effect, driving a person to death. Students and teachers passing through the corridor couldn't help casting strange glances at him, some disdainful, some mocking, some gloating, but not a trace of trust. Look, that's Chen Yuan. He usually looks so honest, yet he actually did such a thing. Truly, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. People from the countryside have no class. He also says that Senior Li Mingho set him up. But Senior Li is the student council president. How could he possibly wrong him? The murmurs pierced Chen Yuan's ears like countless needles, yet he remained upright, his eyes lowered, concealing the surging resentment and unwillingness beneath. He did not molest anyone. It was all a setup by Li Mingho. It was just during a traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis class, when he publicly pointed out a fatal error in Li Mingho's thesis regarding pulse differentiation, causing this wealthy, second-generation campus bully, who could command the medical school, to lose face, thereby triggering this catastrophic disaster. Bribing a female student to bear false witness, tampering with surveillance footage, leveraging family connections to pressure the school. A series of moves left this poor student, who had no money or power and came from the countryside, utterly defenseless and unable to explain. The counselor's persuasion, the school leaders muddling through the so-called investigation hearing. From beginning to end, it was all just going through the motions. Chen Yuan, pack your things and leave the school. The office door opened, and the academic dean walked out holding a document. His tone carried some impatience and a barely perceptible regret, but ultimately, he shook his head. Since things have come to this, you're on your own. At that moment, his university dream was completely shattered. He had studied hard for over 10 years, gaining admission to this medical institution from a remote mountain village, working part-time, saving every penny, studying diligently, while secretly delving into the remnants of the Qingnong Shi, left by his grandfather, all to fulfill his grandfather's last wish and become a true doctor. But now everything was destroyed. Expelled from school and bearing the stigma of molesting a female classmate, he not only had no face to see his grandfather in the afterlife, but even surviving in this city was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Yo, isn't this our genius TCM practitioner, Chen Yuan? What kicked out of school? A mocking and arrogant voice sounded from behind. Li Mingho, dressed in designer clothes, walked over slowly with 2 lackeys looking down at Chen Yuan with eyes full of pride and contempt. I told you long ago, going against me won't get you any good fruit. Li Mingho patted Chen Yuan's shoulder, his tone caustic. A country bumpkin dares to talk back to me. Do you really think reading a few medical books makes you a divine doctor? Let me tell you, in this Xinxia Medical University, in this Xinxia city, if I want you to leave, you absolutely cannot stay. Chen Yuan slowly raised his eyes to look at Li Mingho. A trace of cold glint finally flickered through his originally calm gaze. That look was so cold and sharp that it made the arrogant Li Mingho step back involuntarily. What? Still not convinced? You're just garbage that got expelled, unable to study, and in the future you'll probably only carry bricks or be a security guard. They'll be waiting to see how you survive in Xinxia from now on. After saying this, Li Mingho swaggered away with his lackeys, deliberately bumping into Chen Yuan's shoulder as he passed. Chen Yuan's body stood as firm as a mountain, merely watching Li Mingho's retreating figure. His thin lips parted slightly, his voice very soft, but carrying a chilling ruthlessness. Li Mingho, Chen Yuan will remember today's humiliation. Everything you have done to me, one day, I will reap. In his life, what he feared most was not being oppressed or trapped in desperate circumstances, but watching the traditional Chinese medicine heritage that his grandfather had upheld his entire life being trampled upon, watching what he had fought with all his might to protect being easily crushed by these wealthy and powerful people. The summer wind swept up fallen leaves and blew them against Chen Yuan's trouser legs. He took one last look at this campus that had carried all his hopes and dreams, then turned and walked step by step toward the school gate. The traffic on the road was endless. He stood by the roadside, his mind churning not with grievance, but with his grandfather's dying words. That was the 7th day after he received his university admission letter. The summer heat was intense in the old countryside house. Grandfather lay on a bamboo bed covered with a washed-out bedsheet. Chen Yuan brought over a bowl of mung bean soup, but found his grandfather not taking it, his eyes staring fixedly at the roof beam. Grandfather, come here. Chen Yuan walked over and crouched by the bed. Grandfather's hand extended from under the bedsheet, withered like a stick, nails, yellow veins protruding on the back. He grabbed Chen Yuan's wrist and pressed his hand to his own left pulse. Do you feel it? Chen Yuan had learned pulse diagnosis since childhood, starting to feel his grandfather's pulse as practice at age 6. An elderly person's pulse should typically be taut and weak, but this time the feeling was completely different, neither floating nor sinking, neither rapid nor slow, yet intermittent and irregular, skipping beats every few pulses. His hands began to tremble. Death pulse, grandfather said, his voice not loud, but each word like a nail driven into wood. I taught you 7 types of death pulses. This is the third, the sparrow pecking pulse. It's like a bird pecking at food, stops after 3 to 5 beats, then resumes after a long while. The heart chi is failing no more than 7 days. Grandfather, don't say any more. Let me finish. Grandfather took a breath, his cloudy eyes suddenly brightening. Teaching you this is for you to remember. In the future, when you see patients and encounter this pulse, medicines and stones are useless, even gods cannot save them. Don't waste your efforts, directly let the family prepare for the aftermath. This is the final respect for the patient. Chen Yuan clenched his teeth, tears falling on the edge of the bamboo bed. And grandfather reached under the pillow and pulled out a cloth bundle, palm-sized and heavy. Qingnong Shi passed down in our family for who knows how many generations. Many pages are missing, but the good stuff is all inside. Chen Yuan took it. Yuan or our Chen family are descendants of imperial physicians. We cannot lose the medical skills. You must obtain a medical license, live uprightly, and practice medicine openly and honestly. Grandfather's entire life was stigmatized as a legal medical practice, his reputation ruined. It's not that grandfather's medical skills were poor, it's that grandfather had no status or position, unable to compete with those people. You must strive for success, don't let the Chun family's legacy end in our hands. Speaking of university, grandfather suddenly tightened his grip on his hand. I have already called your aunt and Shin. When you get there, stay at her place first. She will help with tuition and living expenses. Once you finish university, you will be completely independent. Chen Yuan wanted to say he could manage on his own, but seeing the undisguised worry and hope in his grandfather's eyes, he swallowed his words. I know you have a proud heart and hate being dependent on others. His grandfather glanced at him, his voice turning stern, but for now you have no choice. Just endure it. Once you graduate and have the ability to stand on your own, no one can control you. On the night of his grandfather's death, Aunt Chen Xiulan came with cousin Zhou Ting. Uncle never showed up. After handling all the funeral matters, Chen Yuan hid the bankbook and the Qingnong Shi manuscript close to his heart, locked the wooden door of the old house, and followed his aunt onto the road to Xinsha. That was last year. Now Chen Yuan stands before his aunt's security door, his fingers gripping the crumpled expulsion notice so tightly that his knuckles turn white. His mind was in a thick fog. It was only a 20-minute walk from school to his aunt's house, but he was so dazed he couldn't remember how he got back. All he recalled was haphazardly boarding a bus, missing several stops, then trudging back on heavy feet, moving like a zombie all the way here. He raised his hand and knocked lightly. The door opened quickly. Aunt Chen Xiulan, wearing a floral apron and holding a spatula, froze when she saw Chen Yuan drenched in sweat, with a face as pale as paper. Why are you back so early today? Chen Yuan wordlessly handed her the paper. She scanned at her face, turning pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. What on earth happened? Her voice suddenly rose, barely containing her panic. You got expelled from school. What happened at school exactly? Chen Yuan calmly recounted the whole story. From pointing out professional errors in Li Mingho's thesis during class, to the latter's grudging conspiracy with a female student to falsely accuse him, to the school's perfunctory investigation, and finally, to this expulsion notice. His tone was unhurried, as if reciting a medical record. After hearing it, his aunt stood there, the spatula in her hand, hanging motionless for a long time. Her lips trembled, her eyes reddened. She grabbed Chen Yuan's hand. Don't panic. This isn't your fault. Wait until your uncle gets home, we'll figure something out slowly. Chen Yuan lowered his eyes and said nothing. He understood her kindness, but he knew all too well that his uncle would never help him. After a year of living under their roof, he had seen through his uncle completely. At 7 in the evening, cousin Zhou Ting came home from school first. She wore a white t-shirt and jeans, carrying a backpack. As soon as she entered, she yelled, "Mom, I'm starving." Then she noticed Chen Yuan on the sofa and saw her aunt's grim expression and paused. Cousin, what's wrong? What happened? The aunt sighed and explained. Zhou Ting frowned tightly after. She was half a year younger than Chen Yuan, grew up in Xinsha, and attended a local university. She understood the city's social intricacies and power struggles far better than he did. Li Mingho. Zhou Ting sneered. I've heard of him. The crown prince of the Xinsha medical group. He has a terrible reputation among university students, bullying people with his family's money. Zhou Ting opened her mouth, sighed, and patted his shoulder. Don't take it too hard. He clearly targeted you. Wait till Dad gets back, we'll figure something out. Before she finished, the door lock clicked. Uncle Zhou Zhengwo was back. He wore a crisp dark blue polo shirt, his hair slicked neatly, a briefcase under his arm. Fatigue and weariness from social engagements were written on his face as he entered. But when he noticed the unusual expressions on the three people in the living room, his brow instantly furrowed, his tone impatient. Why is everyone pulling a long face? What's going on? The aunt quickly stepped forward, recounted the whole story, and handed him the expulsion notice. Zhou Jiangwo took it casually, glanced down, and his face quickly shifted into an expression Chen Yuan knew all too well: contempt and disgust. Chen Yuan, of all people to offend you, had to pick Li Mingho. Zhou Jiangwo slammed the notice onto the coffee table, his voice low, but every word barbed. Do you even know who his father is? He's the chairman of Shensha Medical Group, a major client our company bends over backwards to keep. Dad Li Mingho clearly set up cousin. The school was the one being unfair. Adults are talking, children keep out. Zhou Jiangwo roared, silencing his daughter, then fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan. You say he framed you. Do you have evidence? Can you produce witnesses or physical proof? The school's official investigation says you should be expelled. That means the problem lies with you. Chen Yuan slowly lifted his head, meeting Zhou Jiangwo's gaze calmly, yet a hint of coldness lurked in his eyes. What? Hit a nerve. Can't take the truth. Zhou Jiangwo's temper flared at his look, his voice suddenly rising. You, a poor kid from the countryside, getting to study in a big city like Shensha is already a tremendous blessing. Let me tell you, if your aunt hadn't begged me, you wouldn't even have set foot through this door. Zhou Jiangwo. The aunt hurriedly pulled him back, shouting, Don't stop me. I have to make this clear today. Zhou Jiangwo shook off her hand, pointed at Chen Yuan, his voice turning more venomous. Think hard. What exactly did you do wrong at school? Why wouldn't they frame someone else? Why you? There's no smoke without fire. I think you've been misbehaving at school, got caught, and now you come back pretending to be an innocent victim. Those words stabbed into Chen Yuan's heart like an ice-cold dagger. He suddenly stood up from the sofa. Chen Yuan's voice contained repressed fury, his eyes instantly bloodshot. You know damn well in your heart. Zhou Jiangwo didn't back down, an inch, chin raised high, full of disdain and mockery. You get expelled for bad behavior, and you still have the nerve to come back for sympathy. Your grandfather's outdated medical skills were never legitimate. You learned his impoverished temper, and once in the city, you couldn't even stay in your place. Enough. Chen Yuan finally couldn't hold back. His body trembled uncontrollably. You can insult me, but you have no right to slander my grandfather. I told you, what can you do? Zhou Jiangwo sneered, his tone becoming increasingly acidic and bitter, his eyes filled with disdain. Your grandfather never had the qualifications to practice medicine, and he spent his life dabbling in dubious paths. After his death, he left you as a burden to us, causing us endless trouble. Chen Yuan stepped forward, his fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, the rage in his eyes ready to erupt. Zhou Ting, frightened, hurriedly got up and tightly grasped Chen Yuan's arm, her voice trembling with urgency. Cousin, don't act impulsively. What? Do you want to hit me? Zhou Jiangwo, seeing this, not only felt no fear, but instead took half a step forward, crossing his arms. You little brat, you've eaten my food, lived in my house, and used my resources for a whole year, and now you dare to rebel. Come at me. You ungrateful wretch, repaying kindness with malice. Chen Yuan's fist hung in the air, ultimately unable to strike. He clenched his teeth, anger boiling in his chest, yet reality held him down tightly. Everyone stopped shouting. Can't we speak properly? Aunt Qin Xiaolan rushed over, placing herself firmly between the two, turning to Zhou Jiangwo and crying, He's only 20, still a child. How can you say such hurtful things? A child? At 20, he's already an adult capable of taking responsibility for his actions. Zhou Jiangwo pushed aside his aunt with such force that she stumbled back, his tone cold and vicious. Look at your family. Your brother left early, your father is gone, and now you bring this troublemaker to eat from us and use our resources with no return. Are the Chun family planning to drag my family down and drain us dry? Zhou Jiangwo, you are going too far. Aunt Qin Xiaolan trembled with anger, her face pale, her... Listen closely, Chen Yuan. Zhou Jiangwo bypassed his aunt, pointing directly at Chen Yuan's nose, each word piercing like a knife. If you were truly innocent, would the school hesitate to expel you? Flies don't land on a seamless egg. Ultimately, it's still your problem. I took you in out of kindness, but it was like inviting a wolf into my home, letting you ruin my family's reputation. Chen Yuan stared at him, his chest heaving violently, breathing quickly, yet he could not utter a word. Before this man, all arguments, evidence, reasoning, and innocence were rendered meaningless. He was just a poor country boy with nothing, living under someone else's roof. No one ever believed his words. He turned and walked into the bedroom, bending down to pull out an old canvas bag from under the bed, quickly stuffing things inside. A few changes of clothes, the ancestral medical book he valued above life, and the last remaining bank book. His movements were swift and forceful, the zipper making a harsh sound, as if releasing all the pent-up frustration within him. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? Put the bag down. Aunt rushed over, gripping his arm tightly, tears instantly filling her eyes. And I'm leaving. Chen Yuan's voice was eerily calm, without the slightest ripple, yet it carried a heartbreaking determination. Where can you go at this hour? Anywhere is better than staying here. Chen Yuan gently pulled away his aunt's hand, his voice hoarse. I can't stay in this home anymore. Listen to your aunt, don't be impulsive. Let's think of another way. Mom. Zhou Ting also rushed over, her eyes red, as she grabbed the strap of Chen Yuan's backpack, choking back tears. Cousin, don't argue with my dad, he's just tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Everything he says is out of anger. Stay and it'll help you persuade him. Zhou Ting let him go. Zhou Jiangwo shouted sternly, his voice shaking the entire room. Let him leave. I want to see how long he can stay tough without my family's support. Zhou Ting clung tightly to the backpack strap, unwilling to let go, turning to glare at her father, tears streaming down her face, soaking her clothes. Dad, can't you stop talking? Do you have to push cousin away before you're satisfied? Which word I said is not the truth. Keeping him in the house aside from causing us trouble and being a freeloader, what else? Zhou Jiangwo's face was filled with impatience, pointing at Chen Yuan with a resolute gaze. If you want to leave, then go. But once you leave, don't ever step through this door again. The Zhou family will no longer support a thankless wolf like you. Aunt was flustered, gripping Chen Yuan's arm, trying to pull him into the room, not to drive him away, but to hide him and avoid this endless argument. Yuan, listen to me, just stay in the room and ignore him. We'll talk about things tomorrow. Chen Xiulan. Zhou Jiangwo rushed over and yanked Aunt away with such force that she stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling. I'm telling you, if you dare to protect him today, our lives will no longer be worth living. Zhou Jiangwo glared at Chen Yuan, his voice icy and cutting, offering no room for negotiation. If you insist on blocking him, then tomorrow we will go handle the divorce. Aunt's hand instantly froze in midair, no longer daring to reach out. She opened her mouth, her eyes filled with guilt and helplessness, looking at Chen Yuan with a heart full of pain, 1,000 words stuck in her throat, ultimately unable to say a single word, allowing her tears to fall silently. Zhou Ting stood between the two, her face soaked in tears, glancing at her resolute father and then at her disappointed cousin. Her lips trembled for a long time before she finally choked out, cousin. I'm sorry. Chen Yuan looked at his aunt's retracted hand, at his cousin's tear-streaked face, and the string that had been taut with grievances for an entire year finally snapped. He thought he would feel hate, anger, and a sense of injustice, so overwhelming that he would cry. But at this moment, he felt strangely calm. Only a chilling sense of relief remained in his heart. He squatted down, slowly zipping up the canvas bag, securing it on his shoulder, standing up, and silently walking towards the door. Behind him came Aunt's stifled sobs. Reaching the entrance, he bent down to change his shoes and opened the security door. Chen Yuan stepped outside, pushing open the unit door, the humid night breeze of June enveloping him, carrying with it a hot, damp air that felt like a wet blanket, smothering his face, making it hard to breathe. Standing under the dim streetlight, he took out his phone to check the time. It was 11:23. Bank account balance 20,430. Phone battery 17. Scrolling through his contacts, he found not a single number he could call for help at this moment. Chen Yuan put the phone back in his pocket, shouldered his bag, and stepped towards the community gate. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Taking it out, he saw a text from Zhou Ting, cousin, I'm sorry, my dad. It's just like that, don't take it to heart. Chen Yuan stared at the screen for a few seconds, typed it's fine, and sent it, then added a few more words, go to sleep soon. There was no response from the other end. The phone buzzed again. This time, it was an electronic transfer of 3,000 yuan from his aunt, followed by a voice. He opened it. His aunt's voice was very low, clearly hiding from someone, tinged with tears. Yuan, collect the money, find a place to stay. I will come to find you later. He stared at the transfer interface, not moving for a long time. His aunt had never been in charge in this family. This 3,000 was her private savings after much effort, and after this transfer, she would surely face Zhou Jiangwo's scolding. The phone vibrated urgently twice, and his aunt sent another message, hurry up and accept it, don't be formal with me. Chen Yuan closed his eyes for a moment and accepted the payment. Another voice message came in, her voice even softer. Have you found a place? Don't go to any messy places, let me know. He typed back, don't worry, I can settle down, you should sleep early. After that, he received no more replies. His aunt was probably being watched by Zhou Jiangwo and couldn't send any more messages. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and walked forward with his bag. The night wind in Deep Xia was both muggy and sticky, making him feel uncomfortable all over. After walking a few steps, his back was drenched in sweat. Passing by a 24-hour convenience store, he went in and grabbed a bottle of mineral water and the cheapest plain bread paid, and stood on the step outside to munch on it. The bread was both dry and hard, choking him, so he washed it down with cold water, at least filling his stomach a little. He opened his phone's map, searched for the cheapest nearby inn, and found one for 80 yuan a night, 600 meters away. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, he finally found the Xuanfa Inn. It was squeezed between a spicy hot pot place and a barber shop with a shabby sign that had most of its lights broken, leaving only the character Shun lit, looking shabby and simple. A woman in her 50s sat at the front desk, engrossed in short videos, the volume blaring, and glanced at him. Yes, please prepare a single room for me. 80 deposit, 20 refundable upon checkout, third floor, room 305, a shared bathroom at the end of the hall. The woman couldn't be bothered to say more, grabbed a bundle of keys and tossed them on the counter, then returned to stay. Chen Yuan took the keys upstairs. The corridor's wall plaster was peeling in chunks, and the air was filled with a damp, moldy smell mixed with a faint hint of smoke, making his nose itch. Room 305 was pitifully small, with a single bed, a peeling nightstand, an old small TV hanging on the wall, and the sheets washed to a pale color with nothing extra. He tossed his bag on the bed and immediately searched for a socket, finding one behind the nightstand, quickly charging his phone, which was down to 11. After resting for a moment, he picked up his phone and sent a message to his aunt. "And I found a place to stay. It's a small and very safe, don't worry." It wasn't long before his aunt replied, her tone filled with concern, "Just make do for a few days. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Once your uncle cools down, I'll talk to him properly, and then you can come back." Chen Yuan looked at the screen, feeling a pang in his heart. He knew his uncle would never calm down, and his aunt was just comforting him. He replied, "I understand. Don't argue with uncle over me." His aunt quickly sent another message, "Spend money carefully. If anything happens, call me. Don't bear it alone." Chen Yuan didn't reply, afraid that if he said too much, his aunt would get scolded by Zhou Jingwo again. He simply gripped his phone tightly and sat for a long time. His mind was filled with last night's family matters, his aunt's hand that was halfway out but pulled back, Zhou Ting's endless tears, and Zhou Jingwo pointing and scolding him. He felt suffocated but had no strength to think further. Exhausted to the extreme, he laid his head against the pillow and dozed off in no time. The next morning, daylight leaked through the curtain, seams blinding him. Chen Yuan woke up staring blankly for a while, before realizing he was no longer at his aunt's house. He reached for his phone. It was 847. He got up and went to the shared bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, the bone-chilling cold instantly waking. After packing his backpack, he went downstairs to check out. The front desk was now occupied by a young girl who was munching on a bun. She took the key, returned the deposit, and didn't raise her head or say a word the entire time. Stepping out of the inn, the sun had already heated the ground to a scorch, with waves of heat rising from the street. Chen Yuan found a shaded spot under a tree, took out his phone, and opened a job recruitment app, filtering 3 conditions: no educational requirements, meals and accommodation provided, monthly salary above 4,000. He scrolled through several pages. Either a health certificate was required or the salary was too low and the work unstable. After a long search, he finally found a post from Shanghua Group, recruiting security guards, monthly salary of 5,000, meals and accommodation provided 4 days off a month, no educational requirements, just a clean criminal record for adult males. He immediately clicked on online consultation and asked directly, "Are you still hiring?" After waiting for a dozen seconds, the customer service replied, "Yes, come for an interview at the security department in Building B, basement level 1 at 2 p.m. I'll bring your ID card." He replied with a okay. Glanced at the time. It was only past 9, with several hours until the interview. He walked to a nearby park, found a big tree to lean against, took out the medical book left by his grandfather, flipped through a couple of pages, feeling disorganized in his mind, then folded it back and stuffed it into his bag, quietly waiting for the time to pass. At 1:40 p.m., Chen Yuan arrived at Shanghua Group. The lobby was grand and bright, with a gleaming floor, and the air was filled with a pleasant fragrance. He glanced down at his yellowed sneakers, tightened his grip on the backpack strap, and followed the signs to Building B, descending to the basement level. At the end of the corridor hung a sign for the security department, with the door ajar, voices coming from inside. Chen Yuan knocked twice on the door. "Come in." Pushing the door open, he saw a man around 40 sitting behind a desk, wearing a security uniform with an open collar, short hair, and a square face, smoking a cigarette. The man glanced at him. "What do you want?" "Applying for the security position. Saw the recruitment online." "Yes." The man extinguished his cigarette and leaned back in his chair. "How old are you?" 21. "Have you served in the military?" "No." "What about education?" "High school." Chen Yuan replied in a flat tone, not elaborating on his expulsion. The man didn't ask further, clearly used to such job seekers, slid over a registration form. "Fill this out and give me your ID card." Chen Yuan sat down and filled out the information. The work experience section was left blank. The man took a glance but said nothing, took the ID card, made a copy, and handed it back to him. "My surname is Wang. I'm in charge of the security team here." The man looked him up and down. "You seem to be in decent shape. Come in tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. for orientation. Find Lao Li to familiarize yourself with the position. The probation period is 1 month, with a salary of 4,500 and 5,000 upon confirmation, meals and accommodation included. If you can do it, then come on." "Thank you, Brother Wang." Chen Yuan nodded immediately. "Don't be late. If you are, don't bother coming." Brother Wang waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Chen Yuan grasped his ID card as he stepped out of the security department. The weight that had hung over him all night finally lifted. At least starting tomorrow, he had a job to make ends meet and a place to stay, no longer relying on others and living under their scrutiny. As he exited the Shanghua Group's gate, his phone rang. It was his aunt. Yuan, have you gotten up? What are your plans for today? His aunt's voice was cautious. I'm up, Auntie. Chen Yuan paused. I found a job as a security guard. It includes meals and accommodation, 5,000 a month. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Security guard? His aunt's voice dropped, filled with concern. You at least have a college education. Oh, why stoop to this? I was expelled from school, and I definitely can't continue my studies now. Chen Yuan's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. He'll just work to get by for now. Oh, I'll figure something out later. Your uncle was just upset that day. He spoke without thinking. Auntie, I understand. I can take care of myself. Oh, please don't argue with him over me anymore. Then where are you staying now? Are you settled in? The company has dormitories. I'll move in tomorrow. For tonight, I'll find a hotel nearby to make do. Everything is arranged. Make sure to tell me if you run short on money. Don't tough it out alone. His aunt's voice was gentle. I have enough to get by, Chen Yuan quickly replied. You don't need to worry about me. You just take care of yourself. Have you eaten yet? You must not skimp, you're still young. I know I'm going to eat now. Oh, I'll hang up, Auntie. He was still growing. After all, he was already 21. After hanging up, Chen Yuan stood at the roadside for a moment before turning into a small alley. There was a small noodle shop at the entrance. He went in and ordered a bowl of beef noodles for 12 yuan. It was a simple bowl of noodles with a few slices of meat sprinkled with scallions. He bent down and quickly finished it off, even drinking the soup clean. At the checkout, the shop owner took a good look at him, perhaps due to his worn-out attire. A faded t-shirt, sneakers with scuffed edges, and a shabby canvas bag, clearly a country boy. Chen Yuan paid no mind, wiped his mouth, and left. Returning to the Xuanfa Hotel, it was the same front desk, and the same Annie, now watching a different TV drama with the volume still turned up high. Back again, the auntie glanced up. One room, still 80 right. The auntie reached into the drawer and handed 203 downstairs. Chen Yuan took the key and went upstairs. Room 203 was even smaller than the one he had yesterday, the window facing a wall, requiring the lights to be on even during the day. He set down his bag, first looked for a socket to charge his phone, and then went to the public restroom at the end of the corridor to take a cold shower before lying down. The next day, at 5:40, Chen Yuan woke up. After washing up, he stuffed everything back into his canvas bag and went downstairs to check out. The auntie was still yawning, and after returning his deposit, she lay back down to sleep. Exiting the hotel, there weren't many people on the street. Chen Yuan found a place to eat breakfast, then walked for about 20 minutes with his bag to the Shanghua Group, where he spotted a small convenience store by the roadside and walked over, standing at the counter. What do you want? The shop owner asked while smoking. Chen Yuan scanned the cigarettes in the counter and pointed to the cheapest one. Hongtom Mountain, 10 yuan. One pack, please. After paying, he tucked the cigarettes into his pocket. He didn't smoke, but the captain and Lao Li definitely did, who offering a cigarette could help bridge the gap. At 7:10, Chen Yuan arrived at the security department on the basement level. The door was open and Brother Wang was already there, sipping strong tea while looking at his phone. You're here? Brother Wang glanced up at him. Pretty early. I was afraid of being late. All right, just sit down for a bit. Lao Li will be here soon. Chen Yuan set down his bag and sat in a chair for a while. Around 7:20, a skinny man pushed the door open. He seemed to be in his 50s with graying hair, wearing a security uniform that was frayed at the cuffs, his face deeply wrinkled, looking like a simple man. Lao Li, this is the new guy. Take him to get a uniform first, then help him settle in at the dormitory, and afterward bring him back here for the meeting. Brother Wang nodded. Lao Li looked Chen Yuan up and down and nodded. Let's go, young man. Chen Yuan picked up his bag and followed Lao Li outside. Where are you from? Lao Li asked as they walked. From the countryside. I can tell, Lao Li said without prying further. How old are you? 21. So young to be a security guard. Chen Yuan didn't respond. Lao Li didn't press the matter, leading him to the supply room, where he received a brand new security uniform, hat, and shoulder insignia. They then walked through the corridor, turned two corners, and pushed open an iron door. Inside was a room of about 10 square meters with two sets of bunk beds, empty and devoid of bedding, with two mops and a plastic bucket piled in the corner. This is it. Lao Li pointed to the lower bunk by the window. You can pick any bed you like. Am I the only one staying here? Yes. Other people live nearby and go home after work, so no one stays here. This dormitory used to just store things. Chen Yuan placed his bag on the bed, pulled out the pack of Hongtom Mountain from his pocket, tore it open, and handed one to Lao Li. Li Gu smoke. Lao Li paused for a moment, looked at the cigarette, then at Chen Yuan, and took it, tucking it behind. All right, you're considerate. Lao Li's lips twitched slightly, which counted as a smile. Quickly change into your uniform, or once you're ready, come with me. It's almost time for the meeting. Chen Yuan responded and quickly changed into the dark blue security uniform. The new uniform was stiff and well-tailored, making his shoulders appear broader. At a height of 1.78 meters with his back straightened, he instantly looked much more spirited and polished, shedding the previous air of dishevelment. The youthful vigor in his eyes mixed with a hint of maturity, making him look exceptionally handsome and upright. He neatly folded his old clothes and stuffed them under the bed, then followed Lao Li out. At 740, they arrived at the entrance of a side door on the ground floor. A line of people was already standing sparse, yet dressed in the same security uniforms, but the effect varied greatly on each individual. Chen Yuan stood next to Lao Li and glanced at the queue. Around 20 people. In the front, Brother Wang had changed into a uniform, standing tall among the crowd, distinctly out of place. Not because he was outstanding, but because the others were so unkempt. The first on the left of the line was an old man with mostly gray hair, around 60 years old, wearing his uniform, with only 2 buttons fastened, exposing a yellowing white tank top underneath, leaning against the wall and yawning. Beside him stood a stout man in his 40s, his beer belly straining the uniform taut, the belt cinched below his navel, looking as if it might burst at any moment. Next to him was a lanky tall fellow in his early 30s, his cap askew, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, one hand in his pocket, his eyes half flitted, as if still half asleep. In contrast, Chen Yuan stood in his crisp new uniform, his cap straight, posture upright, and clean, his features sharp and tidy. Amidst this slovenly, lackluster motley crew of aging men, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Brother Wang stepped to the front of the line and cleared his throat. "We've got a new guy today." He gestured with his chin toward Chen Yuan. "His name's Chen Yuan. He'll be under old Li from now on, patrolling the perimeter of Building B." Everyone turned to look. The stout man gave Chen Yuan an appraising glance, grinning. "Hey, Captain, where'd you dig up this young lad? He looks like a student. Pretty sharp in that uniform." "A student's good, young and strong. Let him take the night shifts," the lanky man drawled lazily. Chen Yuan remained silent. Brother Wang shot them a glare. "Stand at attention. What kind of mess is this?" The stout man shrank back a little, shuffling half a step into the line, but his belly still protruded. Brother Wang stood squarely in front of the line, his back ramrod straight. "Attention." A scattered rustling followed. The stout man's feet came together, but his belly didn't retract. The lanky man tucked the cigarette behind his ear, pulled his hand from his pocket, and at least stood upright. The old man, who had been yawning, was nudged by the person next to him and barely managed to close his mouth. At ease. Some stepped forward with their left foot, some stood still, and one even clasped his hands behind his back. A motley display. Chen Yuan's eyes swept the line, the corner of his mouth twitching as he fought back a smile. Brother Wang's face darkened. He strode over and swatted the cigarette from the lanky man's ear. "How many times have I told you? No smoking in formation." The lanky man chuckled. "Captain, it's not lit. Just keeping my mouth busy. Keep your head busy." Brother Wang turned to the stout man. "Your belt. Pull it up." The stout man looked down at his belly, his face troubled. "Captain, I can't pull it up. It's stuck." Someone in the... Brother Wang took a deep breath, too exasperated to say more, and waved his hand. All right. Dismissed. Old Li, take Chen Yuan to get familiar with things." The crowd dispersed like a deflating balloon. Old Li walked over and patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder. "Come on, I'll show you around first." Chen Yuan followed him out a side door and around to the perimeter of Building B. The sun had already risen, bleaching the ground a glaring white. Old Li walked slowly, hands clasped behind his back, like an old man out for a stroll. This area around Building B isn't too big, but it's not small either. He raised his hand to gesture. From that intersection in the east to the fire escape in the west, one full round takes about 15 minutes. Chen Yuan listened attentively. "So what's the main job?" Old Li pondered. "Make sure no one parks illegally, keep flyer distributors from blocking the entrance, and stop scrap collectors from rummaging through the trash bins. That's about it." That's it. Old Li glanced at him. "What did you expect, something major?" Chen Yuan said nothing, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and offered one. Old Li took it and tucked it behind his ear. They walked a bit further. "This is the fire escape. Sometimes people try to park here. You need to stop them. No parking allowed." By the time they rounded the side of Building B, Old Li already had 4 cigarettes tucked behind his ear. "Xiao Chun." Old Li shook his head, the cigarettes bobbing. "You're handing out smokes too fast. I can't smoke him that quick." Chen Yuan smiled. "Brotherly, keep them for later." Old Li grunted, pulled one out, lit it, took a deep drag, and narrowed his eyes. "Let me tell you, this job sounds like something, but really it's just killing time. 1 round in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and the rest of the time you sit in the security booth. If someone asks for directions, you point the way. If no one comes, you play on your phone." The two finished their round and returned to the security booth beside Building B. The booth was small, about 3 square meters, with a table, 2 chairs, a register, and a pen on the table, a metal cabinet in the corner, and a walkie-talkie with its charger hanging on the wall. Old Li plopped down, took the cigarettes from behind his ear, and laid them out on the table in a neat row. Chen Yuan looked at the row and couldn't help but laugh. Old Li glared at him. "What's so funny?" "Nothing, Brotherly. You arranged them very neatly." Old Li grunted, pulled an enamel mug from the drawer under the table, and poured himself some water. "You sit down too. Don't stand. It's tiring." Chen Yuan sat across from him. "Is it always like this?" he asked. "Always like this." Old Li took a sip of water. At 1130, we go to the cafeteria for lunch. After eating, we come back and sit. At around 200, we do another round. Then we sit again until 530, and we're off work. That's it. That's it. Old Li looked at him. Too easy for you. No, Qin Yuan shook his head. It's just not what I expected. What did you think a security guard does? Catch thieves. Old Li chuckled. This place is a proper office building. Everyone coming in and out is an office worker. What thief would come here? They'd have better luck hitting a residential complex. Qin Yuan nodded. Old Li lit another cigarette and squinted at him. You're a college student, aren't you? Qin Yuan paused. I did 1 year. Why do you quit? Something happened. Old Li didn't press further. He took a drag. All right, you're young. Stick with this for now and find something better when the chance comes. At 1130, Old Li stood up and stretched. Come on, let's go eat. The cafeteria was on the basement floor next to the security department. It was small with 6 long tables. Lunch was a cafeteria-style meal, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. Qin Yuan got a serving and sat down to eat. The taste was average, the rice a bit hard, but the portions were generous. Old Li sat across from him chewing on a piece of braised pork. Dinner's also in the cafeteria from 500 to 530. Miss it, and there's nothing left. The dorm has hot water, but only after 8:00 p.m. Don't go too early. Okay, you don't have to take night shifts for now. Start with day shifts, and we'll see about the schedule once you're familiar. Qin Yuan nodded and lowered his head to eat. Around 2:00 p.m., Old Li took him on another round. The sun was even stronger now, baking the ground until it radiated heat. Old Li walked even slower, yawning as he went. This weather, I always get sleepy in the afternoon, he muttered. After finishing the round, Old Li lay his head on the table and fell asleep. Qin Yuan sat with nothing to do. He pulled out a medical book from his bag, flipped through a few pages, then closed it and put it back. 5:30 p.m. Old Li lifted his head from the table, groggy, and glanced at the time. Time's up. Go back to the dorm and rest. Brotherly, what time do we muster tomorrow? 7:40 at the same gate. Okay. Qin Yuan stood up, took a couple of steps, and turned back. Li Gu. Moi. Thank you for today. Old Li waved his hand, saying, no need to thank me, it's what we do for newcomers. Qin Yuan returned to the dormitory, hung up his uniform, washed his face, and laid down on the bed. His phone was charging. He pulled out his aunt's WeChat, thought for a moment, and sent a message, and I started work today. Everything is fine, don't worry. After sending the message, he stared at the ceiling. This job was indeed easy, so easy it felt unreal. His phone vibrated. His aunt replied, good work hard, call me if you need anything. Qin Yuan finished reading, placed his phone by the pillow, and closed his eyes. The sky outside had not yet darkened, and he could hear footsteps in the corridor with the sound of a television coming from the next room. He turned over and pulled the blanket over him. The next morning, Qin Yuan had breakfast in the cafeteria and arrived at the meeting point at 7:20. Brother Wang was already waiting at the door. You look good. Did you sleep well last night? Yeah, I'm used to it. Old Li arrived late, yawning as he walked over, a cigarette already tucked behind his ear. At 7:40, the assembly was still sparse. Brother Wang scanned the crowd, his expression not looking good, but he said nothing. Attention. The line was slightly more organized than yesterday, just slightly. At ease. The plump man's belt was pulled up a notch, looking somewhat decent. Nothing special today, everyone to their posts, dismissed. Old Li took Qin Yuan and began the patrol again. The sun wasn't too harsh yet. The morning was the most comfortable time in this area. Old Li walked ahead with his hands behind his back, and Qin Yuan followed beside him. This job can get boring if you do it for too long, Old Li said, lighting a cigarette. But there's a benefit to boredom. No worries. The two turned the corner at the east side of Building B, encountering a few people coming towards them. Qin Yuan first noticed a pair of white sneakers, then a face he would never forget in his life. Li Mingho was wearing a white short-sleeve shirt, his hair slicked back, with 2 people beside him. One of them was someone Qin Yuan recognized, Lu Qian. She was the classmate who had accused him of harassment for money. Lu Qian was wearing a light blue dress, linking arms, with Li Mingho, her head bent down, looking at her phone. She looked up and saw Qin Yuan, stunned for a moment, then instinctively shrank back behind Li Mingho. Li Mingho also saw him. He paused, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. Oh, I thought who it was. Qin Yuan didn't stop, continuing to walk forward. Li Mingho stepped directly in front of him, blocking his way. Qin Yuan, aren't you quite capable? How come you got expelled from school and came to be a security guard? That uniform fits you quite well. Li Mingho looked him up and down, laughing. Security guard, it really suits you. Coming from the countryside, you're only fit for this kind of work. Qin Yuan remained silent. He stood still, his gaze fixed on Li Mingho's face, refusing to move. His grandfather had taught him that the first thing in diagnosis wasn't to look at the tongue, but to observe the complexion. A person's health is written all over their face, it can't be hidden. Li Mingho's complexion was dark under his eyes, but not from staying up late. It was the color of a deficiency in kidney energy visible beneath the skin. His lips were chapped and peeling, not from dehydration, but from the depletion of vital fluids. His cheeks were abnormally flushed like excess internal heat rising. Looking at his posture, his back was slightly bent, his abdomen drawn in, and his weight shifted to his left foot while standing. Chen Yuan's gaze moved downward for a moment. In the area of Li Mingho's pants, it wasn't noticeable when sitting, but standing it was evident. There was not enough fabric to hold up, it hung limply against him. Something was wrong inside. Chen Yuan had an idea. Li Mingho was still saying what? Can't even talk now. You used to be quite capable at school, Li Mingho. Chen Yuan spoke up, his voice not loud, but every word was clear. Are you becoming less capable over the past 6 months? Li Mingho was taken aback. I'm talking about that too. Chen Yuan lifted his chin towards him, his tone as calm as if reading a medical record. You can't get hard, and even if you can, it doesn't last long, right? The air suddenly fell silent. Old Li was stunned. Lu Qian suddenly looked up at me. The two lackeys behind them exchanged glances, saying nothing. Li Mingho's face first turned pale, then visibly flushed from his neck to his ears. What the hell are you he shouted, his voice changing pitch. I'm not making things up. Chen Yuan looked at him, his tone steady. Your under eye area is dark, your lips are cracked, and your cheeks are flushed, typical signs of kidney deficiency and excess internal heat. When you walk, your back isn't straight, and your weight is on your left foot while standing. Your right inner thigh often feels sore, doesn't it? Li Mingho opened and closed his mouth. And also, Chen Yuan pointed at his pants. Has something started to shrink down there recently? This hit deep. Li Mingho's face changed from red to purple, his eyes nearly popping out. You're talking nonsense. He lunged forward, grabbing Chen Yuan by the collar, his voice loud enough for the whole street to hear. You filthy security guard expelled from school, what do you know about medicine? You're just jealous of me. You're just deliberately trying to make me uncomfortable. Chen Yuan didn't dodge or retaliate, he just looked at him. Say whatever you want. Chen Yuan's voice was very soft, but you know in your heart whether what I said is right or not. Li Mingho's hands began to tremble. It wasn't from anger. It was because every word Chen Yuan said felt like needles pricking the place he most didn't want others to know about. He indeed hadn't been able to perform well for the past 6 months. He had gone to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said it was a functional disorder, prescribed medication, but it didn't help. He went to see an old Chinese doctor who looked for a long time, prescribed a formula, but still no effect. He hadn't told anyone about this, only his women knew. How could Chen Yuan possibly know? Just by looking at him once. Li Mingho's grip on Chen Yuan's collar loosened, then tightened again, unsure whether to hit or let go. Stop pretending to be mysterious here. His voice was starting to waver, but he refused to admit it. Chen Yuan looked down at Li Mingho's hand, gripping his collar, then raised his gaze to meet his. I said you know it best in your heart. I don't know. Li Mingho nearly shouted, spitting saliva onto Chen. Then let me make it clearer. Chen Yuan's voice remained calm enough to make people uneasy. Your condition is incurable. Li Mingho's hand suddenly froze. You've indulged yourself for too long, your kidney energy is depleted too deeply, and it has reached an irretrievable level. Chen Yuan emphasized each word, from now on you're finished. This statement was like a bucket of ice water poured over Li Mingho from head to toe. He released his grip and stepped back a step. His lips trembled twice. Lu Qian stood beside him, her expression complicated as she looked at Li Mingho. You just wait. Li Mingho finally found his voice, pointing at Chen Yuan, his finger trembling. How dare you spout such nonsense? He'll make sure you can't even keep your security job. Chen Yuan ignored him, turning to Old Li and saying, Brotherly, let's go. Old Li shot a glance at Li Mingho before following Chen Yuan. After a dozen paces, Li Mingho's roar erupted behind them, sharp and shrill like a dog with its tail stepped on. Chen Yuan did not look back. Old Li walked while glancing back, then whispered, Xiao Chun, what you said earlier. Was it true? You can really tell that. I can. Old Li burst into laughter. I never knew you had hidden depths. But that kid really is infuriating. What you said just now hurt him more than a beating. And that was exactly the effect Chen Yuan wanted. To make him from this day forward think of those words every time. After a few more steps, Old Li added, but that kid doesn't seem like a pushover. Watch out for his retaliation. I know. Old Li glanced at him and said no more. After work, Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory, changed clothes, and lay on the bed. It was too boring, he couldn't stay put. He put on his shoes and went out. The night market near Xinhua Group was bustling with activity. Barbecue stalls and small eateries were brightly lit, and a quiet bar stood by the street. Chen Yuan had never entered such a place before. He paused at the entrance for a moment, then pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, the lighting was dim and a soothing folk song played. It wasn't too noisy. Only a few people sat at the bar. He walked to a corner and sat down, and a waitress with a ponytail approached. What would you like to drink? Do you have beer? Yes, which kind would you like? Chen Yuan glanced at the menu and ordered the cheapest one. 4 bottles to start. The beer arrived. He twisted off the cap, tilted his head back, and took a large gulp. The bitter taste of alcohol rushed down his throat. He frowned, but forced himself to take another sip. When his grandfather was alive, he never allowed him to drink, saying that alcohol disrupts the flow of qi and makes pulse diagnosis inaccurate. But now he didn't even have the chance to practice medicine by feeling pulses. Halfway through his second bottle, Chen Yuan began to feel dizzy. The lights before him blurred into a haze. He leaned back in his chair, and as he sat in a daze, a woman sat down across from him. She wore a black dress, her long hair loose, covering half her face. Her lips were painted red, and her eyes were rimmed with red, clearly from recent tears. In her hand, she held a glass of strong liquor. Alone, the woman asked, her voice hoarse, carrying a faint scent of alcohol. Chen Yuan replied groggily, "Me too." The woman smiled, and without asking picked up his beer, poured herself a glass, raised it to clink against his. With that, she tilted her head back and drained the glass. Chen Yuan said nothing and finished his own drink as well. The two of them drank glass after glass. Chen Yuan was so drunk his consciousness blurred, and he could no longer remember how much he had consumed. He only recalled her laughter, the way her cool long hair brushed against his arm when she leaned close, and her fingertip lightly tapping his cheek. "You're good-looking, but too young." The memories that followed became fragmented and hazy. Leaving the bar, hailing a taxi, weaving through the city streets, and finally the hotel room door, the blindingly bright elevator light, the long corridor. Fragmented scenes flashed through his mind, her hair falling on his chest, her arms around his waist, indistinct murmurs by his ear, clothes scattered on the floor, and the light going out completely. The next day, light seeped through the gap in the curtains, stinging his eyes. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, his head throbbed, as if it would split. He stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for several seconds, stunned. He slowly turned his head. No one was beside him, but there was an indentation on the pillow and a few long strands of hair. He sat up, and the blanket slid down, revealing that he was bare-chested. The sheets were wrinkled, and the air held an indescribable scent. Chen Yuan threw off the blanket, preparing to get out of bed, when his peripheral vision caught something on the sheet. He froze. On the white sheet near the center was a small patch of blood. He stared at the bloodstain for a few seconds, and something flashed through his mind. That woman's body last night. She never turned on the light, did she? He looked down at himself, then back at the bloodstain, his mind in turmoil. What the hell was this? Then he saw a stack of cash on the bedside table. Bright red, brand new. He reached over, picked it up, and counted. 2,000 yuan. Chen Yuan held the 2,000 yuan, staring at the bloodstain on the sheet, sitting there motionless for a long time. So last night, was that woman a virgin? And then she left him 2,000 yuan. A grown man slept with by a woman, waking up to find money on the night. What was this if not solicitation? She slept with him and then paid him. What did she take him for? Chen Yuan's face flushed red and pale by turns. Chen Yuan clenched the money in his hand, feeling deeply wronged. What kind of situation was this? He tried hard to recall, only remembering her laughter and the cool feel of her hair brushing against his arm when she leaned over. Then leaving the bar, taking a taxi, arriving at the hotel. The lights were turned off. He remembered her trembling. Thinking back now, that must have been. Chen Yuan buried his face in his hands and let out a muffled groan. The bloodstain on the sheet was still there, quiet, and still, as if reminding him of what had happened last night. What kind of situation was this? He glanced at the electronic clock on the nightstand. 7 o'clock sharp. Damn it. Chen Yuan sat up abruptly. 7. Assembly was at 7:40, and it took at least 20 minutes to get from here to Shanghua Group. Without a second thought, he jumped up and threw on his clothes. Pants, t-shirt, socks. He found one shoe under the bed and the other next to the TV cabinet. He slipped on his shoes, grabbed his phone, and stuffed it into his pocket. As he pushed open the door, a cleaning lady pushing a cart passed by in the corridor and glanced at him. Chen Yuan didn't have time to mind her expression. He rushed into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Once outside the hotel, he stood by the roadside hailing a taxi, waiting 2 minutes before one stopped. Shanghua Group hurry him in a rush. The driver looked at him in the rearview mirror. Gotta hold tight. Chen Yuan leaned back in the seat, panting heavily. The money in his pocket pressed against his thigh, reminding him that last night wasn't a dream. His phone buzzed. A message from Oldley. Are you coming? He replied, on my way, almost there. At 7:35, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Shanghua Group. Chen Yuan threw down the fare, ran into the building, dashed down to the basement level, and rushed into the security department. Oldley was standing at the door. Seeing him running and drenched in sweat, he was taken aback. Did you just run a marathon? Overslept. Chen Yuan panted. He'll change clothes and be right there for assembly. He dashed into the dormitory, stripped off his t-shirt, put on his uniform, fastened the buttons, and clamped the hat on his head. He took a glance at the small round mirror by the bedside and took a deep breath. At 7:40, Chen Yuan stood in the line. Brother Wang glanced at him, but said nothing. Fat Dun murmured beside him, Xiao Chun, why is your face so red? I ran over, it's hot. Oldley, standing next to him, sniffed and shot him a glance. He said nothing, but his gaze clearly suggested you drank last night. Chen Yuan pretended not to see. Brother Wang walked to the front of the line and cleared his throat. Today the company has an event and people from the headquarters are coming for an inspection. We need 2 people at the front entrance. He scanned the crowd and paused on Chen Yuan. Shout, Chen, you have a good image, you go. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Me. Yes. Brother Wang pointed to a tall guy in the middle of the line. Lu Jie, you go too. You 2 stand on either side of the entrance, be spirited, and don't embarrass me. Lu Jie, 25 or 6, looked decent, much better than the others. He twisted his neck and smiled at Chen Yuan. Let's go, brother. The line dispersed. Chen Yuan followed Lu Jie to the front entrance. The front entrance was the facade of Shanghua Group, the glass curtain wall polished to a shine, the ground reflecting their shadows. Chen Yuan stood on the right side, while Lu Jie stood on the left, 3 to 4 meters apart. The sun had risen, shining on the deep blue glass, the reflection dazzling. Chen Yuan straightened his back, letting his hands hang naturally by his sides, gazing forward. Employees passed through the entrance, high heels clicking on the marble floor. Hey, look at that new security guard. A woman in a professional skirt whispered to her colleague. What's up? What's the use of being handsome? Being a security guard is a dead end. Maybe he's just transitioning. Transitioning? Where does a security guard transition to? Can a security guard become a manager? The 2 women laughed as they walked away. Chen Yuan remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard. Lu Jie, sharp-eared, made a face at him from a few meters away. Brother, you've got a chance. Chen Yuan didn't respond. By 9 o'clock, the sun had risen, further warming the ground. Chen Yuan began to sweat on his forehead, just as 2 people walked in from the main entrance. In front was a woman in a black suit, her long hair pinned up, wearing black high heels, walking at a steady pace, exuding a strong female presence. A young woman followed behind her, dressed in a white shirt, holding a stack of documents, looking like a secretary. Chen Yuan clearly saw the woman in front and felt his head buzz. It was the one from last night. In a black dress with red lips and eyes that had cried. Today she wore light makeup, looking like a different person. She also saw Chen Yuan. She paused momentarily, her expression unchanged, and continued walking inside. Lu Jie called out first, "Good morning, President Qin." Chen Yuan was a beat slow and followed up, "Good morning, President Qin." Qin Lanlan stopped right in front of him. She glanced at him, her gaze indifferent, as if looking at a stranger. "What's your name?" Chen Yuan opened his mouth. Chen Yuan. Qin Lanlan nodded slightly, said nothing more, and walked away with her secretary. The sound of high heels gradually faded. Chen Yuan stood in place, his palms sweating. Lu Jie leaned over, lowering his voice, his curiosity piqued. "Brother, you're really lucky." "What do you mean?" "That's President Qin, the CEO, our group's big boss." Lu Jie's eyes sparkled. "Qin Lanlan, have you heard of her?" "She's known in the business world of Deep Xia as the Ice Queen, still unmarried at 30. Her grandfather is the founder of the group. She only took over because he fell ill recently. She usually never talks to us low-level employees, but today she actually asked for your name." Lu Jie clapped Chen Yuan on the shoulder, his face filled with envy. "What kind of luck is that?" Chen Yuan didn't respond. His mind kept repeating one thought, the woman who had gotten drunk and cried last night, who leaned on his arm and left a bloodstain on the sheets, was the CEO of Shanghua Group. Useless thing. A voice came from behind. Chen Yuan turned his head. Zhou Jiangwo, dressed in a dark suit, holding a briefcase, was walking down the steps. He must have come to Shanghua Group on business and immediately spotted Chen Yuan standing at the entrance. "Your aunt said you found a job. Oh, I thought it was something good." Zhou Jiangwo walked up to him, sizing him up in his security uniform, scoffed. "Security guard. Really brings shame to your grandfather." Chen Yuan clenched his fists and then relaxed. "What job I do is none of your business." "None of my business." Zhou Jiangwo sneered. "Do you deserve that? I just happened to pass by to see how you're doing. As expected, you're still a hopeless case." With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Lu Jie watched the whole scene and cautiously asked, "Who is that?" "I don't know." Chen Yuan turned his head and continued to stand guard. Around 11 o'clock, a young woman in a white shirt walked out of the building and directly approached Chen Yuan. "Are you Chen Yuan?" "Yes. Come with me, President Qin wants to see you." Lu Jie's mouth dropped open. "President Qin." The woman ignored Lu Jie and turned to leave. Chen Yuan followed her into the building, took the elevator to the top floor. The hallway was carpeted, making no sound underfoot. The woman ignored Lu Jie and turned to leave. Chen Yuan followed her into the building, took the elevator to the top floor. The hallway was carpeted, making no sound underfoot. Behind the desk, Qin Lanlan sat in a leather chair, wearing a new pair of glasses, holding a pen. The door closed behind him. The office was left with just the 2 of them. Chen Yuan stood still, staring intently at Qin Lanlan, examining her from head to toe. Qin Lanlan put down her pen, leaning back in her chair, her gaze awkwardly fixed on him. "Have you seen enough? She spoke about last night, keep it to yourself." Chen Yuan said nothing. "If you dare to leak even a word," her tone was level, but the weight of her words was heavy, "I'll make sure you can't stay in deep." "Don't worry, I won't say a word," Chen Yuan replied. Qin Lanlan nodded slightly, looking down at the documents on the desk, signaling that he could leave. Chen Yuan pulled out the stack of money from his pocket, walked to the desk, and placed it on the table. Qin Lanlan looked up at the stack of cash, her brows furrowing slightly. "You might have misunderstood," Chen Yuan said. "I'm not a gigolo." Qin Lanlan's fingers paused on the document. I got drunk last night and don't remember much. I'm just a small security guard, Chen Yuan interrupted her. Let's just pretend last night never happened. With that, Chen Yuan turned and walked to the door, opening it and stepping outside. In the corridor, the female secretary was still waiting. When she saw him come out, she was momentarily taken aback. So soon? Chen Yuan glanced at her. The female secretary in her late 20s wore a neatly pressed white shirt, and her hair was tied back smartly, giving her a capable appearance. However, Chen Yuan noticed that her complexion was off, not the dullness of someone who hadn't slept well, but rather a grayish hue that seemed to emanate from beneath her skin, as if veiled by a thin layer of ash. He stopped. Are you Secretary Chen's assistant? Yes. The female secretary nodded, slightly looking at him with some curiosity. Chen Yuan looked at her for 2 more seconds. Have you been experiencing a dull pain under your right rib lately? Especially at night, Chen Yuan continued. It's more noticeable when lying down, sometimes it even wakes. How do you know that? The female secretary's eyes widened. I've been in pain since last month. I went to the hospital for a checkup. They said it was cholecystitis and prescribed some medication, but it hasn't improved. It's not cholecystitis, Chen Yuan said. Your complexion is gray and dull, your brow is pale, and your lips have a purplish tint. These are signs of qi and blood stagnation in the liver area. The pain under your right rib is a dull ache, not a sharp one, right? The female secretary instinctively covered her right rib. Yes, it's a dull pain. Sometimes it comes and goes. Under your eyes, around the cheekbone area. Chen Yuan raised his hand to gesture on his own face. There's a faint bluish-gray tint, which is a sign of chronic changes in the liver area that have persisted for at least 6 months. The female secretary was half convinced. What exactly do you do? I'm just a security guard, Chen Yuan replied. If you trust me, go to the hospital as soon as possible for an abdominal CT scan focusing on the liver. Don't delay. You? After finishing his words, Chen Yuan turned and walked toward the elevator. Before the elevator doors closed, he saw the female secretary still standing in place, her hand pressed against her right rib, her expression complex. Back at the security post, Lu Jia immediately approached. Bro, why did President Chen call for you? Chen Yuan returned to his original position, standing tall. He inquired about the security situation and told me to be more alert. Is that all? Lu Jia looked at him suspiciously. President Chen personally summoned you to the office just to ask this. What else could it be? Chen Yuan replied calmly. I'm just a security guard. Oh, would President Chen discuss projects with me? Is that all? Lu Jia looked at him suspiciously. President Chen personally summoned you to the office just to ask this. What else could it be? Chen Yuan replied calmly. I've been here for a year and President Chen doesn't even know who I am. Chen Yuan didn't respond. The sun rose higher, beating down on his neck. He replayed the scene in the office in his mind. Chen Lanlan sitting in a leather chair wearing glasses, her gaze evasive as she said, let last night's incident stay in the belly. It wasn't fear of him, but fear of the matter becoming known. The illustrious group president getting drunk and spending the night with a man at a bar was indeed not a good look. Yet he left 3,000 on the table and walked away. The extra 1,000 was his own contribution. The money was withdrawn from a savings account. Last night's accommodation was paid by Chen Lanlan. He didn't know how much, but he estimated it wouldn't be less than 300. He had taken advantage of the situation, and it couldn't be without reason. Although this logic felt quite awkward. In the office, after closing the door, Chen Lanlan stared at the stack of money for a few seconds, reached out to take it, and prepared to stuff it into her bag. As her fingers pinched the money, she felt something was off. She counted it once. 3,000. Not 2,000. Chen Lanlan was taken aback. She had left 2,000. This guy not only didn't take it, but added 1,000 himself. Her mind began to turn. She had paid for the accommodation and last night's hotel room. A king-size bed cost 680. Had he returned his half? No, that didn't add up. She left 2,000, he added 1,000, totaling 3,000. The accommodation fee was 680, split between 340 each. The extra 1,000, he added minus 340, left 660. What did he think the remaining 660 was for? Compensation for her. Chen Lanlan slapped the stack of money on the table, her face flushed with anger. She had slept with him and left money, thinking that perhaps he hadn't intended to stay, but she had dragged him into it, leaving 2,000 as compensation, although that logic was also strange. Yet this guy not only didn't take it, but he even added 1,000. What does it mean? The more Chen Lanlan thought, the angrier she became, her fingers crumpling the stack of money. Chen Yuan. She bit her teeth, repeating his name. You wait for me. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Chen Yuan finished work. He grabbed a portion of braised pork rice from the cafeteria and sat in a corner to eat. Old Lee approached with a tray. Is it tiring to stand at the main entrance today? My legs are stiff from standing, Chen Yuan replied as he took a bite. But the main entrance has air conditioning, which is cooler than outside. Old Lee nodded. That's true. However, standing at the main entrance requires a good image, tiring the waist. After eating for a while, Old Lee asked again, did President Chen call you up today? You know about that? Chen Yuan paused with his chopsticks. Lu Jie is such a big mouth. The entire security department knows about it now, Old Li chuckled. Don't overthink it, President Qin might just be casually asking. I know. After finishing the meal, Chen Yuan returned to the dormitory. His phone rang. It was his aunt calling. Yuan, have you eaten yet? I have had braised pork at the cafeteria today. As long as there's meat, that's good. His aunt's voice sounded lighter than in the past few days. Are you tired from work? Not tired, just standing guard, and patrolling much easier than working in the fields. That's good. I rest early, and if anything comes up, call me. Okay. After hanging up, Chen Yuan took off his uniform and hung it up, took a shower, and lay on the bed. On the bedside table lay the book, Qing Nong Shi Yi, which he reached for and opened. The yellowed pages were densely covered with small, fine handwriting, some of which had already faded. He flipped to the page titled 7 Signs of Death Pulse and stared at it for a long time. His grandfather said the 7 signs of death pulse were summarized from his lifetime of medical practice, more detailed and accurate than what was written in books. Having felt pulses for a lifetime, he had gathered this knowledge. All of it was passed down to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan closed the medical book and placed it under his pillow. Outside the window, someone passed by, and the footsteps gradually faded away. He closed his eyes and breathed slowly. The breathing method of the 5 animal play taught by his grandfather was something he practiced every night before sleep. As he inhaled, his mind followed the qi from the dantian to the zhong, and as he exhaled, he sank down. This is what his grandfather referred to as nurturing qi. In the past, he didn't understand and thought it was merely deep breathing. However, after practicing for a long time, he realized it was more than that. When inhaling, there was indeed a warm sensation within his body, slowly traveling along the meridians. Chen Yuan slowly exhaled and turned over. He had grasped about 70 or 80% of the ancient methods in the medical book, but the skill of qi observation was the most challenging. His grandfather had advised him in his early years that this skill does not rely on sight, but on feeling, much like how the fingertips detect not just a simple pulse, but the hidden blockages of qi and blood, as well as the balance of the organs. He couldn't articulate the reasoning, yet he could perceive it vividly. Like that female secretary, her complexion was dull, as if veiled by a thin layer of gauze, with a faint hint of green qi emanating from her forehead, clearly indicating that liver qi had been stagnant for a long time and the toxins had reached a critical point that could lead to severe issues if not addressed. Chen Yuan closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, he changed into his uniform and arrived at the assembly point. Brother Wang was standing at the door with a cigarette, and upon seeing him, waved his hand. Xiao Chen, you will be at the main entrance today. Chen Yuan replied. Is there an event today, eh? No. Brother Wang extinguished his cigarette. It was a special request from above saying you have a good image, so you'll be stationed at the entrance long term. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Long term. Long term, Brother Wang patted his shoulder. It's a good thing. There's air conditioning at the main entrance, and you won't have to patrol. It's much easier. Chen Yuan swallowed hard, unable to speak. Easier. Standing at the entrance means standing all day. Not only would his legs become stiff, but he also had to keep his back straight, unable to lean, even slightly. Patrolling at least allowed for some movement, and when tired, he could sit in the security booth. This wasn't a good thing. It was clearly a form of torture. Brother Wang, can someone else take my place? I still prefer patrolling. What do you mean, someone else? Brother Wang shot him a glare. They specifically requested you from above. Am I supposed to refuse them? Who did you offend? Chen Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. He only knew 3 people in this company: Brother Wang, Old Li, and Lu Jie. Brother Wang was all right with him. Old Li had a decent relationship, and Lu Jie had just chatted briefly while standing guard. He hadn't offended anyone. Then off you go. Brother Wang waved his hand. Stop dawdling. Be on duty by 7:40. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and turned toward the main entrance. By 9 in the morning, the sun was already blisteringly hot. Fortunately, the main entrance had a high canopy that blocked the direct sunlight, but the heat still rose from the ground, making it uncomfortable. Chen Yuan stood to the right of the entrance, his back straight, and sweat had begun to bead on his forehead. Employees were coming in one after another. Some glanced at him, while others kept their heads down, focused on their phones. He was still pondering one thing: who had arranged for him to be at the entrance. Brother Wang said it was from above. Just how high up was that? Was it the security department manager? Or even higher? He couldn't figure it out, but he felt something was off. By the afternoon, the sun had risen even higher, and the canopy could no longer block the slanting sunlight. One side of Chen Yuan's face was burning, and just as he was about to turn to find shade, he caught sight of a white BMW parked on the roadside near the entrance. The car door opened, and a woman stepped out, wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and her hair tied in a ponytail. It was the female secretary from yesterday. She walked straight towards the guard post. By the time Chen Yuan recognized her, she was already standing in front of him. Chen Yuan, she called out, her tone much warmer than the day before. Hello. Chen Yuan maintained his stance, unmoving. I took a day off today, the female secretary said. I went to the hospital for a checkup this morning, specifically focusing on liver tests, just as you reminded me yesterday. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Did they find something? Yes. She nodded vigorously, her voice trembling slightly. They discovered a small liver tumor. Thankfully, it was caught early. The doctor said that surgery to remove it now will almost certainly leave no aftereffects. If it had been a few months later. She didn't finish her sentence, taking a deep breath, and a tear rolled down her cheek. The doctor said that such early-stage tumors can't be detected in routine checkups. By the time symptoms appear, it's usually at an advanced stage. He said being able to catch it in time is pure luck. The female secretary wiped her eyes, looking at Chen Yuan with a complex gaze. How did you notice? You were just a security guard. How do you understand these things? I only learned a little superficial medical theory from my elders, Chen Yuan replied. Zhou Qing stared at him for a few seconds, suddenly breaking into a faint smile, extending her right hand. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhou Qing, the administrative secretary for General Qin. Chen Yuan, I really can't thank you enough. Chen Yuan gently shook her right hand. It was a small favor, no need to take it to heart. This is no small favor. You have saved my life. Zhou Qing shook her head. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner as a token of my appreciation. No need, why, don't refuse. Zhou Qing interrupted him. A life-saving grace should at least be rewarded with a meal. Oh, I can't let it go without acknowledging it. Chen Yuan wanted to say it's not that serious, but meeting Zhou Qing's earnest gaze, he swallowed the words. All right then. What time do you finish work? 5:30. Zhou Qing took out her phone. Give me your phone number, I'll reserve a table, and I'll pick you up after work. Chen Yuan provided his number, and Zhou Qing saved it. When she dialed, his phone vibrated in his pocket. This is my number. Zhou Qing put her phone away and glanced at him. You get to work now, I'll see you tonight. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the white BMW, her figure gradually disappearing in the flow of traffic. Chen Yuan watched her back and put his phone back in his pocket. By 5:30, just as Chen Yuan entered the security department's changing room, his phone rang. It was Zhou Qing calling. Chen Yuan, have you finished work? I'm waiting for you at the entrance. I'm on my way. Chen Yuan hung up his uniform, changed into his t-shirt and sweatpants, and slipped on his worn-out sneakers. Taking a glance in the mirror, his hair was a bit messy, so he ran his hand through it. Exiting the company gate, he saw the white BMW parked by the roadside, and Zhou Qing rolled down the window, waving at him. Over here. Chen Yuan walked over and opened the passenger door to sit inside. The air conditioning was strong, and the leather seats were cool. Zhou Qing wasn't wearing makeup today, as she had changed into a light blue casual shirt, her long hair loosely draped over her shoulders, lacking the sharpness of her office demeanor and appearing softer and gentler. Fasten your seatbelt, Zhou Qing reminded him as she started the car. Where are we going? Chen Yuan fastened his seatbelt. I know a private restaurant in the west of the city. The atmosphere is good and the food is great. You should like it. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, turning to look at the rapidly retreating street scenery outside, remaining silent. The car merged into the traffic. Zhou Qing drove steadily, her hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, her gaze focused ahead. After a moment, Zhou Qing broke the silence first. Chen Yuan, what did you do before? Chen Yuan paused for a moment. I was studying at Shenzhen Medical University. Why didn't you continue? Zhou Qing expressed surprise. Something happened, so I didn't continue. Chen Yuan was reluctant to elaborate. Zhou Qing noticed that Chen Yuan was unwilling to say more, so she did not press further and began speaking for herself. Today I made an appointment with Director Fong. He is a well-known chief physician in the industry. After reviewing my scans, the first thing he asked was who had recommended me for the special examination. I said it was a friend, and he then inquired what it was for. She paused for a moment. Director Fong said that your friend is either extraordinarily lucky or truly sick, because with your condition a routine checkup would never reveal anything, and without obvious symptoms no one would specifically go for a liver CT. The carriage fell silent for a few seconds. He also said, Zhou Qing's voice lowered a little, that your friend has saved you this time. She turned to look at Chen Yuan, her gaze serious and sincere. So I'm really curious, with all your abilities, why are you working as a security guard? Chen Yuan stared out the window, remaining silent for a long time. Zhou Qing did not urge him. When the car stopped at a traffic light, she reached to lower the air conditioning. I was expelled from school. Chen Yuan finally spoke. Expelled? Why? I was falsely accused. Zhou Qing frowned slightly. What happened? Chen Yuan briefly explained the situation. This is just too much bullying. The green light turned on. She stepped on the gas, her tone filled with anger. Who is that Li Mingho? How can he dominate the school? He is the heir of the Xinxiao Medical Group. Xinxiao Medical. Zhou Qing thought for a moment. I've heard of it. They have some business dealings with our group. Did you report it to the police? Chen Yuan shook his head. No evidence. Zhou Qing fell silent for a while and sighed. All right, don't dwell on it for now. Her tone softened. If you encounter any difficulties in Xinxiao in the future, just tell me. Chen Yuan glanced at her. Don't be polite with me. Zhou Qing smiled. The fact that you can talk to me about this today means you don't see me as a stranger. I don't like owing favors. You saved my life, and I will remember that for life. It really isn't that exaggerated. Stop right there. Zhou Qing raised her hand to stop him. If you say it's a small matter again, I might get angry. Chen Yuan shut his mouth, not rebutting. Zhou Qing nodded in satisfaction. Now we're getting somewhere. If you encounter anything at the group, just call me directly. If those guys in the security department dare to bully you, I will deal with them for you. The security department treats me pretty well. Then that's good. The car turned into an alley and stopped in front of a small courtyard with gray walls. We're here. Zhou Qing found a parking spot, parked the car, and led Chen Yuan inside. The courtyard was planted with bamboo, and a few pots of orchids were placed on the stone steps. Passing through a short corridor, a waiter opened the door to a private room. The private room was not large, with a square table and 2 chairs, and a scroll painting hung on the wall. The two sat down, and the waiter handed over the menu. Zhou Qing took it and flipped through it, then ordered several dishes to the waiter. Chen Yuan did not catch what she had ordered, but vaguely heard terms like steamed and slow-cooked. The dishes came one after another. When the steamed base was served, it was garnished with shredded scallions and ginger drizzled with hot oil sizzling loudly. The braised pork was served in a small clay pot, rich in color, looking quite tender. There was also a bowl of soup placed in front of Chen Yuan. When the lid was lifted, a refreshing aroma wafted out. This is matsutake chicken soup, Zhou Qing said, the signature dish of this restaurant. You should try it. Chen Yuan held the bowl and took a sip, the freshness making him relax his brows. A few more dishes came, filling the table to the brim. That's enough, that's enough. Chen Yuan quickly stopped her. I can't eat this much. Zhou Qing waved her hand. If you can't finish, we can pack it up. No waste. Chen Yuan looked at the table full of dishes. He had only seen such things on his phone before. He picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. The meat was tender and melted in his mouth. Seeing him enjoying the food, Zhou Qing also picked up her chopsticks. After a few bites, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, I want to ask you something. Moi, do you know General Qin? Chen Yuan's chopsticks paused for a moment. I don't know her, he said, feeling quite guilty. Really? Zhou Qing looked at him suspiciously. After you came out of General Qin's office yesterday, she looked particularly upset. When I went in to deliver documents, she saw me and said, "Go tell the security department to let that new security guard stand at the front gate regularly from now on." Chen Yuan was taken aback. She was talking about me. Who else could it be? Zhou Qing shrugged. You're the only new hire in the security department recently. Chen Yuan's face darkened. So it was this person who got him into trouble. He was still pondering who specifically had requested him to stand at the gate all the time. Standing at the front gate was tiring and exposed to the sun, and he thought he must have offended someone. But it turned out to be her. Chen Yuan thought, I haven't offended her at all. Could it be that by giving her that extra 1,000 yuan she misunderstood? That shouldn't be possible. What are you thinking? Zhou Qing asked when she saw him silent. Nothing. Chen Yuan picked up his chopsticks and then put them down. Maybe General Qin thinks I'm handsome and specially placed me at the front to enhance the appearance. Zhou Qing was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. I didn't realize you have quite the wit. She lifted her teacup, took a sip, and teasingly said, but seriously, you are indeed quite handsome. It's the type that older sisters like. Chen Yuan almost choked on the soup and hurriedly took a sip to mask it. Don't be nervous. Zhou Qing laughed even more. Sister won't eat you up. Chen Yuan coughed lightly, set down the soup bowl, and quickly changed the subject. What did the hospital say? Has the surgery been scheduled? Zhou Qing's smile faded and her tone became more serious. Director Fong scheduled the surgery for next month. To be honest, I'm quite scared. Her voice lowered a bit. I have never been in an operating room. Just the thought of being cut open makes me feel indescribable. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Did you bring your examination report? Yes, it's in my bag. Zhou Qing took out a file from the side of her bag and handed it over. Chen Yuan took it, pulled out the report, and carefully looked it over. Zhou Qing, 26 years old. He caught sight of the age column and murmured, What? Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow. Do I not look 26? More like 18. Chen Yuan casually replied, his gaze still scanning the report. Zhou Qing found his casual remark amusing and laughed. Is your mouth this talkative with everyone? He set down the report and looked at Zhou Qing. Give me your hand. What for? Are you trying to take advantage of your sister? Chen Yuan's expression darkened. To check your pulse. The pulse is thin and weak with poor circulation, but the deep pulse is strong and rooted, indicating no significant organic issues. He opened his eyes and pondered for a moment. Do you believe me? What do you mean? If you trust me, I'll prescribe you some medicine. Take it for 2 months, and you won't need surgery. That thing will resolve itself. Zhou Qing stared at him for a few seconds without speaking. Chen Yuan did not urge her, retracting his fingers from her wrist and waiting. Suddenly, Zhou Qing smiled. Your sister's life was saved by you. How could I not trust you? Are you really willing to give it a try? Of course. I would do anything to avoid surgery. Zhou Qing nodded. Chen Yuan took out his phone. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I will send you the prescription. The two of them became friends, and Chen Yuan quickly typed out a list of medicines. He thought for a moment, added a dose of astragalus, and marked the quantities. Done. He clicked send and sent the prescription. Zhou Qing glanced at the phone screen, which was filled with names of herbs. So many. How much do I have to drink in a day? One prescription is brewed twice, once after breakfast and once after dinner. Chen Yuan said, I sent you the list of foods to avoid. You can check it yourself. What can I eat? Raw, cold, greasy, spicy foods and alcohol. Chen Yuan looked at her. Do you usually drink? I drink a little during social events. You can't have a drop for 2 months. Zhou Qing pouted. All right, I'll listen to you. Chen Yuan picked up his chopsticks and continued eating. Zhou Qing saved the prescription, put away her phone, and asked a question. Does anyone in your family work as a doctor? Chen Yuan chewed on the braised pork, responding vaguely. My grandfather is a village barefoot doctor. A barefoot doctor? Yes, it has been passed down since my ancestor was a court physician. Zhou Qing looked at him and smiled thoughtfully, so I picked up a hidden expert. Chen Yuan nearly choked on his food at her words. Eat slowly, I'm not going to snatch it from you. Zhou Qing laughed as she poured him a glass of water. By the time they finished dinner, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhou Qing settled the bill, and the two left the small courtyard. The night breeze was much cooler than during the day. They'll drive you back. Zhou Qing took out her car keys and pressed a button. No need, I'll just take a taxi. It's hard to get a taxi around here at this hour. Don't be polite, get in. Chen Yuan did not refuse again and sat in the passenger seat. The car arrived at the entrance of the Shenghua Group, and Chen Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt. We're here, get back and rest early. MHM. Zhou Qing rolled down the window. Thank you for the prescription. Remember, no alcohol for 2 months. Got it, stop nagging. Zhou Qing laughed as she rolled up the window, and the white BMW turned a corner, disappearing into the night. Chen Yuan turned and walked towards the dormitory. To get from the entrance of the group to the dormitory, one must pass through a small alley which is deserted during the day and even quieter at night. The streetlights cast a dim yellow light, elongating the shadows on the ground. He had not walked far when he caught sight of a person lying next to a flower bed. Chen Yuan halted his steps. As he approached, he saw it was an old man in his 60s, dressed in a dark gray tang suit, with graying hair, a purple complexion, and bluish lips. The old man's chest was still rising and falling, albeit slightly, as if he were struggling to breathe. Chen Yuan squatted down and first checked for breath. There was air, but it was very weak. He grabbed the old man's wrist, placing 3 fingers on it. The pulse was large and floating, lacking substance, with a completely chaotic rhythm alternating between fast and slow, like boiling water churning in a pot. A scene flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. When he was 8 years old, his grandfather diagnosed a patient with the same pulse. The person was an employee of the village supply and marketing cooperative who was rushed to his grandfather's house in the middle of the night due to an emergency. After feeling the pulse, his grandfather's expression changed. He wrote a prescription overnight and used silver needles to puncture several acupoints, not stopping until dawn to save the person. Later, his grandfather told him this was called the yin-yang separation pulse. The yin does not gather and the yang escapes externally, making it one of the most perilous pulse conditions in traditional Chinese medicine. Coming like flowing water, going like the wind, floating large and hollow like a scallion tube. His grandfather had said this to him at the time, and even made him feel that patient's pulse several times, so he would remember that sensation. Chen Yuan released his hand and glanced at the old man's tightly closed eyes. He needed to go back for the silver needles. Chen Yuan stood up and ran. It normally takes 5 minutes to walk from the flower bed to the dormitory, but he took 2 steps for every one, arriving in just 2 minutes. Pushing open the dormitory door, he squatted down to pull out the suitcase from under the bed. He unzipped it and dug out a cloth bag from under an old cotton jacket, palm-sized with a blue cloth exterior and secured with a rubber band. This was left to him by his grandfather. On the night his grandfather passed away, he had stuffed this bag into Chen Yuan's hand, saying, "This set of needles has accompanied me my whole life. Oh, before you obtain a medical license, do not use it lightly." At this moment, Chen Yuan could not care about that anymore, clutching the bag and turning to run out. When he returned to the flower bed, the old man was still there, and his breathing was even weaker than before. Chen Yuan squatted down, opened the bag, and inside were 2 rows of silver needles, varying in length, the longest being 7 inches and the shortest less than 1 inch. The needles glinted in the dim light of the street lamp. He pulled out 3 needles, pressing down on the old man's chest with his left hand to locate the Zhongfu acupoint, the midpoint between the 2 nipples. With his right hand, he deftly inserted the needle. Upon the first needle, the old man's breathing noticeably changed. The second needle was for the Guanyuan acupoint, 3 inches below the navel. This needle needed to be inserted deeper. He twisted the needle slowly while pressing on the abdomen to feel the direction of the needle tip. The third needle was for the Naguan acupoint, 2 inches above the wrist crease. This needle was the shallowest. After inserting it, he gently lifted and inserted it a few times. Once all 3 needles were in, the old man's complexion gradually shifted from purple to dark red, and the color of his lips was less bluish. Chen Yuan placed his hand on the old man's wrist and felt the pulse again. The pulse was still chaotic, but slightly stronger than before. At least it was stabilized for the time being. He took out his phone and dialed 120. Hello, I have someone who has fainted in the small alley next to Shanghua Group. After hanging up, Chen Yuan stayed by the old man's side, checking the pulse every couple of minutes. The old man remained unconscious. After several minutes, the sound of an ambulance could be heard in the distance getting closer. The vehicle stopped at the alley entrance, and 2 paramedics rushed over with a stretcher. What's the situation? The lead doctor squatted down, checking the old man's eyelids while asking. I don't know, I saw him collapsed here as I was passing by. Chen Yuan said quietly, reaching his hand to the old man's chest to remove the 3 silver needles, clutching them in his hand. The doctor didn't notice his movements and shone a small flashlight into the old man's pupils, then checked his breathing. What's the heart rate? The doctor asked the nurse behind him. Just over 40, the nurse replied, glancing at the portable monitor. Administer a dose of adrenaline and prepare for transport. The nurse took a syringe from the medicine box and injected it into the old man's arm. The doctor stood up and called to Chen Yuan, come lend a hand and help lift the patient into the car. Chen Yuan tucked the silver needles into his pocket and bent down to assist in lifting the stretcher. The old man's body was surprisingly light, as if there was only a layer of skin left on his skeleton. The stretcher was pushed into the ambulance, and the doctor jumped in, glancing back at Chen Yuan. Are you a family member? Chen Yuan shook his head. No, I'm just the security guard here. I don't know him. The doctor frowned. Then could you help check if there are any contact numbers in his phone? Chen Yuan squatted down and felt in the old man's pocket. He pulled out a smartphone, the latest model, with a foldable screen worth over 10,000 on the market. He pressed the power button and a message popped up on the screen. Enter password. It's password protected. I can't open it. Chen Yuan handed the phone to the doctor. The doctor took it and swiped a couple of times, but the keypad on the screen remained unresponsive. This is troublesome. The doctor frowned, putting the phone into a transparent plastic bag and handing it to a nearby nurse. Let's take it back for now. The car door closed and the ambulance drove away with its lights flashing. The alley fell silent. Chen Yuan took out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Back in the dormitory, he first cleaned each silver needle with an alcohol swab, disinfected them, wrapped them back into a cloth bag, and put them under an old cotton jacket in his suitcase. Then he washed his face and lay down on the bed. He replayed the pulse he had felt earlier in his mind, floating and empty, heavy pressure, yielding no response with a chaotic rhythm. This pulse was recorded in the Qing Nong Shi Yi, known as Yangming Juyin Jiao Tua, indicating a critical state, where yin fails to gather yang and yang energy is lost. He recalled his grandfather saying that such an illness could be saved, but no more than 3 out of 10 would survive. He had done all he could, the rest depended on the old man's fate. Turning over, he took out a medical book and flipped through a few pages. Drowsiness overtook him, and he fell asleep with the book resting on his chest. The next day, Chen Yuan arrived on time, changed into his uniform, and stood to the right of the main entrance. The sun had not fully risen, and the air carried a hint of humidity. The ground was still damp from being mopped. By 8 o'clock, employees began to swipe their cards to enter. Around 10:30, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped by the roadside at the entrance of the group. It didn't seem like a business visit. The car hadn't turned into the parking lot, but was simply idling on the road without even signaling. Chen Yuan stared at the car for a few seconds. The rear windows were tinted, making it impossible to see inside. The car door opened. 2 men stepped out, both in black suits with white shirts and ties, their builds imposing. The 2 men walked straight towards Chen Yuan. He gripped the walkie-talkie at his waist. Are you Chen Yuan? The one on the left spoke, his voice low but firm. I am. Who are you? Someone wants to see you, replied the one on the right. Who? You'll know once you get. I'm at work. I can't leave my post. The left one had already reached out, resting his hand on Chen Yuan's arm, applying a gentle but steady pressure, not up for discussion. The right one moved in from the other side. Chen Yuan found himself sandwiched between the two, his feet barely touching the ground as they moved him forward. What is this? Don't be nervous, it's just a meeting. The left one said, his tone as casual as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Chen Yuan was shoved into the back seat of the Mercedes. The door closed. The left man took the passenger seat while the right man sat next to him. The car started turning out of the alley and merging onto the main road. Who exactly wants to see me? Chen Yuan asked. No one answered. At least give me a hint. I'm still at work here. The person in the passenger seat glanced at him through the rearview mirror, but said nothing. Chen Yuan leaned back, choosing not to ask further. He looked out the window. The car was heading towards the city center. After about 20 minutes, the car turned onto a road with a sign that read First People's Hospital of Xinxia City. The Mercedes entered through the side door, circled around the outpatient building, and stopped in front of a small independent building. The building was not large, with its outer walls painted a light yellow. Two stone lions stood at the entrance, giving it the appearance of an office building rather than a hospital ward. "We're here." The person in the passenger seat got out and opened the door to the back seat. Chen Yuan stepped out and glanced up at the building. There was no plaque. Two men in black flanked him, leading him inside. The corridor was carpeted with landscape paintings on the walls, and a faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, mostly masked by incense. As they passed the nurse's station, the nurse inside glanced up briefly before looking down again, as if accustomed to such a scene. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, the two black-clad men stopped. The one on the left raised his hand and knocked twice on the door. "Come in," a voice from inside responded, not loud, but very clear. The black-clad man pushed the door open, stepped aside, and said to Chen Yuan, "Mr. Chen, please enter." Chen Yuan glanced at them and stepped inside. The room was large, more than 3 times the size of his dormitory. In the center was an adjustable hospital bed with a bouquet of fresh flowers on the bedside table and a heart monitor beside it, the green line pulsing on the screen. By the window was a genuine leather sofa with a tea set placed on the coffee table. There was also a television against the wall playing the news at the lowest volume. On the bed sat a person. He had changed out of his gray-white tang suit into a blue and white striped hospital gown with an intravenous needle in the back of his hand, but he looked quite spirited. It was the same old man from last night. When the old man saw Chen Yuan, he smiled and patted the edge of the bed. "You're here? Come and sit." Chen Yuan stood at the door, sizing up the old man. "Old man, I saved your life out of kindness, and now you have people forcibly bring me over." The old man was momentarily taken aback. "You wouldn't let them directly say it was you looking for me?" Chen Yuan said with irritation. "The whole way here had me on edge. I thought I had offended someone." The old man realized and laughed heartily. I'm sorry, he waved his hand. "My subordinates handle things too clumsily. I'll reprimand them later." Chen Yuan walked over and sat down in the chair beside the bed. "So what is it that you wanted to see me about?" He paused. "If it's just to say thanks or something, forget it. I didn't do much." The old man did not take the bait, observing him with a look of appraisal. "Your name is Chen Yuan. You are 21 years old and a security guard at Shanghua Group." Chen Yuan was not particularly surprised. He had left his phone number last night. It would not be difficult for the old man to check his name. "Yes," he nodded. "Where is your hometown?" "Qingping County, Jiangbei Province, in a remote mountainous area." The old man asked again, "Do you know someone named Chen Shoren?" Chen Yuan frowned slightly. "Old man, if you're checking me out, why dig up my entire family? What's your relationship?" The old man's expression brightened, asking nervously. Chen Yuan glanced at him. "Chen Shoren is my grandfather." As expected, I was not mistaken. Qin Hua murmured to himself, then turned his head to gaze out the window. Sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting light onto the white bedsheets. "Your grandfather Chen Shoren," Qin Hua began slowly, "is my savior." Chen Yuan remained silent. 40 years ago, I fell prey to a strange illness." Qin Hua withdrew his gaze from the window and glanced down at the back of his own hand. "I went to every major hospital in Xinxiao, the provincial capital, and Yinjing, underwent countless tests and had vial after vial of blood drawn. Not a single hospital could tell me what was wrong. Some doctors said it was epilepsy, others said heart disease, and still others claimed it was hysteria and told me to see a psychiatrist." He let out a bitter laugh, the corners of his mouth twisting with pain. "For those few years, I took every pill and endured every needle that was offered. But instead of getting better, I got worse. The episodes went from once a month to once a week. Then it started happening every few days." A man just over 30 lying in bed feeling like his life was... "What happened next?" Chen Yuan asked. "Someone recommended your grandfather to me," Qin Hua said, looking at him. "I didn't believe it at first. I thought if the big hospitals couldn't cure me, what could a barefoot doctor do? But I had no other choice. I was at my wit's end, so I decided to try anything. I had someone drive me to your village. Your grandfather took my pulse and said something." Qin Hua's voice dropped as if lost in a distant memory. "What did he say?" "He said the hospital machines can't find your illness, not because it's strange, but because it hasn't reached an organic stage yet." "What happened next?" Chen Yuan asked. "Someone recommended your grandfather to me," Qin Hua said, looking at him. "I didn't believe it at first. I thought if the big hospitals couldn't cure me, what could a barefoot doctor do?" The Qing, and then oi. "Then he gave me acupuncture and prescribed a few doses of medicine." Qin Hua raised his hand, gesturing. "Just a few. I took them for less than a month and I was cured. For 30 years after that, it never returned." He looked at Chen Yuan, his eyes bright. "But last year the illness came back. I sent someone to Qingping County to find your grandfather, only to discover he had passed away." Qin Hua paused. "When I woke up in the hospital room this morning, I saw 3 needle marks on my body." He looked at Chen Yuan. "The positions of those marks were exactly the same as the ones your grandfather gave me 40 years ago. The moment I saw them, I thought of your grandfather." Qin Hua's voice suddenly trembled. 40 years ago, your grandfather saved my life. 40 years later, you saved it again." He raised a hand, pointing first at Chen Yuan, then at himself. "It seems fate binds our families together. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and said, everything is predestined in the grand scheme of things. Last night you met me, which means your time was not yet up. Xinhua stared at him for several seconds after hearing this. You sound just like your grandfather. He shook his head. He used to say things like that, sounded mysterious, but when you thought about it, it made sense. Chen Yuan didn't take the bait and said something else. My grandfather also said, everything in the world is interdependent and mutually constraining. In theory, all diseases can be cured. If it can't be cured, it's only because the right method hasn't been found. Xinhua suddenly sat up straight. He fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan. Do you mean that, My grandfather said so. And you, Xinhua's voice grew urgent. Do you believe it? Chen Yuan looked at him and nodded. Xinhua took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then my illness, he paused. Is there a way to completely cure it? Chen Yuan didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the green lines dancing on the ECG monitor, then at Xinhua's complexion, and remained silent for a few seconds. In theory, yes. A spark of light flared in Xinhua's eyes like a drowning man spotting a rope on. Then he leaned forward, the soft tube of his foreline swaying. Can you treat it? Chen Yuan shook his. The light in Xinhua's eyes dimmed slightly. For now I can only manage it temporarily, Chen Yuan said. The root of your illness is too deep. The balance among your organs has been thoroughly disrupted. I need to go back and study the specific treatment. Upon hearing this, Xinhua burst into loud laughter. If you had pounded your chest and promised to cure me, I wouldn't have believed you. He leaned back against the pillow. The fact that you say you need to think it over gives me hope. Chen Yuan didn't respond. A few seconds of silence passed. Xinhua suddenly spoke. Chen Yuan, if you can completely cure me, it will be a debt of rebirth. I haven't bowed to many people in my life. Your grandfather was one and you are another. He paused, his voice deepening. I, Xinhua, am willing to become sworn brothers with you. Chen Yuan nearly jumped out of his chair. Old man, have some shame, will you? How old are you wanting to be sworn brothers with me? Xinhua was stunned for a moment. Live and die together. Chen Yuan looked at him. Is that your way of thanking me or trying to kill me? Xinhua was frozen for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. He laughed so hard the green lines on the ECG monitor trembled. I got carried away. He waved his hand, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. I was too excited, my tongue slipped. Chen Yuan looked at him and couldn't help but laugh too. Your personality suits me fine. Xinhua stopped laughing and looked at him with a more earnest gaze. How about this, if you don't mind, from now on call me Brother Qin, and he'll call you little brother. We'll be friends across generations. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. How old are you? 75. Chen Yuan looked at his graying hair, then thought of his own 21-year-old face. I can't bring myself to call you Brother Qin, it sounds weird. Then what will you call me? They'll just call you Old Qin. Xinhua was taken aback, then laughed again. All right, Old Qin it is. So little brother, what should I call you? Just call me Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan. Xinhua frowned. That's too formal. They'll call you little brother from now on. All right, call me whatever you like. Xinhua leaned back against the pillow. By the way, little brother, tell me, how did you end up working as a security guard at Shanghua? With your medical skills, you could make a living anywhere. Chen Yuan was silent for a while. I ran into some trouble and got expelled from school. Expelled? Xinhua's brow furrowed. For what? Chen Yuan briefly recounted what had happened. Shenxia Medical Group. Xinhua repeated the name. Do you still want to go back to school? He looked at Chen Yuan. I know the dean of your college. This matter, it's not difficult for me. Chen Yuan shook his head. I don't want to go back for now. Why not? Everyone in the school knows about my situation, Chen Yuan said. Even if I relied on connections to go back now, I wouldn't be able to hold my head up high. They'll consider going back only after I clear my name. Xinhua did not press him further. All right, you have your thoughts. He leaned against the pillow, tapping his fingers on the bed sheet. But remember, whenever you want to go back, just let your Okay. Xinhua suddenly sat up, pulling a black card out of the pocket of his hospital gown. Little brother, Chen Yuan did not take it. What is it? A meeting gift. Xinhua shoved the card into Chen Yuan's hand. There are 500,000 inside, don't think it's too little. Chen Yuan was startled when he held the card. 500,000. The most money he had ever seen in his life was the 20,000 in his grandfather's savings book. Old Qin, I can't accept this. Why can't you? Xinhua glared at him. You saved my life. Is 500,000 too much? If you think it's too much, let me ask you, how much did your grandfather take from me when he saved me? Chen Yuan was unaware of this matter. He took 100. Xinhua raised a finger. 100. Do you know how much I prepared at the time? 50,000. I put 50,000 in cash in front of him. Can you guess what he said? What did he say? He said once the illness is cured, he would take 100 for the medicine. Don't take more, it would feel unsettling. Xinhua looked at Chen Yuan, his eyes slightly moist. He patted the back of Chen Yuan's hand. Your grandfather didn't take the money, so you should take it for him. This 500,000 is what I owe him, a debt of 30 years with interest. It amounts to far more than this. If you refuse to accept it, it means you look down on your older brother. Chen Yuan looked at the card in his hand, silent for a few seconds. Alright, I'll accept it. That's more like it. Qin Hua smiled. The password is 6 zeros, change it when you have time. Qin Yuan tucked the card into his pocket and stood up. Old Qin, I'll head back to study your illness. Do you have your previous medical records here? Yes, a whole stack. Qin Hua pointed to the drawer of the bedside cabinet. They're all inside, take them back to look at. Qin Yuan opened the drawer, which was filled with various examination reports, medical records, and discharge summaries, all neatly stacked. I'll take these with me, though I'll return them after reading. Take them, they're of no use to me here. Qin Hua pressed the call button at the bedside, and a man in black entered the room. Take my little brother back. Yes, Master Qin. Qin Yuan carried the bag of medical records and followed the man in black out of the ward. The black Mercedes was still parked at the entrance. Mr. Qin, please. Qin Yuan sat in the back seat as the car drove out of the hospital. He leaned back, mentally reviewing Qin Hua's condition. First the qi, then the blood, and only after the blood do the organs fall ill. Qin Hua's ailment could not be detected by instruments, indicating that the issue indeed lies at the level of qi. But if Grandpa was able to cure it 40 years ago, why has it relapsed after 40 years? This indicates that the root has not been severed, just suppressed. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and felt this illness would not be easy to treat. The car stopped at the entrance of Shenghua Group. Qin Yuan opened the car door and got out, carrying the bag of medical records. Mr. Qin, take care. The Mercedes turned around and left. As Qin Yuan approached the entrance of the group with the bag of medical records, he spotted a figure in a security uniform standing at his post. It was Old Sun. Qin Yuan quickened his pace and walked over. Brother Sun. Old Sun turned around, and upon seeing him his eyes lit up, followed by a stern expression. Where have you been? I called you, and you didn't answer. Qin Yuan checked his phone and saw 6 missed calls, all from Old Sun. He had left in such a hurry that he had set his phone to silent and hadn't heard it. Brother Sun, I'm really sorry if something came up suddenly. You had me worried sick. Old Sun lowered his voice, pulling him by the arm. Captain Wang came by and asked where you were. I said 10 minutes later he came back, and I said you were still in the restroom. He shot me a glare and asked if you had fallen into a pit. Qin Yuan felt a bead of sweat on his forehead. What happened then? I told him you were unwell and went to the hospital. Old Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't ask again, but his expression was not good. You should hurry and report to him. Qin Yuan nodded quickly. Brother Sun, thank you so much. What's there? Old Sun waved his hand and added, but if you have something next time, let me know in advance. Don't make this old bone of mine stand guard for you. My back is straightened up, it's about to break. After saying that, he supported his waist and walked towards the security booth, grimacing. Qin Yuan looked at his hunched back and called out, Brother Sun. Old Sun turned around. Wait for me a moment. Qin Yuan turned and ran into the convenience store next to the group, grabbed 2 packs of cigarettes, scanned to pay, and rushed back to catch up with Old Sun. Brother Sun, take this. Old Sun glanced at the cigarettes in his hand, momentarily stunned. Why did you buy this? For you to smoke. Qin Yuan stuffed the cigarettes into his hand. Thanks for your help today. Old Sun looked down at the cigarettes in his hand, then at Qin Yuan, moving his mouth slightly. You little rascal. He tucked the cigarettes into his pocket, patting Qin Yuan on the shoulder. All right, you're sensible. Go on, hurry, and report in. Don't keep Captain Wang waiting. Qin Yuan responded and turned towards the security department. He arrived at the entrance of the security department and knocked on the door. Come in. Brother Wang was sitting behind the desk, holding a porcelain mug with several cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray in front of him. He lifted his head and glanced at Qin Yuan. You're back. Old Sun said you were unwell. Brother Wang examined him from head to toe. Qin Yuan hesitated for a second. I had a stomach ache and went to the school hospital for some medicine. Brother Wang looked at the medical record bag in Qin Yuan's hand and didn't press further. He took a sip from the porcelain mug and set it down. Next time, let me know in advance if you have something going on, and we'll find someone to cover for you. Got it, Brother Wang. All right, go on. Qin Yuan turned and exited the security department, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He walked to the right side of the main entrance and stood properly again. Not long after Qin Yuan left the hospital, Qin Hua's ward door was pushed open again. Qin Hua heard the noise and looked up, recognizing the visitor with a smile. Lan Lan. What brings you here? Qin Lan Lan entered, clicking her heels on the floor, and threw her briefcase onto the sofa, her expression very displeased. Grandpa, why are you being so willful? Running out alone without even bringing a private doctor. What would you do if something happened? Qin Hua's smile could barely hold, and he shrank his neck. I'm perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Qin Lan Lan pointed at the heart monitor beside the bed. You're lying here, how can you be fine? Oh, come on, it's just an old problem, acting up, nothing serious. Qin Hua waved his hand, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. Look at me now, I'm in great spirits. Qin Lan Lan took a deep breath and sat down on the chair beside the bed. Can you please stop making me worry? My dad left early, and you're my only family left. Qin Hua's expression softened as he reached out to pat his granddaughter's hand. It's my fault for making you worry. Qin Lanlan looked at him, her eyes a bit red, but held back her tears. From now on you must take a doctor with you when you go out, otherwise I won't feel at ease. All right, I'll take one with me. Qin Huan nodded with a smile. I'll listen to you. Only then did Qin Lanlan relax a bit, placing her briefcase on her lap and pulling out a stack of documents. There are a few documents from the company that need your signature. No rush on signing those. Qin Hua waved his hand, suddenly sitting up straight. I need to tell you something. Qin Lanlan looked up at him. What is it? I just met a good buddy today. As Qin Hua spoke, the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. He works at your company, so you should keep an eye on him for Grandpa. Qin Lanlan furrowed her brows. Buddy? What buddy? A longtime friend of Grandpa. Qin Hua chuckled. You might not know him, but I guarantee you his character is absolutely reliable. Qin Lanlan put down the documents and looked at her grandfather. Grandpa, you're not being deceived, are you? There are people in society who specifically target wealthy, elderly individuals. No way. Qin Hua interrupted her, waving his hand. This person's grandfather saved my life 30 years ago, and he saved me again yesterday. How could such a bond be a scam? He saved you yesterday. Then you should thank him properly. Qin Lanlan said. What's his name? She casually asked. Shen Yuan, Qin Hua replied. He's currently in the security department of your company. You should greet him with HR and arrange a more relaxed position for him. He's a medical student. Being a security guard at your place is too much of a waste. Upon hearing the name, Shen Yuan, Qin Lanlan nearly lost her grip on the documents. Shen Yuan. Her voice raised slightly. Yes, Qin Yuan. Qin Hua looked at her. What's wrong? Do you know him? No, I don't know him. Qin Lanlan lowered her head, speaking with a guilty conscience. Then that's fine. Qin Hua thought nothing of it and continued. I'll tell you, even though Qin Yuan is younger than you, he calls me brother, and by seniority he's also your elder. How old is he? Qin Lanlan's face turned pale. A little security guard, how can he call you brother? What's wrong with being younger? Qin Hua waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. Anyway, I'm saying this, you need to look after him more at the company. Don't let anyone bully him, and don't let him suffer any grievances. Qin Lanlan bit her lip, remaining silent for a long time. Did you hear me? Qin Hua asked again. I heard you, she gritted out through clenched teeth. Qin Hua finally nodded in satisfaction, leaning back against the pillow and picking up his phone to continue scrolling. Qin Lanlan sat at the edge of the bed, watching her grandfather's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a knot in her heart. Grandpa, do you know? Qin Hua peeked out from behind his phone. It's nothing. Qin Lanlan swallowed her words, stood up. You rest while I'll take my leave now. Remember what I told you? Qin Hua called out from behind. Qin Lanlan didn't turn back, grabbing her briefcase and exiting the ward. The sound of her high heels grew heavier on the floor. At the elevator entrance, Qin Lanlan closed her eyes, the images of that night in the hotel room flashing in her mind, gritting her teeth as she said, Shen Yuan, you're something else. That evening in the security dormitory of Shenghua Group, Shen Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, a pile of medical records spread out before him. After Qin Hua's relapse last year, he had visited several major hospitals. Electroencephalograms, electrocardiograms, dynamic electrocardiograms, cardiac ultrasounds, brain MRIs, every possible examination had been done. The conclusions were consistent. No significant organic lesions were found. However, the illness indeed existed, and when it struck, it was deadly. Shen Yuan closed the medical records and took out the book, Essentials of Traditional Chinese Medicine, flipping to the chapter on reversal of qi. Grandpa had made many annotations in this chapter. The symptoms of reversal of qi can be hot or cold deficient or excess. Qi's reversal is due to the disharmony of yin and yang, where the qi does not return to the source. The treatment should focus on urgent symptoms when necessary and on the root cause when conditions allow. In urgent cases, acupuncture should be administered before medication, and circulation should be restored before supplementation. In non-urgent cases, medication should be used to regulate the qi, guiding it back to where it belongs. Shen Yuan read this passage several times. Grandpa meant that when Qin Hua's illness flares up, acupuncture should be done first, followed by medication. First clear the qi pathway, then stabilize the qi with medicine. When not flaring up, medication should be used to gradually regulate the body so that the qi can return to its rightful place. He understood the reasoning, but how to implement it specifically was not written by Grandpa. Shen Yuan set the medical book aside, stood up, and paced around the room. He stopped, sat back down, and reopened the medical book, finding the chapter on acupuncture techniques. Grandpa had put in the most effort on acupuncture techniques. Just this chapter had over a dozen pages of annotations densely packed with notes, and some parts were too small to read without getting close. Shen Yuan read through them one by one. Some acupuncture techniques were for treating wind and cold, some for damp heat, some for tonifying qi, and some for draining excess. He paused when he saw the 9 needles to return yang. The 9 needles to return yang, 9 acupoints specifically used to rescue patients with critical deficiency of yang qi. Grandpa wrote a small line below. This technique can be used for reversal of qi in critical situations, but it must be used with caution. It should not be attempted lightly by those not well versed in this field. In the section on combining acupuncture and medication, Grandpa wrote a note: the reversal of qi originates from the imbalance of the organ's qi. Acupuncture can open the meridians, but it cannot harmonize the organs. Medication can harmonize the organs, but it cannot open the meridians. The two complement each other, neither can be neglected. Chen Yuan closed the medical book, leaned against the headboard, and closed his eyes to think for a moment. To completely cure Qin Hua's illness, a change in approach was necessary. What he could do now was to first control Qin Hua's condition, and once he thoroughly understood the medical book, he could consider methods for eradication. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, took a pen and paper from the nightstand, and began to write. He first wrote a set of acupuncture plans. 9 acupoints divided into 3 sessions, 3 acupoints each session, twice a week for a month. He also wrote a prescription for internal medicine: Rehmannia yam, cornelian cherry, poria peony, and alisma. This was the foundation of Jin Kuei Shin Chi Wan, and he adjusted a few herbs based on that. After finishing, he glanced over it again and adjusted the dosage. This prescription cannot be given directly to Qin Hua. He still needs to think it over. Chen Yuan folded the paper neatly and tucked it into the medical book. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan arrived at the main entrance post. Around 9 o'clock, Zhou Qing walked out of the corporate building holding a cup of coffee, dressed in a white shirt and a black skirt, her hair neatly tied up, looking much more formal than yesterday. "Good morning." She walked up to Chen Yuan, sizing him up, and said, "You look quite spirited." "Morning," Chen Yuan nodded. "I went to get the medicine yesterday and had a bowl at night," Zhou Qing said, "but that medicine is too bitter." "Good medicine is often unpleasant to taste," Chen Yuan replied. "I know, I was just saying." Zhou Qing took a sip of her coffee, wrinkling her brow. "Your medicine is even more bitter than my coffee." Chen Yuan glanced at her and said, "Remember, absolutely no alcohol." Zhou Qing rolled her eyes. "Got it, you've said it 180 times. My ears are almost calloused from hearing it." "That's good." Zhou Qing glanced towards the corporate building and then turned back. "By the way, President Qin wants you to go to the office." Chen Yuan paused for a moment again. "I'm curious too." Zhou Qing tilted her head to look at him. "Why does President Qin always call you a security guard? Did you know each other before?" "No, I didn't." Chen Yuan shook his head. "Then why does she call you?" "You ask me, who should I ask?" Zhou Qing stared at him for 2 seconds, chuckled. "All right, you'll find out once you go." She took a couple of steps forward, then stopped and lowered her voice. "But I'll tell you, President Qin isn't in a good mood today, so be careful." "What's wrong?" "I don't know, but she hasn't been right since morning." Zhou Qing shrugged. "Her face is long, and she's sharp-tongued. Even I didn't dare stay too long." Chen Yuan felt a pang in his heart. "Let's go, I'll take you up." Chen Yuan followed Zhou Qing into the building, took the elevator, and went to the top floor. The corridor was carpeted, making no sound as they walked. Zhou Qing knocked on the door. "Come in." Zhou Qing opened the door and stepped aside. "President Qin, Chen Yuan is here." "Let him in, you go out first." Zhou Qing gave Chen Yuan a warning glance. "Be careful." Then she turned and left. Chen Yuan walked in, and the door closed behind him. Qin Lanlan was dressed in a black professional outfit today, her hair tied up, sitting behind her desk with a pen in hand, focused on writing something. Chen Yuan stood at the door and waited for a few seconds. She didn't look up. After waiting for another minute, she still didn't raise her head. Chen Yuan glanced at her, turned, walked to the sofa, and sat down, taking out his phone to play with. The office was quiet, the only sound being the rustle of the pen gliding across the paper. After a while, Qin Lanlan subtly lifted her eyelids and glanced at Chen Yuan. A few more minutes passed. Finally, Qin Lanlan put down her pen, raised her head, and looked at Chen Yuan on the sofa. "Who told you to sit?" Chen Yuan looked up at her, feeling a surge of anger. He stood all day as a security guard, exhausted to the point his back couldn't straighten, and yet she called him up just to leave him hanging. "So what if I sat down?" Chen Yuan leaned back on the sofa. "I've been standing here for ages, and you haven't even glanced at me. You called for me and ignored me. Oh, what should I do, stand here like a doorman?" Qin Lanlan was taken aback. She didn't expect Chen Yuan to speak so boldly. "You, what about me?" Chen Yuan interrupted her. "If you have something to say, hurry up. Oh, I still need to get back to my post." Qin Lanlan took a deep breath, swallowing the words at her lips. She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms on the desk, staring at Chen Yuan. "What's your purpose in getting close to my grandfather?" Chen Yuan was taken aback. "Your grandfather? Who is that?" "Stop pretending," Qin Lanlan sneered. "Keep pretending." "What am I pretending?" Chen Yuan sat up straight. "I don't know your grandfather. You've been calling him your brother, and you still say you don't know him." Chen Yuan's mind turned for a moment. "That old man, Qin Hua, has the surname Qin. Qin Lanlan also has the surname Qin. Old Qin. Qin Hua is your grandfather." Chen Yuan asked cautiously. "You call him Old Qin too?" Qin Lanlan's voice rose slightly. "You, a mere security guard, what right do you have to call my grandfather your brother?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan felt oddly calm. Leaning back against the sofa, he looked at Qin Lanlin's cold face and spoke slowly. Stop right there. First, I didn't deliberately get close to your grandfather. That night, I just happened to pass by and saw your grandfather lying on the ground alone, so I kindly called 120 for him. Secondly, Chen Yuan raised two fingers. It was your grandfather who insisted on having me forcibly taken to the hospital, not me going voluntarily. As a security guard, I was stuffed into the back seat of a Benz by two big men in black suits. I thought I had offended someone. Qin Lanlan didn't respond, her expression changing slightly. Seeing her expression, a thought suddenly popped into Chen Yuan's mind. Last time he was tricked into standing at the main entrance until his legs went stiff. This grudge must be repaid. Later, when we got to the hospital, Chen Yuan cleared his throat, raising his voice suddenly. Your grandfather insisted on becoming sworn brothers with me to thank me for saving him. You're making things up. Qin Lanlan jumped up. How could my grandfather possibly? I immediately refused. Chen Yuan interrupted her, his tone exaggerated. That old man wants to take advantage of me. No way. Although I'm just a security guard, I have principles. Not everyone can be my sworn brother. You. In the end, it was your grandfather who begged me, and that's how I agreed to refer to him as a friend. Chen Yuan spread his hands. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself. Qin Lanlan stood behind her desk, her face flushed. How could my grandfather possibly beg you? Keep making things up. Don't doubt it. Chen Yuan chuckled. Your grandfather even said he wanted to marry his granddaughter off to me. Qin Lanlan's face turned beet red. Images of that night in the hotel flashed through her mind. Dark room, scattered clothes, and the bloodstain on the sheets the next morning. You must be dreaming. Her voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth. Marry me. Just because you're a security guard, you think you're worthy. I didn't say it. Chen Yuan looked innocent. It was your grandfather who insisted on giving his granddaughter to me. I refused at that time. I don't even know what his granddaughter looks like. How could I agree casually? Qin Lanlin's chest rose and fell violently, unable to utter a single word. Chen Yuan looked at her flustered expression and felt in high spirits. President Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to my post. He stood up and patted his pants. Stop right there. Chen Yuan turned around. Qin Lanlan took a deep breath, the redness on her face gradually fading. She took a card out of the drawer and slapped it onto the table, where it slid across the smooth surface to the edge. Here's 200,000 as a repayment for saving my grandfather. Chen Yuan glanced at the card and then at Qin Lanlan. He originally wanted to say, your grandfather has already given me 500,000, but the words caught in his throat. Looking at Qin Lanlan's haughty demeanor made him feel irritated. Taking another 200,000 from her would make her feel the pinch. Chen Yuan walked over, picked up the card, and slipped it into his pocket. With this money, we're even. Qin Lanlan glared at him. You are not allowed to get close to my grandfather in the future. Don't worry. Chen Yuan turned and walked toward the door. I'm just afraid your grandfather will stubbornly come begging me to see him in the future. You. Qin Lanlan was about to explode, but Chen Yuan had already opened the door and dashed out. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, growing fainter. Qin Lanlan stood behind her desk, her chest still heaving. She slowly sat back down in her chair and took a sip of the now cold coffee on the table. Chen Yuan. She gritted her teeth as she repeated his name, slamming the coffee cup down on the table. Just as Chen Yuan turned the corner of the hallway, Zhou Qing peeked out from the nearby pantry. Are you out? She walked over with a cup of coffee, sizing Chen Yuan up. What did President Qin want with you? Nothing much, Chen Yuan replied. Stop being cheeky. Chen Yuan leaned against the wall, spreading his hands. Maybe she just wanted to get close to me because I'm handsome. Zhou Qing lightly punched his arm. Less nonsense. Chen Yuan smiled. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Zhou Qing chuckled, taking a sip of her coffee. But seriously, President Qin has never met with frontline employees alone. You're the first. So should I feel honored? You should feel scared. Zhou Qing lowered her voice. President Qin can turn on you faster than flipping a page of a book. Chen Yuan thought of the 200,000 and realized she was indeed quick to change her mind. By the way, Zhou Qing switched her coffee cup to the other hand. Do you have plans for tonight? No, why? I'm inviting you for hot pot. Chen Yuan looked at her. You're supposed to avoid spicy food for a while. How can you still eat hot pot? It'll be clear broth. Zhou Qing rolled her eyes. I'm not an idiot. That's fine then. Let's confirm it. Zhou Qing pulled out her phone to check the time. I'll pick you up after work at 5:30. Okay. Chen Yuan turned and walked toward the elevator. At 5:30, Chen Yuan returned to his dorm to change out of his uniform. Just as he slipped on a faded t-shirt, his phone buzzed. Zhou Qing sent a WeChat message, waiting for you downstairs. Chen Yuan tucked his phone into his pocket and stepped out. A white BMW was parked in a temporary spot at the entrance of the group. He walked over, opened the passenger door, and got in. Zhou Qing was dressed casually today in a white short-sleeve top and jeans, with her hair down, looking a few years younger than she did during the day. She glanced at Chen Yuan without saying a word. They started the car and drove out of the group's main entrance. Chen Yuan thought she was heading west, but the car turned and headed towards the city center. After driving for several minutes, the white BMW stopped in front of a mall. Chen Yuan glanced outside the window at the glass curtain wall brightly lit with the words Shenzhen International Financial Center displayed above the entrance. Aren't we supposed to eat hot pot? It's still early. Zhou Qing unbuckled her seatbelt. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm bringing you to buy some clothes to dress you up. Only then did Chen Yuan realize. Seeing the look in Zhou Qing's eyes, he guessed she found his current outfit too shabby. He didn't hesitate and got out of the car. Inside the mall, the air conditioning was on high and the polished floor reflected shadows. Zhou Qing walked ahead, the sound of her high heels clicking against the marble floor. This way, she turned into a men's clothing store. The store was spacious with warm lighting and clothes hung on the walls with wide spaces in between each item. A young female sales associate in work uniform approached with a standard professional smile. Welcome, may I help you choose for this gentleman? Yes, Zhou Qing nodded, help him pick a few casual outfits. The sales associate glanced at Chen Yuan. His t-shirt was faded, his shoes worn, and his pants had an inconspicuous crease at the knee. Her gaze lingered on Chen Yuan for just a second before returning to Zhou Qing. Look over here, we just received some new arrivals. Chen Yuan saw the look from the sales associate clearly. Not saying anything, he followed her inside. Zhou Qing stopped in front of a rack of clothes, ran her hand over the fabric, and pulled out a deep blue polo shirt, comparing it to Chen Yuan. Try this on. She also grabbed a pair of khaki casual pants. Try them both on together. Chen Yuan took them, just about to head to the fitting room, when two people walked in the door. Welcome. The sales associate's greeting was cut short as her tone suddenly became much more enthusiastic. Li Xiao, long time no see. Chen Yuan looked up. Li Mingho walked in with a heavily made-up woman. The woman wore a red spaghetti strap dress, her hair in big waves, her nails painted bright red, looking like a moving fireball. Li Mingho was dressed in a white polo shirt with the collar up, his hair slicked back, with gel shining brightly. He scanned the store, his gaze landing on Chen Yuan, first surprised, then smiling. Oh, isn't this our Chen Yuan? He released the woman's waist, took a couple of steps forward, and sized Chen Yuan up. What's up back here? As a security guard again. Chen Yuan was still holding the polo shirt and didn't respond. Zhou Qing turned around and gave Li Mingho a glance. Who are you? Only then did Li Mingho notice Zhou Qing, his gaze lingering on her for 2 seconds before looking back at Chen Yuan, the corners of his mouth curling up. Is she your girlfriend? He pointed at Zhou Qing and then at Chen Yuan. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by him. Zhou Qing's brows furrowed. He's just a poor security guard from the countryside. Li Mingho tilted his head slightly, and the heavily made-up woman leaned closer. What are you pretending to be rich for coming here to buy clothes? Does your monthly salary even cover a pair of underwear here? Zhou Qing's temper flared up. What does it have to do with you? A dog catching a rat. She grabbed Chen Yuan's arm. Let's go, don't pay attention to him. Chen Yuan didn't move. The sales associate standing nearby changed her expression. She glanced at Li Mingho, and then at Chen Yuan, her gaze clearly indicating she believed Li Mingho. Chen Yuan handed the clothes in his hand to Zhou Qing and took a couple of steps forward. Seeing Chen Yuan approach, Li Mingho instinctively took a half step back, but then felt embarrassed and forced himself to stand still. What's wrong? Exposed so you can't deceive anyone anymore. Furious, he raised his voice. Do you want to fight? Chen Yuan raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. Li Mingho's words caught in his throat. Chen Yuan looked at him and suddenly asked, have you cured your imp? The air in the store seemed to have hit pause. Li Mingho was momentarily stunned, and then his face turned red all the way to his forehead. You're the one who's impotent. His voice changed pitch, becoming shrill and piercing. Your whole family is impotent. I am not impotent. Zhou Qing, standing behind, let out a chuckle. The heavily made-up woman who was previously clinging to Li Mingho's arm turned her head to look at him, her gaze filled with scrutiny. Feeling the woman's gaze, Li Mingho's voice grew louder, nearly shouting. What are you looking at? I just didn't perform well last night. He pointed at Chen Yuan. I am not impotent, don't listen to that poor loser's nonsense. The woman said nothing, but her expression was rather intriguing. The store attendant standing behind the cash register had long lost her smile, her eyes unsure of where to look. Chen Yuan observed Li Mingho's flushed face and spoke slowly. Don't you often feel soreness under your right shoulder blade? Especially in the morning when you get up. Li Mingho's eyes began to glaze over. At night, does your left calf occasionally cramp, making it painful to walk the next day? Li Mingho's complexion shifted from red to pale. In the past 3 months, do you feel bloated after eating a bit more, but then hungry again an hour or two later? Li Mingho took a step back. Every morning, when you wake up, do you have a bitter taste in your mouth with a thick white coating on your tongue? Shut up. Li Mingho shouted, his voice already hoarse. You shut up. Chen Yuan turned to the woman next to Li Mingho and asked, does he get up at night particularly frequently? 3 to 4 times a night. The woman was taken aback, glancing between Li Mingho and Chen Yuan. Yes, she said, that's right. He gets up several times every night, keeping me from sleeping well. Lee Mingho felt as if someone had stepped on his tail. He suddenly turned around and slapped the woman across the face. Slap. The sound exploded in the store, causing the attendant to shrink her shoulders in fright. What nonsense are you spouting? Lee Mingho's face contorted grotesquely. When have I ever gotten up at night? I am not impotent. Don't listen to his nonsense. The woman covered her face, stunned. She looked at Lee Mingho, her eyes reddening and swelling. You hit me, Her voice trembled. You actually hit me. So what if I did? Lee Mingho panted. I told you to stop talking nonsense. The woman's voice suddenly rose. Lee Mingho, do you have no shame? Don't you know what you're really like? She lowered her hand from her face and pointed at Lee Mingho's nose. You can't take criticism. I've been with you for half a month. When have you ever made me feel comfortable? I really believed you thought you were just feeling unwell during this time. I never expected you to be impotent. The air in the store felt like it had been sucked away. Enough. Shut up. Lee Mingho yelled. His face was a mixture of red, white, blue, and purple, as if someone had splashed a bucket of paint on him. I've tolerated you for a long time. After finishing her words, the woman turned and walked away. The sound of her high heels clicked against the floor, growing fainter. Lee Mingho stood there, veins bulging, his lips quivering in silence. He suddenly turned to Chen Yuan. You wait for me, this matter isn't over. The voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Chen Yuan didn't even raise an eyebrow. I'm waiting. Lee Mingho turned and rushed toward the direction the woman had left. When the door was pushed open, it hit the frame with a muffled thud. Zhou Qing crouched down, clutching her stomach. Ha! She laughed until tears streamed down her face, one hand on her knee and the other clutching her stomach. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. Chen Yuan looked down at her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Zhou Qing lifted her head, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. I just laughed too hard. She supported herself on a nearby clothing rack to stand up, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chen Yuan, you're too cruel, saying that in front of his girlfriend. I didn't say anything false, Chen Yuan replied. He is indeed impotent. Zhou Qing was momentarily stunned, then laughed again. Can you really tell? Observation, inquiry, inspection, and palpation. 4 diagnostic methods combined, Chen Yuan said. Just looking at his face, you can tell he's got weak kidney energy. Zhou Qing widened her eyes. What kind of gaze is that? Can you see through the air? Is it more powerful than a CT scan? Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Pretty much. Stop it already. Zhou Qing laughed and gave him a push. Hurry up and try on the clothes. Chen Yuan took the polo shirt and khaki pants into the fitting room, came out after changing. Zhou Qing leaned against the wall, tilting her head to take a look. Not bad. She walked over and tugged at the shoulder area. This polo shirt is a bit tight in size. You should try L. She crouched down to take a look at the pant legs. The pants need to be altered too. Your legs are long. She stood up, turning to the nearby attendant, changed the polo to size L, and shortened the pant legs by 2 centimeters. The attendant nodded and turned to get it. Zhou Qing pulled out a light gray round-neck sweatshirt and a thin black jacket from the rack, handing them to Chen Yuan. Try them all on. Chen Yuan went in to try on a few times and settled on 3 outfits in the end. Zhou Qing pulled him to the shoe section, taking out 2 pairs of sneakers for him to try. How much are these shoes? Chen Yuan glanced at the price tag on the shoebox. 2006. He was momentarily stunned. 2006 for a pair of shoes was enough for his living expenses for 2 months. Don't look anymore. Zhou Qing patted his shoulder. Miss Zhou will cover all expenses today. You can just wear them out. Chen Yuan wanted to refuse, but Zhou Qing was already taking the shoes to the cash register. The attendant neatly folded the 3 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes into a bag. The scanner beeped several times. A total of 23,008. Chen Yuan walked over, took out the card given to him by Qin Lanlan from his pocket, and handed it over. The attendant glanced at him, and then at the card, her expression filled with a hint of suspicion. When she first entered the store, seeing Chen Yuan's outfit and hearing Lee Mingho say he was a security guard, she had already categorized him as someone who cannot afford it. Zhou Qing snatched the card from his hand, shoving it back into his palm. What are you doing? She glared at Chen Yuan. I said I'd buy it for you. You're not letting me pay means you're looking down on me and don't see me as a friend. Chen Yuan opened his mouth, glanced at Zhou Qing's serious gaze, and took the card back. Fine then. Zhou Qing took out her own card and handed it to the attendant. The attendant swiped the card and handed the bag over, giving the 2 of them a look. The kind of look that seemed to say, this guy is living off a woman. Chen Yuan took the bag, pretending not to see. The 2 of them walked out of the clothing store, and Zhou Qing glanced at her phone. It's 7:30, let's go, it's time for Hot Pot. The Hot Pot restaurant is on the 4th floor of the shopping mall, decorated in an industrial style with iron tables and chairs and yellow light bulbs hanging overhead. Zhou Qing chose a table by the window and ordered a Yinyang pot. One side spicy and the other side clear broth. Zhou Qing picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, dipped it in sesame sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth. I was so satisfied at the clothing store just now, she said, swallowing and taking a sip from her cup. You should have seen that guy's expression, or if I had filmed it I could have laughed for a year, she continued. I hit a nerve and he panicked, Chen Yuan replied. How could he not panic? Zhou Qing set her cup down. Being called impotent in front of his girlfriend, who wouldn't panic. She placed her chopsticks on the bowl and suddenly laughed. The way that woman scolded him was even more amusing. Zhou Qing mimicked the woman's tone, laughing again. I really admire her, she could say such things so openly. She ate another slice of meat, chewed a few times, and looked up at Chen Yuan. By the way, who was that person? Chen Yuan replied, that's Li Mingho. Is he the one who framed you? Yes. No wonder. Zhou Qing leaned back in her chair, suddenly enlightened. I wondered why he immediately went after you, but turns out you two have a feud. She picked up her cup and took another sip. Then all I can say is, he deserves to be impotent. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Your words are sharper than mine. I'm just speaking the truth. Zhou Qing set her cup down. By the way, what you mentioned earlier about your shoulders aching, knees hurting, stomach bloating, and getting up at night is all true. It is true. How do you know? I can tell, Chen Yuan said. A person's physical condition is written all over their face. It can't be hidden. Zhou Qing stared at him for a few seconds. Chen Yuan, how many skills do you still have that you haven't revealed? Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Quite a few. You just keep boasting. Zhou Qing laughed as she picked up a piece of green vegetables. The two of them didn't leave until after 9. Zhou Qing dropped Chen Yuan off at the entrance of Shenghua Group. We're here. Thanks, Qing Jia, Chen Yuan said as he got out of the car carrying several bags. Got it. Chen Yuan turned and walked toward the dormitory. When he reached the door, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Chen Yuan picked it up. Hey, little brother. It was Qin Hua's voice on the other end, full of energy, sounding like someone who had just returned from the brink of death. Why didn't you come today? Didn't you say you were going to give me a few more needles? Chen Yuan entered the dormitory, placed the bags on the bed, and sat down heavily without answering him. Old man, you're hiding quite deeply, aren't you? Qin Hua was taken aback. What do you mean hidden? You are the founder of Shenghua Group. Why didn't you tell me? Chen Yuan asked. Qin Hua paused for 2 seconds on the other and then laughed. I didn't mean to keep it from you, you never asked. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. I thought you were a person of high integrity and wouldn't care to know my identity. Integrity, my foot. I'm just a little security guard, Chen Yuan said with irritation. I won't dare to call you brother anymore. What do you mean by that? It means nothing. Chen Yuan crumpled the empty bag and threw it into the corner. Your granddaughter gave me 200 today to cut ties with you. I took the money, so I have to keep my promise. Don't call me again in the future. The line was silent for a few seconds. Wait a moment. Qin Hua's voice changed. Lan gave you 200. What did she want you to do? You can ask her yourself. Chen Yuan leaned against the head of the bed. Damn, go find someone else to treat your illness. That won't do. Qin Hua panicked. Little brother, only you can treat my illness. I haven't offended you. You haven't offended me, but your granddaughter has. She doesn't understand anything. Qin Hua's voice softened, becoming more conciliatory. Don't hold it against a junior. They'll have her apologize to you later. Forget it. Chen Yuan recalled Qin Lanlin's cold face. Your granddaughter is like a she-tiger. I wouldn't dare let her apologize to me. Qin Hua laughed heartily on the other end. Little brother, your words. All right, I'll deal with her later. Chen Yuan switched hands to hold the phone. Forget it, I'm not joking with you anymore. The other night, I gave you a few needles, you won't die for now. They'll come see you again tomorrow. Huh? Qin Hua's laughter grew louder. I knew little brother wouldn't ignore me. It's settled then, we'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. All right. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and tossed it onto the pillow. He closed his eyes and breathed slowly. The energy rose from his dantian, passing through his xuanzhong and sinking down. Practicing the 5 animal plays breathing method gradually, he fell asleep. The next morning, Chen Yuan stood guard for half a day. At 11:30, he returned to the cafeteria for lunch. After lunch, he walked into the small supermarket next to the group. Do you have Zhonghua cigarettes? Yes, the boss replied, pulling out 2 packs from the drawer. Hard or soft? Hard, I'll take 2 packs. The boss glanced at him, probably thinking it was a bit unusual for a security guard to buy Zhonghua. He scanned the items and processed the payment, 90 yuan. Chen Yuan tucked the 2 packs of cigarettes into his pants pocket and walked toward the security department. Brother Wang was sitting in the office holding a porcelain cup and looking at his phone when he heard a knock and looked up. Come in. Chen Yuan walked in and sat down across from the desk. Brother Wang, I'd like to take half a day off this afternoon. Brother Wang put down his phone and took a sip from his cup of water. Is there something going on? Yes. Chen Yuan didn't explain much. He pulled out the 2 packs of Zhonghua from his pocket and pushed them in front of Brother Wang. Just a little something, please don't mind it, Brother Wang. Brother Wang looked at the 2 packs of cigarettes, then raised his head to look at Chen Yuan. How much does a security guard earn in a month? Why buy the stuff? I'm just showing my gratitude since Brother Wang takes care of me, Chen Yuan replied. Brother Wang stared at him for a moment, then took the 2 packs and stuffed them into the drawer. Is half a day enough? It is. Brother Wang picked up the leave request from the desk, quickly signed his name, and handed it over. You can go now? Thank you, Brother Wang. Chen Yuan took the leave request and stood up. Stop the chit-chat and hurry up. And Chen Yuan left the security department, returned to the dormitory, took off his security uniform, and put on a deep blue polo shirt and khaki pants. He took out the pair of sneakers Zhou Qing bought for him from under the bed, opened the shoebox, and changed into them. He looked at himself in the small round mirror. His hair was a bit long, so he slicked it back with his hand. His skin was pale, not looking like someone who had been exposed to the sun for long. After standing guard for a few days, he had lost a bit of weight, but his back was straighter. He nodded in satisfaction, closed the dorm door, and walked toward the main entrance. The receptionist at the front desk saw him first with her curly hair. Her gaze lingered on Chen Yuan for a moment, then she nudged the ponytail beside her with her elbow. Hey, look at that person. The ponytail followed her gaze. What's wrong? Isn't that the new security guard? The ponytail recognized him. Indeed, it is him. She scanned him from head to toe, her gaze moving from his polo shirt to his pants, and then to his shoes. He's dressed quite well. How much do you think that outfit costs? The curly-haired girl lowered her voice. The ponytail shook her head and said his clothes look like good quality fabric, not cheap stuff. Come on. The curly-haired girl scoffed. A little security guard at most. He earns $5,000 a month. How could he afford good clothes? I think it looks like a high imitation. The fabric looks shiny, but it's actually just synthetic. The ponytail tilted her head in thought. True, his pants fit well. If they were genuine, they would cost several thousand. With his salary, he probably can only afford a pair of pants. While they were talking, Chen Yuan had already reached the entrance. A black Mercedes stopped at the roadside. The back door didn't open, the passenger door opened first. A man in a black suit got out from the passenger seat, standing at about 180 with broad shoulders and a serious expression. The curly-haired girl with sharp eyes grabbed the ponytail's arm. Look, someone's here to pick him up. The ponytail stretched her neck to look outside. The man in the black suit quickly walked up to Chen Yuan, slightly bowed, and opened the back door. Mr. Chen, please. Chen Yuan nodded and bent down to get in. The man in the black suit closed the door and returned to the passenger seat. The Mercedes smoothly drove away, merging into the flow of traffic. The curly-haired girl and the ponytail stared wide-eyed, speechless for a while. I'm not seeing things, am I? The curly-haired girl spoke first. No, you're not. The ponytail's jaw almost dropped. I saw it too. Whose driver is that? Opening the door for him. A thought flashed through the ponytail's mind, and she blurted out. I said his outfit didn't look fake, right? The fit is so good, the fabric is so nice, and that collar looks like it's worth over $1,000. The two exchanged. The curly-haired girl lowered her voice as if sharing a great secret. Do you think he's experiencing life or something? A rich second generation. Exactly. The ponytail's eyes brightened. Don't say it's really possible. Think about it. His appearance and demeanor are clearly different from the old men around him. And when he first came, all the other guards looked shabby, while he stood straight, obviously not an ordinary person. The curly-haired girl continued, moreover, I heard that Mr. Qing called for him specifically. The ponytail turned her head sharply. Is that true? I heard it from Xiao Lin in the admin department that Mr. Qing asked that security guard to come up. Oh my god. The ponytail covered her mouth. That's even more unbelievable. Who is Mr. Qing? How could he meet a little security guard alone? Maybe his family has connections with Mr. Qing, letting him gain some experience in the grassroots. The ponytail nodded and added, but his demeanor doesn't seem like a rich second generation. He's not ostentatious at all, quite low-key. Rich people are all like that. The curly-haired girl waved her hand. Summer clothes are often those with logos hidden inside, looking inconspicuous, but one piece can cost you 2 months' salary. Do you think he's married? Why? Have you taken a liking to him? The curly-haired girl nudged her with her shoulder. The ponytail blushed and pushed her back. What nonsense, I'm just curious. The black Mercedes smoothly drove into the side entrance of the hospital, circling around the outpatient building and stopping in front of a small building without a sign. Mr. Chen, we've arrived. Chen Yuan took the blue cloth bag and got out of the car. It was still the same carpeted corridor. As he passed the nurse station, the nurse inside looked up at him, her gaze lingering on his outfit. The nurse recognized him. But today Chen Yuan had changed into a deep blue polo shirt, khaki pants, and new sneakers. His back was straight, his features clean, looking entirely different from before. As soon as Chen Yuan stepped into the ward, he heard Qin Hua's voice. Little brother, you've come. I've missed you to death. Qin Hua was already sitting up, looking even more spirited than yesterday. Chen Yuan placed the bag on the chair. Don't just call me Xiao Chun. He sat down by the bed. I can't dare to call you brother. Qin Hua laughed heartily, his voice booming. Still angry, he pointed at Chen Yuan. Don't worry, I'll get that little girl to come over and apologize to you later. Chen Yuan, forget it, I can't afford to offend your granddaughter. Qin Hua laughed, even harder, his laughter making the 4 lines. All right, let's not talk about her. He patted the edge of the bed. Are you going to give me acupuncture today? Chen Yuan stopped laughing and said seriously, extend your hand. Qin Hua took his hand out from under the blanket and placed it on the edge of the bed. Chen Yuan placed 3 fingers on it. The pulse was similar to his judgment from last night's medical records, floating and large, weak with pressure and irregular rhythm. But today was slightly better than that night. At least he didn't look like he was about to stop breathing. His grandfather had taught him that this was called the dim lamp regaining its brightness. Looking better than the last 2 days, but actually it was the last burst of vitality dissipating. He frowned. What's wrong? Qin Hua watched his expression, the smile on his face gradually fading. Chen Yuan released his hand. I haven't thought of a better treatment method yet. I can only give you a few needles first to stabilize it for now. Just being able to stabilize it is fine. Qin Hua nodded. You just do it, don't worry too much. Chen Yuan stood up to get the blue cloth bag. He opened the bag, revealing 2 rows of silver needles neatly arranged inside, their shiny bodies reflecting a cold light under the ward's illumination. He took out 3 needles and walked to the bedside. With his left hand pressing on Qin Hua's chest, he located the point of the Shanzhong acupoint, and with his right hand grasped the needle just as he was about to insert it. Stop! A sharp and urgent voice erupted from the door. Chen Yuan's fingers paused the silver needle hanging in midair. He turned his head. At the door stood a doctor in a white coat, around 50 years old, with meticulously combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses, looking both shocked and angry. Behind him was a young nurse holding a tray with neatly arranged gauze, iodine, and cotton swabs. The doctor hurried in, his gaze fixed on the silver needle in Chen Yuan's hand. What are you doing? Chen Yuan remained silent, retracting the silver needle from the air and glancing at Qin Hua. Qin Hua quickly explained. Director Zhang, this is a good little brother of mine helping me with treatment using silver needles. Director Zhang's brows furrowed into a knot, pushing up his glasses and scanning Chen Yuan from head to toe. Qin Yi, you can't be reckless in a time of illness. His tone tried to remain calm, but the meaning was clear. There's no scientific basis for treating illness with silver needles. That's a trick of quacks. You must not be deceived. Chen Yuan placed the silver needles back into the cloth bag, leaning against the back of the chair in silence. Director Zhang turned to Chen Yuan again. Young man, how can someone so young engage in such matters? His tone grew a bit more severe, tinged with reprimand. Do you know whose matter this is? If something happens to Master Qin, can you bear the responsibility for that? Life and death are at stake. This is no trivial matter. Why would a young man like you learn such deceptive tricks? Before Chen Yuan could respond, Qin Hua interjected. Director Zhang, this is not his fault. I insisted that he help me with the acupuncture. Master Qin, our hospital has organized a dozen experts for a joint consultation regarding your condition, and the treatment plan is under review. Results will come soon. He paused, glancing at Chen Yuan again. You must not let some dubious person deceive you. This person is so young, he looks like a quack. Chen Yuan slowly straightened his body. Who's the dubious person you're talking about? Director Zhang did not expect him to retort and momentarily froze before sneering. I mean you. He pushed up his glasses, raising his voice slightly. What? Am I wrong? What is your educational background? Which medical school did you graduate from? Do you have a medical license? Show it to me. Chen Yuan remained unmoved. No, right. Seeing his silence, Director Zhang grew more confident. Then how can you treat someone? Isn't this putting lives at risk? Qin Hua's expression darkened. Director Zhang. Master Qin, please do not speak. Director Zhang raised a hand to interrupt him, continuing to point at Chen Yuan. Let me tell you, I've seen many quacks like you. You memorize a few lines from medical texts and wield a few silver needles claiming to be able to heal. Do you know the complexity of Master Qin's condition? After so many experts have studied it, they still haven't come up with a plan. You think you can cure him with just a few needles. Chen Yuan looked at Director Zhang's flushed face and said 5 words. You cannot cure him. Director Zhang was taken aback. What did you say? I said you cannot cure him. Chen Yuan's voice was not loud, but each word was clear. What you can do is manage for drips, medications, tests, recurring cycles, spending a fortune, yet still unable to cure him. Director Zhang's face turned from red to pale. What do you know? Do you understand modern medicine? I do. Chen Yuan interrupted. I understand it better than you. He pointed to the thick stack of medical records on the bedside table. I've gone through those records. The EEG is normal, the ECG is normal, the cardiac ultrasound is normal, the brain MRI is normal. You've conducted all possible tests, and the results show no significant organic lesions. Director Zhang opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. You cannot find the problem. Chen Yuan looked at him, but the illness does exist. When it strikes, there is a loss of consciousness, limbs convulse, and foaming at the mouth, just like epilepsy. But you treat it as epilepsy, and it only worsens. Because this is not epilepsy. Chen Yuan said this is reverse qi. The qi is chaotic, the yin and yang are out of balance. The hospital's machines cannot detect qi. Director Zhang's expression changed. Qin Hua leaned against the pillow, a flicker at the corner of his mouth, but remained silent. Qi. Director Zhang scoffed. What do you mean by qi? Air. That theory of traditional Chinese medicine has long been disproven by modern medicine. Are you still trying to use this to deceive people? Chen Yuan did not argue back. Have you felt old Qin's pulse? He asked. Director Zhang was taken aback. I am a Western doctor. I do not engage in that. You haven't felt it. Chen Yuan answered for him, you don't know what his pulse condition is like. It is floating and large, pressing down feels like nothing, and the rhythm is chaotic. 3 to 5 irregularities, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. He paused. In your Western medical terms, this is called arrhythmia. But you conducted a dynamic ECG for 24 hours and captured very few abnormal beats. Because his arrhythmia has specific triggers, it does not occur at all times. How do you know? Director Zhang's tone was no longer as harsh. I felt it. Chen Yuan replied. The ward fell silent for a moment. Director Zhang was silent for a few seconds, and then said, even if you have some valid points. He looked at Chen Yuan, but you do not have a medical license, so you cannot treat patients. Chen Yuan remained silent. Director Zhang noticed Chen Yuan's silence and grew more assertive. Do you understand that this is called practicing medicine without a license? Who will be responsible if something happens? Qin Hua suddenly raised his voice. Enough. Director Zhang turned his head. Master Qin, I said enough. Qin Hua's hand slapped the edge of the bed. Director Zhang. Chen Yuan was invited by me, and if anything happens I will take responsibility. It has nothing to do with your hospital. Director Zhang opened his mouth. Master Qin, you cannot. This is my decision. Qin Hua looked at him, his tone calm, but the weight of his words was heavy. 40 years ago I had this illness and went to major hospitals, but couldn't be cured. In the end, a barefoot doctor, his grandson, is Chen Yuan. Director Zhang was stunned. Qin Hua leaned back against the pillow. What you Western doctors say about controlling symptoms and delaying episodes, to put it bluntly, means you cannot cure it. He shifted his gaze from Director Zhang to Chen Yuan. My life, I am willing to entrust to him. Director Zhang stood there, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. Master Qin, please reconsider. No need to reconsider. Qin Hua waved his hand. Director Zhang, you may leave. Director Zhang stood in place, his face alternating between blue and white. He glanced at Chen Yuan, finally squeezing out a sentence. Master Qin, I advise you to be cautious. This person is too young. Qin Hua did not respond. Director Zhang took a deep breath and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he stopped and looked back. Master Qin, if you feel any discomfort, press the call button immediately. Qin Hua waved his hand. Director Zhang gritted his teeth and left the ward. The nurse followed behind him, the items on the tray slightly shaking. As she reached the door, she glanced back at Chen Yuan. The door closed. The ward fell silent. Qin Hua let out a long breath. Brother, don't take it to heart. He patted the edge of the bed. Old brother trusts you. I treat him as you see fit. Even if something happens, it has nothing to do with you. Chen Yuan glanced at him. You are quite carefree. It's Qin Hua said, 40 years ago your grandfather saved my life with the same acupuncture technique. Now I am entrusting my life to his grandson. What is there to worry about? Chen Yuan did not respond. He took out the 3 silver needles from the cloth bag and walked to the bedside. With his left hand, he pressed down on Qin Hua's chest, locating the Zhongwan point. Qin Hua leaned against the headboard and exhaled slowly, closing his eyes to savor the feeling for a moment. When he opened them again, the murkiness in his pupils had receded, and the whites of his eyes looked clearer. Brother, after those few needles, why does the stone on my chest feel so much lighter? He reached to touch his chest. It used to feel like a brick pressing down here, making even breathing a struggle. Now it seems someone removed it. Chen Yuan cleaned each silver needle and wrapped them back into the cloth pouch. Your qi was stagnated. I helped open the Danzhong and Guanyuan acupoints. Now that the qi can flow, you naturally feel relieved. He paused and tied the pouch shut. If I administer needles once every fortnight, I can keep you going for a year. The smile on Qin Hua's face slowly faded. A year. Chen Yuan looked at him. Within a year, if I cannot find a definitive cure your illness. He trailed off. Qin Hua was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, a small relaxed sound. A year is a year. He patted the bed rail. Brother, let me speak from the heart. These old bones of mine should have given out 40 years ago. Your grandfather gave me an extra 40 years. You have already lived beyond my due. Now you've granted me another year. Consider it a windfall. Chen Yuan set the cloth pouch on the bedside table and said nothing. Don't burden yourself, Qin Hua said, his tone growing earnest. If it can be cured, cure it. If not, so be it. Life and death are fated. You cannot force the outcome. Rest assured, Chen Yuan said. He'll do my utmost. No sooner had he spoken than the ward door was pushed open. Qin Lanlan entered in high heels, carrying a briefcase, the weariness of her duties still showing on her face. She glanced up and froze when she saw Chen Yuan, and her expression visibly darkened. What are you doing here? She strode over and flung her briefcase onto the couch. Chen Yuan, didn't I tell you? To stay away from my grandfather. What is your purpose really? Lanlan. Qin Hua's voice dropped. Qin Lanlan ignored him and continued to stare at Chen Yuan. How much do you want? 200,000 isn't enough. She ground her teeth. Name your price. Shut up. Qin Hua slapped the bed rail. The sound reverberated through the ward. Qin Lanlan was stunned by the outburst. Qin Hua pointed at her, his hand trembling. How dare you speak to your Uncle Chun like that? Uncle Chun. Qin Lanlan could not believe her ears. Grandfather, what are you saying? Him. Chen Yuan is a friend of mine who transcends our age difference. Qin Hua interrupted. I invited him to help treat my illness. What did you do when you went to see him yesterday? Did you hand him 200,000 to have him cut ties with me? Did you treat my words as wind? I'm not dead yet. Qin Lanlan opened her mouth. Tears instantly reddened the rims of her eyes. Grandfather, that's not what I meant. I was just worried you'd be deceived. Deceived? Qin Hua scoffed. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Can't tell if I'm being cheated. He inhaled and lowered his voice. Your Uncle Chen just administered a few needles. I feel much better now. Saying this, he threw back the covers, swung his legs to the bedside, and used the headboard to push himself upright. Qin Lanlan hurried forward to steady him. Grandfather, slowed down. Qin Hua shrugged her hand off and took a couple of steps. Though unsteady, he was far better than the past few days when even turning over had been an ordeal. He stopped after a few paces, turned with his chin lifted high. See, a few needles from your Uncle Chen are worth more than years of research by your so-called experts. Qin Lanlan watched her grandfather standing in the center of the ward, his back still bent, yet his complexion had undeniably improved. Half convinced, she glanced at Qin Hua, then at Chen Yuan. Grandfather, I know you feel better, but let professional doctors treat you. We must still trust in science. My own body, I know it myself. Qin Hua cut in. He waved his hand impatiently and returned to sit at the bedside. Qin Lanlan opened her mouth, but Qin Hua gave her no chance to speak. You haven't answered me. Why did you seek out your Uncle Chen yesterday? How did I instruct you? To look after him more at the company, and yet you go and throw 200,000 at him to sever ties with me. His temper flared and his voice rose. Is your Uncle Chen a shallow man? He regards money as dirt, of noble integrity. Offering him 200,000 is an insult. Chen Yuan sat on the chair, fingers brushing the bank card in his pocket, his face flushed at those words. No, old Qin, it's not as dramatic as you make it. He hurriedly waved his hand. Your eldest niece only meant well, fearing you'd be swindled. I understand her concern. At the sound of eldest niece, Qin Lanlan spun around, her eyes practically shooting flames. Chen Yuan turned his face to the window, pretending not to see. Qin Hua waved his hand. Brother, don't speak up for her. That brat has been spoiled by me since childhood, ill-mannered and disrespectful. I will give her a proper lesson today. He turned to Qin Lanlan. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to apologize to your Uncle Chen? Qin Lanlan froze, her expression as if she had swallowed a fly. Grandfather, didn't you hear me? Qin Hua's voice rose another notch, and he coughed twice. Qin Lanlan hurriedly patted his back. All right, I'll apologize. She turned, walked to Chen Yuan, inhaled deeply, gritted her teeth, and forced out 3 words. I'm sorry. Chen Yuan was about to reply, it's all right, when Qin Hua's voice rang out again. Who are you apologizing to? Is that how I've taught you? Call him Uncle Chen. Show some respect. Tears welled immediately in Qin Lanlan's eyes, her nose burned with the ache of it. She had never been treated this way since childhood. But this man was her grandfather. His health had just improved a little, and she could not talk back. She closed her eyes, and her lashes trembled. When she opened them again, she had forced back her tears, and through gritted teeth, said, Uncle Chen, I'm sorry. Chen Yuan stood and hastily waved his hand. It's all right. Eldest niece, your uncle bears you no grudge. He then looked to Qin Hua. Old Qin, I've forgiven her. Don't be angry. Only then did Qin Hua nod with satisfaction and lean back on his pillow. That's more like it. He glanced at Qin Lanlan. Be polite to your Uncle Chen from now on. Qin Lanlan stood with her lips pressed into a thin line, not daring a word. Chen Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and picked up the blue cloth bundle. Old Qin will be off then. He shot a glance at Qin Lanlan's murderous stare, eager to leave that scene of contention. You two take your time. All right, little brother, thank you for today. They'll have someone send you back. Qin Hua nodded and pressed the call button by the— What, thank you? We are brothers, aren't we? Chen Yuan chuckled as he felt the 2 cards in his pocket. A man in black pushed the door and entered. Send my little brother back. Yes, Master Qin. Chen Yuan followed the man in black out, and as he passed by Qin Lanlan, he heard her let out a very soft hum. He didn't dare to look back, exiting the hospital room with his footsteps noticeably quicker than usual. Outside the small building, the black Mercedes was still parked in its original spot. The man in black opened the rear door. Mr. Chen, please. Chen Yuan got in, the door closed, and the car slowly drove out of the hospital. He leaned back in the seat and let out a long breath. Taking out his phone, he glanced at the time. It was 3:20 in the afternoon. The phone's battery was down to 8, and the crack on the screen was particularly glaring in the sunlight. This phone was an outdated model discarded by his aunt's family, which consumed a lot of power. After using it for over a year, it was incredibly slow, taking ages just to open WeChat. It was time to get a new phone. He raised his head and leaned forward. Driver, please stop at a larger shopping mall. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. All right, Mr. Chen. The car turned a corner and headed towards the city center. After about 10 minutes, they stopped in front of a large shopping mall. The glass curtain wall of the mall reflected the afternoon sun, with people coming and going at the entrance. The man in black got out of the car, quickly walked around to the back seat, and opened the door. Chen Yuan stepped out with a blue cloth bag. Do you need me to accompany you inside? No need, you can go back, Chen Yuan replied. I'll take a taxi back later. The man in black nodded and turned to get back into the car. The Mercedes made a U-turn and drove away. Chen Yuan turned and walked towards the mall's entrance. Not far away, two girls were standing next to a stone pillar at the entrance, each holding a cup of milk tea. The two were Chen Yuan's university classmates, Ouyang Qing and He Qian. Ouyang Qing spotted Chen Yuan getting out of the car first. She squinted and stared for 2 seconds, then suddenly elbowed He Qian beside her. Ouyang Qing lowered her voice. Hey look, isn't that Chen Yuan? He Qian followed her gaze and replied, It's. Ouyang Qing leaned forward a bit. I heard that Chen Yuan was expelled and went to become a security guard, right? He Qian didn't respond. Ouyang Qing continued, could he be a hidden rich second generation? He Qian shook her head. No way, I heard he's just a poor kid from the countryside. Wait a moment. Ouyang Qing leaned in closer. Hey, do you think he might be supported by some rich woman? He Qian took a sip of her milk tea. I don't know. Ouyang Qing looked Chen Yuan up and down. Look at what he's wearing, it's all brand name stuff that can't be cheap. Just as they were whispering, Chen Yuan had already walked to a spot about 3 meters away from them. He was too preoccupied with thinking about what phone to change to and didn't notice them. Ouyang Qing spoke up first, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stopped and turned to see them, momentarily stunned. Hello, what a coincidence. He Qian nodded, long time no see. Ouyang Qing smiled, looking him over. It's really you, Chen Yuan. I just saw you getting out of the car and didn't dare to recognize you. She stepped forward. Wow, you've really made it big, huh? Riding in such a nice car. Chen Yuan switched the blue cloth bag to his other hand. Not really, that's a friend's car, just giving me a ride. Ouyang Qing snorted, don't pretend. Looking at the clothes he was wearing, which seemed expensive, Chen Yuan glanced down at his dark blue polo shirt. I'm not pretending, the clothes were all gifts from friends. Ouyang Qing looked at him with skepticism. So what are you doing now? Chen Yuan replied. I'm working as a security guard just to make a living. Ouyang Qing was taken aback and exchanged glances with He Qian. A security guard? She repeated, the enthusiasm in her voice noticeably fading. No way. I really am a security guard. Ouyang Qing said. Oh, and tried to ask a few more questions, to which Chen Yuan answered honestly. She finally believed that Chen Yuan was just a security guard and immediately lost interest in continuing the conversation. Ouyang Qing switched her milk tea to her left hand. Well, He Qian and I still have to go shopping, so we'll be leaving now. He Qian also said goodbye. All right, goodbye, Chen Yuan nodded. Ouyang Qing pulled He Qian into the mall. He Qian took a couple of steps, turned her head, and glanced at Chen Yuan. The two girls' figures blended into the crowd. Chen Yuan also turned and entered the mall. The phone selling counter was on the 2nd floor. Chen Yuan took the escalator up and immediately spotted the store brightly lit, with various brands of phones displayed in glass cabinets. He walked over and stood in front of the counter, looking around. A young female staff member in uniform approached him with a standard professional smile. She glanced at the polo shirt Chen Yuan was wearing, and her smile widened. Sir, looking for a phone. Do you need me to introduce some to you? Chen Yuan nodded. The staff member immediately took out several models from the counter and enthusiastically arranged them in a row. This is the latest model, it takes great photos. This one focuses on battery life and can last 2 days on a single charge. This model is business-oriented with a large screen suitable for viewing documents. Chen Yuan picked them up one by one, pausing when he reached a foldable phone. The screen unfolded like a small tablet, and when folded it was about the same size as a regular phone. How much is this? The staff member's eyes lit up. This model is $18,999. He picked up the phone and skillfully unfolded the screen. We just received this shipment. Our store is the only one in the entire mall with it. Look at this hinge. It uses the latest technology, and the crease is almost invisible. Chen Yuan flipped it in his hand, then tapped the screen to test it. The response was quick, and the display was clear. Can I get 2 of these? The staff member was momentarily stunned, then her smile blossomed. Of course. Please wait a moment, they'll get them from the stockroom. She turned and walked to the back, her steps noticeably quicker than before. Chen Yuan leaned against the counter waiting. At this moment, Ouyang Qing and He Qian had also wandered nearby. Ouyang Qing, with her keen eyes, spotted Chen Yuan at the counter with the unfolded foldable phone in his hand. Ouyang Qing pulled He Qian to hide from a distance, lowering her voice. Look, the phone in Chen Yuan's hand costs nearly 20,000. Isn't he a security guard? Can he really afford such an expensive phone? He Qian replied. Why do you care so much about others? Let's go. Ouyang Qing didn't move. Wait, I want to see if he really plans to buy it. The staff member had already come out from the stockroom, holding 2 brand new boxes. Sir, here are the 2 phones you requested. She opened the boxes for Chen Yuan to inspect. They are both brand new, and the warranty documents are inside. Chen Yuan looked at the boxes and closed the lids. All right, I'll pay by card. He pulled the black card from his trouser pocket, the one Xinhua had given him with 500,000 yuan on it. The shop assistant took it with both hands, swiped it through the POS machine, and handed him the PIN pad. Chen Yuan entered the password. The machine spat out 2 receipts. The assistant returned the card along with the slips, then packed the 2 phone bags and presented them with both hands. Sir, here you are. Feel free to come by if you have any issues. Chen Yuan walked out of the phone store, bags in hand. In the distance, Ouyang Qing stared at the 2 bags in his hands, her mouth hanging wide open. She stood there watching Chen Yuan's back as he headed for the escalator, frozen for a long moment. She tugged her arm. Let's go. Ouyang Qing snapped out of it and said to She, did you see that? Such expensive phones, and he bought 2 at once. That's nearly 40,000 yuan. If he were really a security guard, how could he afford something so pricey? She didn't respond. Ouyang Qing grew more suspicious. Something's off. He's definitely a hidden rich second generation. Didn't you see his clothes? The polo shirt cost thousands, his shoes were designer, he arrived in a Mercedes, and he dropped 40,000 on phones without blinking. What else could he be but a rich kid? Some rich people just love pretending to be poor. She turned to look at her. Why do you care so much? What does it have to do with us whether he has money or not? With that, she pulled Ouyang Qing away. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had bought his phones and walked out of the mall, stopping by the roadside to hail a taxi. Qingping residential area. The driver started the meter and the car merged into traffic. Chen Yuan sat in the back, resting the 2 phone bags on his lap. He took out his old phone and sent his aunt a WeChat message, "Aunt, I'll be home soon." About 10 minutes later, the taxi pulled up at the entrance of an old neighborhood. Chen Yuan paid, grabbed his things, and got out. He climbed to the 3rd floor and knocked. The door cracked open and his aunt peeked out. Seeing it was him, she quickly swung it open. Yuan, you've gotten tanned. She looked him up and down, frowning. It's from standing guard in the sun, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Come in quick. His aunt stepped aside to let him in, muttering, you should have told me earlier, so I could buy more groceries. No need to bother, I'll just stay a bit. Is Zhou Ting not home? She's at school, not out yet, his aunt said. Your uncle is on a business trip, he'll be back tomorrow or the day after. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down on the sofa, and his aunt went to the kitchen to pour him a glass of water. Have you eaten? His aunt placed the glass on the coffee table. There's food in the fridge, I can make you something. Really, I'm not hungry. Chen Yuan took out the phone bag, set it on the coffee table, and slid it toward her. Aunt, this is for you. What is it? A phone, Chen Yuan said. Yours is due for an upgrade. His aunt froze for a moment, then pulled the bag over and opened it. Inside was a brand new trifold screen phone. This? How much did this cost? Her voice tightened. Not much, Chen Yuan said. Just use it. His aunt took the phone out of the box, examined it front and back twice, then put it back and pushed the bag toward him. Yuan, you work hard for your money. Keep it for yourself. She spoke haltingly, her eyes already reddening. I bought 2. Chen Yuan pushed the bag back. This one is specially for you. If you don't take it, I'll throw it away. His aunt glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. She looked at the bag on the coffee table, then at Chen Yuan, an unreadable emotion in her eyes. Yuan, be honest with me. She paused. What job are you really doing? Security guard. A security guard makes this much money. His aunt didn't believe it. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and said, I saved someone and they thanked me with some money. His aunt stared at him for a few seconds. You saved someone? Yeah, an old man. I gave him first aid and called 120. When his family found out, they insisted on giving me money to thank me. His aunt's voice was a little hoarse. Then you shouldn't waste it. Save up. You'll need it for a wife someday. That's still far off. Chen Yuan smiled and stood up. And I'll head out now. I have work tomorrow. Leaving so soon. She stood up too. Eat something first. I'll cook. Really no need. Chen Yuan picked up the other bag and changed his shoes at the door. His aunt followed him, hesitating. Oh, and Chen Yuan turned back. When uncle gets back from his trip, don't tell him I was here. His aunt nodded. Chen Yuan pulled the door open and stepped out. As the door closed behind him, he heard her let out a soft sigh. It was almost 5 when he left his aunt's place. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance of the neighborhood. The sun hung low in the west, no longer scorching, but the heat still shimmered off the ground. He pulled out his phone and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Shenghua Group. The cab turned out of the neighborhood and merged into the evening rush hour traffic. Stopango, it took 40 minutes to reach the vicinity of the group. Chen Yuan found a fast food joint on the street and ordered a plate of shredded pork with garlic sauce over rice for 20 yuan. He wolfed it down, wiped his mouth, and walked back to the dorm. Back in the dorm, he kicked off his shoes, lay down on the bed, and opened the phone box. When the new phone screen lit up, the colors were so vivid. It was in a completely different league from his old one. He transferred everything from his old phone contacts, WeChat chat logs, photos, bit by bit, moving it all to the new device. Once it was done, he flipped the new phone in his hand and unfolded the screen. 3 screens joined together. Everything was crystal clear. He picked up his old phone for another look. The data was all moved. The old phone was ready to retire. Chen Yuan powered off the old phone and stuffed it into a drawer. Lying in bed, he played with the new phone for a while. A Tintu Sanyuan phone was something else. Smooth scrolling, no lag, and WeChat opened instantly. He scrolled through moments. Zhou Ting had posted a picture of cafeteria food with a crying emoji. He didn't like it and scrolled away. The next morning, Qin Yuan put on his uniform and arrived at the gate 10 minutes early. Around 10 o'clock, Old Sun came jogging over from the security booth. Xiao Chen, Old Sun panted. Team leader Wang wants you in the office. What for? He didn't say, just told you to go now. Old Sun wiped his sweat. Hurry on over, I'll cover your post. Qin Yuan acknowledged and turned to head down to the basement level. The security office door was open. Brother Wang sat behind his desk, a cigarette between his fingers. Here. Brother Wang stubbed out the cigarette and pointed to the chair across from him. Sit. Qin Yuan sat down. Brother Wang pulled a document from his drawer and slid it across the desk. Take a look. Qin Yuan took it. It was a notice from the HR department. It stated, after research by the Human Resources Department, Qin Yuan is appointed as the leader of the security team at Shanghua Group effective immediately. The former leader Wang Zhangwo will serve as the deputy leader, assisting the team leader in carrying out their duties. Qin Yuan was stunned after reading it. He placed the notice on the table and looked up at Wang Ge. Wang Ge, don't look at me. Wang Ge leaned back in his chair and took a sip of water. This wasn't arranged by me. Then who? I heard it was personally arranged by the president through the Human Resources Department. Wang Ge looked at him with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Qin Yuan, I didn't expect you to have such deep connections. With such strong ties, why did you even come for the interview in the first place? Qin Yuan wanted to explain that it wasn't the case, but he found himself at a loss for words. Wang Ge, I really didn't know about this. Knowing or not knowing is irrelevant. Wang Ge stood up and patted the chair behind the desk. Come on, team leader Qin, sit here. Qin Yuan quickly stood up. Wang Ge, don't do this. How could I be a team leader? I don't even understand the gate duty. What's there to understand? Wang Ge chuckled. Isn't it just holding a walkie-talkie and directing? It's much easier than standing at the gate. Qin Yuan shook his head. This position belongs to you. Stop. Wang Ge raised a hand to interrupt him. It's just a job. It doesn't matter who is the team leader as long as my salary doesn't decrease. Everything else is secondary. He paused for a moment and glanced at Qin Yuan. Before you came, I worked here for 3 years, and I was the team leader for 1.5 years. To be honest, it was just like that. The salary is only 500 more, and there are a lot of trivial matters. The higher-ups require reports, and the people below need to be controlled and coddled. It's good that you came, but saves me trouble. Qin Yuan looked at him, unsure of what to say. Wang Ge patted his shoulder. Don't feel guilty about taking my position. This position wasn't exclusive to anyone. Anyone can sit in it. Wang Ge, why don't you remain the team leader? Wang Ge shot him a glare. The document from the Human Resources Department has already been issued. Are you asking me to go to the president and say to change it? Do you want me to have a shorter lifespan? Qin Yuan closed his mouth. All right. Wang Ge stepped back a couple of paces and looked him up and down. From now on, this responsibility is yours. I will be here to help you. If you have any questions, ask me, and I will teach you slowly. Qin Yuan nodded. Let's go, I'll show you around the duties of the team leader. Wang Ge turned and walked out, stopping at the door to glance back. By the way, button up your uniform collar. As a team leader, you need to pay attention to your image. Qin Yuan hurriedly buttoned his collar. Wang Ge took him around the basement level, showing him the supply room, monitoring room, security dormitory, and a few posts upstairs. The duties of a team leader are neither too many nor too few, Wang Ge said as they walked. You will need to preside over the morning assembly from now on. You also need to know how to read the duty roster, who is on day shift and who is on night shift. Keep it in mind. As for leave requests, just sign and report to Human Resources. Qin Yuan nodded as he listened. These aren't hard. Wang Ge glanced at him. The difficult part is managing. The chubby one loves to slack off, the tall, skinny one loves to talk back, and Old Sun is getting on in years and isn't healthy. I'll be careful when scheduling night shifts. And that newcomer, he paused. Forget it, just start working. You'll get used to it slowly. After the two of them finished the tour, they returned to the security department. Wang Ge moved his belongings from the desk, documents, enamel mug, several boxes of cigarettes, packed them into a cardboard box, and placed it on the adjacent metal cabinet. From now on, this will be your place, he said, patting the desk. Qin Yuan stared at the desk, feeling it was somewhat. Wang Ge, what will I do from now on? Wang Ge glanced at him and smiled. You are the team leader now, and you have such strong connections. From now on, you can do whatever you want. If you don't feel like working, just carry a teacup, walk around, see which post is understaffed and which security guard is slacking off. He took a sip from his enamel mug. Basically, just walk around. After you finish, come back and sit. If someone needs you, handle it. If no one does, just play on your phone. Qin Yuan listened, speechless for a long while. Is that all? That's all. Wang Ge looked at him. Being a security team leader is not like being a general manager. Qin Yuan sat behind the desk, feeling the armrests of the chair, leaned back, and turned around once. Wang Ge stood beside him, watching his expression, and chuckled. All right, just get used to it. Qin Yuan stopped the chair and looked at Wang Ge. Wang Ge, you should still preside over the security team's matters. If anything comes up, just let me know, and he'll follow your lead. Wang Ge waved his hand. You are the team leader, you call the shots. I will be here to support you. No, Qin Yuan stood up. I have no experience. If you let me manage, I won't understand. Just treat it as if it's not your responsibility. Continue managing what you should manage. If you need my signature, find me. For everything else, you make the decisions. Wang Ge looked at him. Are you serious? Absolutely serious. Wang Ge thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I won't be polite anymore. If something comes up, I'll find you. If nothing does, you can rest. Okay. Wang Ge took the cardboard box from the metal cabinet and put it back on the desk. Then I'll still use. You can use it. Qin Yuan hurriedly stepped aside. Wang Ge sat down and began placing his items back on the desk one by one. The enamel mug was placed on the right, a few boxes of cigarettes stacked on the left, and the documents arranged in order of size. Qin Yuan watched him organize his things, unsure whether to stand or sit. Wang Ge, I'll go take a look around first. Go ahead. Wang Ge did not lift his head. Remember to carry a teacup. He turned and left the security department. By the afternoon, the news of Qin Yuan becoming the team leader had spread throughout the entire security team. Qin Yuan held the walkie-talkie and walked around the perimeter of the group. Old Sun was stationed at the east gate. When he saw Qin Yuan approaching, he greeted him with a smile, nearly dropping the cigarette in his mouth. Oh, is team leader Qin here? I heard you got promoted. Oh, congratulations. Sun Ge, don't call me that, Qin Yuan said. The tall, skinny guy was sitting in the south gate booth scrolling on his phone. When he saw Qin Yuan coming, he stuffed the phone into his pocket and stood up to greet him. When Qin Yuan reached the entrance, he happened to run into Zhou Qing coming out of the building. She was wearing a light gray business suit and holding car keys, looking like she was going out to run an errand. Qin Yuan. She stopped and looked him up and down. What's up, Sister Qing? You need to tell me honestly, what is your relationship with President Qin? Zhou Qing stood in front of him, staring straight at him. Today, President Qin personally had the HR arrange for your transfer, so don't use that handsome excuse to fool me. Qin Yuan was just about to make up a reason. Zhou Qing raised her hand, pointing at his nose. Think carefully before you speak. If you dare to lie to me, humph. Qin Yuan swallowed the words that were about to come out, pondering for a moment. I just helped an elder from her family with a little task. Zhou Qing squinted at him. What task? An elder from her family fainted that night, and I happened to pass by and called 120 for help. Is that all? What do you think? Zhou Qing looked at him with skepticism. Seeing her expression, Qin Yuan, if you still don't believe me, go ask Qin Zong. Swear it. What do I need to swear for? It's just a phone call. Qin Yuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It's not a big deal. Zhou Qing scrutinized him for a few seconds before finally believing him. All right, I trust you. She took a couple of steps out with her briefcase, but then stopped and turned back. But your luck is too good. Just calling 120 can make you the team leader while I serve tea and water to Qin Zong every day, working myself to death. Why hasn't anyone promoted me? If you don't want to be a secretary anymore, come work security with me. I won't let my dear sister suffer. Qin Yuan said with a smile. Get lost. Zhou Qing rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Qin Yuan stood at the door for a while, then took the walkie-talkie and walked around. Being the team leader was indeed easy. He no longer had to stand at the gate or patrol. Whenever he reached a booth, the security guards would politely call out, Team Leader Chun. He was not used to this title and took a few moments to realize they were calling him. With nothing else to do, he returned to his dorm. He played a couple of video games, winning and losing evenly. He flipped through a few pages of medical books. Lying in bed, he browsed short videos for a while and ended up feeling hungry after watching a cooking video. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time, 5:20 p.m. It was time to go to the cafeteria. Just as Qin Yuan sat up, his phone vibrated. It was Lao Qin. Little brother. The voice on the other end was loud. I've been discharged. So soon. If I stayed any longer, I would have molded. Little brother, are you free tonight? Come over for a simple meal. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Your place? Yes, I sent someone to pick you up. They're already on the way. Lao Qin added. Get ready, they'll be here in 10 minutes. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I just got discharged this afternoon and I called you as soon as I got home. Lao Qin chuckled twice. All right, see you soon. The call ended. Qin Yuan stared at the phone screen, stunned for 2 seconds. This old man really knew how to act without prior notice. He stood up and changed out of his security uniform. As he stepped out of the dorm, the security team was heading toward the cafeteria. Fat Dun saw him and grinned. Team leader, Qin going out for a meal. Dressed so nicely, going on a blind date. What blind date? Qin Yuan waved his hand and quickened his pace toward the entrance. At the entrance of the group, he waited for less than 5 minutes when a black Mercedes stopped by the roadside. The driver got out and opened the rear door. Mr. Qin, please. Qin Yuan bent down to sit inside. The car drove for nearly 40 minutes, turning off the main road into a tree-lined lane. Tall French parasol trees lined both sides, their branches intertwining above to form a green dome, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. There were almost no other cars on the road. After driving for a while, a gray wall appeared on the right-hand side, covered in vines. The wall was very long, taking almost 2 minutes to reach the end. The car turned a corner and stopped in front of a large iron gate. The gate was black with a copper nameplate embedded in the gatepost, inscribed with 2 characters, Qin Residence. The driver pressed the horn. The gate slowly opened. The car drove in, and Chen Yuan looked outside through the window. This was no villa, it was clearly a manor. Upon entering, there was a neatly trimmed lawn with a stone path running through the middle. On either side of the path were rows of unknown flowers blooming in red, yellow, white, and purple. At the end of the lawn was an artificial lake with a wooden bridge over it. Beyond the bridge was a 3-story villa with gray walls and red tiles resembling an old European manor. The car drove along the stone path, and as it passed the lake, Chen Yuan saw several white geese swimming in the water. There was also an iron gate at the entrance of the villa, next to which stood a guard booth with 2 bodyguards in black clothing. Both men were over 1.8 meters tall with shoulders as broad as doors, wearing earpieces. Seeing the car approach, one of them pressed a remote control and the iron gate opened. The car stopped at the main entrance of the villa. Just as Chen Yuan was about to push the door, someone outside the car had already opened it. A middle-aged man in a white shirt and black vest with neatly combed hair, slightly bending forward. "Mr. Chen, this way, please." Chen Yuan got out of the car. He looked up at the villa in front of him. It was 3 stories high with gray walls and red tiles, each floor featuring floor-to-ceiling windows with white frames that were so clean they could reflect a person's image. There were 2 Roman columns standing at the entrance porch, and a crystal chandelier hung above the porch, which was not yet lit, but already refracted a scattering of light in the sunlight. On either side of the porch stood a large blue and white porcelain jar planted with lotus flowers. The lotus leaves were lush green, and there were 2 koi fish blowing bubbles on the water's surface. Chen Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. How much would this cost? He had heard that the cheapest villas in Xinxiao were over 100 million. This one must be worth several hundred million. A voice came from the entrance. "Little brother Chen." Lao Qin was wearing a dark gray tang suit, stepping out in cloth shoes from the porch. His complexion looked much better, no longer resembling a patient just discharged from the hospital. Chen Yuan suppressed his thoughts and quickly walked up to him. "Lao Qin, you look great." "Isn't that thanks to you?" Lao Qin patted his chest. "After those few shots you gave me, my chest doesn't feel congested anymore. I've been sleeping soundly these past few days, all the way until dawn." Chen Yuan followed him inside. Upon entering, there was a massive foyer with light gray marble flooring, the patterns resembling rippling water. Above, there was a huge crystal chandelier 3 stories high hanging down from the ceiling with countless bulbs. The living room was much larger than he had imagined, at least over 100 square meters. The floor was covered with a dark carpet that felt soft and made no sound when stepped on. In the center was a set of off-white genuine leather sofas with a solid wood coffee table on top, its surface coated with a layer of varnish clearly showing the wood grain. Several oil paintings hung on the walls. Chen Yuan could not tell who painted them, but the frames looked expensive. Against the wall was a display shelf holding various porcelain, jade, and several bronze-colored ding. Opposite the sofa was a massive floor-to-ceiling window through which the lake could be seen, with the sunset casting its glow on the water's surface. The white geese had already come ashore, leisurely walking on the lawn. Old Qin sat down on the sofa and patted the seat next to him. "Little brother, come sit down, don't just stand there like a fool." Chen Yuan sat down, the softness of the sofa causing him to sink into it. "This sofa is too soft. Isn't it comfortable?" Old Qin smiled proudly. "It's custom-made. Oh, once you sit down you won't want to get up." A nanny in a white uniform walked over with a tray, placing 2 cups of tea on the coffee table along with 2 plates of snacks. "Give it a try." Old Qin pointed at the snacks. "They're made by the chef at home. You can't find these outside." Chen Yuan picked up a piece and took a bite. The pastry was filled with red date paste, sweet, yet not cloying. "Delicious, isn't it?" Chen Yuan nodded and took another bite. The two enjoyed tea for a while, with Old Qin leaning back against the sofa. "Little brother, wait a moment. Your niece will be back soon, so let's eat together when she arrives." Chen Yuan nearly choked on the snack in his mouth. He put down the snack and looked at Old Qin. "Why didn't you tell me she was coming back earlier? What's the big deal? Are you afraid of her or something?" Old Qin took a sip of tea and said slowly, "In the company she is the boss and you are the employee. At home, she is the younger generation and you are the elder." Chen Yuan recalled the last incident at the hospital, his face turning pale. "Old Qin, aren't you setting me up?" "Setting you up for what?" Old Qin looked innocent. "My granddaughter isn't a tiger, she won't eat you." Chen Yuan opened his mouth and then closed it again. This old man is definitely doing it on purpose. "What time will she be back?" Chen Yuan asked. "She just called and said she's on her way." Old Qin glanced at the clock on the wall. "At most 20 minutes. Chen Yuan took a sip of tea, thinking to himself, "Well, since I'm here, why should I be afraid of her?" 20 minutes later, the sound of high heels echoed at the door. Qin Lanlan walked into the foyer carrying a briefcase, wearing a white silk blouse and black trousers, her hair still styled up. As she changed her shoes, she glanced towards the living room, her gaze landing on Chun Yuan, causing her to pause for a moment. Old Qin spoke first. What are you standing there for? Say hello to Uncle Chun. Qin Lanlan walked over, her eyes lingering on Chun Yuan's face for 2 seconds, wearing a half smile. Hello, Uncle Chun. The way she dragged out the hello was slightly playful. Chun Yuan smiled awkwardly. Grandpa, why didn't you tell me Uncle Chun was here? Qin Lanlan placed her briefcase beside the sofa and sat down next to him. I could have been prepared. Chun Yuan felt a bit puzzled at her words. Has this woman changed her attitude? Just yesterday at the hospital, she looked like she wanted to swallow him whole. How could she change so quickly in just a day? Old Qin waved his hand. Your Uncle Chun is not an outsider. There's no need to prepare. He then looked at Chun Yuan. Right, little brother? Chun Yuan quickly nodded. Right, no need for any preparation. Old Qin laughed heartily and shouted towards the kitchen, bring out the dishes. The 3 of them moved to the dining room. It was even larger than Chun Yuan had imagined, with a long table that could seat at least 12 people. The table was made of dark solid wood, polished to a shine, reflecting their silhouettes. A crystal chandelier hung overhead, casting soft light that made the tableware gleam. Old Qin took the seat of honor and patted the space next to him. Little brother, you sit here. He then pointed to the seat beside Chun Yuan. Lanlan, you sit next to your Uncle Chun. Qin Lanlan pulled out a chair and sat down. The dishes began to arrive one after another. Steamed East Star grouper, braised sea cucumber, matsutake chicken, stew, crab meat, tofu. A feast was laid out on the table. Old Qin raised his cup filled with freshly squeezed corn juice. Come, little brother, this cup is for you, thanking you for saving my life. Chun Yuan hurried to raise his cup. Old Qin, you're being too polite. They clinked their cups and took a sip. Old Qin set down his cup and turned his attention to Qin Lanlan. You should toast your Uncle Chun too. Without your Uncle Chun, this old bone of mine would have been gone long ago. Qin Lanlan raised her cup, turning to look at Chun Yuan, her gaze direct. Come, Uncle Chun, let me toast you. She lifted her cup. Thank you for saving my grandpa. Chun Yuan hurriedly raised his cup. It's nothing, niece, no need to be polite. They clinked their cups together. Just as Chun Yuan brought the cup to his lips, a sharp pain shot through his foot. Qin Lanlan's high heel had just stepped on his left foot, grinding down as well. Chun Yuan nearly cried out, but managed to hold it in, his expression contorting for a moment. Qin Lanlan glanced down quickly, pulling her foot back, her tone filled with exaggerated apology. Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Chun, I accidentally stepped on you. Are you okay? Chun Yuan gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. I'm fine, really, it's nothing. He lifted his cup to take a sip of corn juice, setting it down with a smile as he looked at Qin Lanlan. I didn't hurt your foot, did I? He emphasized the last few words. Qin Lanlan caught the meaning behind his words and smiled back, her voice soft. Not at all. Uncle Chen's foot, quite soft. Old Qin watched the 2 from the side, sipping his soup, pretending not to hear anything. The 3 of them continued eating for a while. Old Qin set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Lanlan, go to my study. There's a box on the bedside table. Bring it down for me. What box? You'll know when you bring it down. Old Qin waved his hand. Hurry up. Qin Lanlan glanced at her grandpa, stood up, and walked out in her high heels. Only 2 people remained in the dining room. Old Qin took a sip of corn juice and set his cup down. Little brother, what do you think of my granddaughter? Chun Yuan didn't think much and casually replied, not bad, she's beautiful and capable, managing such a large group all by herself. Old Qin sighed. Alas, she's getting old, already 30 and still not married. It's really worrying me. What's the big deal about 30? Chun Yuan picked up a piece of fish. Nowadays, there are plenty of people in their 30s who are still single. No need to rush. Old Qin's eyes brightened as he leaned forward. Little brother, I say you're also not young anymore. Have you thought about While chewing on the fish, Chun Yuan mumbled, how old am I? 21. It's still early. Oh, I haven't even thought about those things yet. 21 is not that young. Old Qin set down his chopsticks. When I was 20, Lanlan's dad was already a year old. Chun Yuan chuckled. Old Qin, what era was that? What era are we in now? Can you compare? Then what kind do you like? Tall or short? Fat or thin? Old Qin looked at him. I haven't thought about it. You must have some idea in mind, right? Chun Yuan pondered for a moment. A good personality, that's all that matters. Little brother, you think. Just then the sound of Qin Lanlan's high heels came from the entrance. Zhou Qing stood in front of him, staring straight at him. Today President Qin personally had the HR arrange for your transfer, so don't— Yes, place it over there. Qin Lanlan set the brocade box on the cabinet beside the dining table and returned to her seat. Old Qin glanced at her, not continuing the previous topic. After dinner, Old Qin asked the driver to take Chun Yuan back. The black Mercedes drove out of the Qin residence's gate and merged onto the main road. Chun Yuan leaned back in the back seat, exhaling deeply. He felt uneasy throughout the meal, especially when Qin Lanlan stepped on his foot. It hurt, but he couldn't show his displeasure. Inside the Qin residence's living room. After Chun Yuan left, Qin Hua leaned back on the sofa, while Qin Lanlan sat beside him, peeling an apple. Qin Hua glanced at her. Lanlan, you are no longer young. You should find someone to date. Grandpa, I'm only 30, I'm still young. Right now, I just want to focus on my career, not get married. The company has just been taken over, and there are a ton of things waiting for me to handle. How could I possibly think about dating? Qin Hua sighed, lowering his voice. It's not that Grandpa is rushing you. Grandpa won't be around for much longer. Qin Lanlan set down the fruit knife in her hand. What nonsense are you talking about? Grandpa isn't talking nonsense. Qin Hua leaned back against the sofa, his eyes staring at the ceiling. I know my own health. Chen Yuan said he can only prolong my life for a year. If a solution isn't found in a year, then Grandpa will be gone. Qin Lanlan's eyes reddened instantly. Grandpa, please don't say such things. Your illness can definitely be cured. If Chen Yuan can't do it, we can find another doctor. If it's not possible domestically, we can go abroad. Lanlan. Qin Hua interrupted her, his voice low. Grandpa has enjoyed all the wealth and honor in this life with no regrets. The only thing I worry about is you. You lost your father early and your mother remarried. It was Grandpa who raised you. My biggest wish in this life is to see you settle down and find someone reliable to take care of you. If you could let Grandpa hold a great-grandson while I'm still alive, I could die in peace. Tears streamed down Qin Lanlan's face. Grandpa, please stop saying that. Will you agree to Grandpa's request? Qin Hua looked at her and pretended to be angry. Promise, Grandpa, and hurry up to find someone. Qin Lanlan wiped her tears, her voice choked. I'm looking, isn't that enough? Qin Hua's eyes twinkled. Oh, where will you go to find someone now? If you find someone just to fulfill my wish, I wouldn't be at ease either. Old Qin pretended to think for a moment and suddenly slapped his thigh. Hey Lanlan, what do you think of Chen Yuan? Qin Lanlan was taken aback, suddenly recalling the scene from that night. Grandpa, what are you talking about? He is only 21 and I'm 9 years older than him. So what if you're 9 years older? Old Qin waved his hand. I asked him during dinner. He doesn't mind your age. Qin Lanlan was taken aback. Am I really that old? Of course you're 30 now, aren't you old? Old Qin said seriously. However, Chen Yuan told me he likes women who are 30. Mature. Caring. Old Qin spun a yarn with great flair. Qin Lanlan opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, though her cheeks flushed slightly. Old Qin continued. He also said you are beautiful, capable, and managing such a large group by yourself is not easy. He likes you a lot. Did he really say that? Qin Lanlan asked with some skepticism in her tone. Is Grandpa so old that Old Qin patted the armrest of the sofa. Anyway, Grandpa thinks Chen Yuan is a good young man. He's grounded, kind-hearted, and capable. If you marry him, Grandpa will be at ease. Grandpa, this is too absurd. Qin Lanlan was anxious. I've only met him a few times. Besides, he's just a security guard right now. So what if he's a security guard? Old Qin's face darkened. When I was young, I started out as a bricklayer. A person's ability isn't defined by what they do now, but what they are capable of doing in the future. Do they have ambition? What do they plan to do in the future? Qin Lanlan bit her lip, remaining silent. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Old Qin said, his tone more forceful. Grandpa, this isn't just about agreeing or not. Then that means you don't agree. Old Qin interrupted her side and lowered his voice again. Forget it, Grandpa won't force you. After all, Grandpa doesn't have much time left. Just let me leave with my regrets. After speaking, Old Qin secretly glanced at Qin Lanlan's reaction. Qin Lanlan's eyes reddened again. Grandpa, please don't say that so often. Then just agree to me. Qin Lanlan remained silent for a long time. Old Qin didn't rush her, closing his eyes and leaning back on the sofa, pretending to be in great pain. All right. Qin Lanlan finally spoke, her voice very small. I promise you. I will go talk to him. Old Qin opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Oh, that's more like it. He straightened his body and patted Qin Lanlan's hand. Looking at her grandfather's beaming face, Qin Lanlan felt as though she had been schemed against, unable to pinpoint what was wrong. Grandpa, I'm leaving now. You should rest early. Qin Lanlan usually lived in another place closer to the company. All right, take care on the way. Qin Lanlan changed her shoes and walked out. The sound of the engine starting came from the yard, the taillights flashing as the car drove out of the iron gate. After Qin Lanlan left, Qin Hua sat alone on the sofa. The smile on his face slowly faded. There were some things he didn't tell Qin Lanlan. His illness was likely hereditary. Qin Hua's father had the same symptoms, and they were identical when they occurred. His father passed away in his early 50s. At that time, he was still young and didn't take it seriously. It was only when he fell ill himself that he remembered. Would this thing be passed on to his granddaughter? No one could say for sure. He had asked many experts, and the answers he received were all uncertain. Some said the hereditary probability was low, while others said there was currently no clear evidence that it could skip a generation. But no clear evidence doesn't mean it won't happen. What if Qin Lanlan also inherited it? Who would treat her then? Chen Yuan. He was the only person Old Qin could think of. He trusted Chen Yuan's medical skills and had secretly investigated his character. He felt at ease handing his granddaughter over to someone like him. It wasn't to matchmake them, but simply to provide Qin Lanlan with a support system. Even if they didn't end up together, as long as Chun Yuan was willing to help Qin Lanlan in times of need, because of this bond, he would be satisfied. Chun Xiaodi, he murmured softly to himself, this is the only way I can manage it, my brother. He turned and slowly walked upstairs. The next morning, Chun Yuan circled around the group before returning to the security department office, where he plopped down in his chair. Chun Yuan picked up his phone to take a look, unlocked the screen, and scrolled through WeChat. Yo, came Wang Zhengwo's voice from across the table. Chun Yuan looked up. Wang Zhengwo was staring at the phone in his hand, more precisely at the 3 unfolded screens. Captain Qin, impressive, even using a foldable one. Wang Zhengwo set down the enamel mug, leaned forward a bit, and asked, this thing must cost around 20,000, right? Chun Yuan chuckled and folded his phone. A gift from a friend, a gift from a friend. What kind of friend is so generous? Wang Zhengwo leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing him. How come I can't make friends like that? Just as he finished speaking, Chun Yuan's phone rang, an unknown number. He answered. Come to my office right now. Qin Lanlan's voice carried a tone that brooked no refusal, and she hung up right after. Chun Yuan stared at the words call ended on his phone, momentarily dazed. Who was that? Wang Zhengwo asked. President Qin. President Qin. Wang Zhengwo straightened up. What does she want with you? No idea. Chun Yuan stood up, tucked his phone into his pocket, and said, I'll go take a look. He left the security department, walked through the corridor on the B1 floor, and took the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Zhou Qing was seated at the office entrance, surrounded by a pile of documents. She wore a light blue shirt today, her hair tied in a low ponytail, glasses perched on her nose, looking much more serious than usual. Chun Yuan walked over and stood beside her desk. Zhou Qing looked up, saw him, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly as she set down her pen. What's up? My good little brother come to see your sister. Chun Yuan chuckled, leaning against the edge of the desk. Yeah, just came to check on Sister Qing and to find President Qin. Zhou Qing leaned back in her chair, tilting her head to look at him. What does a security guard want with President Qin? Chun Yuan scratched his head. President Qin just called me asking me to come over. Zhou Qing's smile faltered for half a second, then she sighed dramatically. Oh, I really thought you came specifically. Ah, don't be sad. Chun Yuan chuckled. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Really? Zhou Qing's eyes lit up, but no backing out, okay? Don't worry, a man's word is his bond. Alright, it's a deal. MHM. Chun Yuan straightened up. I'll go see President Qin now. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhou Qing waved her hand and lowered her head to look at the computer again. Chun Yuan walked to the door of Qin Lanlan's office and knocked twice. Come in. He pushed the door open. Qin Lanlan sat behind her desk, wearing a white silk blouse, her hair still tied up, a light makeup on her face, and a subtle shade of lipstick on her lips. Qin Lanlan glanced at him, her face briefly displaying an unnatural hue before quickly returning to normal. Nephew, what brings you here? Chun Yuan stood before the desk, smiling as he asked. Qin Lanlan shot him a glare, took out a document from the drawer, placed it on the table, pushed it towards him, and coldly said, Take a look, sign it if there's no problem. Chun Yuan was taken aback, walked over to pick it up, and took a glance. The top line of text was bold and in large font, marriage agreement. His smile froze on his face. What does this mean? Chun Yuan picked up the agreement and flipped through it quickly. The dense clauses included things like, both parties voluntarily establish a nominal marriage relationship. Each party's property remains independent after marriage. Neither party shall interfere in the other's private life, and this agreement is valid for 1 year. Qin Lanlan had her hands crossed on the table. It's a marriage agreement, can't you read? Didn't you tell my grandfather you liked me? Stop pretending. Hurry up and read it, sign it once you're done. Qin Lanlan said impatiently. Chun Yuan grew anxious. When did I ever tell your grandfather I liked you? Qin Lanlan assumed he was too shy to admit it, her tone becoming impatient. Enough, enough, stop pretending. Will you sign or not? Wait. Chun Yuan flipped through the pages of the agreement. Let me see the content first. Qin Lanlan didn't respond, just nodded her chin towards the agreement. Chun Yuan thought to himself, old Qin, that stubborn old man, not a word of reliable advice. He lowered his head and took another look at the agreement. The terms were quite detailed. The house after marriage would be provided by Qin Lanlan, and they would live separately. Daily lives would not interfere with each other. In public settings, they needed to cooperate in acting, especially in front of Qinhua. Neither party could force the other to fulfill marital obligations. The marriage would automatically dissolve after the agreement period, with neither party having any claims on the other. Seeing him read carefully, Qin Lanlan added a few more points. Let me make it clear first, this is just a fake marriage to fulfill my grandfather's wish. After a year, we will divorce. During this time, you'll need to cooperate with me in acting well in front of my grandfather, making him think our relationship is great. She paused. Once this is accomplished, I'll give you 10 million. Chun Yuan was about to retort when he heard the words 10 million and abruptly looked up. What? 10 million? What's wrong? Is that not enough? Qin Lanlan frowned slightly, her tone somewhat impatient. Then I'll add 500,000 more. 1,500,000. Chen Yuan's mind raced. As a security guard earning 5,000 a month, that's only 60,000 a year. 1,500,000 would keep him as a security guard for 250 years. He swallowed hard. The words he almost blurted out got swallowed back down. No, that's not too much. Chen Yuan quickly waved his hands. 1,500,000 heh, that's not too little. Chen Lanlan shot him a glance, her eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Then just sign it. Chen Yuan cheerfully picked up the pen from the table, signed his name on the last page of the agreement, closed it, and handed it over. Reporting to President Qin, it's signed. Chen Lanlan took it, glanced at it, and nodded. Let's go pick up the marriage certificate this afternoon. All right, the boss has the final say. Chen Yuan grinned, so widely his eyes nearly disappeared. Is there anything else, President Qin? Chen Lanlan waved her hand. Nothing else, you can go out now, wait for my notification this afternoon. Understood, President Qin. Chen Yuan took a couple of steps towards the door, then turned back, adopting a humble demeanor, smiling broadly. President Qin, take your time, I'll excuse myself first. Chen Lanlan ignored him, already lowering her head to look at the documents. Chen Yuan opened the door and walked out, still smiling. 1,500,000, why not take it? This outrageous wealth finally landed on his head. Zhou Qing looked up at him. Found money. You're in something like that. Chen Yuan leaned against the cubicle, lowering his voice. Sister Qing, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Is President Qin not quite right in the head? Zhou Qing slapped his arm. Are you crazy? If President Qin hears you, won't he skin you alive? I was just asking casually. Chen Yuan rubbed his arm. What's wrong with President Qin? Zhou Qing leaned in a little closer. Nothing. Chen Yuan straightened up. He'll head out first, we'll talk about dinner another day. All right, but don't think you can back out of it. I won't. Chen Yuan came down from upstairs humming a little tune and turned into the supermarket next to the group. Give me a few packs of Zhonghua, he said. The boss poked his head out from behind the counter. Soft or hard? Soft. How many packs? 3 packs. The boss took out 3 packs from the cabinet and placed them on the glass counter. Chen Yuan scanned the code, paid 180 yuan, and tucked the cigarettes into his pocket. Walking to the security office, Wang Zhengwo was busy playing on his phone. Chen Yuan knocked on the door frame and poked his head in. Brother Wang. Wang Zhengwo looked up. What's up? Chen Yuan pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it over. Wang Zhengwo caught it and glanced down. What windfall did you have? No windfall, just happy. Chen Yuan grinned, pulling out 2 more packs to give to Xiao Li and Lao Sun next to him, sharing with my brothers. Xiao Li took the cigarettes, looked at the brand, and laughed. Team Chun getting married today. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Close enough. After finishing lunch in the cafeteria and returning to the dormitory, Chen Yuan hung up his security uniform and lay down on the bed. He took out a medical book and flipped through a few pages. He picked up his new phone and scrolled through videos, landing on a TCM science segment where an old man was explaining pulse diagnosis, stumbling over many points and getting several things wrong. At 2:30 in the afternoon, his phone rang. Bring your household registration book and come to the group's main entrance. Chen Lanlan's voice was cold, and she hung up after speaking. Chen Yuan glanced at the time. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. He pulled out the prepared household registration book from under his pillow. He tucked the book into his pocket, left the dormitory, and walked towards the group's main entrance. The sun at the entrance was scorching, making the ground shimmer with heat. A red Ferrari was parked by the roadside at the group's entrance, its body shining blindingly in the sunlight. As Chen Yuan walked up to the car door, the horn honked. Beep. The sports car window rolled down, revealing Chen Lanlan's face. Get in the car, Chen Lanlan said. Chen Yuan opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The air conditioning was strong and the leather seats were icy. Chen Lanlan was wearing sunglasses and had no expression on her face. She glanced at Chen Yuan. Did you bring the household registration book? Yes, he replied. Chen Lanlan didn't say anything further and stepped on the gas. The Ferrari let out a deep roar and sped off. Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat, fastened his seatbelt, and turned to glance at Chen Lanlan. She held the steering wheel with both hands, her eyes fixed ahead, her sunglasses obscuring half of her face, making it hard to read her emotions. The car was silent except for the sound of the engine. Chen Yuan thought about saying, drive slowly, but after glancing at Chen Lanlan's profile, he swallowed his words. It seemed this woman was in a bad mood. It was better not to provoke her. The car drove for over 20 minutes and stopped in front of a gray building. A national emblem hung above the entrance and a sign stood beside it, Xinxia City Marriage Registration Office. Chen Lanlan took off her sunglasses, threw them on the dashboard, unfastened her seatbelt, and got out of the car. Chen Yuan followed her out of the car. They walked into the hall. A few people were sparsely lined up in front of several windows, chatting and laughing, all looking like they were there to get married. Chen Lanlan approached a window and handed in the materials. The staff was a middle-aged woman with a round face and glasses. She flipped through the documents and raised her head to look at the two. What business do you need? Marriage, Qin Lanlan replied. Are you getting married willingly? Qin Lanlan nodded yes. Chen Yuan nodded along, yes, yes, yes. The staff asked again, did you have a physical examination before marriage? Not necessary, Qin Lanlan said. The staff took out a few forms, fill these out first. After you finish, go over there for a photo, then come back to me. Qin Lanlan picked up the forms and walked to the nearby table to fill them out. She took a pen from the pen holder and began to write. Chen Yuan followed and picked up another pen to write. Once they finished filling out the forms, they went to the photo room. A young man sat behind a computer holding a camera. You two sit a bit closer. The young man leaned out from behind the camera and said, smile. Qin Lanlan's lips twitched slightly. Chen Yuan grinned. The young man pressed the shutter, glanced at the screen, and looked up again. Let's do another one. You two smile more naturally. This time Qin Lanlan didn't even move her lips. Chen Yuan placed his hands on his knees and smiled slightly. The shutter clicked again. The young man looked at the photos, probably thinking they were good enough, and didn't ask for a retake. The two took their photos and forms back to the front desk. The lady at the desk pasted the photos on the marriage certificate and stamped it. The stamp made a crisp sound. She handed over 2 red books. Congratulations to both of you. You are now officially a legal couple. Qin Lanlan took the marriage certificate without even looking at it and stuffed it into her bag. Chen Yuan took his copy, opened it, and glanced. The photo was just taken with the two leaning against each other. Qin Lanlan had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, which could be considered a smile. He grinned widely, showing his teeth, looking like a fool. He stared at the photo for a couple of seconds, feeling it was somewhat unreal. Is this really marriage? He closed the marriage certificate and tucked it into his pocket. Qin Lanlan was already walking outside. Chen Yuan followed. After exiting the marriage registration office, Qin Lanlan got into the car and started the engine. Chen Yuan opened the passenger door and sat inside. Where to? Government Affairs Hall. What are we going there for? To change the household registration. The Government Affairs Hall in Xinxia City is not far from the marriage registration office, taking less than 10 minutes by car. The car stopped in front of the Government Affairs Hall. Qin Lanlan took Chen Yuan up to the 3rd floor and found the household registration window. Please help us change our household registration. She handed in both of their household registration books. The staff took them, flipped through them, and asked, what is your relationship, husband and wife? The staff looked at the two of them, said nothing more, and began processing the paperwork. Chen Yuan stood by watching the staff type on the computer when suddenly a thought popped into his head. Wait, he leaned in closer to Qin Lanlan's ear and whispered, if I change my household registration to your name, won't I become a son-in-law? Qin Lanlan glanced at him. What else? No, it's just that. 15 million, Qin Lanlan interrupted him. Chen Yuan closed his mouth. If being a son-in-law means that, then so be it. The staff typed away on the keyboard, printed, and stamped. The new household registration book was handed over, and Chen Yuan flipped it open to take a look. Householder Qin Lanlan. Relationship with householder husband. He stared at the 2 words husband for a while, then closed the household registration book. Exiting the Government Affairs Hall, the sun had already shifted to the west, and the light was no longer so hard. Qin Lanlan walked up to the car and opened the door. Chen Yuan was about to head to the passenger seat. You take a taxi back yourself. Oh, I have something to do, Qin Lanlan said. After speaking, she sat in the driver's seat, and the door slammed shut with a bang. The engine roared to life, and the red Ferrari turned a corner, merging into the traffic, disappearing from the intersection in mere seconds. Chen Yuan stood dazed in place, still clutching the marriage certificate in his hand. He glanced in the direction where the Ferrari had vanished. Damn this woman, as soon as she pulls up her pants, she doesn't acknowledge me anymore. Chen Yuan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to take out his phone and call for a ride. By the time he returned to the group, it was already past 5. The cafeteria was not crowded. Peng Dun came over with a tray, and when he saw Chen Yuan, he grinned. Captain Chen, I hadn't seen you all afternoon. Where have you been having fun? Just handling some matters. Chen Yuan took the tray and ordered a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a serving of smashed cucumbers. Is this all you're eating? Peng Dun glanced at his tray. Trying to lose weight. Not really hungry. Chen Yuan carried his tray to find a corner to sit down. After eating a couple of bites of rice, finishing most of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and consuming a few pieces of smashed cucumbers, he could eat no more. He took the tray to the recycling area and exited the cafeteria. Back in the dormitory, he washed his face, took off his shoes, and lay on the bed. He took out the book, Qing Nong Shi Yi, and flipped to the chapter on Zhu Ni, reading it from start to finish. His grandfather had written a lot in the book. Some parts he understood, while others were less clear. Qinhua's illness was far more complex than he had imagined. He flipped a few pages back, and beneath the section on needle and medicine combined, his grandfather had written a note to treat Zhu Ni. Needles can restore yang in an instant, while medicine can stabilize the foundation over time. However, the root lies in the organs, and it cannot be resolved overnight. Chen Yuan closed the book and placed it beside his pillow. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. For now, he could only use silver needles to suppress Qin Hua's condition and maintain it for a year. Within that year, he needed to thoroughly understand the remaining parts of Qing Nong Shi Yi and find a way to eradicate the illness. He flipped a few more pages, and as drowsiness overcame him, the book rested on his chest, and he soon fell into a light slumber. At the Qin residence, Qin Lanlan parked the car at the entrance of the villa and walked inside with her bag. Old Qin was sitting on the living room sofa watching television, casually flipping channels with the remote. Seeing her come in, he asked, "Lanlan, you're back. Have you eaten?" "I've eaten already." Qin Lanlan changed her shoes and walked over, standing in front of the sofa. She pulled out the red booklet from her bag and placed it on the coffee table. "Grandpa, let me show you something." Old Qin was taken aback and picked up the red booklet to flip it open. The words marriage certificate were embossed in gold, gleaming under the light. In the photo, Qin Lanlan had a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, while Chen Yuan was grinning broadly. Old Qin stared at that photo for 3 seconds, his mouth slowly dropping open, nearly letting his jaw fall. You. He held the marriage certificate up to his eyes, then looked at Qin Lanlan again. "What's going on here?" Qin Lanlan sat down on the sofa, crossing her legs. "Isn't this what you wished for? Now we're married, you got— What I meant was for you to get to know each other first, try dating, and then slowly consider marriage." Old Qin was anxious, slamming the marriage certificate on the coffee table. "How can you get the marriage certificate in just one day?" Qin Hua flipped the marriage certificate back and forth twice, then looked at the steel seal, confirming it was real. This. Sai, what can I say to you? Such a big deal as marriage, and you didn't even discuss it with me." "Discuss what?" Qin Lanlan leaned back on the sofa. "Didn't you say he has good character? Reliable, kind-hearted, capable. I listened to your words and went to get the certificate with him." Old Qin opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. He leaned back against the sofa, his hand resting on the armrest, his expression transforming from shock to suspicion. "No way." He sat up straight. "You two aren't just teaming up to play a joke on this old man, are you?" Qin Lanlan's heart tightened, though she didn't show it. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" His gaze swept across Qin Lanlan's face. "I mean, this marriage certificate, could it be fake?" "Grandpa." Qin Lanlan stood up, raising her voice a notch. "If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself." Old Qin stared at her for 2 seconds. "Fine, then you call him over, and I'll ask him face to face. He's on duty at the group right now and can't leave." "Sure, right." Old Qin waved his hand dismissively. "With his job as a security guard, what can't he do? The group won't stop operating just because he's not there." He flipped through his contacts on his phone. "If you won't call him, I'll do it myself." Qin Lanlan quickly stood up, reaching out to stop him. "Grandpa." Old Qin had already dialed. Chen Yuan was lying in bed, flipping through medical books, when his phone rang. It was Old Qin. He answered. "Chen Yuan, where are you right now?" "In the dormitory." "Then hurry over here, I have something to ask you." Chen Yuan glanced at the time. It was nearly 9. "Old Qin, what is it?" "Can it wait until tomorrow?" "No way." Old Qin's voice brooked no argument. "You come over right now, or I'll be waiting for you at home." The call ended. Chen Yuan stared at the phone screen, a sense of dread creeping in. This old man isn't coming to settle the score with me, is he? He got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and went out. By the time he took a taxi to the Qin residence, it was almost 10 o'clock. The lights at the entrance of the villa were on, casting a warm yellow glow on the steps. The 2 bodyguards in black were still there, leading him inside. Old Qin was sitting on the living room sofa, while Qin Lanlan sat beside him. The atmosphere between them was somewhat delicate. Chen Yuan looked at Old Qin and nervously asked, "Old Qin, why did you call me over so late? What's the matter? What did you call me?" "Old Qin," Qin Hua asked. At that moment, Qin Lanlan shot Chen Yuan a fierce glare, and he immediately realized, slapping his own mouth with his hand. "Oh dear, look at my mouth, it should be hit. I should be calling you Grandpa now," Chen Yuan said obsequiously. "Now tell me what's going on." Qin Hua tossed the marriage certificate onto the table, staring at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan swallowed hard. "Well, it's just that we both felt we were quite suitable for each other, so we got married." "Quite suitable? How many times have you two met?" Qin Hua asked. "We've met quite a few times." Chen Yuan counted on his fingers. "I first met her at the bar, then she came to the group, and I happened to be on duty, so we ran into each other again. We met again at the hospital. We saw each other again yesterday at your house. Today we met again. Look, we've met so many times, it proves we have fate." Chen Yuan smiled, though his smile was somewhat stiff. Qin Hua turned to Qin Lanlan. "Lanlan, you speak now." Qin Lanlan's tone remained calm. "Grandpa, I thought about it all night after I went home yesterday. You were right. Chen Yuan is indeed a fine man." She paused. "And he saved your life. He has done our family a great favor. I thought rather than finding someone you would not trust outside, it is better to heed you and be with him." "Be with him?" Qin Lanlan said. "It is too tedious. We will marry directly, oh, it is simpler." Qin Lanlan said. "It is too tedious. We will marry directly, oh, it is simpler." Qin, who opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for a retort. Qin Lanlan turned to look at Chen Yuan. Her expression plainly said say something. Chen Yuan hurriedly took 2 steps forward and stood beside the sofa. Yes, yes, President Qin is right, neither of us likes the courting part. Qin, whose gaze snapped toward him. What did you— President Qin? Chen Yuan's smile stiffened. He scratched his head and forced out a couple of nervous laughs. Old habit, sorry. He rubbed his hands. It's my first marriage, so I am not used to it yet. Forgive me. Qin, who leaned back on the sofa, his eyes traveling from Chen Yuan's face to Qin Lanlan's and back again. Chen Yuan, tell me the truth. His voice was low, but every syllable carried weight. Was Lanlan forcing you? Chen Yuan's heart skipped. 15 million flashed through his mind. He hurriedly waved his hand. No, I volunteered. He glanced at Qin Lanlan, then hastily looked back. I also truly like President Qin, Pa. I truly like Lanlan. We truly love each other. Qin Lanlan sat beside him, the tips of her ears bloomed faintly pink. She lowered her lashes and lifted the teacup from the table to sip, shielding her face. Qin, who stared at Chen Yuan for a long while. Chen Yuan felt guilty under that scrutiny. Well, since you are already married, when will you hold the wedding? Qin, who asked with his eyes closed. Qin Lanlan beat him to it. We do not plan to hold a wedding for now. Her tone was certain. We will wait until Grandpa's illness is better. She glanced at Chen Yuan. He understood instantly. Yes, we will not hold a wedding for now. He nodded as if in a frantic rhythm. I will cure your illness first, and then we will have a grand celebration. Qin, who held his teacup and rotated it slowly twice. Not holding one is fine. He set the cup down. But since you are married, shouldn't you live together? Qin Lanlan frowned. Grandpa, you move back here. Qin, who raised a hand to cut her off. Chen Yuan will live here too. Qin Lanlan tried to demur. Grandpa, my place is closer to the office. It makes commuting easier. It takes you no more than 20 minutes to drive from here. Qin, who did not give her a chance to finish. Besides, he leaned on the sofa. You two are married. How could you not live? He looked at her and added, if you are not willing to live together, are you deceiving this old man? Qin Lanlan swallowed the words at her lips. Fine. She nodded. I will pack and move back in a few days. A few days for what? Qin, who slapped the armrest. Move in today. Your room is cleaned every day and the bedding is ready. Qin Lanlan opened her mouth to protest, but Qin, who had already turned to Chen Yuan. And you? Any problem with that? Chen Yuan hurriedly waved his hands. No problem. He forced a smile. It is just that I have some things left in my dorm. Qin, who picked up his phone and dialed a number. You go to Shanghua Group's security dormitory and move all of Chen Yuan's things over here. The voice on the other end answered once. Qin, who hung up and placed the phone on the coffee table. Chen Yuan's mouth opened and closed as he looked at Qin, whose unyielding expression swallowing the reply he had been about to give. Any more questions? Qin, who looked at him. No. Chen Yuan smiled a little thin. Qin, who nodded in satisfaction and rose to his feet. Well, then thank you. He forced a smile. No trouble. Qin, who leaned back against the sofa, his face relaxing, and patted the cushion beside him. Come sit. Chen Yuan sat down beside Qin, who. Qin Lanlan sat opposite and gave Chen Yuan a look. He read it clearly. Do not say anything foolish. Grandpa, I will go upstairs and tidy a few things. Qin Lanlan suddenly said. Go on. Qin, who waved. Qin Lanlan stood and climbed the stairs. 2 people remained in the living room. Qin, who watched Qin Lanlan's figure disappear around the stairwell, then turned his head and lowered his voice. Be honest with me. Chen Yuan felt his heart tighten. Is this marriage of yours truly real? Chen Yuan swallowed. He pulled the marriage certificate from his pocket, opened it, and handed it over. Look, the official seal is stamped. The seal is real. Qin, who looked at Chen Yuan. But I still feel something is amiss. What is amiss? Chen Yuan stuffed the certificate back into his pocket. We are getting along fine. You two getting along. Don't think I am senile. Qin, who looked at him, then sighed. Whether your marriage is real or a sham, that is a matter for young people. Oh, I cannot interfere. He went on without waiting for Chen Yuan to answer whether true or false it is fate. I hope you two will cherish this bond. Rest assured I will cherish this bond. Chen Yuan said with a face of earnestness. Those words put me at ease. But remember this, mind your manners when you are before me. I am your grandfather now. Say it once more for me. Qin, whose mouth twitched. Qin, who thought to himself that a few calls of grandpa would not hurt. All right, grandpa. How many more shall I say? Qin, who laughed. Haha, very well, obedient son-in-law. He chuckled. After a while there was activity at the door. 2 bodyguards in black carried a large cardboard box into the living room and set it on the floor. Mr. Chen's things have all been moved here. Qin, who glanced at the box. Is that all? That is all. Qin, who nodded, and the guards turned and left. Chen Yuan looked at the cardboard box. One box held all his possessions from the city. Qin Lanlan came down from upstairs in a change of loungewear, a light gray long-sleeve t-shirt, her hair loose over her shoulders. Qin, who rose from the sofa and smoothed his trousers. All right, everything has been moved. You two should get some rest. He gave Qin Lanlan a look. Tomorrow you will both go to work together. Qin Lanlan nodded. Understood, Grandpa. and come home together. Qin Hua finished speaking and turned back to the room without waiting for her response. Only 2 people remained in the living room. Qin Lanlan instructed Qin Yuan to follow her upstairs. Qin Yuan picked up the cardboard box and followed her. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the carpeted corridor muffled their footsteps. Qin Lanlan walked to the innermost room, pushed the door open, and stepped aside. Come in. Qin Yuan walked in with the cardboard box. The room was spacious. The light-colored wooden floor stretched out, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were adorned with white sheer curtains through which the moonlight filtered in softly. Against the window stood a desk topped with a lamp that had a pink lampshade. In the center of the room was a white iron bed with a row of plush toys, 7 or 8 of various sizes, displayed on the headboard, including rabbits, bears, and a doll dressed in a pink skirt. The blanket was a light pink, and next to the pillow lay a cushion featuring a cartoon cat's face. The wardrobe was white with several stickers on the door, flowers, stars, cartoon characters, some edges peeling indicating they had been stuck for many years. A painting hung on the wall depicting a castle and a princess framed in pink. Qin Yuan stood at the doorway scanning the room with his eyes. Qin Lanlan noticed his gaze and her expression became somewhat awkward. What are you staring at? Her tone was a bit harsh. This was decorated when I was in school, though I haven't lived here since starting work. Qin Yuan did not reply and placed the cardboard box in the corner. He muttered to himself, this woman usually appears cold, but unexpectedly has a heart of a young girl. Seeing him still looking around, Qin Lanlan's face flushed slightly. Put your things away and stop looking around. She turned and walked to the wardrobe, opened the door, and took out 2 blankets. One thick and one thin, neatly. She placed the blankets at the foot of the bed and retrieved a pillow from the wardrobe, tossing it onto the bed. You'll sleep on the floor tonight. Qin Lanlan pointed to the floor beside the bed. I've brought you a blanket, set it up yourself. Put the blankets away during the day, don't let anyone see them. Qin Yuan muttered softly. It's not like I haven't slept before. Qin Lanlan suddenly turned her head. What are you mumbling about? Qin Yuan quickly waved his hands. It's nothing at all. He smiled and pointed to the room. I was just saying how beautiful your decor style is. I really like it. Qin Lanlan's expression softened slightly, but she still felt somewhat uneasy. Just spread the blanket first, she said, turning to head toward the bathroom. She paused at the doorway, glanced back at Qin Yuan, her tone becoming a bit colder. Don't get any wrong ideas, but if you dare to mess around, you won't get a single penny. Qin Yuan raised his hands. Don't worry, President Qin, I am the most honest person. Qin Lanlan snorted and pushed open the bathroom door. The door closed and the sound of the faucet turning on came from inside. The bathroom door was frosted glass, allowing the outline of a blurry figure to be seen. He quickly averted his gaze, bent down to take the blankets from the bed and spread them out on the floor. After laying out the blanket, Qin Yuan rummaged through the cardboard box for a clean t-shirt to use as pajamas, folding it neatly and placing it beside the pillow. The sound of water stopped in the bathroom. The figure behind the frosted glass moved a few times, and the door opened. Qin Lanlan stepped out, her hair still wet, draping over her shoulders with droplets running down, dampening a small patch of her pajama's neckline. Her face was flushed from the steam, her skin nearly translucent with water droplets clinging to her lashes. Each blink caused them to quiver. She wore a light champagne-colored silk nightgown with thin straps, a small droplet of water pooling in her collarbone. The fabric was incredibly thin, swaying gently with her movements, clinging to her body and then sliding away like a layer of flowing light. Qin Yuan sat on the floor, still holding the t-shirt he had prepared as pajamas, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes moving from Qin Lanlan's face to her shoulders, then to her waistline, and finally to her nightgown's hem just above her knees, revealing a glimpse of her thigh, which was dazzlingly fair. His gaze lingered on that piece of leg, unable to pull away. So beautiful. He whispered, his voice so soft it felt like a self-muttering, but in the quiet room, each word was heard clearly by Qin Lanlan. Qin Lanlan paused in her steps. She lowered her head and saw Qin Yuan sitting on the floor, clutching the wrinkled t-shirt, staring directly at her, a hint of uncontrolled smile at the corner of his mouth. Her face flushed from the nape of her neck all the way to her ears. What are you staring at? She shouted in a low voice like a puffed-up cat. If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Qin Yuan snapped back to reality, quickly averting his gaze and staring at the floor, scratching the back of his head. I'm sorry. He chuckled twice. It's mainly because your figure is too good. I couldn't help it, really couldn't help it. Shut up. Qin Lanlan gritted her teeth, her chest rising and falling, pointing towards the door. Go take a shower yourself after washing, sleep on your floor. Okay, I'm going right now. Qin Yuan scrambled up from the floor, still clutching the t-shirt, rummaged through the cardboard box for a pair of sweatpants, hugged them to his chest, and jogged to the bathroom door. Just before pushing the door open, he glanced back. Qin Lanlan was facing away from him, tidying the bed, her silk nightgown clinging to her body, her waist slim, flaring at the hips, her curves resembling a small violin. Qin Yuan quickly pulled his gaze back and darted into the bathroom. The bathroom was still filled with steam, and there was a faint fragrance in the air, indescribable, reminiscent of flowers, yet not quite mixed with the creamy scent of body wash softly wafting into his nose. On the sink were several bottles of skincare products neatly arranged. The towel rack held a damp bath towel freshly used by her. Chen Yuan hung the t-shirt and sweatpants on the hook behind the door and turned on the faucet. The water was hot, feeling very comfortable against his skin. He closed his eyes and let the water run for a while, his mind filled with the earlier scene. Chen Lanlan walking out of the bathroom, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders, the thin straps, and her glowing white skin. He shook his head and adjusted the water temperature down a notch. After finishing his shower, Chen Yuan dried his hair with a towel, stepping out shirtless. Chen Lanlan was already lying on the bed, the blanket pulled up to her chest, holding her phone, the light from the screen illuminating her face. She glanced at Chen Yuan, her gaze sweeping over his bare torso before moving away. "Don't you have pajamas?" she asked. "No." Chen Yuan rubbed his hair dry, draping the towel over the back of a chair, bending down to retrieve the folded t-shirt from the box, shaking it out and putting it on. Chen Lanlan stared at him for 2 seconds, her gaze fixed on the t-shirt. Its collar was loose, faded from washing, and there was a small hole near the hem. "Buy a few new ones tomorrow," she said, her tone slightly impatient. "Also, those ragged clothes of yours should be thrown away. After all, you are my nominal husband, don't embarrass the Chen family." Chen Yuan glanced down at the t-shirt he was wearing, then looked at the neatly stacked old clothes in the box and nodded. Yes, I'll throw them away tomorrow." Chen Lanlan placed her phone on the nightstand, pulled the blanket, turned to the side, and faced away from Chen Yuan. She reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. The room darkened. "I'm going to sleep," her voice came from under the blanket, muffled. "Don't make any noise and disturb me. One more warning, don't entertain any other thoughts about me." "I wouldn't dare, don't worry, Miss Chen," he said to the ceiling. "I swear on my conscience that I will never have any bad intentions toward you." Chen Lanlan did not reply. The room fell silent. Chen Yuan also closed his eyes and breathed slowly. His breath rose from his dantian, passing through the middle of his chest, sinking down. After practicing the breathing technique of the 5 animals play several times, drowsiness finally washed over him. Then he sank into a dream. The next morning, ding, 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 ding. Chen Yuan reached out to touch his phone. His fingertips brushed against the nightstand a couple of times before finding it. The time displayed on the screen showed 6:30. The alarm was still ringing. Thud. A pillow hit him on the head. "Turn it off." Chen Lanlan's voice came from above the bed. Chen Yuan hurriedly pressed off the alarm and sat up. The floor had been hard all night, leaving his waist a bit sore. He grimaced while stretching his neck, rummaged through the box for a deep blue polo shirt and khaki pants, and began to put them on. "What are you doing?" Chen Lanlan poked half her face out from under the blanket, her hair a mess like a bird's nest, her eyelids drooping. "Getting up for work." Chen Yuan pulled on his pants and buckled his belt. "I'm going to be late if I don't hurry." Chen Lanlan squinted at the digital clock on the nightstand. It was 6:34. She turned over, pulling the blanket over her head, her voice muffled beneath it, making it hard to understand, but her impatience was clear. "Late for what? Turn off that broken alarm and sleep a little longer. I will inform HR, so don't disturb me." Chen Yuan froze in place halfway through putting on his pants, his belt not yet fastened. He opened his mouth to say something, glanced at the round shape under the blanket, and swallowed his words. Yes, the boss calls the shots." He lowered his voice and muttered, You sleep. The blanket remained still. Chen Yuan carefully fastened his belt and put on his new sneakers. He walked to the door, and when he opened it, the hinges made a faint creak. He glanced back. Chen Lanlan was lying on her side, the blanket slipping down to her shoulders, revealing part of her spaghetti-strap nightgown. Her hair spread out on the pillow, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, breathing evenly. Chen Yuan closed the door gently and went downstairs. When he reached the first floor, the maid in a white uniform was setting the table in the dining room. Upon seeing him come down, she paused her work. "Mr. Chen, you're up. What would you like for breakfast?" Chen Yuan thought for a moment. "Anything is fine. What? All right." The maid nodded and turned to enter the kitchen. Chen Yuan pushed open the glass door of the living room and walked into the yard. The sun had not yet risen, and the clouds in the east were tinged with a light orange hue. Dew clung to the grass, and the air carried the mixed scent of fresh grass and soil, similar to what he had smelled in the countryside during his childhood. In the yard, Chen Hua was practicing Tai Chi beside the lawn. Dressed in a white practice outfit and cloth shoes, he stood with his back straight. His movements were slow but graceful. Beginning stance, wild horse parts, its mane, white crane spreads its wings. Chen Yuan stood under the porch watching for a while. Chen Hua finished his form, exhaled slowly, and turned around. Oh, he saw Chen Yuan and smiled. The new son-in-law is up so early. Chen Yuan scratched the back of his head. A good grandpa. He almost called him Old Chen again, but caught himself just in time. Chen Hua walked over, sizing him up with a gaze that held an indescribable meaning. How is my granddaughter? Has she bullied you? Not bad. He chuckled a couple of times. Chen Lanlan has been very good to me. Oh. Hua raised his eyebrow. Is that true? It couldn't be more true. Chen Yuan nodded, his expression sincere, as if it were not acting. Hua looked at him. That's good. He patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder. If she bullies you, just tell me, and I will deal with her. All right, Grandpa. Hua turned to walk back a couple of steps, then suddenly turned around and asked, Is the floor hard? A bit hard, Chen Yuan casually replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew he had made a mistake. Hua stopped in his tracks, slowly turned around, and the smile on his face faded significantly, his gaze piercing through Chen Yuan like nails. Humph. He snorted softly, not loud, but it sent a chill down Chen Yuan's spine. Chen Yuan's mind raced, trying to find something to smooth things over. He opened his mouth, but then closed it again. The more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. Anything he said would be wrong. Hua didn't give him the chance to come up with an excuse. Look at your lack of ambition. He looked at Chen Yuan, his tone not heavy, but every word carried the weight of I already knew this. You two are now legally married and protected by law. Pause. Kid, let me tell you, other than your marriage certificate being protected by law, any other contracts or agreements are not protected. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Contract. Agreement. 15 million. Did this old man know everything? He opened his mouth wanting to say, there's no agreement. But looking into Hua's murky yet shrewd eyes, the words got caught in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Kid, I'll say this much to you. Hua turned around, hands behind his back, walking toward the lawn. The rest, figure it out for yourself. Chen Yuan stood under the porch watching Hua's figure. White crane spreads its wings. Beginning stance, separating, sinking. The movements were still so slow and steady. Chen Yuan turned around and returned to the living room. The maid had already brought out breakfast. A bowl of white porridge, a plate of small dishes, 2 soup dumplings, and a boiled egg, all arranged neatly on a tray. He sat in the dining room, picked up a soup dumpling, took a bite, the thin skin bursting with juice in his mouth, the flavor so fresh that it relaxed his furrowed brow. But his mind was still racing. Hua's words were very clear. He should know that his marriage with Qin Lanlan was a sham. Perhaps he even guessed about that agreement. But he did not expose it, nor did he get angry. Why? Chen Yuan chewed on the Zilongbao, pondering for a long time, without understanding. Forget it. Whatever, let's eat first. Halfway through, footsteps came from the stairs. Qin Lanlan came down. She had changed into a light gray professional suit, her hair styled up and her face adorned with light makeup, looking much more refreshed than the night before. The sound of high heels echoed quickly on the stairs. The nanny brought out a breakfast plate from the kitchen and placed it on her usual seat. Qin Lanlan sat down, picked up the bowl of porridge, and took a sip. Chen Yuan sat opposite her, still chewing on the bun, mumbling a greeting morning. Qin Lanlan did not look up, only responded with a casual mm. She ate quickly, finishing most of the porridge, devouring 2 Zilongbao, and took a bite of the boiled egg, leaving the rest untouched on the plate. Let's go. She stood up, wiping her hands with a napkin. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Where to? To work. Qin Lanlan shot him a glance. Chen Yuan quickly stuffed the last bite of the bun into his mouth, stood up, and turned to head upstairs. The security uniform in the cardboard box was still neatly folded. He took it out, shook it out, put it on, fastened the buttons, and tucked the hat under his arm, hurrying downstairs. Qin Lanlan was already at the door, holding a briefcase. Chen Yuan changed his shoes and followed her out. In the yard, Hua was still practicing Tai Chi. The graceful movements of the white crane were neither hurried nor slow. He noticed the two coming out, but without stopping his actions, he merely glanced over and said, "Remember to come back tonight." "Understood, Grandpa." Qin Lanlan replied. Chen Yuan also shouted, "Goodbye, Grandpa." Hua said nothing further, slowly turning around, hugging his knees as he continued his practice. Chen Yuan followed Qin Lanlan to the garage. Qin Lanlan got into the Ferrari and started the engine. Chen Yuan opened the passenger door and sat down. The car drove out of the garage, exiting the Qin residence gate, merging onto the main road. Neither of them spoke during the ride. Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat, turning to watch the rapidly retreating street scenery, his mind endlessly cycling through a thought. That night. Why was she at that bar? A corporate president drunkenly alone at night, dragging a stranger to a... Moreover, this should have been her first time. He clearly remembered the bloodstain on the bed. Chen Yuan stole a glance at Qin Lanlan. She held the steering wheel with both hands, her eyes fixed ahead, her expression neutral. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her profile, casting a small shadow of her nose on her cheek. She was indeed beautiful, but it was also truly cold. He averted his gaze and continued to think. This woman, could it be that she had been without a boyfriend for a long time and was seeking a one-night stand? But there was no need to pick a security guard for a one-night stand. With her status, what kind of man couldn't she have? Unless she didn't want anyone to know. A corporate president, a prominent figure in the Sanxia business world, if it were known she went to a bar at night looking for a man, it wouldn't sound good. So she found a stranger. After one night, they would part ways, neither recognizing the other. Yet unexpectedly, the next day they ran into each other at the company gate. and it just so happened to be the security guard from her own company. Chen Yuan thought of this, the corners of his mouth twitching. Anyone would be flustered in this situation. The car had been driving for over 20 minutes nearing Shenghua Group. Lower your head. Qin Lanlan suddenly spoke. Chen Yuan was taken aback. What? Lower your head, don't let anyone see you sitting in my car. Chen Yuan quickly realized, hurriedly slouching down, lowering his head below the window. Don't look up. Qin Lanlan instructed again. The car turned a corner, slowed down, and entered the underground parking garage. The light dimmed. The Ferrari circled in the parking lot, finding a parking spot in a corner, and stopped. Qin Lanlan turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake, and glanced around. When the coast was clear, "Get out," she said. Chen Yuan straightened up, opened the door, and got out. Qin Lanlan rolled down the window, slightly watching Chen Yuan. "Remember what I told you?" Her voice was low in the company. "Do not mention our matter. Not even a word." Chen Yuan smiled and nodded. "Got it, President Qin. Let's go." Chen Yuan turned and walked towards the elevator. Exiting through the side door of the underground parking lot, he made a large detour to the security office. In the security office, Wang Zhengwo was sitting behind the desk, drinking tea, a duty roster spread out in front of him. "Brother Wang." Chen Yuan pushed the door open and entered. Wang Zhengwo glanced up at him. "You're here. Any arrangements for today?" Chen Yuan asked. "Nothing planned, just the usual patrols and posts. You're the captain now, do as you wish." Wang Zhengwo lifted the enamel cup to take a sip. Chen Yuan acknowledged, took the walkie-talkie from the cabinet, and clipped it to his waist, sitting on the office sofa, for a while scrolling through his phone. After sitting for over 10 minutes, he couldn't stay still anymore. He stood up, greeted Wang Zhengwo. "Brother Wang, I'm going out for a bit." "Go ahead." Chen Yuan exited the security department, heading from the basement to the ground level. The sun had risen, shining bright on the ground. He walked around the perimeter of Building B, then wandered between a few guard posts. At the east gate, Old Sun was on duty. "Captain Chen." Old Sun smiled at him. "Brother Sun." Chen Yuan walked over, leaning against a nearby stone post. "How's today going?" "What else can it be, the same as usual?" Old Sun pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one. "Want one?" Chen Yuan waved his hand. "No thanks." Old Sun lit up a cigarette, taking a puff while squinting. "Being captain is nice, no need to stand guard, just..." Chen Yuan smiled. The two chatted casually for a while before Chen Yuan headed towards the south gate. A tall, slender figure sat in the guard post, looking at his phone. Seeing Chen Yuan approach, he quickly stuffed his phone into his pocket and stood up. "Captain Chen." "No worries, you can sit." Chen Yuan stood outside the guard post for a moment. "Is it hot?" "Not bad, in the shade, not too hot." Chen Yuan nodded and took another route. By noon, he arrived at the security booth next to the main entrance of the group. A chubby guard was sitting inside, fanning himself with a hand fan. "Captain Chen, how many laps have you made today?" The chubby guard asked with a grin. "You must have taken at least 20,000 steps." Chen Yuan was just about to respond when an electric scooter stopped at the side of the road at the entrance. A delivery man in a yellow uniform got off the scooter, carrying a large bouquet from the back seat. Red roses wrapped in black paper tied with ribbons, at least 99 blooms. The delivery man walked to the side of the security booth and leaned in to ask, "Hello, could you tell me how to get to the president's office?" Chen Yuan glanced at him. "What do you need?" The delivery guy looked down at his phone and said, "It's a flower delivery. Someone ordered flowers to be sent to the president's office for someone named Qin Lanlan. You can give me the flowers and he'll help you deliver them," Chen Yuan said, moving slightly. The delivery guy hesitated. "No, the order specifies it must be delivered in person." Chen Yuan straightened his face and pointed at the notice on the entrance of the group. "Delivery is not allowed inside. They don't allow deliveries here." His tone left no room for negotiation. The delivery guy glanced at the notice, then at the flowers in his arms, scratching his head. "How about I leave the flowers at the front desk and let them help deliver it?" "The front desk is too busy," Chen Yuan replied. "I'm the security captain here. If you give it to me, I'll ensure it gets delivered in person." The delivery guy hesitated for a few more seconds before handing over the flowers. "All right then, thank you. Make sure it gets delivered in person as the client specifically requested." "Don't worry." The delivery guy rode off on his electric bike. Chen Yuan held the bouquet and turned to walk towards the group building. The bouquet was so large that it took up most of his chest, and the black wrapping paper glimmered under the sun. He entered the lobby. Two receptionists were talking with their heads down. The curly-haired one noticed him first and nudged the ponytail girl beside her. Look. The ponytail girl looked up and saw Chen Yuan walking over with the bouquet, her mouth opening slightly. "Isn't that the new security captain? What's he doing with such a big bouquet? It can't be that he's confessing to someone, right?" The curly-haired girl whispered, a smile tugging at her lips. Chen Yuan walked past them. He heard their hushed voices behind him. Who would fall for that little security guy? It's really funny. But the guy is actually quite handsome. If he weren't a security guard, I might consider him, huh? Oh, come on, he's not bringing the flowers to you. I'm just joking. Their voices faded away. Chen Yuan took the elevator to the top floor. He walked to the door of the president's office holding the flowers. Zhou Qing was at her desk, several documents spread out before her, a cup of coffee in her hand. She looked up and saw Chen Yuan, more accurately saw the bouquet in his arms, her eyes brightening instantly as her coffee cup hovered in midair. Oh, she put down the coffee cup, stood up, and leaned forward with both hands on the desk. Captain Chen, who are there for President Qin, Chen Yuan replied. Zhou Qing paused for a moment, then leaned back in her chair, her smile fading slightly before slowly returning, tinged with a hint of feigned disappointment. I thought they were for me. She tilted her head at him. Are you about to confess to me? Chen Yuan smiled. Even if I did confess, you would look down on me for being a little security guard. How would you know unless you try? Zhou Qing said playfully. Maybe if you confess, I'll say yes. Chen Yuan took her joke lightly and replied casually, all right, I'll confess to you tomorrow. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Qing's eyes and the corners of her mouth lifted. Really? She raised a finger. Whoever doesn't confess is a loser. Chen Yuan chuckled, not taking it seriously. Okay, whoever doesn't confess is a loser. Then it's settled, Zhou Qing said as she picked up her coffee cup, sipping leisurely while looking at him over the rim. Chen Yuan, still holding the flowers, took a couple of steps towards Qin Lanlan's office door, then paused and turned back. I told you I need to deliver President Qin's order first. Zhou Qing put down her coffee cup and waved her hand. Go ahead, President Qin is in her office. Chen Yuan walked to the office door and knocked. Come in. Qin Lanlan's voice came from behind the door. Chen Yuan pushed the door open and closed it behind him. Qin Lanlan looked up. She saw the bouquet, her gaze lingering on it for a moment before shifting to Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan noticed a change in her expression. What are you doing? Qin Lanlan put down her pen, leaned back in her chair, and crossed her arms over her chest. What did I tell you in the car earlier? Not to disclose our relationship. And here you are coming in with flowers. Her tone was not loud, but each word felt like a hammer striking down. Chen Yuan opened his mouth. It's not, President Qin, not what? Qin Lanlan interrupted him. We have a fake marriage, do you understand? Her tone was still cold, but slightly lower than before. Don't you want that 15 million? As soon as Chen Yuan heard that, he hurriedly stepped forward, placing the flowers on the empty space beside the desk, his hands waving. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. His expression was both anxious and innocent, his brows almost knitting together. I didn't buy these flowers. They are your delivery sent by someone else. Qin Lanlan furrowed her brows slightly. Delivery? Yes. Chen Yuan nodded emphatically. Just now a delivery guy brought them to the door, saying someone ordered flowers for President Qin Lanlan. I signed for you. Qin Lanlan looked at him, her gaze resting on his face for about 2 seconds. She reached out to take the flowers, examining the bouquet. A card was tucked among the flowers, white and made of thick cardstock with a handwritten note. The card had a line written in black ink, the handwriting neat. Lanlan, I'm sorry I was wrong. Whether you accept it or not, I will always wait for you. Forever yours, you. There was no signature, just the character you. Qin Lanlan stared at that character, her expression shifting. It was neither anger nor sentiment, it was a complex mix. A hint of irritation, a touch of helplessness, and an unnameable emotion. She stared at the card for a few seconds, then shoved it back into the bouquet, closed it, and pushed it aside on the desk. Take it out and throw it away. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Throw it away. Yes, Qin Lanlan replied, her tone flat, but without any room for discussion. Also, if any more flowers come, just throw them in the trash. What a waste to throw them away, Chen Yuan said, his voice tinged with genuine sorrow. These flowers are so beautiful. Qin Lanlan looked up at him. If I tell you to throw them away, then throw them away. Now immediately. Her voice suddenly rose a pitch. Chen Yuan was startled by her sudden volume, reflexively standing up straight, his right hand raising to his temple in a somewhat unstandard salute. All right, President Qin. He bent down to pick up the bouquet and turned to leave. As he reached the door, the bouquet was so large that it got caught on the doorknob. He had to push against the door with his shoulder to squeeze out. Zhou Qing was holding a coffee cup while looking at her phone when she heard some noise and lifted her head. She saw Chen Yuan coming out holding a bouquet of flowers, his gaze lingering on the flowers for a moment. Didn't President Qin want it? Chen Yuan adjusted his grip on the flowers, almost brushing against the door frame with the large bouquet. President Qin told me to throw it away. Throw it away. Zhou Qing glanced at the bouquet and then at Chen Yuan. Who sent this? I don't. Chen Yuan shook the flowers a bit, lowered his head to look for the card, and pointed his chin towards the bouquet. The card only has one character, you. She leaned back against the chair, took a sip of her coffee, and remarked, but such beautiful flowers, it would be a pity to throw them away. Chen Yuan, she leaned back against the chair, took a sip of her coffee, and remarked, but such beautiful flowers, it would be a pity to throw them away. Chen Yuan glanced at the flowers in his arms, and then at Zhou Qing. Then should I give them to you? Zhou Qing almost choked on her coffee. She set down the cup, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and stared at Chen Yuan. No way. You want to give me something that's going to the trash? She paused, raising her voice slightly. Can't you just buy a new bouquet for yourself? Chen Yuan chuckled and took 2 steps back while holding the flowers. Yes, I'm sorry, Qingjia. Next time I'll buy you a new one. How long is next time? Zhou Qing tilted her head to look at him, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Don't forget you still owe me a meal. Don't worry, I won't forget. As Chen Yuan spoke, he retreated towards the elevator, the bouquet bouncing slightly with his steps. I have the best memory, I'll never forget who owes me, but the debts I owe I forget in a turn. Zhou Qing watched him, wanting to laugh, but holding it back. All right, hurry, and throw away your flowers. Got it. Chen Yuan turned around, standing in front of the elevator door, and pressed the button for down. When the elevator doors opened, he cheekily turned his head back. Qing Jie, are you sure you don't want the flowers? Get lost. Zhou Qing shouted. The elevator doors closed. Chen Yuan took the flowers down to the first floor, passing through the lobby. Two receptionists saw him again and whispered to each other. The one with curly hair spoke first. Hey, didn't he send the flowers out? The one with a ponytail replied, who would want him? Chen Yuan stepped out of the company's main gate, walked to the trash can, and shoved the flowers inside. After standing there for a moment, he suddenly remembered what Qin Lanlan had said last night. Go buy a few pieces tomorrow. Those old clothes of yours should be thrown away. Chen Yuan thought for a moment it was indeed time to buy a few new pieces. He walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to the nearest mall. The driver glanced at him through the rear. Which mall? There are several nearby. Just one where I can buy clothes. Then let's go to Dawang, it's not far. The car drove for about 10 minutes and stopped at the entrance of Dawang Plaza. Chen Yuan paid the fare and got out of the car, entering the mall. It was not crowded in the afternoon and the air conditioning was strong. He walked around the first floor, which was filled with cosmetics and jewelry, but he couldn't find any clothing stores. He went up to the second floor, and right in front of the escalator was a men's clothing store. The sign was unfamiliar, but the store was brightly decorated. He walked in. A young female staff member approached him, dressed in black work attire with her hair in a high ponytail, smiling. Sir, looking for clothes? Just browsing. Chen Yuan walked around the store and stopped in front of a row of short-sleeved t-shirts. He picked up a dark gray one, felt the fabric, and found it acceptable, not scratchy. How much is this one? This style is 299. Chen Yuan glanced at the tag, confirming the price. He put the shirt back and looked at the adjacent row. He found a navy blue one that felt a bit thicker. What about 320? Chen Yuan thought for a moment and picked up both shirts. Do you have it in size L? Yes, I'll go get it for you. The staff member turned to fetch the items. Chen Yuan wandered around the store and noticed a pair of black casual pants, simple in style, without any flashy designs. He checked the tag, 450. The staff member returned with the two t-shirts. Sir, here are the L sizes you asked for. Chen Yuan took them and pointed at the pants. Give me a pair of those pants as well, waist size 31. Sure thing. The staff member went to get the pants. In the fitting room, Chen Yuan tried on the clothes and pants. The t-shirt fit well, the length of the pants was just right, and the waist was slightly tight, but it should loosen up after a couple of days. I'll take these. He folded the clothes neatly and took out his phone to prepare for payment. That'll be 1,360. The staff member scanned the code. Chen Yuan paid, carrying the bag as he exited the men's store. He wandered around the second floor again and entered a sports brand store. On the rack by the door were several pairs of shoes in black, white, and gray. The style was nothing special, but they looked comfortable. He tried on a pair of black ones, and they fit perfectly. How much for these? 1,699. Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment. A pair of shoes was almost equivalent to his living expenses for 2 months. But thinking about it, he wasn't short on money now. I'll take a pair. After paying, he walked out of the mall with 3 bags. The sun was still high, heating the tiles of the plaza. Chen Yuan stood by the roadside, taking out his phone to call a cab. Just as he opened the app, he noticed a crowd gathered nearby in the plaza. There were at least dozens of people surrounding the area in layers. Some were standing on tiptoe to see, some were holding up their phones to record, and others were whispering to each other. Chen Yuan tucked his phone back into his pocket and walked over, saying, excuse me, as he squeezed through the gaps in the crowd. On the ground lay a woman. She appeared to be around 40, wearing a deep purple dress, her curled hair spread out. Her makeup was already smudged, lipstick smeared on the side of her mouth, looking as if she had eaten something without cleaning up. Her complexion was ashen, lips purple, eyelids half closed, and her pupils were motionless. A brown handbag lay to her left, the clasp broken, spilling its contents. A pack of tissues, a bunch of keys, and a small makeup bag. The surrounding sounds buzzed like a pot of porridge boiling. A woman in a floral shirt pulled back a middle-aged man who wanted to step forward. Don't move. Don't touch her. What if she's faking it? If you help her up and she wakes up claiming you knocked her down, you won't have a place to cry. The middle-aged man withdrew his hand, hesitated for a moment, and took a half step back. Nearby, a young guy wearing glasses was recording with his phone, pointing the camera at the woman on the ground, saying, film it, get some evidence. Another woman in a white t-shirt squatted at the front of the crowd, about 2 meters away from the woman, stretching her head to look for a while before turning back to speak to the person next to her. How long has she been lying there? Her face looks so purple, it doesn't seem like she's faking it, does it? Who knows? An elderly lady behind her carrying a grocery basket replied, "There are all sorts of things happening these days. Just last time, there was an old lady who collapsed on the roadside, and when a kind-hearted person helped her, they ended up being scammed for $500,000. That's just a rare case." The woman in the white t-shirt remarked, but she did not move. "Rare." The elderly lattice voice became louder. "Just encountering one is enough trouble for you. You young people are too kind to. I've seen it many times." A middle school student in a school uniform squeezed to the front, squatting down to take a look at the woman's face, and shouted back, "Why aren't you calling 120? No one responded. The middle school student took out his phone, the screen already showing 3 digits, his finger hovering over the call button, hesitating for a moment, looked around, and stood up again. "Maybe you adults should call him underage and afraid of causing trouble." Chen Yuan placed the bag he was holding on the ground and squatted down. He ignored the surrounding voices and first took a look at the woman's face. Her complexion was dull, lips purple, and there was a faint bluish tint at her forehead. It was not the kind of red from sun exposure, nor the pale from low blood sugar. Rather, it was a dark hue that seemed to emanate from beneath her skin like a layer of gray. This was not a pretense. He reached out to check her breathing. There was hardly any airflow. Chen Yuan grabbed the woman's wrist, placing 3 fingers on it. He could not feel a pulse. It was not the weak pulse of a frail person, nor the irregular pulse of a chaotic heartbeat. There was simply nothing. The radial pulse had disappeared, and he checked the carotid artery as well, but found nothing there too. Her heart had stopped. Chen Yuan had only one thought in his mind: save her. He released his hand, gently tilting the woman's head to one side to prevent her tongue from blocking the airway. Then he crossed his hands and placed them on the lower third of the woman's sternum, beginning chest compressions. The moment he pressed down, the bones emitted a very faint creaking sound. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counted as he pressed the rhythm, quick, each press deep. The crowd around them erupted in chaos. Hey, what is he doing?" The woman in the floral shirt's voice became sharp. "Young man, don't just mess around. Can you take responsibility if something goes wrong?" "Is he a doctor?" the woman in the white t-shirt asked. "He doesn't look like it, he's so young," the elderly lady with the grocery basket replied. "Does it matter whether he's a doctor or not? At least he dares to save her, do you?" A middle-aged man's voice interjected. "I surely wouldn't dare." The elderly lady snorted. "In this day and age, good people don't get rewarded. How many have saved someone only to be scammed?" A middle school student wearing glasses raised his phone, the camera shifting from the woman to Chen Yuan and then back. "Hey, take it easy, man," he shouted. Chen Yuan ignored him and continued pressing. After 30 presses, he lowered his head, pinched the woman's nose, lifted her chin, took a deep breath, and sealed his lips over hers, blowing 2 breaths. The woman's chest rose and fell. He straightened up and continued compressions. "Who is calling 120? He shouted without lifting his head. No one moved. He shouted again, his voice louder than before. "Call 120. The middle school student with glasses hesitated for a moment and raised his hand. "I'll call." He bent down and pressed 3 digits on his phone, holding it to his ear, waiting for about 2 seconds. "Is this 120? I'm at Dawang Square. Over here in the square, yes, at the East Gate. A woman has collapsed, her heart has stopped. I don't know if someone is performing CPR. Hurry, come quickly." After hanging up, he shouted to Chen Yuan. "I called, they said they would be here soon." Chen Yuan did not respond, continuing to apply pressure. Sweat began to bead on his face. Sweat from his forehead trickled down his nose, dripping onto the woman's collar. His breathing became heavier, each compression accompanied by a groan. Chest compressions are physically demanding. The standard CPR requires a rate of 100 to 120 compressions per minute, each compression to a depth of 5 to 6 centimeters. A normal person would be exhausted after 2 or 3 minutes. Chen Yuan pressed for about 5 minutes, and his arms began to feel sore. He did not stop. The crowd around him became a bit quieter. Some were recording, others whispered, some craned their necks to watch, and some frowned and stepped back a few paces. The woman in the floral shirt stood at the front, arms crossed over her chest, her expression complex. "Young man, do you know her?" she asked. Chen Yuan shook his head, his hands still moving. "Then why are you doing this? What if?" "There is no what if." Chen Yuan interrupted her. The woman in the floral shirt opened her mouth but swallowed the rest of her words. Chen Yuan continued pressing. Sweat dripped onto the ground, mixing with the moisture released from the sun-baked tiles of the square. The woman in the white t-shirt took out a pack of tissues from her bag, pulled out 2 sheets, squatted down, and placed them next to Chen Yuan. "Young man, wipe your sweat." Chen Yuan did not pay attention. He counted 30 compressions, 2 breaths. 30, then 2. 32. Repeating. His arms turned from sore to numb, from numb to almost without sensation. He could no longer feel his fingers, only that his palms were still pressing on the woman's chest, still pushing down, still bouncing back up. In the 8th minute, his speed slowed slightly. He was too tired. His shoulders felt like they were filled with lead, and each lift required him to grit his teeth. But he did not stop. In the 15th minute, while Chen Yuan was performing rescue breaths, a faint sound came from the woman's throat. It was as if something had been swallowed. He straightened up his fingers, returning to the woman's carotid artery. The pulse had returned. Very weak, but it was back. Chen Yuan sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat from his forehead dripped down to his chin, soaking the collar of his t-shirt. His hands trembled not from fear, but from exhaustion. The woman in the white t-shirt squatted down and handed him a tissue. "Young man, are you okay?" Chen Yuan took it, wiped the sweat from his face, and exhaled deeply. "How is she?" The woman in the white t-shirt leaned in to look at the woman. "It seems like she has a pulse." "Yes," Chen Yuan nodded. "Her heartbeat has returned." The sound of an ambulance approached from a distance, growing nearer. A white ambulance turned into the square, stopping outside the crowd. Several paramedics jumped out of the vehicle, rushing over with a stretcher. The crowd automatically parted to meet. The lead doctor was a man in his 30s, dressed in a dark blue emergency uniform, who squatted down to first check the woman's pupils, then felt her carotid artery. "What's the situation?" he asked. "Cardiac arrest," Chen Yuan said. "I performed CPR, started about 15 minutes ago, and her heartbeat has just returned." The doctor glanced at Chen Yuan, his gaze lingering on the young man in his 20s, dressed in casual attire, his t-shirt soaked with sweat, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. "Are you a family member?" "No, just passing by." The doctor didn't ask further, took a stethoscope from the emergency kit, listened to the woman's heartbeat, and measured her blood pressure. The nurse beside them placed the electrodes of the monitor on the woman's chest, and the green line on the screen flickered a few times, displaying a series of numbers. "Heart rate is 6 sinus rhythm," the nurse reported. The doctor nodded and stood up. "First, get her on the stretcher." The nurse and another paramedic lifted the woman onto the stretcher, secured her, and pushed her into the ambulance. As the doctor was about to get into the ambulance, he turned back to look at Chen Yuan. "Young man, have you studied first aid?" "A little bit," Chen Yuan replied. The doctor nodded and said no more, getting into the vehicle. The ambulance door closed, and it drove away with its lights flashing. The crowd gradually dispersed. The woman in the floral shirt walked away the fastest, carrying a basket of groceries, still muttering, "In this world, it's hard to be a good person, really hard." Before leaving, the woman in the white t-shirt glanced at Chen Yuan and said, "Young man, well done." Chen Yuan stood up from the ground, his legs a bit weak, his knees buckling slightly, but he held himself up. He bent down to pick up the bag on the ground, brushing off the dust on it. The bespectacled high school student hadn't left yet, standing nearby with his phone raised, showing that he was recording. "Bro, you're amazing," he said. "I recorded everything just now. Do you want me to send it to you?" "No need," Chen Yuan waved his hand. "Just delete it." The student was taken aback for a moment, his finger hovering over the screen. "Why delete it? It's such a good thing." Chen Yuan didn't explain, carrying the bag as he walked away. After walking a few steps, he heard a voice behind him. "Is this guy stupid? What if that woman wakes up and accuses him? Who knows, I wouldn't dare. Young people these days are just too impulsive." Someone else commented, "There aren't many young people like that left. Those who dare to help are all good people." Chen Yuan didn't look back. He walked to the roadside and took out his phone to call a car. The car arrived. He opened the back door and got in. "Where to?" "Shenghua Group." The car started and merged into the traffic. Chen Yuan leaned against the back seat and closed his eyes for a moment. He recalled the pulse of the woman from earlier. Unable to feel the pulse, the carotid pulse had vanished, and her breathing was faint to the point of being imperceptible. Her complexion was ashen, lips purple, and her forehead pale. The cause of the cardiac arrest he could only guess. An ashen complexion and pale forehead indicate signs of blood stasis. Given her age, the most likely cause was an acute attack of coronary heart disease leading to ventricular fibrillation or cardiac arrest. After 15 minutes of CPR, her heartbeat returned. But whether she could regain consciousness would depend on the subsequent rescue efforts and the duration of brain hypoxia. He had done what he could. The rest was up to the hospital. The car stopped at the entrance of Shenghua Group. Chen Yuan paid and got out. Beside the main gate of the group, a chubby man was standing outside the security booth smoking. When he saw Chen Yuan getting out of the taxi with several bags in hand, he grinned. "Captain Chen out shopping? Yeah, bought some things." Chen Yuan carried the bags towards the office. Halfway there, his phone vibrated. A WeChat message from Zhou Qing. "Do you remember that meal?" Chen Yuan replied, "Of course, can't forget." Zhou Qing replied in seconds, "That's more like it when." Chen Yuan thought for a moment, "How about tomorrow? You choose the place." Zhou Qing sent a location along with a message, "This one you're treating." Chen Yuan opened the message to take a look. It was a Japanese restaurant. He replied with a single word, "Sure." Zhou Qing sent another message, "Bring money, don't make your sister pay." Chen Yuan chuckled and typed, "Rest assured, all expenses will be covered by young Master Chen." Zhou Qing sent a satisfied emoji. Chen Yuan returned to the security department office, where Wang Zhengwo was still marking the schedule. He glanced up at the shopping bags in Chen Yuan's hands. Captain Chen went on a big shopping spree again. "Just bought some clothes," Chen Yuan said, placing the bags in a corner and plopping down on the sofa. He took out his phone to check the time. It was 4:20. He lay on the sofa for a while, scrolling through a few short videos, his eyelids growing heavier. The 15 minutes he spent doing CPR had drained too much of his energy, and his arms were still sore. He closed his eyes and dozed off. He didn't know how long it had been when his phone vibrated. Chen Yuan opened his eyes. It was a friend request on WeChat. The profile picture was a solid black image, and the nickname was a single character Qin. The verification message read, "I am Qin Lanlan." Chen Yuan quickly clicked to accept. Just after adding the other party, sent a message, "Wait for me in the basement." Chen Yuan glanced at the time. It was 5:03. He typed back, "I'm having dinner with friends tonight. You go back first. I'll come back after I finish." There was a pause of about 10 seconds on the other end before a single word came back, "Okay." Chen Yuan tucked his phone back into his pocket, stood up, picked up the shopping bags, and left the office. Back in his dormitory, he took off his security uniform and removed the tags from the new clothes he bought. A dark gray t-shirt paired with black casual pants and new sneakers. He looked in the mirror and thought he looked much more spirited than in the security uniform. His phone vibrated again. A message from Zhou Qing come out at the door. Chen Yuan stuffed his old clothes into the cabinet and left the dormitory. At the entrance of the group, a white BMW was parked by the roadside. The window rolled down halfway. Zhou Qing was sitting in the driver's seat, resting her hand on the steering wheel, tilting her head to look at him. "Get in, young Master Chen." Chen Yuan opened the passenger door and sat down. Zhou Qing was wearing a white dress today, her hair down with a pair of silver earrings on, looking like a different person from when she was at work. "What are you staring at?" Zhou Qing started the car, glancing at him. "Sister Qing, you look really beautiful today. I really like it." Chen Yuan fastened his seatbelt. "Stop the flattery." Zhou Qing smiled, slightly pressing the gas pedal. The car drove for more than 20 minutes, turning into an alley. The alley was narrow with old-style buildings on both sides, vines climbing up their walls. Zhou Qing parked the car in front of a Japanese restaurant, which was not large, with 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance, a wooden sliding door, and a plaque above the door inscribed with 4 characters, "Yijing Japanese Cuisine." "You can actually find this place." Chen Yuan got out of the car and looked up. "I've lived in Shensha for so many years, it would be strange if I couldn't find it." Zhou Qing locked the car and pushed the door open. The light in the shop was dim, casting a warm yellow glow on the wooden walls. Behind the bar stood a middle-aged man in a white chef's uniform, skillfully slicing sashimi with precise movements. A young girl in a kimono approached them, slightly bowing. "Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, under the surname Zhou," Zhou Qing replied. The girl led them through a short corridor and opened the door to a private room. It was small, with tatami mats on the floor, a low table in the center, and 2 sets of utensils along with a menu. The two removed their shoes and sat down facing each other. Zhou Qing picked up the menu and flipped through it, handing it over. "You order, remember, it's your treat." Chen Yuan took the menu, glanced at the prices, which were not overly expensive. It seemed Zhou Qing had chosen a budget-friendly place, assuming his salary as a security guard was not high. "What's wrong?" Zhou Qing propped her chin on her hand, looking at him. "Nothing much," Chen Yuan said, flipping through the menu. "You order. I'm not very familiar with Japanese cuisine." "Then I won't be polite," Zhou Qing said, taking the menu and listing several dishes to the waiter: sashimi platter, 2 portions of sea urchin, grilled eel, and a beef sukiyaki pot. The waiter noted everything down and left. The two were left alone in the private room. Zhou Qing picked up her teacup, took a sip, and looked at Chen Yuan. "What was President Qin's reaction when you brought the flowers today?" Chen Yuan also lifted his cup and took a sip of barley tea, finding it slightly bitter. "He just told me to throw them away." "That's it." "That's it." Chen Yuan set down his cup. "Oh, he also said if flowers are sent again in the future, just throw them in the trash." Zhou Qing softly clicked her tongue, putting down her teacup and tapping her fingers on the table. "Do you know who sent them?" "The card only had the character U at the bottom," Chen Yuan said. "You phase you." Zhou Qing nodded, falling silent for 2 seconds. "That person should be called Yu Xiaoping." The waiter entered, carrying a wooden tray with the sashimi platter and sea urchin, and then left again. Zhou Qing picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a slice of salmon, dipped it in soy sauce, chewed a few times, and swallowed. "Previously, President Qin had me transfer money to someone named Yu Xiaoping. Several times, each time it was over 100,000. I asked President Qin about it. She said it was for a friend studying abroad, and he was short on living expenses. Later, that person returned to the country." Zhou Qing continued, grabbing another slice of salmon. "He came to the company once. He looked quite refined, wore glasses, and spoke politely. President Qin had me go down to meet him. I saw them in the office for almost an hour, and when they came out, that person's expression was not good. After that," she set down her chopsticks, "President Qin never had me transfer money to him again. Not long after, that person came by again, but President Qin didn't see him. The front desk told me he waited downstairs for almost 2 hours before leaving." Zhou Qing took a sip of her tea, looking at Chen Yuan. "That's all I know. But in my opinion, that person is likely President Qin's ex-boyfriend. The Yu who studied abroad had all his tuition and living expenses paid by President Qin during those years." Chen Yuan chewed on the sea urchin without responding. "Aren't you the least bit curious?" Zhou Qing tilted her head to look at him. "Curious about what?" "That's your boss gossip." Zhou Qing lowered her voice slightly. "As a security team leader, don't you want to know more about your boss?" Chen Yuan smiled. I'm just a security guard. Oh, why should I pry into my boss' private matters? Am I getting paid too much? Zhou Qing laughed at him, waving her chopsticks in front of him. You just know ambition. Dishes began to arrive, grilled eel beef, sukiyaki pot filling the table. As they ate, they chatted, moving from company gossip to the latest popular TV shows, and then to the cat Zhou Qing. As they reached the later part of their meal, Zhou Qing put down her chopsticks, picked up her teacup, leaned back in her chair, and paused briefly on Chen Yuan's face. By the way, Moi, you still owe me a confession. Chen Yuan chewed on the beef, responding vaguely. You still remember? Of course I remember. Zhou Qing's eyes crinkled with a smile. Not a word of what you said has slipped my mind. Chen Yuan swallowed the piece of beef, picked up his teacup for a sip, and smiled broadly at Zhou Qing. All right, then I'll confess now. He cleared his throat, straightened his posture. Miss Zhou Qing, I like you, please be. Zhou Qing looked at him, her expression unchanged, but the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. That's too perfunctory, isn't it? She put down her teacup. Is that all you have for your confession? What else should I say? Chen Yuan scratched his head. I have no experience. Zhou Qing stared at him for 2 seconds, suddenly laughed, and waved her hand. All right, I'll let you off the hook for now. She lifted her teacup and took another sip. I'll keep this confession for now. You can say it again once you've thought it through. Chen Yuan chuckled a couple of times, not taking it to heart. After finishing their meal, he settled the bill, and the two left the Japanese restaurant. The night breeze blew, feeling much cooler than during the day. There were not many people in the alley, and the streetlights cast long shadows of the two. Zhou Qing parked her car in front of Shenghua Group and stopped by the roadside. Chen Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door. We're here, drive slowly. Zhou Qing placed her hand on the steering wheel, looking at him. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chen Yuan closed the car door, standing on the roadside, watching the white BMW turn out of the alley, its taillights fading into the night. He took out his phone, opened the ride-hailing app, and entered the address of Qing's residence. After waiting for about 3 minutes, a ride-hailing car stopped in front of him. He opened the rear door and got in. Go to this place. He showed the driver the address on his phone screen. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He glanced at the address, took a look at Chen Yuan in the rearview mirror, and pressed the accelerator. The car drove for nearly 40 minutes, turning into a familiar tree-lined road. The sycamore trees on both sides rustled in the night wind, and the streetlights' glow leaked through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mottled shadow on the car. The iron gate was closed, and 2 bodyguards in black suits sat in the guard booth at the entrance. The car stopped at the gate, and one of the bodyguards stepped out, bending down to look at Chen Yuan in the back seat. Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan lowered the car window and nodded. The bodyguard pressed a button on the remote control, and the iron gate slowly opened. The car drove and winding along the stone-paved path past the lawn and artificial lake, stopping in front of the villa. Chen Yuan opened the door and got out while the ride-hailing car turned around and left. The lights at the villa entrance were on, casting a warm yellow glow on the steps. He changed his shoes and walked into the living room. Xinhua was sitting on the sofa watching television, flipping through channels with the remote control. He paused when he saw Chen Yuan enter. Back. Lanlan said you had a social event tonight. No, what kind of social event can a security guard like me have? I just had a meal with a friend. Chen Yuan sat down on the sofa and glanced at Xinhua. Where's Lanlan? Upstairs. Xinhua placed the remote control on the coffee table and looked him up and down. Did you buy new clothes? I went shopping this afternoon. Xinhua nodded and said no more, picking up the remote control to change the channel again. Chen Yuan sat for a while before standing up. I'm going upstairs first. Go ahead. Chen Yuan went upstairs, walked into the innermost room, and the light in the room was on, and Qin Lanlan was sitting at the desk with a laptop in front of her, the screen filled with dense numbers. She was wearing a new set of pajamas with a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. She turned her head to glance at Chen Yuan, her gaze lingering on his new clothes for a moment before returning to the computer screen. You're back. Chen Yuan walked to the corner, placed the shopping bag next to a cardboard box, and took out the newly bought pajamas. I'm going to take a shower first. Chen Yuan entered the bathroom with the pajamas. After showering, he came out to find Qin Lanlan still sitting at the computer, her fingers tapping on the keyboard. Chen Yuan spread out the bedding, lay down, and took out his phone to browse. On his moments, Zhou Ting had posted a selfie with a goodnight expression. He didn't like it and swiped past. He scrolled through a few short videos, but they were uninteresting. After about 20 minutes, Qin Lanlan closed the laptop, turned off the desk lamp, and got into bed. She reached out to turn off the bedside lamp. The room darkened. Chen Yuan placed his phone by the pillow and closed his eyes. After a few minutes of silence, Chen Yuan. Qin Lanlan's voice came from above the bed. Moi, do you know who sent that flower? I don't know. Chen Yuan opened his eyes. Yu Xiaoping, she said, my university classmate. Chen Yuan did not respond. We were together for 6 years. Qin Lanlan's tone was flat, as if she were talking about something unrelated to herself. We started dating in our freshman year. After graduation, he went abroad for his Ph. And I came back to take over the family business. She paused. During those years abroad, I paid for his tuition and living expenses. One night I called him, and a woman answered. She spoke in English, which I understood. She said she was Yu Xiaoping's girlfriend and asked who I was looking for. Chen Yuan opened his mouth, but then closed it again. I didn't say anything and hung up. Qin Lanlan said, the next day he called back explaining that it was his roommate who joked and answered the call. I said, fine, I understand. He said he really hadn't betrayed me and asked me to trust him. Did you believe him, Mei? Chen Yuan asked. No. Qin Lanlan's voice remained flat, but I didn't say we should break up. It dragged on like that for almost a year. He called me every now and then sent messages. Sometimes I replied, sometimes I didn't. Later I had someone investigate a bit. She said he had a girlfriend over there the whole time and changed several. Each one was a casual relationship, and when he got bored he broke up and found another. Those women spent his money, and the money he spent was all mine. Chen Yuan said nothing. Do you know? He was with me for 6 years. Qin Lanlan's voice suddenly turned cold like an ice cube dropped into a glass. I made it very clear to him that the first time should be saved for the wedding day. He agreed he respected me. And what happened? She sneered. When he was sleeping with other women outside, he didn't consider the first time at all. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Aren't you men all like this? Qin Lanlan suddenly asked. Chen Yuan was taken aback. What? I mean, don't you guys only think about sleeping with women? Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Feelings don't matter, character doesn't matter as long as you can trick someone into bed. Chen Yuan was silent for 2 seconds. Not all men are like that, he said. Is that so? Qin Lanlan's voice came from under the blanket, muffled. What about you? What about me? Aren't you like that too? Chen Yuan thought for a moment. I don't know, he said. I've never thought about this question. Qin Lanlan did not respond. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, that night at the bar, how did you and Chen Yuan paused. I was in a bad mood that day and wanted to drink a bit. Why were you in a bad mood? I got expelled from school and was kicked out by my uncle finding a job as a security guard. I felt life was meaningless. Qin Lanlan was silent for a few seconds. So you went to the bar because you were in a bad mood. Not because you wanted to find a woman. Chen Yuan almost choked on his own saliva. President Qin, I only had 20,000 yuan left in my pocket, and I didn't have a job. How could I be in the mood to find a woman? Qin Lanlan did not say anything. After a few more seconds, she lowered her voice almost inaudible. That night was my first time. Chen Yuan had guessed it long ago, but hearing it from her made his heart skip a beat. I know, he said. How did you know? There was blood on the sheets. Qin Lanlan did not respond. The room was quiet for a long time. Chen Yuan thought she had fallen asleep. It feels much better to say it out loud. Qin Lanlan's voice suddenly came again, carrying a hint of relief. I've never told anyone these words before. Go to sleep now, she said. I have to go to work tomorrow. Okay. Qin Lanlan turned over, and the blanket rustled a few times, then there was no more sound. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, his mind turning over those words. 6 years. Supporting a man to study abroad for several years, spending who knows how much money. Only to find that the man changed several girlfriends abroad, spending her money. Who wouldn't feel hurt? He pulled the blanket up and closed his eyes. At 6:30 the next morning, Chen Yuan woke up. Qin Lanlan was still asleep, lying on her side. The blanket slipped down to her shoulders, her breathing even. Chen Yuan quietly got up, folded the blanket, and took his clothes into the bathroom. After changing clothes, he went downstairs. The maid was already setting the table in the dining room and saw him come down. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Morning. Breakfast was still rice porridge, soup, dumplings, boiled eggs, and a plate of side dishes. After finishing, Chen Yuan left the living room. In the yard, Qin Hua was wearing a white training suit practicing Tai Chi on the empty ground next to the lawn. The movements were slow, but his stance was quite steady. Chen Yuan walked over and stood beside, watching for a while. Qin Hua relaxed his posture, slowly exhaling, and turned around. Oh, you woke up earlier than yesterday. Grandpa, you've been practicing that Tai Chi for many years, right? More than 20 years. Qin Hua moved his shoulders. What's up? I will teach you something useful. Chen Yuan placed the blue cloth bag he was holding on a nearby stone bench. It's more effective than Tai Chi. Qin Hua glanced at him. What is it? It's a breathing technique and a set of exercises. Chen Yuan said, passed down from my grandfather. Qin Hua's eyes brightened slightly. Passed down from your grandfather? Yeah. Chen Yuan walked to the open space in the middle of the lawn, turned around. You watch, I'll demonstrate first. He took a deep breath, sinking his qi into his dantian. Starting position. The movements were not fast, but unlike Tai Chi is round and soft while this set is straight and firm. Each move was wide and expansive, yet his footsteps were light like a cat treading on the ground. He demonstrated while explaining. This set is called the 5-animal play, but it's not the version commonly found in the market. It has been improved by my grandfather, focusing on breathing. When inhaling, the mind follows the qi, and when exhaling, it sinks down. He executed the moves one by one. Tiger raise, tiger pounce, deer resistance, deer sprint, bear strength, bear shake, ape lift, ape pluck, bird stretch, bird fly. The movements were neither fast nor slow, with breath and motion synchronized, flowing like clouds and water. Xinhua stood by, eyes fixed intently. After Chun Yuan finished a set, he came to a stop, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. Did you see it clearly? Xinhua nodded, then shook his head. I saw it clearly, but can't remember it. No problem, I'll teach you. Chun Yuan moved to his side, patting his shoulder. Let's start with the first move, tiger raise. Watch me do it. He slowed down the movements, raising both hands from his sides, fingers spread wide like a tiger's claws. When inhaling, raise the hands up to the top of the head, and exhale slowly while lowering them. Just like this, give it a try. Xinhua followed along. The actions looked decent, but the breathing was not in sync. Exhaling while lifting, and inhaling while lowering, completely reversed. No, that's wrong. Chun Yuan moved beside him. Follow my commands. Inhale, raise, good, exhale, lower. Xinhua tried again, this time getting it right. Yes, just like that. Chun Yuan took a step back, do it again. Xinhua performed it a third time, more fluidly than before. One more time. By the fourth attempt, the movements were nearly flawless. All right, practice this one for a day, and tomorrow I'll teach. Chun Yuan clapped his hands, adding, if you practice daily, it should help with your illness. I'll do some research to help extend your life by a few more years. Xinhua paused, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and took a breath. I don't ask for much, just to see you and Lan Lan have children. Chun Yuan coughed, turning his face away. Xinhua shot him a glance. Why are you coughing? You two are married now, having kids is only a matter of time, right? Well, not in a hurry, not in a hurry. You're not in a hurry, but I am. Xinhua glared at him. Listen, you're now the son-in-law of the Qin family. Stop being so carefree and do what needs to be done. Chun Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. All right, I will make an effort. I will make an effort. What effort? Xinhua scoffed. Does effort even matter in such things? Chun Yuan was taken aback, unable to hold back his laughter. You're driving, and I'm having a hard time keeping up. What driving? Xinhua looked at him seriously. I'm talking about having children. Don't change the subject. Chun Yuan laughed even harder. Seeing Chun Yuan's expression, Xinhua's tense face finally cracked a smile. All right, stop laughing. He waved his hand. Continue teaching the second move. You promised to teach tomorrow. Chun Yuan stopped smiling. First, get the first move down. Don't be greedy. Xinhua thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chun Yuan walked to the stone bench, picked up the blue cloth bag, untied it, and took out a small cloth pouch, palm-sized, placing it into Xinhua's hand. Xinhua looked down. What is this? A set of needles, Chun Yuan said, for backup, just like my set. Keep it with you if you have an episode, have someone call me. If I can't make it in time, use this to hold on. Xinhua examined the cloth pouch, turning it over twice. But I don't know how to use needles. You don't need to use them yourself. Chun Yuan took the cloth pouch back from him, opened it, revealing a few silver needles, much shorter than normal. These needles have been treated during an episode. Have someone insert them into the 3 acupuncture points, Shanzhong, Guanyuan, and Neguan. They'll tell you the locations, and I've marked the depth for you. What if they insert them incorrectly? They won't get it wrong. Chun Yuan put the needles away and handed the pouch back to Xinhua. I've written the acupuncture point locations on paper, it's in the pouch. Just have your personal doctor follow the instructions. Xinhua stared at the cloth pouch in his hand, silent for a few seconds. Little brother, he suddenly said, not calling him Chun Yuan or son-in-law, but little brother. Chun Yuan looked up. Xinhua gazed at him, his eyes conveying an unexpressed emotion. Tell me the truth. His voice was soft. Can my illness really be cured? Chun Yuan looked at him, taking his time to answer. The morning light streamed in from the east, illuminating the 2 men, their shadows stretching across the lawn, one long and one short. It can be cured, Chun Yuan said. My grandfather once said that theoretically all illnesses in the world can be treated. If they can't be cured, it's just that the right method hasn't been found. He looked into Xinhua's eyes. I will definitely find that method. Xinhua stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. All right. He tucked the cloth pouch into his training outfit pocket and patted it. Then I'll wait for you. Just as Chun Yuan was about to say something, the sound of high heels approached from behind. Qin Lanlan walked out of the villa dressed in a light gray professional suit, her hair pinned up and her face adorned with light makeup. She glanced at the two standing on the lawn, her gaze stopping briefly on the cloth pouch in Xinhua's hand before moving away. Grandpa, good morning. Good morning. Xinhua turned his head. Have you had breakfast? I've eaten. Qin Lanlan walked to the garage door, glancing back at Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan understood instantly. Grandpa, I'm heading to work now. Go ahead, go ahead. Xinhua waved his hand and squatted into a horse stance, raising his hands overhead, tiger race. Inhale. Chun Yuan jogged to the garage door, opened the passenger side door, and sat inside. The Ferrari exited the garage and drove out of the Qin residence's main gate. The car merged onto the main road, and after more than 20 minutes neared Shenghua Group. when Qin Lanlan finally spoke. Keep your head down. Chen Yuan quickly ducked, lowering his head below the window. The Ferrari turned into the underground parking lot and stopped at a corner spot. Qin Lanlan turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake, and glanced around to ensure no one was nearby. Get out. Chen Yuan straightened up, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Qin Lanlan also got out, carrying her briefcase, and locked the car. Go up first, she said. Chen Yuan nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, the door of a white Audi in the opposite parking spot swung open. A man leaped out from the driver's seat holding a large bouquet of red roses and strode quickly toward Qin Lanlan. Lanlan. Chen Yuan halted in his tracks. The man stood about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a well-tailored black suit with gold-rimmed glasses on his fair-skinned face and his hair meticulously combed. He exuded an air of refinement and success. But Chen Yuan could see at a glance that this man's body had long been drained by wine and women. Qin Lanlan's face darkened at the sight of him. What are you doing here? Yu Xiaoping didn't answer her. Instead, his gaze fell on Chen Yuan, scanning him from head to toe. A dark gray t-shirt, black casual pants, new sneakers, nothing valuable on him. He frowned and turned back to Qin Lanlan. Lanlan, who is he? What business is it of yours? Qin Lanlan's voice was as cold as ice. What are you doing here? Yu Xiaoping thrust the flowers forward, plastering a fawning smile on his face. I came to see you, Lanlan. I picked these flowers at the shop early this morning. 99 of them, each one chosen by me. Qin Lanlan didn't take them. Unfazed, Yu Xiaoping drew the bouquet back slightly, stepped closer, and lowered his voice with a deliberate, Lanlan, I know I was wrong. Everything in the past was my fault. When I was abroad those years, I was young and foolish, and I did many things that hurt you. I can't sleep at night. My mind is full of you. I came back this time hoping we could start over. He paused and took another half step closer. Do you know? The first person I wanted to see after returning home was you. All these years abroad, you've always been in my heart. Those other women were just flings. My heart belongs only to you. Lanlan, give me one more chance. I swear I'll never make that mistake again. Standing nearby, Chen Yuan felt his stomach churn at these words. Qin Lanlan's face remained expressionless, but every word carried a tone of refusal. Enough. Don't say another word. There's no future for us. Please don't bother me again. She turned to leave. Yu Xiaoping panicked and grabbed her arm. Lanlan, listen to me. Qin Lanlan was yanked off balance, and her briefcase slipped from her hand. Chen Yuan's brow furrowed. In 2 strides, he crossed over, grabbed Yu Xiaoping's wrist, and twisted it outward. Yu Xiaoping winced in pain, released Qin Lanlan's arm, and stumbled back, his expression shifting from shock to fury. Who the hell are you? He glared at Chen Yuan, his voice rising. Chen Yuan stepped in front of Qin Lanlan, looking at Yu Xiaoping's refined fair face. What am I? I'm your daddy. Yu Xiaoping froze for a moment, his facial muscles twitching. You mother, don't you me. Chen Yuan cut him off, his tone unhurried. She said she doesn't want to talk to you, yet you still grab at her. Have you no shame? Yu Xiaoping's face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth to retort, but Qin Lanlan had already picked up her briefcase, brushed off the dust, and looked up at him. Yu Xiaoping, that's enough. Leave immediately, or I'll call security. Yu Xiaoping ignored Chen Yuan and turned back to Qin Lanlan, his anger morphing into hurt. Lanlan, can't you really forgive me? After all these years together, can you just let it go? I admit I was wrong, but I've changed. I really have. Can't you give me just one more chance? He stepped forward, his voice trembling. Lanlan, when I was abroad, I missed. Now that I'm back, you won't even see me. Qin Lanlan's hand tightened on the handle of her briefcase. You spent my money, slept with other women, and now you come back saying you've changed. Do you take me for a fool? Yu Xiaoping's expression stiffened briefly, but he quickly resumed his wounded look. That's all in the past. Enough. Qin Lanlan interrupted him. Yu Xiaoping, I'm married. Please don't come looking for me again. Yu Xiaoping was married. Who are you trying to fool? Lanlan, don't make up stories to upset me, right? Why would I bother? Qin Lanlan looked at him. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Yu Xiaoping's smile faded as he stepped closer. Then tell me, who is your husband? Call him out here. I'll ask him to his face. What gives him the right? Before he could finish, Qin Lanlan reached out and linked her arm with Chen Yuan's. This is my husband. Chen Yuan felt the soft touch against his arm, startled for a moment, then straightened his back, lifted his chin slightly, and looked at Yu Xiaoping. So you're Yu Xiaoping. Lanlan told me about you. When you were studying abroad, she paid for your tuition and living expenses. You took her money and went through one girlfriend after another. Chen Yuan paused. To be a kept man to this extent, you're quite something. Yu Xiaoping's face flushed crimson from his neck to his forehead. Who the hell do you think you are? His voice turned sharp and shrill. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm her husband, Chen Yuan said. Yu Xiaoping's face shifted from red to purple, then to white, and finally settled into a livid gray. Bullshit, he roared, his voice echoing through the underground parking lot. A guy like you. Do you even deserve Lanlan? He turned to glare at Qin Lanlan. Lanlan, you're lying to me, aren't you? Qin Lanlan said nothing, but her grip on Chen Yuan's arm tightened. Yu Xiaoping turned back to Chun Yuan, scrutinizing him again, and let out a cold laugh. Who do you think you are? Did you latch on to Lan Lan because she's rich? Let me tell you, I've seen plenty of gold diggers like you. You think you're worthy to stand by Lan Lan. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, spittle flying. Do you even know what Lan Lan and I had? We were together for 6 years. 6 years of love. Who are you to barge in as an outsider? You're nothing but a sneaky opportunist. Chun Yuan stared at him without a word. Yu Xiaoping, emboldened by his lack of reaction, stepped forward and pointed a finger at Chun Yuan's nose. Listen here, you'd better stay away from Lan Lan. You're only after her money, aren't you? Name your price, I'll pay it. Take the cash and get lost. Before he could finish, Chun Yuan's fist slammed into his face. Yu Xiaoping's head snapped back, his gold-rimmed glasses flying off, spinning twice in the air before clattering to the ground. His whole body followed his head, thudding dully against the oddest door. Chun Yuan gave him no time to react, stepping forward, grabbing him by the collar, yanking him off the car door, and pressing him to the ground. Yu Xiaoping's suit scraped against the pavement with a tearing sound, a gash splitting the fabric on his back. He struggled to rise, pushing himself up on his arms, only to be shoved back down by Chun Yuan. His body, drained by years of indulgence in wine and women, was utterly useless. His limbs felt like they were falling apart, lacking even the strength to resist. Chun Yuan pressed his head down, forcing his face against the ground. Say that again. Chun Yuan's voice was low, but every word carried a chilling edge. Yu Xiaoping's face was pressed against the cold concrete, the taste of blood rising in his throat. You dare hit me? Hitting you? I don't need a special occasion. Chun Yuan shoved his head down, knocking it. Yu Xiaoping let out a muffled groan and dared not speak again. Qin Lanlan stood nearby, watching the man pinned to the ground, her expression unchanged. She glanced at Yu Xiaoping's face pressed to the pavement, then looked at Chun Yuan. All right, that's enough. Chun Yuan didn't let go. Enough, Qin Lanlan said again. No need to stoop to his level. Chun Yuan released his grip and stood up. Yu Xiaoping remained on the ground, face still against the floor, mumbling unintelligibly. Qin Lanlan brushed the dust off Chun Yuan's arm, then looked at the curled figure on the ground. Yu Xiaoping, don't come looking for me again. She turned and walked toward the elevator. Chun Yuan followed. After a few steps, Yu Xiaoping's voice came from behind, hoarse and filled with hatred. Qin Lanlan, you'll regret this. Qin Lanlan paused for a moment, but didn't turn back. Chun Yuan turned around and took a step back. Yu Xiaoping, who had just started to get up, saw Chun Yuan turn back. His face changed, and he quickly shrank back, wrapping his arms around his head and crouching behind the Audi with only the top of his head visible. You, stay away from me. His voice trembled like a dog with its tail stepped on. Just you wait, it'll make you too. Chun Yuan stood there looking down at Yu Xiaoping crouched behind the car, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Stay put. Don't move. Move and he'll kick you. Yu Xiaoping ducked his head even lower, curling into a tight ball behind the car. His suit was covered in dust, a bloody scratch on his face, and his gold-rimmed glasses lay on the ground with one lens shattered. He muttered another curse, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. Chun Yuan didn't look back at him. He turned and walked away. At the elevator, Qin Lanlan pressed the up button. Chun Yuan walked over and stood beside her, glancing down at his right hand. A small patch of red on his knuckles, the skin scraped off. Does it hurt? Qin Lanlan asked. No. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped inside. The doors closed, and the numbers began to rise from the basement level. Chun Yuan leaned against the elevator wall, looking at Qin Lanlan's profile. Don't ask, she cut him off. It's none of your business. Chun Yuan fell silent. The elevator arrived. Chun Yuan stepped out first while Qin Lanlan waited a few seconds inside before pressing the close button and continuing upward. Chun Yuan jogged all the way back to the dormitory. He changed into his security uniform, checked himself in the small round mirror, adjusted his cap, and headed out. In the office, Wang Zhengwo was sipping tea from an enamel mug, the duty roster spread out on the desk with a few new check marks in pencil. Brother Wang. Chun Yuan pushed the door open. Here. Wang Zhengwo looked up at him. You look pale today. Didn't sleep well. I'm fine. Chun Yuan picked up the walkie-talkie from the desk and clipped it to his belt. He'll go take a look around. Go ahead. Chun Yuan left the office and went up from the basement to the ground floor. The sun was already high, baking the ground until it was hot. He walked a full circuit around Building B, then turned toward the east gate. Old Sun was standing outside the guard booth smoking. When he saw Chun Yuan approaching, he put out his cigarette. Captain Chun. Brother Sun. Chun Yuan leaned in. How's it going today? Same as always. Old Sun pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Want one? No thanks. Chun Yuan chatted with Old Sun for a while longer, then turned to head toward the south gate. Halfway there, Wang Zhengwo's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Captain Chin, do you copy? Chun Yuan picked up the walkie-talkie. Copy, go ahead. Get back to the office right away. Wang Zhengwo's voice was urgent. Someone's looking for you. Who? Just come, you'll see. Hurry up. Chun Yuan put away the walkie-talkie and quickened his pace back. When he reached the office, the door was open. He walked in and saw two people sitting on the sofa. One was a young man in a police uniform about 25 or 26 with a square face, sitting ramrod straight, his cap on the coffee table. The other was a woman. Chen Yuan recognized her at once. She was the woman who had been lying on the ground at Dewan Square that day. Today she was wearing a light apricot-colored dress, tightly fitted at the waist with the hem ending just above the knee, revealing a pair of shapely calves. On her feet were a pair of nude high heels, and her hair was styled in big waves draped over her shoulders. She wore light makeup with finely shaped eyebrows and a coat of muted rose lipstick. She was a completely different person from the one lying on the ground that day. When she saw Chen Yuan enter, her eyes lit up, and she stood up from the sofa. The police officer also stood up, sizing Chen Yuan up. "You must be Chen Yuan." "That's me." Chen Yuan put his walkie-talkie on the desk. "Is there something you need?" The officer turned to look at the woman and smiled. "Sis, I found him for you. Mission accomplished." The woman ignored him, quickly walked up to Chen Yuan and grabbed both his hands tightly. "Mr. Chen, I finally found you." Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes reddened, and tears swirled in them. "That day in the square, if it weren't for you, I would have lost my life." The doctor said with a cardiac arrest, "The golden rescue window is only a few minutes. You literally pulled me back from death's door." The doctor said that if it had been just a minute or two later, even if I had been saved, the prolonged lack of oxygen to the brain would have left severe aftereffects. She gripped Chen Yuan's hands tighter. "Mr. Chen, you saved my life, and I will never forget you. No matter what, you must give me a chance to thank you today." Chen Yuan felt a bit awkward with her holding his hand, but he didn't have the heart to pull away. "Please don't say that. Oh, I just happened to pass by. Anyone would have done the same." "No." The woman shook her head, her tone firm. "When I collapsed that day, there were so many people around, but no one dared to touch me. Only you came forward. I later watched the surveillance footage. You didn't hesitate, even for a moment." She released one of her hands, pulled out a tissue from her bag, and dabbed at the corner of her eyes. "Mr. Chen, my name is Li Xian. You can call me Sister Li." "Hello, Sister Li." Chen Yuan nodded. "And please stop calling me Mr. Chen. Oh, just call me Xiao Chun." "All right, Xiao Chun," Li Xian said, holding the tissue in her palm, looking at him. "Are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner as a proper thank you." As Chen Yuan was about to speak, Li Xian added, "You mustn't refuse. If you don't agree, I won't feel right." Chen Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, then I'll listen to Sister Li." A smile blossomed on Li Xin's face, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, looking both joyous and sorrowful. "Good, it's settled then." She took out her phone from her bag. "Let's exchange numbers and add each other on WeChat. They'll come pick you up tonight." The two exchanged numbers and added each other on WeChat. Li Xin's profile picture was a bouquet of flowers, and her moment's cover photo was a picture of her at the beach wearing a white dress with the wind blowing through her hair, her face obscured. "What time do you finish work?" Li Xian asked. 5:30. "All right, I'll come to pick you up at 5:30. Chen Yuan nodded. Li Xian put her phone back in her bag and turned to glance at the police officer. "All right, let's go." The officer picked up the hat from the coffee table, put it on, and walked over to give Chen Yuan a look. He extended his hand and shook Chen Yuan's. "Brother, thank you for saving my sister. My name is Li Bo, and if you ever need help, just come to me." "It's nothing," Chen Yuan replied. Then Li Bo and Chen Yuan saved each other's numbers. After Li Xian and Li Bo left, the office fell silent. Wang Jingwo leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Chen Yuan. "Team Chen, impressive," he said slowly after taking a sip of water. "You are doing good deeds without seeking recognition. Our people are coming to thank you in person." Chen Yuan clipped the walkie-talkie back to his waist and sat down in the chair. "I just happened to pass by." "Happened to?" Wang Jingwo set down his cup and leaned forward. "They said it themselves, there were so many people around, but you were the only one who dared to save her. That's not just coincidence." He pulled a cigarette from the drawer and put it in his mouth. "Have you studied medicine?" "A little, taught by family elders," Chen Yuan replied. Wang Jingwo didn't press further. "All right, as long as you know yourself." He paused, then added, "But I must remind you, when saving someone outside, it's fine if they survive, but if they don't, the family will come after you, and you won't be able to handle it." Chen Yuan nodded. "I understand." "That's good to hear," Wang Jingwo said, falling silent. Around 4 in the afternoon, Chen Yuan strolled around the perimeter of the group. As he reached the front entrance, he habitually glanced at the cars parked outside. Several ordinary sedans and SUVs, nothing special. Just as he was about to turn back, he caught sight of a white Audi parked under the shade of a tree. The license plate looked somewhat familiar. He squinted to take a better look. It was the same one he had seen in the underground parking lot that morning. Chen Yuan walked over leisurely. The Audi's windows were tinted dark, making it hard to see inside. He approached the driver's side, bent down to take a look. There was someone inside wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled low. But Chen Yuan recognized that suit. Yu Xiaoping. He reached out and pulled on the car door. It was unlocked. Yu Xiaoping was looking down at his phone and jumped in shock when Chen Yuan yanked the door open, quickly raising his head. A dark bruise marked his face under the hat, and a band-aid was stuck to the corner of his mouth, making him look both disheveled and comical. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, he froze for a moment, then his expression changed. You, why are you here again? Chen Yuan leaned against the car door looking at him. Do you dare to come back? Yu Xiaoping shrank back into his seat, but then straightened his back, trying hard to appear less cowardly. What does it matter to you that I'm here? His voice was low but defiant. Is this place owned by your family? Chen Yuan remained silent and looked him up and down. Yu Xiaoping felt uncomfortable under his gaze. His eyes landed on Chen Yuan's security uniform, and he was momentarily taken aback, then a mocking smirk twisted his lips. Oh, I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just a lowly security guard. His voice rose slightly, as if to bolster his courage. A mere guard, and you dare to compete with me for women. He scoffed, pointing a finger at Chen Yuan's badge. Chen Yuan. Fine, I remember you now. Chen Yuan looked at his pretentious demeanor and said nothing. Yu Xiaoping thought he was intimidated and became bolder, leaning forward, his voice growing louder. What? Not talking now. You were so tough this morning, knocking my glasses off with one punch. Why are you so cowardly now? Come on, hit me again. Chen Yuan clenched his fist. If you dare to touch me again, ill. The words were left unspoken. Chen Yuan's fist struck his left eye. Yu Xiaoping let out a yelp, his body leaning back, the back of his head hitting the headrest. His newly replaced glasses flew off, bouncing against the windshield and landing on the passenger floor, one lens shattering. The skin around his left eye quickly swelled, turning a dark purple, forming a pair with the bruise on his right cheek. You. How could you? Yu Xiaoping covered his left eye, his voice sharp and trembling. You hit me again. You asked for it yourself? This is the first time I've heard such a request. With that, Chen Yuan grabbed his collar and pulled him out. Yu Xiaoping frantically grasped the steering wheel with both hands, his feet fumbling between the brake and the accelerator, his body half out of the car door, his suit scraping against the door frame, tearing yet another hole. Get out of the car. Let me go. Let go. Yu Xiaoping's voice was tinged with a cry. Don't touch me. I'll call the police. I'll call the police. Chen Yuan released his grip. Yu Xiaoping sprang back into the driver's seat, hastily searching for the car keys, inserting them twice before finally getting it right. He started the car, his hands trembling as he shifted gears, the rear of the car jolting backward, almost crashing into the dumpster behind. He rolled up the window, leaving a gap, poking half his face out through it. Half of his face was swollen, his eye socket bruised, and purple, a corner of the Band-Aid on his lip peeling off. His hair was disheveled, his suit wrinkled, and his tie hung askew. He looked at Chen Yuan, both furious and terrified, his voice twisting out of shape. Just you wait. Just you wait. I won't let this go. He pointed a trembling finger at Chen Yuan. You, a mere security guard, dare to lay a hand on me. Do you even know who my uncle is? One phone call from me, and he'll make sure you can't stay in Xinxia. Just wait. He'll make you regret this. Chen Yuan took a step forward. Yu Xiaoping's voice choked off abruptly, as if someone had gripped his throat. Flustered, he rolled up the car window, floored the accelerator, and the Audi roared as it shot out of the parking spot. The tires left a black skid mark on the ground as the rear of the car wobbled out of the company gates, nearly scraping a passing electric scooter. The scooter driver honked and cursed. The Audi was already long gone. Chen Yuan stood still, shook his hand, pulled out his phone, opened Qin Lanlin's WeChat, and typed a line. That Yu Xiaoping came again, lurking at the entrance. I chased him off. Be careful when you leave work. He sent it. About a minute later, she replied, got it. Chen Yuan sent another message. Oh, I have something to do tonight, won't head back with you. A few minutes later, his phone buzzed. Qin Lanlan replied, okay. At 5:30, Chen Yuan changed clothes in the dormitory and left the company gates. A black Mercedes Maybach was parked by the roadside at the entrance, its body gleaming with a muted light under the setting sun. The window rolled down, and Li Xian leaned out from the driver's seat, waving at him. Xiaochen, over here. Chen Yuan walked over, opened the passenger door, and sat inside. The car's leather seats were soft, the air conditioning was on, and a faint floral-like perfume lingered in the air. Li Xian had changed into a white chiffon blouse, paired with dark wide-leg pants. Her hair was loose, and she wore a pair of pearl stud earrings, looking even more refined than she had in the morning. Hungry? She asked with a smile, glancing at Chen Yuan as she started the car. Not really, Chen Yuan replied, buckling his seatbelt. I booked a restaurant, I'm sure you'll love it. Li Xian pulled the car out of the spot and merged onto the main road. After driving for a while, she glanced at Chen Yuan in the rearview mirror. Xiaochen, where are you from? From the countryside, Chen Yuan said. Qingping County, Jiangbei Province, a real backwater place. Then how did you end up in Xinxiao? For school. School, eh? Li Xian looked at him. Which school, eh? Chen Yuan paused. Xinxiao Medical University. Medical University. Li Xin's voice rose slightly. Then how come you? Something happened, and I dropped out, Chen Yuan said without elaborating. Li Xian glanced at him, didn't press further, and changed the subject. I heard this morning you're the head of security at Shanghua. The security captain. Li Xian smiled. That's pretty good, young and promising. Chen Yuan chuckled at those words. Sister Li, don't mock me. A security captain, hardly young and promising. Why not? Li Xian said earnestly. You're so young you have a long road ahead. I'm a good judge of people. You're not someone who'll be a security guard forever. Chen Yuan didn't respond, turning to look out the window. The car turned onto a main road where towering buildings grew denser on both sides. Sisterly, what do you do for work? Chen Yuan asked. I run a company, Li Xian said. Medical equipment. That's impressive too. Impressive or not, it's just making a living, Li Xian said with a smile. The car continued on, and they chatted. Li Xian asked a few questions about his life, and he answered simply. When the topic of age came up, Li Xian mentioned she was 40 this year. Chen Yuan looked at her. 40? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like what? Li Xian tilted her head. You look like you're just over 30. Li Xian laughed out loud. Xiao Chen, did you sweet-talk your way through life? I'm serious, Chen Yuan said. If you don't believe me, look in the mirror. Li Xian glanced at herself in the rearview mirror, the corners of her mouth lifting. She didn't say anything more, but her mood had clearly improved. After nearly half an hour, the car turned onto a wide avenue lined with upscale malls and office buildings. They finally stopped in front of a large building with a golden plaque overhead, Shengding Xian. Chen Yuan had seen this place online. One of the most expensive restaurants in Xinxiao, where a single meal cost more than his monthly living expenses from before. The hostess at the door, dressed in a qipao, stood ramrod straight. Seeing the car stop, she trotted over to open the door. Good evening, miss. Li Xian handed the car keys to the valet and led Chen Yuan inside. The lobby was lofty with a massive crystal chandelier overhead. Dark carpet covered the floor, and several exquisitely framed oil paintings adorned the walls. A faint scent of sandalwood drifted through the air. The waiter led the way, passing through a corridor and pushing open a wooden door. Please. The private room was small but tastefully arranged. A round table in the center was covered with a white cloth set with fine cutlery and a vase of fresh flowers. A sofa sat against the wall with a tea set on the coffee table. Chen Yuan sat down on the sofa, and Li Xian took a seat beside him, picking up the teapot to pour him a cup of tea. Have some tea first. My husband will be here shortly. Chen Yuan took a sip. It was Longjing tea, sweet on the palate with no astringency. Sisterly, you're too kind. Coming to such a fancy place just for a meal. This is nothing, Li Xian said, setting down the teapot. You saved my life. Even if I treated you here every day, it would be well deserved. Chen Yuan shook his head. It's not that dramatic. Not dramatic at all, Li Xian said, looking at him seriously. Just then the door to the private room opened. A middle-aged man walked in. He was around 50, dressed in a dark executive jacket without a tie, yet his presence commanded the room. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, slightly deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and short, neatly trimmed hair with a few white strands at the temples. His back was straight, his steps small, but steady, as if each footfall was nailed to the ground. Clearly, he was someone accustomed to holding authority. He first glanced at Li Xian, then shifted his gaze to Chen Yuan, sizing him up. Li Xian stood up and looked at Chen Yuan. Xiao Chen, this is my husband. The man strode over quickly, extending his hand to shake Chen Yuan's. His palm was thick, dry, and his grip was firm yet measured. So you're Xiao Chen. He spoke slowly, his voice low with a habitual calm. My wife told me. You saved her that day at the square. He paused, his gaze lingering on Chen Yuan's face for a second. Young people like you who step up to help others are rare these days. Chen Yuan listened to the tone of the speaker, feeling that something was amiss. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. It just didn't sound like the way an ordinary person would speak. Chen Yuan smiled. I just happened to pass by. Anyone would have done the same. The man did not respond to this, releasing his grip and patting Chen Yuan's shoulder. Please sit down, don't just stand there. The three of them took their seats around the round table. The waiter came in to pour tea and then left. Li Xian sat to Chen Yuan's right while the man sat across from him. Chen Yuan lifted his teacup and took a sip, his gaze inadvertently landing on the man's face. This face. Where had he seen it before? It wasn't the kind of familiarity one encounters in everyday life, but rather that which one sees on television or in the news. Handsome, serious, yet not overly so, with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly a scene flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. A few months ago, he had watched a news report on an old television in the security office. The newly appointed executive vice mayor of Xinxia City was inspecting work on a construction site, wearing a hard hat, accompanied by a crowd. That person was the one with this face. Chen Yuan nearly dropped his teacup in shock. He raised his head and glanced at Hu Tao again. No doubt about it. It was indeed that person, the executive vice mayor of Xinxia City, Hu Tao. Chen Yuan set down his teacup, swallowing hard. You, his voice tightened, are you? Mayor Hu? The room fell silent for a moment. Hu Tao looked at him, slowly breaking into a grin and bursting into laughter. His laughter was hearty, quite different from the composed manner he had spoken earlier. Don't be so tense, don't be tense. He waved his hand and took a sip from his teacup. Today there is no mayor, only your sister Li's husband. Just call me Hugo, don't call me mayor, it feels too formal. Li Xian laughed along and reached out to pat Chun Yuan's hand resting on the table. I told you not to be so stiff. She glanced at Hu Tao before turning back. He's just an ordinary person and not someone to be feared. Chun Yuan chuckled, but his body remained somewhat stiff. It wasn't fear. It was more like, having never been close to someone of this caliber, suddenly sitting at the same table for a meal, his mind was unable to relax. Li Xian picked up the teapot on the table and poured him another cup. Xiaochen, relax a bit, just think of it as home. Chun Yuan took a sip from his cup and nodded. Dishes were served one after another: steamed grouper, scallion, braised sea cucumber, matsutake mushroom stew with fish maw, black pepper steak, and seasonal vegetables in broth filling the table. Hu Tao picked up a bottle of wine and poured Chun Yuan a glass. Here, Xiaochen, this glass is for you. Thank you for saving my wife. Chun Yuan hurriedly raised his glass. Hu Ge, you're too kind. They clinked glasses and each took a sip. The wine was good, smooth on the palate, not harsh on the throat. After a few glasses, the tension in Chun Yuan's body gradually eased. Li Xian spoke first. That day I collapsed in the square. Later, I went to the hospital for a full checkup, but they found nothing wrong. She picked up a piece of vegetables with her chopsticks, chewed a couple of times and swallowed. But I always feel uneasy inside. Chun Yuan set down his chopsticks and looked at her. Sister Li, do you often feel short of breath or tightness in your chest? Li Xian thought for a moment. Yes, especially when lying down at night, it always feels like something is pressing on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Have you ever felt dizzy or seen spots before your eyes? Yes, Li Xian nodded. A few months ago I fainted in the office. I thought it was low blood sugar and didn't think much of it. Chun Yuan set down his chopsticks and reached out his hand. Sister Li, let me take your pulse again. Li Xian glanced at Hu Tao and extended her hand, placing it on the table. Chun Yuan placed 3 fingers on her wrist. The pulse was still the same as he felt that day in the square, but it was clearer than that day. After her heart had stopped, the pulse had been nearly undetectable. Now that her heartbeat had resumed, the pulse revealed more issues. The left Cun pulse was weak and thin, the left Guan pulse was taut and fine, and the right Qi pulse was deep and weak. Blood not nourishing the heart pulse obstructed liver and kidney Yin deficiency, yang energy not rising. But there were no organic lesions. Chun Yuan released her wrist and thought for a moment. Sister Li, you need to go to the hospital tomorrow for a coronary CTA. Li Xian was taken aback. Coronary CTA? Isn't that for checking heart vessels? Yes, Chun Yuan replied. Your issue isn't with the heart itself, but with the blood supply vessels to the heart. There is a thin layer of something on the vessel walls that doesn't usually affect blood flow, but when emotions are stirred or during exertion, the vessels spasm, cutting off blood supply, and the heart can stop. He paused. The instrument can't detect it, not because there's no problem, but because the nature of the ailment is special. It doesn't completely block, it can suddenly constrict. Like a rubber tube that is normally open, but when you squeeze it, it flattens. Li Xian's expression changed from confusion to seriousness. Hu Tao sat across from them, watching Chun Yuan with an assessing gaze. Chun Yuan noticed Hu Tao's expression, not disbelief, but rather a lack of complete faith. A young man in his 20s making a diagnosis that sounded somewhat professional just by taking a pulse would make anyone think twice. Chun Yuan said no more, looking at Hu Tao. Hu Ge, do you often experience pain in your right shoulder? Hu Tao's hand holding the wine glass paused for a moment. Especially at night, when sleeping on your right side, does the shoulder wake you up due to pain? Changing positions helps. Hu Tao remained silent, but slowly lowered his wine glass. That pain isn't from your bones or muscles. Chun Yuan looked at his right shoulder. It's related to your gallbladder. Chronic cholecystitis. It's not the acute kind that makes you double over in pain, but dull pain that comes and goes, exactly located under the right shoulder blade. Western medicine calls it referred pain. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Hu Tao leaned back in his chair, looking at Chun Yuan, the scrutiny in his gaze slowly transforming into something else. How do you know? He asked. I can see it from your complexion, Chun Yuan replied. There's a small patch of grayish blue under your right cheekbone that isn't noticeable unless you look closely. That is a sign of gallbladder issues. Hu Tao turned to glance at Li Xian. The two exchanged a look. Li Xian spoke first. He has indeed been experiencing pain in his right shoulder for almost a year now, she said to Hu Tao. I've told you many times to get it checked, but you always say you don't have time. Hu Tao did not respond to Li Xian, looking at Chun Yuan instead. Can that coronary CTA you mentioned detect it? Yes, Chun Yuan said. It's best to also consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Western medicine examines the form, while traditional medicine assesses the qi mechanism. With your gallbladder, Western medicine can only resort to surgery. Traditional medicine can adjust it. Hu Tao lifted his wine glass and took a slow sip. Okay, he set down the cup. Tomorrow I'll take her for the examination. Li Xian glanced at him before turning to Chun Yuan. Little Chun, who did you learn your skills from? My grandfather, Chun Yuan replied. He is the barefoot doctor in the village. Barefoot doctor. Li Xin's tone carried surprise. Yes, he comes from a line of imperial doctors passed down through generations. Li Xian and Hu Tao exchanged glances again. Li Xian placed a piece of fish into Chun Yuan's bowl and poured herself a glass of wine. Little Chun, I want to tell you something. Go ahead. She raised her wine glass, looking at Chun Yuan with a serious expression. I have only one son with Hugo studying abroad, and he rarely comes back. It's just the two of us at home, so lonely. She set her glass down. When I saw you today, I felt an extraordinary connection. You saved my life, and I can never repay this kindness in my lifetime. She paused. I was thinking, if you don't mind, would you consider calling me your god sister? In the future, if you have any troubles in Deep Xiao, I can help you out. Chun Yuan was taken aback. Sisterly this, don't rush to refuse. Li Xian raised a hand to interrupt him. I'm not saying this just because you saved my life. I genuinely think you're a good person. The skills you learned from your grandfather are gifts from heaven. Just because you don't have the opportunity to showcase them now doesn't mean your destiny isn't yet fulfilled. But you can't belittle yourself just because you're currently a security guard. Hu Tao, who had been silent, raised his glass to take a sip, setting it down and glancing at Chun Yuan. Your sisterly is rare for actively recognizing a brother. His tone was light, yet each word was firm. If you don't agree, she won't be able to sleep tonight. Chun Yuan looked at Li Xian. She sat there in a white chiffon blouse, her hair cascading down, and the pearl earrings on her earlobes glimmered softly under the light. At 40 years old, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes were not deep, only visible when she smiled. The way she looked at him was somewhat like how his aunt looked at him, yet different. His aunt's gaze was filled with concern and guilt, while Li Xin's eyes held gratitude and admiration. He raised his glass. Sister. Hey, brother. Li Xian raised her glass, clinking it with Chun Yuan's before tilting her head back to drink a large gulp. Hu Tao watched from the side and smiled. In the future, if you encounter anything in Deep Xiao, just give me a call. As long as it's not against organizational principles, you can reach out to me. Chun Yuan nodded. Thank you, Hugo. What do you mean, Hugo? Hu Tao waved his hand. Call me brother-in-law. Chun Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded with a smile. Brother-in-law. Li Xian laughed. The three of them drank a few more glasses and chatted about family matters. Li Xian asked about Chun Yuan's family situation, and he briefly mentioned that his parents passed away early and that his grandfather raised him, and now he lives with his aunt. He didn't mention the fake marriage or Qin Lanlan. After hearing this, Li Xian patted his hand. If there's anything in the future, you must tell me, sister. Chun Yuan nodded. Just then his phone vibrated. He looked down to see it was his aunt. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm going out to take a call. He stood up and left the private room with his phone. Yuan, have you eaten yet? His aunt's voice came through the receiver, laced with her usual caution. I have, aunt. How about you? Just finished eating. His aunt paused. How have you been lately? Is work going? Pretty good. I got promoted to team leader, and my salary has increased a bit. Team leader. His aunt's voice rose slightly, filled with surprise. Really? Yes, really. That's great, that's great. His aunt repeated, her tone brightening. Your uncle asked about you last time he returned from a business trip. I told him you were doing well, and he didn't say much after that. Chun Yuan didn't respond to that. And how's your health? Same as usual, blood pressure is a bit high, nothing else. His aunt paused. Yuan, when you have time, come back for a meal. Your cousin misses you and has been talking about you. Sure, he'll find time to go back. Don't just say sure, set a date. Chun Yuan thought for a moment. How about this weekend, Saturday or Sunday? They'll let you know in advance. Okay. His aunt's voice brightened significantly. Then I won't take up your time, you should rest early. All right, aunt, you should sleep early too. After hanging up the phone, Chun Yuan put his phone in his pocket and turned to walk back. The corridor was narrow with private rooms on both sides, doors closed, and occasionally voices and the clinking of glasses could be heard from inside. Chun Yuan stepped aside to let him pass. The person didn't notice him, leaned against the wall for a moment, burped, then lifted his head. Their eyes. Chun Yuan stepped aside to let him pass. The person didn't notice him, leaned against the wall for a moment, burped, then lifted his head. Their eyes met. Li Mingho. He wore a dark blue shirt with the collar undone, his face reddened like a boiled shrimp, his eyes glazed. Upon seeing Chun Yuan, he was momentarily stunned, then his dazed expression slowly twisted into a distorted surprise. Yo, he elongated the tone, his tongue slightly thick. Isn't this the great security guard Chun? Li Mingho reached out to block him. What's the matter? You see an old acquaintance and don't even greet them. Chun Yuan paused, looking at him. He smiled. Oh, so it's Wei Gu. Li Mingho was taken aback, furrowing his brows, his tongue still tying itself in knots. What the hell is Wei Gu? Are you out of your mind? I'm how, damn it. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly caught on. Wei Gu, not Wei Gu. Li Mingho's complexion shifted from red to purple, then to white, ultimately settling into a twisted purplish hue. Chun Yuan, are you done or not? Are you looking for death? Do you believe I can make you disappear in a minute? After shouting that, he gasped heavily, the smell of alcohol sprayed. Chun Yuan nodded. Li Mingho's face turned even more purple, the veins on his temples throbbing, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Are you looking for death? Do you believe I can make you disappear in a minute? After shouting that, he gasped heavily, the smell of alcohol spraying all over Chun Yuan's face. He looked like a mad bull, but his legs were weak, swaying unsteadily. At that moment, the door to the private room opened again. A middle-aged man poked his head out, dressed in a dark administrative jacket, his hair neatly combed, looking like a leader. Upon seeing Li Mingho's condition, he frowned and stepped out. Li Xiao, what happened? Why are you so angry? Li Mingho took a deep breath, barely suppressing his anger, then turned to the middle-aged man, nodding toward Chun Yuan. Zhang Zong, what's going on here? Why are you letting in all sorts of people? He paused. A security guard dares to come here. When did your restaurant's standards fall so low? The man called Zhang glanced at Chun Yuan. He was wearing a dark gray t-shirt, black casual pants, and sneakers with nothing on him of any value. He frowned. Sir, may I ask if you are dining here? Yes, Chun Yuan nodded. What's the problem, not well? Before Zhang could respond, Li Mingho interjected. Zhang, let me tell you, this guy is just a filthy country bumpkin, broke as a beggar. He's eating here. Can he afford it? I bet he snuck in. Hurry up and throw him out. Don't lower your restaurant standards. Zhang hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Li Mingho and then at Chun Yuan. It was hard to offend Li Mingho, the heir of Xinxiao Medical Group, whose family had connections with many leaders in the city. As for the young man before him, a security guard, how much background could he possibly have? It wasn't worth offending a son of the Li family over him. Sir, Zhang said with a serious face, his tone polite, yet firm. This is a members-only restaurant, not open to non-members. Members only. Chun Yuan glanced at him. I didn't see a sign at the entrance. The sign is at the entrance on the second floor, Zhang replied without changing his expression. You might have missed it. Li Mingho sneered beside him. You little punk, didn't you hear? Get the hell out of here. People like you don't belong in such a high-end place. Chun Yuan shifted his gaze from Zhang to Li Mingho. What did you just call me? Li Mingho retreated a half-step under Chun Yuan's gaze, but fueled by alcohol, he refused to back down. I called you a little punk. What? Not convinced. Come and hit me. Without hesitation, Chun Yuan kicked out, landing a solid blow to Li Mingho's stomach. Li Mingho flew backward, his back crashing against the wall of the corridor with a dull thud before collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. He clutched his stomach, his eyes bulging, his face turning from a deep red to a pale white. The corridor fell silent for about 2 seconds. Then Li Mingho's voice exploded. Chun Yuan, how dare you hit me? Clutching his stomach, he looked like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. You filthy security guard actually dared to hit me. Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my aunt is? Damn, how dare you? He struggled to get up, but his legs went weak, and he sat back down. If I don't kill you today, then Li Mingho will write my name backward. Chun Yuan looked at him and spoke slowly. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your aunt. Li Mingho's face turned from pale back to red as he pointed at Chun Yuan, trembling with rage. Chun Yuan, you're finished. You won't leave this restaurant today. Zhang stood beside them, mouth agape, eyes wide as he hadn't expected this sudden turn of events, nor did he expect anyone to dare hit someone here. He hurriedly stepped forward to help Li Mingho up. Li Xiao, are you all right? Li Mingho shoved his hand away, his voice echoing through the corridor. Do I look all right? Hurry, call someone. Get him. Zhang straightened up, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Security, come up to the third-floor corridor quickly. After hanging up, he turned to Chun Yuan, his expression darkening completely, pointing a finger at Chun Yuan's chest. Kid, do you know where you are? Shengding Xian has been open for 8 years, and you're the first to dare to make a move here. Today, if you can't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving. Chun Yuan looked at him and shrugged. You heard him, he asked me to hit him. Zhang opened his mouth, his eyes bulging, his expression frozen, as if someone had pressed the pause button. He glanced at the curled-up Li Mingho, then back at the innocent-looking Chun Yuan. A muffled sound emerged from his throat, not a single word escaping. I didn't expect he had this kind of hobby, Chun Yuan added. Zhang's facial muscles twitched as he finally found his. Do you know who you just hit? Of course, Chun Yuan nodded. Li Gu, right? As Li Mingho had just gotten halfway up, he nearly fell back down again upon hearing this. Chun Yuan, you mother. His voice cracked, his throat feeling blocked. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. For security guards in black uniforms rushed over, led by a burly man over 6 feet tall, with a walkie-talkie strapped to his waist. Zhang, what's going on? Zhang lifted his chin toward Chun Yuan. This guy is causing trouble and hitting people here. Take him to the security room. The 4 security guards turned toward Chun Yuan. The leader reached out to grab Chun Yuan's arm. Before his hand could touch him, Chun Yuan stepped aside, and the hand grasped nothing but air. Don't make a move, Chun Yuan said. I'll walk myself. The leader paused for a moment, glancing at Zhang. Then let him walk himself. Keep an eye on him, don't let him run away. Chun Yuan adjusted his t-shirt collar, ready to step forward when a voice called from behind. Stop. Chun Yuan turned his head. Hu Tao stepped out from the private room. He had heard the commotion in the corridor and initially thought nothing of it. But as the noise grew louder and he heard someone shout, Chun Yuan, he stood up. Li Xian followed him out. Hu Tao walked over, standing in the middle of the corridor glancing at Zhang. What's going on? Zhang was taken aback when he saw him. Who? Mayor Hu. Hu Tao didn't respond to him, scanning the scene. A curled-up Li Mingho Zhang's red face, the 4 security guards glaring at Chen Yuan, finally, resting his gaze on Chen Yuan. What happened? Before Chen Yuan could speak, Li Mingho jumped in. Uncle Hu. He hit me. He pointed at Chen Yuan, his voice urgent and aggrieved. This filthy security guard, I don't know what got into him, just came up and kicked me. You gotta take my side. Hu Tao glanced at Li Mingho. Do you know me? Of course. Li Mingho stepped forward, still clutching his stomach. My dad is Li Guoyang of Xinxia Medical Group. Last time at the city's investment conference, you sat at the same table with my dad. Hu Tao nodded, not saying anything, turning to Zhang. Now you tell me what's going on. Zhang's throat moved up and down. Mayor Hu, it's like this. This gentleman attacked Li Xiao in our restaurant's corridor. I'm having someone take him to the security room to understand the situation. Why did he hit someone? Zhang glanced at Li Mingho and then at Chen Yuan. This? I haven't clarified yet. Hu Tao didn't look at him again, turning to Chen Yuan. You explain. Chen Yuan recounted what had just happened, from Li Mingho blocking him to the insult of calling him a little punk, to telling him to get lost, into that line, come hit me. He asked me to hit him, so I did. Chen Yuan shrugged. Brother-in-law, you know my biggest flaw is being too strict. Whatever others ask me to do, I generally comply. Manager Zhang was the first to react. The word brother-in-law pierced his ears like a needle drilling. He glanced at Hu Tao, then at Chen Yuan, his pupils trembling slightly. Was Chen Yuan the brother-in-law of Mayor Hu? Who the hell could have guessed that? Manager Zhang's face shifted from its earlier sternness to a subtle ashen pallor. His lips quivered as he forced out a few words. Mayor Hu, this gentleman is my wife's younger brother. Hu Tao said, his tone casual, merely stating a fact. Li Xian then approached. Who just called him a little? The corridor fell silent for a moment. Li Mingho stood behind, clutching his stomach, his expression grim. He hadn't fully processed the word brother-in-law, yet his mind churning. Hu Tao's brother-in-law. Chen Yuan. Impossible. He rifled through Chen Yuan's background in his mind. A country bumpkin, parents dead, early grandfather a barefoot doctor, no relatives or friends in Xinxia, kicked out of school, kicked out by his uncle, reduced to a security guard at a shabby company. How could such a person be Hu Tao's brother-in-law? Li Mingho stepped forward half a pace, his voice laced with a doubt he couldn't control. Uncle Hu, he's your brother-in-law. Are you sure? Hu Tao looked at him. Li Mingho felt a chill from that gaze, but he forced himself to stand firm. No, I mean, he's just a security guard from the countryside. How could he possibly be? Li Xian cut in. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Li Mingho's words stuck in his throat. Li Xian looked at him, her gaze not heavy, but carrying an unmistakable authority. She paused. Li Mingho, right? From Xinxia Medical Group. Li Mingho nodded, his expression as if he had swallowed a live fly. Li Xian didn't look at him further. She turned to Manager Zhang. You were the one who said this place is members only, and wanted to kick my brother out. Sweat began to bead on Manager Zhang's forehead. Ms. Li, I'm truly sorry, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Li Xian repeated the word, her tone light, but carrying the unmistakable implication of try saying that again. My brother was blocked in the hallway and called a little bastard, and you call that a misunderstanding? Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow, his back bending lower. I'm sorry, it's our mismanagement. I apologize to you and this gentleman. He turned to Chen Yuan, bent over, his expression shifting from earlier condescension to a fawning humility. Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry. I failed to recognize your worth and offended you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Chen Yuan looked at him without a word. Manager Zhang's back bent even lower, nearly to 90 degrees. Let me treat you to this meal as an apology to Mr. Chen. Li Xian didn't accept the gesture. No need for the treat, she said, her tone indifferent. We can afford this. Manager Zhang nodded repeatedly, never straightening up. Yes, you're right. Hu Tao stood nearby mostly. After Manager Zhang finished apologizing, he turned to look at Li Mingho. Li Mingho stood in the corner, clutching his stomach, his face twisted in a complex mix of emotions. Hatred, resentment, frustration, and a fear he tried desperately to hide, but couldn't, something Chen Yuan had never seen on his face before. Xiao Li, Hu Tao began, his voice steady with the calm authority of a middle-aged man. I don't know what grievances you have with my brother. He paused. But let me make one thing clear. No matter the conflict, cursing is wrong. Blocking someone in public to curse them is even more so. Li Mingho's lips trembled. Uncle Hu, let me explain. No need. Hu Tao raised a hand to cut him off. Let's leave it at that for today. Go home and think it over. Stay calm in the future. Li Mingho stood there, his expression shifting repeatedly. Leave it at that. He had taken a kick, and that was it. He wanted to say something, but his mouth opened and closed. A voice in his head screamed. He couldn't just let it go. Another voice was louder. That was Hu Tao, the executive vice mayor of Xinxia. His stomach started hurting again. Fine, he squeezed out through gritted teeth. Whatever Uncle Hu says. He shot Qin Yuan a look filled with hatred, but this time, he didn't utter any threats. Clenching his teeth, he turned and walked down the hallway, clutching his stomach. After a few steps, he stumbled, steadying himself against the wall. Manager Zhang, seeing this, apologized again to the trio and quickly followed, reaching out to support Li Mingho. The two disappeared one after another around the corner of the corridor. Hu Tao watched their backs vanish, then turned and patted Qin Yuan on the shoulder. Come on, let's go back and eat. The three returned to the private room. Most of the food had gone cold. Li Xian had the waiter remove the cold dishes and bring out a few hot ones. Qin Yuan sat down, picked up his glass, and took a sip. The wine had warmed up, losing its smoothness, but the anger inside him hadn't fully subsided. Hu Tao picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, chewed a couple of times, then put down the chopsticks, and looked at Qin Yuan. Xiaochen, let me be honest with you. Qin Yuan looked up. You didn't handle today's situation very well. Qin Yuan didn't respond. He cursed you, and you had plenty of other. You could have complained to the manager or called the police. But by hitting him, you lost the moral high ground. Hu Tao's tone wasn't harsh, but the implication of I've been through this was clear. You're young now and think fists solve problems. When you reach my age, you'll know that fists solve nothing. They only create more trouble. Qin Yuan was about to speak when Li Xian slammed the table. Enough, stop lecturing. Hu Tao. Li Xian looked at Hu Tao. Didn't you hear what that kid called him? A little bastard. Could you have held back? Hu Tao opened his mouth. I. Li Xian didn't let him speak. Xiaochen's kick was light. If I'd been there, I'd have kicked him too and slapped him twice. Hu Tao took a sip of his drink without replying. Li Xian turned to Qin Yuan, her voice softening. Xiaochen, don't listen to your brother-in-law. He's been an official too long and talks in circles. Don't take it to heart. Qin Yuan smiled. Sis brother-in-law does have a point. What point? Li Xian waved her hand, then turned back to Hu Tao. Let me tell you, Xiaochen is my brother. If anyone bullies him from now on, I won't stand for it. If you as his brother-in-law won't side with family, then you might as well stop being a brother-in-law. Hu Tao's lips twitched and finally he squeezed out. I didn't say I wouldn't help. Then what did you mean by that? Li Xian looked at him. Hu Tao sighed. All right, I can't out-talk you. Xiaochen, forget what I just said. He raised his glass toward Qin Yuan. From now on, when it's time to act. If something happens, your brother-in-law will take care of it. Qin Yuan raised his glass and clinked it with his. Li Xian snorted from the side. That's more like it. The three of them drank for a while, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed again. By the time they finished the meal, it was almost 11. The three left the private room and walked to the entrance of the restaurant. The valet drove the Maybach over. Li Xian took the keys and got into the driver's seat. Qin Yuan opened the rear door and sat inside. Hu Tao sat in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, turned his head, and glanced at Qin Yuan. Xiaochen, you can keep working as a security guard for now. But if you want a change of environment, just let me know. Qin Yuan nodded. Sure, thanks, brother-in-law. Don't keep. Hu Tao turned back. We're family, no need for formalities. The Maybach drove out of the restaurant gate and merged into the night. After about 10 minutes, when they were nearing Shanghua Group, Qin Yuan spoke up. Sis, just stop at the intersection ahead. Li Xian glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Don't need me to drop you off at home. No need, you'll get off here, it's close. The Maybach pulled over. Qin Yuan pushed open the door, got out, bent down, and waved at the car. Sis, brother-in-law drives safe. Message me when you get there, Li Xian said. Okay. The car drove off. Its taillights turned a corner and disappeared at the intersection. Qin Yuan stood by the roadside, took out his phone, and opened a ride-hailing app. He waited nearly 10 minutes before a car arrived. He opened the rear door, sat, and gave the driver the address of the Qin residence, and then opened Qin Lanlin's WeChat, typing a line, on my way back. He sent it. Waited a long time, no reply. He typed another line, are you asleep? Still no reply. Qin Yuan put his phone back in his pocket and leaned back against the seat. The car drove for nearly 40 minutes, then turned onto the tree-lined road. The guard booth at the gate was lit with two black-suited bodyguards sitting inside. The car stopped. A guard poked his head out, glanced, and pressed the remote. The iron gate opened. Qin Yuan got out of the car, and the rideshare turned around and drove away. The light at the villa's entrance was still on, casting a warm yellow glow on the steps. He changed his shoes and tiptoed up to the second floor. He walked to the innermost room, placed his hand on the doorknob, pressed it down slowly, and pushed the door open. The room was dark, the curtains drawn, with only a sliver of light from the electronic clock on the bedside table. The quilt on the bed was puffed up. Qin Lanlan was lying on her side, her hair spread across the pillow, her breathing steady. Qin Yuan gently closed the door, took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and dimmed it to the lowest setting. He crouched down, took a quilt from the wardrobe, and spread it on the floor. As the quilt was shaken open, it made a soft rustling sound. Qin Yuan paused, pricked up his ears to listen. There was no movement from the bed. He continued spreading it, smoothing out the quilt, arranging the pillow, and then pulled out his pajamas from a cardboard box. Just as he held the pajamas in his hand, with a click, the light above suddenly turned on. White light poured down from the ceiling, making Qin Yuan squint. He looked up. Qin Lanlan was already sitting up the quilt, sliding down to her waist. She was wearing a light purple silk nightgown, her hair loose, her face expressionless, but her eyelids were clearly just opened and her gaze was still a bit unfocused. Did I wake you? Chen Yuan crouched on the floor, clutching the pajamas. Sorry, you'll be quieter. Qin Lanlan didn't respond to that. Her nostrils flared and she frowned. You've been drinking? Just a little. You reek of alcohol. Qin Lanlan's frown deepened, her tone dripping with undisguised disgust. She even fanned the air in front of her nose. It stinks. Stay away from me. Go take a shower right now. Hurry up. Chen Yuan lowered his head and sniffed. All right, I'll shower right away. After he came out of the shower, Qin Lanlan had already lain back down, facing away from him. Chen Yuan spread out his quilt, turned off the light, and just as he lay down, he heard her voice drift down from the bed. Chen Yuan. I need to tell you something. She paused. From now on, if it's too late, don't come back. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Qin Lanlan's voice was not loud. If it's too late, just find a hotel. Don't come back in the middle of the night and disturb me. I'm a light sleeper. Once you wake me up, I won't be able to sleep for the rest of the night. Chen Yuan didn't respond. And she turned over, her voice muffled from the pillow. Turn off your alarm clock, starting tomorrow. 6:30, do you know what that means? That's not morning, that's the middle of the night. You might be full of energy, but what about me? My head is dizzy all day. Anything else? And from now on, send me a message before you come back. If I don't reply, don't come back. And Qin Lanlan paused. Can you put your floor bed a bit farther away? I can hear you every time you turn over. It's driving me crazy. Qin Lanlan. What? Do you understand the situation? Qin Lanlan was stunned for a moment, the quilt rustling as she probably sat up. What do you mean? Chen Yuan also sat up, the alcohol kicking and making his words sharper. Right now, you're the one who needs my help. That 15 million isn't a handout from you. It's something you begged me to take. The marriage certificate, you begged me to get it. The fake marriage, you begged me to go along with it. When you ask someone for a favor, can't you at least show some attitude? What's wrong with me getting up at 6:30? I'm used to it. Chen Yuan grew more animated as he spoke. And you say don't come back, so I shouldn't. Is this your house? This is your grandfather's house. I'm living here at your grandfather's request. You think you can just tell me to spend the night outside? Why should I? Are you being unreasonable? Which part of what I said is unreasonable? Besides, we've already gotten the certificate, we've slept together. Shut up. A pillow flew down from the bed, hitting Chen Yuan squarely in the face. Who slept with you? Qin Lanlan's voice shot up an octave, a mix of panic and anger. I was drunk that night. Drunk, you understand? That doesn't count. I didn't even feel a thing. Chen Yuan pulled the pillow off his face and couldn't help but laugh. Didn't feel a thing? Then why did you leave me 2,000 yuan when you woke up the next day? What do you think I'm a male escort? Even a male escort costs more than that. Another object flew over, this time a small throw pillow hitting him on the shoulder. You keep talking. Say one more word and see what happens. All right, I'll stop. Chen Yuan raised both hands, but the smile at the corners of his mouth was impossible to suppress. What are you laughing at? Qin Lanlan's voice carried a hint of indignation. I warn you, Chen Yuan, don't think that just because you have your grandfather backing you, you can act recklessly in front of me. If you dare to go out and say anything what will you do? He'll make sure you regret it. Chen Yuan chuckled. I am being reckless, so what? What do you want to do? What can you do? You shameless. Call me a rogue if you wish. Chen Yuan placed the pillow beside him, speaking in a leisurely tone. But what I said, which part was wrong? My dear niece. Try calling me dear niece again. Qin Lanlan's voice was nearly a shout, vibrating through the quiet room. Chen Yuan quickly curled up under the blanket, mumbling, time to sleep. Chen Yuan, don't play dead. Chen Yuan remained still, quieting his breath, pretending to be asleep. Don't think that pretending to sleep will get you off the hook. Qin Lanlan's voice lowered, yet she was still waiting. After a while, there was still no response. You rogue. The blanket rustled a few times, and then there was no more movement. Chen Yuan didn't know when he fell asleep. In a daze, a patch of yellow earth appeared before his eyes. Earthen walls, wooden doors, and that crooked-necked locust tree at the entrance were still there. It was his grandfather's yard. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the locust leaves, casting mottled shadows on the muddy ground. There was a scent of traditional Chinese medicine in the air, not the bitter soup smell, but the fragrance of dried herbs mixed together, carrying a hint of the freshness of plants. An old man squatted in the yard with a stone mortar in front of him, holding a pestle, pounding rhythmically. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance watching that figure. Grandfather. The old man didn't turn around or stop his hands. The pestle struck the mortar, producing a dull thudding sound. Chen Yuan walked over and squatted beside him. His grandfather had aged. The wrinkles on his face were deeper than he remembered. The veins on the back of his hands bulged like worms. His nails were yellowed, and the pads of his thumb and index finger were calloused, a result of a lifetime of feeling pulses. You're here. His grandfather finally spoke, his voice exactly as he remembered, hoarse, yet steady like the roots of an old tree. Here, grind this. His grandfather handed over the pestle. Chen Yuan took it and began to pound. Inside the mortar were several pieces of angelica, already half ground, the medicinal fragrance pungent. His grandfather watched from the side, silent. After a while, Chen Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. Grandfather. His grandfather waved his hand, picking up a thin yellowed booklet from a nearby low stool, the cover inscribed with 4 characters. Qing Nong Shuri. He handed the book over. How much have you read of this book? I've read most of it. Chen Yuan took it, opened it, the handwriting somewhat blurred. I've read the section on the 7 conditions of dead pulses many times. Just reading isn't enough. His grandfather said, you need to thoroughly understand it. I know. His grandfather's voice suddenly grew serious. This book, what you've seen so far, acupuncture decoctions, pulse diagnosis, are all surface-level knowledge. There's a deeper layer beneath it. Chen Yuan raised his head. What do you mean? His grandfather didn't answer directly, took the book back from him, flipped to a certain page in the middle, and pointed at a line. That line read, when qi flows, blood flows. When qi stagnates, blood clots. You've memorized this sentence, right? I have. But do you understand? His grandfather looked at him. What is qi? Can you articulate it? Chen Yuan thought for a moment. It's a kind of energy. Nonsense. His grandfather scolded, just like before, with no politeness. Energy. That's a Western medicine term. Qi is qi, something you can't touch, but can see. What are you feeling when you take a pulse? Isn't it qi? He paused, pointing at that line of text again. This book, the latter half, discusses qi. It's not just about regulating or adjusting qi. It's about how to draw someone else's qi to yourself and how to transmit your own qi to others. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Transmitting qi. Do you think your grandfather was able to save those near death just with a few needles? Or a few prescriptions? His grandfather's voice rose slightly. The needles are a guide, the medicine is an aid. What truly saves lives is qi. Only when your qi is sufficient can you stabilize another's qi. If your qi is insufficient, what will you use to save them? Chen Yuan opened his mouth, something turning in his... Just like that old man Qin, his grandfather continued. His illness stems from an imbalance of visceral qi. Needles can unblock the meridians, medicine can harmonize the organs, but the root cause remains unresolved. Why? Because your own qi hasn't reached that level yet. If you want to completely heal his illness, relying solely on acupuncture and medicine won't work. You have to transmit your own qi to him, helping him rebalance his visceral qi. His grandfather looked at him, his gaze heavy. I've added annotations to the last few pages of this book. If you understand, you can treat Qin Hua's illness. If you don't, then you won't be able to save his life. Chen Yuan clutched the book, his fingers trembling slightly. Grandfather, don't rush. His grandfather raised his hand to interrupt him. It's not that you can't learn, it's that you haven't had your awakening. This knowledge isn't learned through the brain, it's understood through the heart. After practicing the 5 animal play for so many years, you've already grasped the principles of breathing and regulation. You just haven't dared to think in that direction. He placed a hand on Chen Yuan's shoulder, that hand light, almost weightless. You want to remember. This book was passed down from our Chun family ancestors. I don't know how many generations it has been passed down. In the future, you must also pass it on, or it cannot end with you. His grandfather's eyes became warm. Grandfather, enough. His grandfather stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. It's time. Well, I must return now. Chen Yuan suddenly stood up, reaching out to grab his grandfather's arm, but he grasped at empty air. His grandfather had already retreated to the entrance of the yard, standing with his back to him, the sunlight shining on his white undershirt, blinding his eyes. Grandfather, remember, this book contains not only medical techniques, but also other things. You must study it carefully. Remember. His grandfather's figure grew fainter, as if merging into the light. Grandfather, don't go. Chen Yuan ran after him, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move a step. He could only stand in place, shouting at the top of his lungs. Grandfather. Chen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The ceiling. Crystal chandelier. He lay on the ground, the blanket having slipped down to his waist, his back feeling cold. Sweat drenched his forehead, streaming down his temples into his ears. He blinked, tears from his eyes sliding down his cheeks, dripping onto the pillow. He raised his hand to wipe his face. It was all tears. Just as he was dazed, Qin Lanlan's voice came crashing down from above. Can you be quiet for a moment? Chen Yuan turned his head. Qin Lanlan had already sat up, the blanket piled around her waist, her hair disheveled like a bird's nest, her face showing the irritation of being yanked abruptly from deep slumber. But as she looked at him, the irritation in her eyes was slowly replaced by something else. She saw Chen Yuan's tear-streaked face. You? Her voice softened. Did you have a dream? Chen Yuan did not respond, turning away from her, wiping his face with the back of his hand. Cried. Qin Lanlan asked again. No, it's just sweat that flowed. Chen Yuan pretended to be strong. Qin Lanlan looked at his expression, opened her mouth as if to say something sharp to repay the grievance of being called big niece, but the words lingered on her lips, and she swallowed them back. She had never seen Chen Yuan like this. From that night at the bar until now, he always wore a carefree, playful demeanor. She thought he would never feel sorrow. Hey. Qin Lanlan's voice was soft, carrying that awkwardness of wanting to comfort someone, but not knowing how to begin. Are you okay? Chen Yuan did not turn around. I'm fine. His voice was muffled, coming from the pillow. I dreamt of my grandfather. Qin Lanlan glanced at his curled-up figure on the floor and fell silent for a few seconds. Your grandfather must have treated you well, right? What about your parents? They passed away long ago, Chen Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Qin Lanlan, not knowing what prompted her, suddenly jumped off the bed barefoot on the floor and squatted down next to Chen Yuan. Don't be too sad, she said softly, her tone somewhat awkward. People can't be brought back to life, and your grandfather definitely wouldn't want you to be like this. As soon as she finished speaking, the previously dejected and silent Chen Yuan suddenly turned around, the bitterness in his eyes vanishing in an instant, replaced by his usual teasing smile. What's this? Big niece, are you concerned about me? Qin Lanlan was taken aback and slapped Chen Yuan on the forehead. Who is your big niece? You're just shameless, can't stand to hear good words. She stood up, turned towards the bed, her back to him. I'm just worried you might be in a bad mood, which would affect your treatment of my grandfather. Chen Yuan smiled. He looked at Qin Lanlan's cold and annoyed face and suddenly became serious. Don't worry, I will definitely cure your grandfather's illness. Qin Lanlan stood by the bed looking at Chen Yuan sitting on the floor. Her gaze was firm, not like she was making empty promises. Thank you. She said these 3 words were spoken with more seriousness than her previous remarks. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, just about to say something cheeky, when Qin Lanlan had already turned around and started to tidy the blanket. Hurry up and pack, we need to go out for breakfast. Her tone returned to its usual coldness. I told you to turn off that alarm clock, but you left it on. It's so annoying. Yes, I'll turn it off tomorrow. Is my big niece satisfied? Try calling me big niece again. Qin Lanlan picked up a pillow and threw it at Chen Yuan. President Qin, is that enough? Chen Yuan laughed as he got up and folded the blanket. The two of them finished washing up, changed clothes, and went downstairs to eat breakfast. In the yard, Qin Hua was dressed in a white training outfit, practicing moves in the open space beside the lawn. When he saw the two come out, he ceased his movements and walked over with a smile. Oh, so the couple is out together today. Qin Lanlan ignored him and walked straight to the garage. Chen Yuan followed behind, but was grabbed by Qin Hua. Grandson, come, I practiced all day yesterday. Help me check if I'm doing it right. Chen Yuan glanced at the direction where Qin Lanlan had gone. I'm in a hurry to get to work. What work? Qin Hua waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for discussion. Don't go today, stay home and teach me. Lanlan, ask your husband for a day off. Qin Lanlan paused at the garage door and turned back to look at Chen Yuan. All right, she said, and then got into the car. The red Ferrari drove out of the garage, rounded a corner, passed through the iron gate, its taillights flashing twice before disappearing from sight. Chen Yuan stood in the yard watching the car vanish at the gate and sighed. Old Qin, you're setting me up again. Setting you up for what? Qin Hua feigned innocence. I'm doing this for your own good. What kind of job is that? What future is there in being a security guard? Why waste time standing around instead of learning a skill? What were you thinking? No more excuses. Qin Hua pulled his arm and led him towards the lawn. Come on, I've almost got the tiger lift down. Teach me the second move. Chen Yuan was dragged over, stood firm, and took a deep breath. The second move, tiger pounce. Chen Yuan assumed a stance. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate it once. He leaned forward, both hands lunging out, landing lightly, but his entire demeanor suddenly changed, like a real tiger pouncing on its prey. As he lunged, he said, this move has a large range. If your waist isn't strong, don't do it too aggressively. Qin Hua followed suit, his movements looking decent, but lacking the power. Use your waist, not your hands. Chen Yuan walked over and patted his waist. The energy comes from the dantian. Exhale while exerting force. Qin Hua tried again, this time getting most of it right. The two practiced in the yard for nearly an hour. Qin Hua learned 3 moves, drenched in sweat, but full of energy, his eyes bright. All right, that's enough for today. Chen Yuan clapped his hands. Take your time to digest this, we'll continue tomorrow. Qin Hua wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. I want to ask you something. What is it? Qin Hua glanced towards the villa, confirming that Qin Lanlan was not around before speaking. Did you and my granddaughter really sleep in the same bed, eh? Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. How did this old man seem to know everything? Since you're married, of course you must sleep in the same bed, he said, maintaining his composure. Qin Hua looked at him, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That expression held deep meaning. Oh, so you're sleeping in the same bed. He elongated his tone. That's quite good, quite good. Chen Yuan felt something off about this old man's tone, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Qin Hua draped the towel over his shoulder and patted Chen Yuan's arm. Brother, I need to discuss something serious with you. Go ahead. You need to hurry and make a little person with Lan Lan. Qin Hua's expression suddenly became serious. My old body is getting worse day by day. Do I want to see my great-grandson before I close my eyes? Chen Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva. Those things can't be produced just because you want them to. Qin Hua waved his hand like a stubborn child. That's your business. You figure it out yourself. He paused, leaning in a step closer, lowering his voice even further. This way I have some pocket money saved up. If you can make a little person with Lanlan, I'll reward you with that pocket money. Upon hearing the term secret stash, Chen Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself, how much savings could this old man possibly have? At most a few million. He casually asked, how much is your secret stash? Qin Hua waved his hand dismissively, his tone nonchalant. Not much, just a few billions, I suppose. Chen Yuan's footsteps halted abruptly, his body swaying slightly, almost stumbling. How much did you say? A few billions, Qin Hua replied, his expression serious, yet a sly glimmer concealed in his eyes. Chen Yuan's mind raced, and he felt exhilarated. He immediately pulled out his phone, activating the front camera to admire his handsome features on the screen. I'm about to get rich, this is going to be a liftoff. Though he and Qin Lanlan were in a fake marriage these days, feelings could be cultivated. With his charm and capabilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to turn the fake into something real with Qin Lanlan. Besides, what was meant to happen had already happened, there was hardly any barrier. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle foolishly a couple of times, tucking his phone away, his gaze fervently fixed on Qin Hua. Old man, are you serious? Is it really a few billions? A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's. Qin Hua spoke with conviction. Rest assured, Grandpa, I promise to complete the task. Chen Yuan's back straightened instantly, raising his hand in a crooked, somewhat unstandard salute, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Qin Hua watched him, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, feeling quite pleased with himself. I said I had a few billions, but I never said I'd give it all to you. First, let's fool this silly boy. Lost in dreams of immense wealth, Chen Yuan failed to perceive the old man's cunning intentions, his mind swirling with thoughts of a few billions, unable to resist confirming again. Grandpa, let me ask again, is it genuinely a solid few billions without any exaggeration? Qin Hua shot him a sideways glance, pretending to be disdainful, scoffing, lightly. Look at you with such a lack of ambition. Is a few billions really that much? With our Qin family's Shenghua group valued at a few hundred billions at the least, how is it surprising that I have a few billions in secret savings? Hee. Chen Yuan scratched his head, grinning broadly, fully letting go of all concerns. Forgive me, your grandson has been lonely since childhood and truly hasn't seen such a grand spectacle. Seeing this, Qin Hua began to weave grand visions for Chen Yuan, deliberately sighing deeply, adopting a worried demeanor. You see, Lanlan is too stubborn and too strong-willed. The vast Shenghua group, with its hundreds of billions in assets, relies solely on her to hold the fort. She appears to be cold and commanding, acting decisively in front of others, but ultimately, she's just a girl, a woman. Which woman isn't exhausted? Without anyone to support her, relying solely on herself for everything, it pains this old man to watch. He shifted his tone, looking seriously at Chen Yuan, beginning to brainwash him. You are different. You are a man, the grandson-in-law of the Qin family, Lanlan's husband. In the future, you need to learn to shoulder the responsibilities of the family and the company. Learn more about business management, help Lanlan bear the pressure. No matter how capable she is, ultimately, she cannot carry everything alone. After I'm gone, all the assets and industries of the Qin family will ultimately belong to you too. I've never misjudged people in my life. You, my boy, have exceptional medical skills, a quick mind, and a good temperament, but you just need an opportunity. As long as you are willing to apply yourself, controlling the entire Shenghua group in the future will be a piece of cake. Really, I'm just a small security guard. How would I know about business management? Not knowing is no excuse. Qin Hua waved his hand, his tone brooking no argument. You're not stupid. I've observed you. You are sharp, quick to react, and calm in emergencies. These qualities are far superior to those bookworms who have studied all their lives. Grandpa, the way you say it, maybe I really do have some ability. Of course. Qin Hua patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, I have a good eye for people. Your greatest strength is that you are unashamed. Chen Yuan's smile froze for a moment. Is that a strength? Absolutely a strength. Qin Hua said seriously, in business, those who care too much about their reputation. Look at those big bosses. Who doesn't have skin thicker than a city wall? Your talent is a natural fit for... Chen Yuan thought for a moment and felt that the old man might have a point. Grandpa, please keep praising me. Ooh, I love to hear it. Qin Hua's mouth twitched, suppressing a laugh. Your biggest flaw is too honest. Chen Yuan was taken aback. This was the first time someone had called him honest. Look at you working security in the company, having others boss you around without saying a word. If it were someone else, they would have quit long ago. Chen Yuan finally managed to steady his mind after a long while and recalled the most important matter at hand. However, the urgent business comes first. He suppressed his playful demeanor and said seriously, "I will focus on studying medicine first, thoroughly regulate your body, and completely eradicate the root of the illness. Only when you are in good health can we confidently attend to other matters." After finishing, Chen Yuan stopped chatting, turned around with light steps and great vigor, and went back to his room, planning to dig out his medical books and carefully study a treatment plan suitable for Qin Hua's constitution. Qin Hua stood in the yard watching his energetic figure rush back and could not help but chuckle softly. This kid, despite seeming astute, was still a young and naive fool at heart. A few grand promises and a hint of empty commitments had him completely under control. Chen Yuan went upstairs, pushed open the door to his room, and retrieved the book Qing Nong Shi Yi from the bottom of a cardboard box. The yellowed pages were slightly curled at the corners, and the characters on the cover were somewhat blurred. He sat down at the desk and opened the medical book. His grandfather had written many annotations in the book. Some he understood, while others were not quite clear. Chen Yuan flipped through the pages one by one. When he reached the latter half, he paused. That page's paper was thicker than the previous ones, as if it had been soaked in something. The handwriting was also different, not the neat cursive of his grandfather, but rather scrawled as if written in haste. Qi is the foundation of a person. Without roots, how can the branches and leaves attach? For treating severe conditions of reverse qi, needles and herbs are merely auxiliary. To cut the root, one must guide qi with qi and return qi to qi. Chen Yuan read this passage repeatedly. The scene from last night's dream surfaced again. His grandfather squatting in the yard holding a mortar and saying, "What truly saves lives is qi." He closed his eyes and breathed slowly. Qi rose from his dantian, passed through the zhong point, and sank down. He had practiced the breathing method of the 5 animal frolics for many years and was already thoroughly familiar with it. However, concepts like guiding qi with qi and transferring qi were never mentioned by his grandfather before. Chen Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the few lines of scrawled handwriting. Does grandfather mean to transfer my qi to others? But how should I do that? He murmured to himself, his voice sounding very soft in the quiet room. He read that segment again. The book did not explain specifically how to operate, only the principles and a few acupuncture points: Zhong Point, Guan Yuan, Qihai, Mingmen, all major points on the Ren and Du meridians. Chen Yuan pondered for half the day, but could not comprehend it. He flipped to the back and read a few more pages. His grandfather added many annotations at the back, some discussing herbs, some discussing needles, and a few passages on observing qi, assessing a person's complexion to judge their qi's sufficiency and stagnation. He had learned all these things long ago, but ultimately observing qi relied on feeling, which was hard to articulate. Chen Yuan closed the medical book, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to think for a moment. Last night's dream felt too real. His grandfather was in the yard pounding medicine, talking to him, handing him the book, and finally standing up to leave. He remembered the white undershirt his grandfather wore with the collar worn and a small hole on the shoulder. He remembered the aroma of Chinese medicine in the yard, the mingled scent of Angelica astragalus and Cotinopsis. Every detail was clear. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt real. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, picked up the medical book on the desk, and flipped through it again. He flipped through for a long time, from the first page to the last, reading every line and every annotation. There was nothing particularly special. At least he did not see anything that suggested more than just medical skills. How can I believe a dream? Chen Yuan murmured to himself, closing the medical book and placing it on the desk. Isn't it just that what one thinks during the day manifests in dreams at night? Overthinking. He leaned back against the chair and stretched. The sun outside had risen to its zenith, and light streamed through the curtains, casting a thin white line on the wooden floor. Chen Yuan took out his phone to check the time. It was 11:40. It was time for lunch. He went downstairs where the housekeeper was setting the table in the dining room. "Mr. Chen, it's time to eat." "Where's grandfather?" "Grandfather Qin has gone out and said he won't be back for lunch." Chen Yuan sat down and had lunch alone. The housekeeper prepared 3 dishes and a soup: braised pork ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, cold cucumber salad, and tomato egg drop soup. He ate 2 bowls of rice and polished off the ribs. After finishing his meal, Chen Yuan went upstairs to continue flipping through the medical book. Around 1 in the afternoon, he was feeling troubled over the transferring qi section when his phone rang. He did not look at the caller ID. When he picked up the phone, his elbow accidentally bumped into the cup on the table. The cup tipped over. Water spilled onto the table, spreading widely, just enough to soak the cover of the medical book. Damn! Chen Yuan hurriedly threw the phone onto the bed and grabbed the medical book, shaking it a few times. Water dripped down the edge of the cover, wetting several sheets of white paper on the table. He pulled out a few sheets of tissue and pressed them onto the cover to absorb the water. The cover's paper was already thin, and after soaking it darkened significantly, with ink slightly smudged, but the text remained mostly intact. Chen Yuan laid the book open on the table to dry and picked up his phone from the bed. The call had already ended. He glanced at the call log. Sisterly. Chen Yuan called back. Xiaochen, why did you hang up just now? Li Xin's voice came through the earpiece. I accidentally knocked over the cup, and in a flurry, I couldn't answer. Qin Yuan wiped the water off the table. Sister, what's the matter? It's nothing major, just wanted to let you know that I coronary CTA. Yes, Li Xian replied. The results were similar to what you mentioned. No major issues found. The doctor said the vessel walls are slightly rough, but it's not serious enough to cause cardiac arrest. She paused. Later, your brother-in-law found an old Chinese medicine doctor who is quite famous in Shenzhen. He took my pulse and said almost exactly what you said. What did he say? He said this isn't a problem with the heart itself, but an issue with the blood supply vessels. Usually there's nothing wrong, but during emotional excitement or fatigue the vessels can suddenly constrict, cutting off the blood supply. Li Xin's voice carried a hint of laughter. He also praised my luck, saying that among 100 cases of cardiac arrest, only a few can be revived. Did that old Chinese medicine doctor prescribe you anything? Yes, he said to take it for a month first, and then come back for a follow-up. Xiaochen, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't saved me that day at the square, I wouldn't even know what was going on right now. Sister, don't mention it, it's all part of the duty. You're too modest, child, Li Xian said appreciatively. By the way, come to my house for dinner next week. We didn't have a good chat last time. Sure, I'll listen to you, sister. That's settled, then we'll call you in advance when the time comes. All right. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yuan placed his mobile on the table and glanced at the medical book drying nearby. At that moment, his phone rang again. This time it was Wang Jingwo's number. He answered it. Qin team, hurry to the company. Something has happened. Wang Jingwo's voice said, what happened? Wang Jingwo urged, just come and you'll know. Hurry. His tone seemed to convey a hesitation. The call ended. Qin Yuan stared at the phone screen, stunned for a second. Wang Jingwo's tone was unusual. He stood up, exited the villa, and pulled out his phone to call for a car by the roadside. He waited for 5 minutes before it arrived. To Shenghua Group, quickly, Qin Yuan said as he opened the rear door and got in. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and stepped on the gas. The car turned off the tree-lined road and merged onto the main road. Qin Yuan leaned back in his seat, his mind racing. What could have happened at the company? A fight? Theft? Or someone causing a ruckus? Wang Jingwo's tone didn't seem to align with any of these. By the time the car stopped at Shenghua Group's entrance, it was already past 3. Qin Yuan got out of the car and walked towards the underground parking lot while dialing Wang Jingwo's number. Brother Wang, am here at the parking lot in trance. Head towards area B, we're at the very back. Wang Jingwo's voice was low. Qin Yuan hung up and quickened his. The underground parking lot was much darker than outside, with several fluorescent lights flickering overhead. He passed the signs for area A and B, turned a corner, and saw a few figures ahead. Wang Jingwo stood at the front next to a chubby man and a tall, thin one. Several people were gathered together holding something and tearing it apart. Scattered on the ground were shreds of paper, white and varying in size, resembling documents torn apart. Brother Wang, Qin Yuan approached. Wang Jingwo turned around, still clutching a stack of paper. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, he opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again. What's the urgency? Qin Yuan glanced at the shredded paper on the ground and then at what several people were holding. Are these just small advertisements? Not small ads. Wang Jingwo handed over the paper in his hand. You take a look for yourself. Qin Yuan accepted it. It was color-printed A4 size. At the top was a photo, Qin Lanlan. It wasn't the kind of street photo or event shot taken outside. It was an intimate picture. She was sitting on a bed in her underwear, hair loose like a screenshot from a video call. Below the photo was a line of bold black text, not small in size. Qin Lanlan, president of Shenghua Group, by day a president, by night a promiscuous woman. In an improper relationship with the head of the security team, Qin Yuan. The two have secretly married. Qin Yuan is an unemployed rural man relying on Qin Lanlan to elevate his status and defraud company assets. There were more shocking lines following this, such as Qin Lanlan keeps a boy toy, Qin Yuan lives off her, and the two conspire to embezzle company assets, each word cutting deep. Qin Yuan glanced through the pages of paper, the fire in his chest burning from his abdomen to his throat. When was this discovered? The paper made a faint sound in his palm, the corners crumpled from his grip. Just after noon, during the lunch break, the brothers found it while patrolling. Wang Jingwo pointed around. In the underground parking lot, areas B and C have the most on the walls, columns, elevator entrances everywhere. Those upper floors also had quite a few. How many are there? At least 100, Wang Jingwo said. We've been tearing them down for over half an hour. Everything we've seen has been torn down, but we don't know if there are any left. Were many people around to see it? Qin Yuan asked again. It was just after the lunch break when we found it, so there weren't many people. Wang Jingwo thought for a moment, but someone must have seen it. The security department was the first to discover it. The tall, thin one saw it first while patrolling area B and called me. I told him not to make a fuss and to take people to tear it down first. But before he called, it's hard to say if anyone else saw it. Qin Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the fragments of paper in the hands of several people. Have you informed President Qin? No, Wang Jiangwo shook his head. I was planning to report it directly to the company, but when I saw your name mentioned, I called you first. Brother Wang, good job handling this. The fewer people know about this matter, the better. Wang Jiangwo nodded. Chen Yuan folded the pages of paper and tucked them into his pants pocket, looking up at Wang Jiangwo and the others. Brother Wang, please have the brothers conduct a thorough search again. Don't miss any corners, especially in the restrooms, stairwells, and fire escapes. Gather everything you find, not leaving a single piece behind. Got it. Wang Jiangwo turned to the chubby man and the tall, thin one. Did you hear that? Split up and search. The group dispersed. Chen team, should we call the police about this? Wang Jiangwo asked. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Not for now. Why not? Wang Jiangwo frowned slightly. This is already illegal. Spreading someone else's privacy, fabricating facts to slander it qualifies as. I know, Chen Yuan interrupted him. But calling the police now would definitely create an uproar. It would have a bad impact on President Qin. Let me clarify things first before we proceed, Chen Yuan said. Wang Jiangwo nodded. The two of them walked around the underground parking lot again. Chen Yuan walked through the passage of Area B, checking every column and scanning every wall. At the back of a column deep in Area B, he found another one. That one was stuck to the side of the column facing the wall, completely invisible unless you turn the corner. When they confirmed there were no more omissions, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Chen Yuan gathered all the pieces of paper, folded them neatly, and stuffed them into a small cardboard box. Brother Wang, is there someone on duty in the monitoring room? Yes, Wang Jiangwo nodded. There's someone on duty 24 hours. Let's go take a look. The two of them headed towards the monitoring room. The monitoring room was at the other end of the basement level. The door closed, and a faint smell of smoke wafted out. Chen Yuan pushed the door open. On duty was a young guy in his early 20s, thin and wearing glasses, likely just started working. Upon seeing Chen Yuan and Wang Jiangwo enter, he extinguished his cigarette and stood up. Team Wang. Wang Jiangwo gestured towards Chen Yuan. This is Team Chen. Hello, Team Chen, the young man. Chen Yuan placed the cardboard box on the table. Can you retrieve the surveillance footage from between 11 and 2? Yes, I can. The young man sat down, typed a few times on the keyboard, and the footage on the screen began to rewind. Which areas do you want to see? The parking lots of areas B and C, as well as the elevator entrances, stairwells, and break rooms on each floor. Chen Yuan said. The young man nodded and typed a few more times on the keyboard. In one of the images from Area B's parking lot, two figures appear. They were black baseball caps pulled low over their faces, obscured by masks. 43. In one of the images from Area B's parking lot, two figures appear. They were black baseball caps pulled low over their faces, obscured by masks. Dressed in dark hoodies, the hoods pulled over their caps, concealing most of their faces. Their appearances are indistinguishable. One holds a stack of paper while the other has tape. The two move quickly, one sticking papers to a post while the other secures them with tape. After finishing one post, they move to the next, their movements adept and well coordinated. In the footage, after completing Area B, they head towards Area C. Another angle of the surveillance captures them entering Area C, where they stick a few more papers by the fire hydrant and elevator entrance. 12:58. The two emerge from Area C and ascend the stairs. The surveillance switches to the first floor stairwell. The two push open the stairwell door, peek into the corridor, and then walk out briskly. One heads left, the other right. The stairwell camera cannot capture the corridor. What about the surveillance on the other floors? Chen Yuan asks. The young man pulls up several other images. The figures appear on the stairwells of various floors, coming and going, holding paper and tape. But all the footage is the same. Their faces remain unclear. Their physiques are average, not too fat or thin, around 175 centimeters tall. The hoodies they wear are also generic, lacking any distinct features. Chen Yuan stares at the screen, his brow furrowing. Just these two people. These are the only two visible in the footage. The young man drags the timeline back to 140. After 140, there are no new postings. They must have left right after posting. Can we find out how they got in? The young man switches to the surveillance at the garage. 12:15. A white van drives in through the entrance, its license plate mostly obscured by a cloth, revealing only the last two digits. The vehicle finds a parking spot in Area B. Two individuals get out. It's them. The license plate is unclear, the young man says. Chen Yuan nods, leaning back in his chair, staring at the screen for a few seconds. Can we find out when they left? The young man rewinds the timeline. At 1:52, the white van exits the garage. The license plate is still covered. That's all. The young man turns to him. That's it. All right, thank you for your hard work. Chen Yuan gazes at the still image on the screen. The white van, the obscured license plate, the blurred outline of the vehicle. You didn't see anything today, he stands and tells the young man. Don't worry, Chen team, I understand. The young man turns off the surveillance footage and switches back to the normal monitoring view. Chen Yuan carries a cardboard box out of the monitoring room, followed by Wang Jiangwo. Brother Wang, about today. Chen Yuan pauses. I know. Wang Jingwo replies, what we saw today, no one will talk about. Thank you. Chen Yuan looks at him and nods. What for? Wang Jingwo waves his hand. It's part of the job. He'll transfer some money to you later for the brothers to buy some good cigarettes. Chen Yuan walks to the stairwell entrance and stops. Don't bother with it. Wang Jingwo says, with your salary. Chen Yuan interrupts him, smiling. The brothers worked hard today. Oh, it's the least I can do. Wang Jingwo does not push back any further. All right then, I thank Team Chun on behalf of the brothers. Chen Yuan carries the cardboard box out of the group's entrance and stands by the roadside for a moment. The sun has already set considerably, leaving a strip of orange light on the horizon. The warmth from the sun has faded, but the ground, having been heated all day, continues to emit steam. He takes out his phone and calls for a ride to Qin residence. He opens the rear door and sits inside. The driver steps on the gas. On the way, Chen Yuan takes out his phone and dials Qin Lanlin's number. The call connects. What's up? Qin Lanlin's voice is accompanied by some noisy background sounds. Where are you? Out having dinner with a friend. What's the matter? Not a big deal. Chen Yuan's tone is calm. Finish your meal and come back. He'll tell you when you return. Got it. The call connects. What's up? Qin Lanlin's voice is accompanied by some noisy background sounds. Where are you? Out having dinner with a friend. Turns to his second-floor bedroom with the cardboard box. Feeling exhausted, he first heads to the bathroom to take a shower. After finishing, he lays out a mat by the bed, planning to flip through the book Qin Nong Shi before sleeping. However, he searches the bedside and desk, but cannot find the book. He pauses for a moment, then recalls. Before leaving in the morning, he accidentally spilled water, wetting the medical book. He had spread the book on the windowsill to dry, and in his haste to leave, he forgot to take it. Chen Yuan quickly walks to the window and retrieves the old, thread-bound medical book. After a day of sun exposure, the book's cover is completely warped, hardened, and deformed. Watching the once fine ancient text get damaged, Chen Yuan presses his hand down on the cover, trying to flatten the raised areas. At the moment his fingertips exert pressure, something feels off. The center of the cover is hollow. Chen Yuan pauses, carefully lifting the edge of the raised cover. A hidden compartment reveals itself. Inside, 2 yellowed old papers are stacked. The paper is ancient, the writing faded and blurred, but the traditional characters are still discernible. Chen Yuan spreads the 2 sheets of paper on the table. At first glance, he sees 6 large characters at the top. Method for drawing qi into the body. His heart skips a beat. Images from his dreams flash through his mind. His grandfather said that this book contains not only medical skills, but also other things. Could this be it? He lowers his head to continue reading. The first sheet states, first choose a quiet place, sit cross-legged, resting hands on knees, close your eyes, and regulate your breath, relaxing your entire body. Exhale deeply to release any impurities, then gradually inhale fresh air, and exhale, slowly repeating this 3 to 5 times, allowing the spirit to concentrate and the body to become calm and comfortable. Second, focus the spirit on the area 4 fingers below the navel, gazing inward from the center of the brow, observing the ground as the breath enters and exits. Inhale into the chest, gently raising the chest. Upon exhaling, guide the breath back to the area 4 fingers below the navel, circulating continuously. Third, concentrate on the area 4 fingers below the navel. If you feel a pulsation like a heartbeat, this signifies successful cultivation. Chen Yuan reads this section repeatedly several times. The area 4 fingers below the navel, that is the dantian. Gazing inward from the center of the brow. Does this mean to use one's mind to see after closing the eyes? This seems very much like those Qigong practices. He gently moves the first sheet aside and picks up the second, drawing qi into the body. First layer. Formula heart like still water, all thoughts empty. Inhale deeply once, exhale 3 times. Inhale slightly, exhale slowly, cycling without interruption, with no thoughts arising, lasting for 3/4 until it stops, returning to normal breathing. Steps: first, straighten your posture, close your eyes and concentrate. Inhale deeply, exhale in 3 parts. Inhale slightly, exhale slowly. Repeat this for 45/4, then return to normal breathing. Rest briefly, then close your eyes and sit cross-legged again. Inhale deeply, guiding the breath to circulate through the bodhis meridians, observing its flow. Once the breath has circulated once, exhale, gently repeating this 14 times, then return to normal breathing. After a moment, adjust your posture and close your eyes again. Shape your hands like ingots covering the dantian. When inhaling, slowly raise both hands to chest level. When exhaling, return them to the dantian. Chen Yuan read word by word, feeling increasingly shocked within. Every step of breath adjustment, guiding the qi and concentrating to guard the dantian on these pages, perfectly aligns with the logic of human qi flow, not mere nonsense. It resembles an ancient technique based on human physiological principles specifically designed for cultivating inner breath. However, the content only covers the first layer with no continuation before or after, clearly indicating its incompleteness. Chen Yuan stared at the paper in silence for a long time. Since childhood, he had only believed in medicine and science, never in the so-called inner chi. Yet this ancient book passed down from his grandfather could not be false. The steps were rigorous and the logic was coherent, entirely worthy of scrutiny. He suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Currently, there were numerous troubling matters hanging in the balance. The anonymous flyers plastered all over the neighborhood were still a mystery, and he had no time to get distracted by these. Shen Yuan carefully folded the two yellowed ancient papers, tucked them back into the book's compartment, closed the cover, and properly stored the entire ancient text in the drawer. He decided to personally try out this method of guiding qi when he had more time. Just as he was thinking, he heard Qin Lanlan's voice on the phone downstairs. "I've arrived. I'm in the courtyard." "Oh, don't worry. I'm not a child." Okay, hanging up now, dear." The call ended and the sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor grew closer. The door was pushed open. Qin Lanlan saw Chen Yuan sitting on the ground with that cardboard box on his lap. "What are you doing sitting there? You look like you're going to a grave." Chen Yuan did not respond to this remark and patted the cardboard box. "Come here, I want to show you something." Qin Lanlan tossed her bag onto the bed and came over to squat down, glancing at the pile of shredded paper inside the box, frowning. "What is this? Take a look for yourself." Qin Lanlan reached in and pulled out a few sheets. Looking down at them, her expression shifted from confusion to shock, then from shock to anger. Her fingers began to tremble and the papers rustled in her hands. "Where did this come from?" "Someone posted them in the group at noon today," Chen Yuan said. "In the underground parking lot, stairwell, and elevator entrance, they were everywhere. The security team discovered them in time and has cleared them all away." Qin Lanlan crumpled the sheets into a ball, her nails digging into the paper. "Yu Xiaoping, it must be Yu Xiaoping. Are you sure it's him? This photo was taken when I was video chatting with him. He took the screenshot." Every word from Qin Lanlan dripped with hatred. "Only he has it." Qin Lanlan tore the paper into shreds, tossed it into the box, stood up, walked over to sit on the bed, her hands resting on her knees, head lowered. "How can this person be so despicable?" Chen Yuan said. "He's always been despicable." Qin Lanlan lifted her head, her eyes slightly red. "I was truly blind back then." Chen Yuan stood up from the ground and sat down beside her. "Don't be too upset," he said. "Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Not many people should have seen those things. I have already asked the security team to increase patrols. If such a person comes in again, they will be discovered immediately." Qin Lanlan remained silent. "I've also checked the group's surveillance footage." Chen Yuan continued. "It captured two individuals, but they were both wearing hats and masks, so their faces are unclear. The car they drove also had its license plate covered. He has always been cautious in his actions." Qin Lanlan's voice regained its calm. "He won't leave any evidence. But we can't just let this go." Qin Lanlan turned her head to look at him. "I know Yu Xiaoping. This person won't rest until he achieves his goal. If he didn't succeed today, he would think of other methods tomorrow." Chen Yuan pondered. "What exactly does he want? Is it just to take revenge on you?" "A while back he asked me to lend him money," Qin Lanlan said. "He asked for 50 million to start a company. Then he came looking for a reconciliation. He thinks if we get back together, the money will naturally come." Qin Lanlan sneered. "He has always been calculating this. During those years studying abroad, I covered all his tuition and living expenses. He thinks I owe him and should support him for life." Chen Yuan cursed under his breath after hearing this. "How did you even get involved with such a lowlife?" Qin Lanlan shot him a glare. "Are you cursing me or him?" Cursing him. Chen Yuan waved his hands quickly. "I'm just curious, as a president of a large group, how could your judgment be so poor? Should we call the police?" Chen Yuan continued to ask. Qin Lanlan shook her head. "I don't want to escalate this and lose face over." Chen Yuan thought for a moment and then said, "Even if it doesn't escalate, calling the police to have them investigate should lead to some clues. Yu Xiaoping's uncle is the head of the police station in this area." Qin Lanlan interrupted him. "No way?" Chen Yuan asked. "Yes." Qin Lanlan looked at him. "So calling the police won't help. Even if a case is filed, it will eventually lead nowhere. There's a risk of being counter-accused of slander." Chen Yuan looked at Qin Lanlan. "You're the president of such a large group. Are you afraid of just one police chief? Don't you have any connections?" Qin Lanlan rolled her eyes at him. "How long have I been in charge of the group? These connections were all maintained by my grandfather. I haven't really interacted with the higher-ups yet." She paused. "And I don't want my grandfather to know about this. His health has just improved a bit. If he finds out someone is doing this to me, he might get too agitated. And what if—" She didn't finish her sentence. Chen Yuan nodded. "Understood. So we have to endure this for now." Qin Lanlan said, "We'll talk about it when there's a chance later." "Endure?" Chen Yuan sat up straight. "Why should we endure?" Qin Lanlan looked at him. "Then what do you suggest?" Chen Yuan thought for a moment, stood up, walked a couple of steps around the room, and turned around. "Leave it to me to handle it." Qin Lanlan was taken aback. "You?" "Yes, me." Chen Yuan nodded. "I will take care of this matter." "How will you handle it?" Qin Lanlan's tone was clearly doubtful. "You're just a small security guard. What can you do?" Don't worry about how I'll handle it. Chen Yuan looked at her. Give me a few days, I promise to handle it beautifully. Qin Lanlan stared at him for a few. Just don't do anything reckless. What reckless thing could I possibly do? You already beat him up once in the underground parking lot. Qin Lanlan said, if you lay hands on him again, he will have an excuse to call the police and arrest you. Chen Yuan smiled. Don't worry, I won't hit him. I have other methods. What methods? Just don't worry. Chen Yuan waved his hand. Just wait and see the results. Qin Lanlan leaned against the headboard, her arms crossed over her chest, sizing him up from head to toe. Chen Yuan, you're not planning to go find my grandfather, are you? What would I find him for? To have him intervene. I said I won't involve grandfather. Chen Yuan squatted down, covered the cardboard box, and pushed it into the corner. I'll handle this matter myself. Give me a few days. If I don't resolve it, I'll bring my head to see you. Bring your head to see. Qin Lanlan chuckled softly. Yes, bring the head to meet me. Chen Yuan stood up, smiling at her. Enough with the jokes. Hurry up and get ready for bed and don't get involved in his matters. I will figure it out. All right. Chen Yuan saw that Qin Lanlan didn't believe him and didn't bother to explain. He rearranged the bedding and lay down. Qin Lanlan turned off the light. The room went dark. The next morning, when they went downstairs for breakfast, Qin Hua was already sitting in the dining room. He was wearing a white training suit with a bowl of plain porridge in front of him, having taken a bite of a small steamed bun. Good morning, Grandpa. Qin Lanlan greeted him. Morning. Qin Hua looked up at the two of them and said, hurry up and eat breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Qin Lanlan went to the garage to get the car. Chen Yuan greeted Qin Hua and was about to walk out when Qin Hua called him back. Grandson, come back early tonight. Don't forget what I told you. Don't worry, I won't forget. Chen Yuan replied. Qin Lanlan honked the horn. Chen Yuan jogged over and opened the passenger door to sit in. The Ferrari drove out of the garage, exiting the Qin residence. As the car hit the main road, Qin Lanlan gripped the steering wheel with both hands, her eyes focused ahead. Chen Yuan. My. You should find time to get a driver's license. Chen Yuan turned his head to look at her. Get a driver's license. Yeah, Qin Lanlan said casually. It would be more convenient for you to drive to and from work yourself. Chen Yuan thought about it and agreed. All right, I'll sign up when I have time. Qin Lanlan didn't say anything more. Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat, watching the rapidly retreating scenery outside the car window. A month ago, he was still living at his aunt's house, taking the bus to school every day with the living expenses saved. A month later, he had two bank cards in his pocket, one with 500,000 and the other with 200,000, 70,000. Chen Yuan silently repeated this number in his mind and couldn't help but smile. When Grandpa treated patients, the most he ever charged was 100 yuan. If he knew his grandson saved 70,000 in just a month, I wonder what his reaction would be. Perhaps he would. Are you burning money for no reason? Saving up to marry a wife. Chen Yuan's lips curved slightly. Marry a wife. He already had one, albeit a fake one. As the car approached Shenghua Group, Qin Lanlan parked on the roadside, more than a kilometer away from the group. You can get out here. I'm afraid someone will see us in the underground parking lot. All right. Chen Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door to get out. The Ferrari didn't wait for him to steady himself. It stepped on the gas and sped away, turning a corner and Chen Yuan stood by the roadside, took out his phone, and scanned a shared bicycle. After riding for about 10 minutes, he reached the entrance of the group. He parked the bike by the roadside, locked it, dusted off his pants, and walked into the supermarket next to the group. The boss was sitting behind the counter looking at his phone. He looked up when he heard footsteps. What do you need? Help me exchange 3,000 in cash. I'll scan to transfer you the money. Chen Yuan took out his phone. Okay, the transaction fee is 30. The boss opened the cash register drawer, counted out 30 red bills, tied them with a rubber band, and pushed them over. Chen Yuan scanned the payment code on the counter and transferred 3,030 yuan. Done. The boss glanced at his phone and nodded. Chen Yuan tucked the stack of money into his pocket, turned around, and left the supermarket. In the security office, Wang Zhengwo was sitting behind his desk drinking tea. Chen Yuan pushed the door and walked in. Brother Wang. You're here. Wang Zhengwo looked up. Chen Yuan took out the stack of money from his pocket, bound with a rubber band bright red, and pushed it across the table. Chen Yuan briefly recounted yesterday's events, starting from the moment someone posted flyers to how it implicated Qin Lanlan and himself, and finally, to his desire to handle the matter discreetly. Is that true? Li Xin's tone shifted from relaxed to serious. That's quite outrageous. Sister, I just want to ask if there's any way to resolve this. I don't want to call the police and escalate the situation, but I can't just let it go. Li Xian fell silent for a few seconds on the other end of the line. All right, I'll take care of this. Really? That's great, sister. Let me call my brother first, the one who came with me to see you last time, Li Bo. Li Xian said. He works in the city police's criminal investigation unit and has experience handling such matters. They'll have him check it out for you, and I'll let him reach out to you. All right, thank you, sister. What are you being so polite for between us? Li Xian paused, then suddenly lowered her voice, laced with a hint of gossip. But tell me the truth, is there any truth to what was written on those flyers? Chen Yuan forced a bitter smile. Sister, absolutely not. It's all fabricated by others, just intended to tarnish President Qin's reputation. That's good to hear. Li Xin's tone relaxed. I always thought you were not the type to be a kept man. Chen Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Sister, please don't mention this to my brother-in-law. Why? His position makes it inconvenient for him to get involved in such matters. I don't want to add to his troubles. Li Xian chuckled. You're quite sensible. All right, I'll listen to you, and not tell him for now. We'll see how to handle it once my brother finds out more. Thanks, sister. Stop thanking me so much. Li Xian said, by the way, don't forget to come home for dinner this weekend. I won't forget. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan tucked his phone into his pocket and walked around the outer perimeter of Building B. At the east gate, Old Sun was standing outside the guard booth smoking. Brother Sun. Team Chen. Old Sun extinguished his cigarette and smiled. Chen Yuan walked over, leaning against a nearby stone pillar, lowering his voice. Brother Sun, thank you for keeping a close watch these past few days. Especially on those wearing baseball caps and masks. Notify me immediately if you see any. Old Sun stopped smiling and nodded. Don't worry, Team Chen, I have sharp eyes. I can tell a fly's gender from a distance. Chen Yuan chuckled, patted Old Sun on the shoulder, and headed toward the south gate. A tall, thin man was sitting in the guard booth, engrossed in his phone. He looked up upon hearing footsteps and quickly shoved his phone into his pocket. Team Chen. Chen Yuan leaned against the booth door. Keep your eyes peeled these days. If you see anyone acting suspiciously, especially those covering their faces completely, let me know immediately. The tall, thin man nodded and added, Team Chen, about yesterday's incident. Let's not discuss it, Chen Yuan interrupted. Just keep it in mind. The tall, thin man closed his mouth. After completing his round, he returned to the office where Wang Zhengwo was sketching on the duty roster. Brother Wang. Moi. Arrange for a few more people to patrol the parking lot, and each floor especially during lunch breaks. Wang Zhengwo set down his pen and looked up at him. Are you worried that guy might come back? It's better to be safe than sorry, Chen Yuan said. Keep a close watch and don't let anyone post flyers again. All right, I'll arrange it. At noon, Chen Yuan had lunch in the cafeteria. Braised pork, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of seaweed egg soup. He had eaten most of his rice, but couldn't finish the rest. Back in his dormitory, he had just taken off his shoes and lay down when his phone vibrated. He picked it up to see Li Bo. Chen Yuan, my sister told me about that incident. Li Bo's voice came through the receiver, crisp and direct. Are you available now? I'd like to understand the situation further. I'm available. Do you have any surveillance footage? Yes, I copied it onto a USB drive. Great, Li Bo said. Bring it over now. I'm at the station. During the lunch break, the station is pretty empty, so I can take a look at it for you. All right, I'll head over right away. Chen Yuan hung up, pulled the USB drive from his pocket, put on his shoes, and left the dormitory. He hailed a taxi at the entrance of the group to the city police station. The car drove for over 20 minutes, stopping in front of a gray building. The door had a national emblem hanging above it with a sign next to it, Xinxia City Public Security Bureau. There was a guard booth at the entrance where an elderly man in uniform sat with the window halfway open. Chen Yuan walked up. Sir, I'm looking for Li Bo from the Criminal Investigation Unit. I have an appointment. The old man glanced at him and handed out a registration book through the window. Please fill out your name, ID number, and the purpose of your visit. Chen Yuan lowered his head to fill in his name, ID number, and reason for the visit, then handed the book back. The old man glanced at it, pressed a button on the desk, and the iron gate opened with a click. You can go in if... Chen Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. The hall was paved with light-colored tiles, shining brightly. He climbed the stairs, and the corridor on the third floor was long with offices on both sides, all doors closed, and it was very quiet. As he reached the middle of the corridor, he noticed one door ajar with a sign hanging next to it, Criminal Investigation Unit. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance and glanced inside. Rows of desks were set up, most computer screens dark with no one present. At the innermost desk, Li Bo was sitting in a chair holding a phone. He saw Chen Yuan stood up, hung up the phone. You're here? Come in and have a seat. Chen Yuan followed him inside and sat down next to the desk. Did you bring the USB drive? Li Bo asked. Yes, Chen Yuan replied, pulling the USB drive from his pocket and handing it over. Li Bo took it, inserting it into the port of an external computer. He typed a few keys and several folders popped up on the screen. Is this everything? Yes, it includes all footage from Area B, Area C, stairwells, and elevator lobbies. Li Bo opened a few videos, fast-forwarding through them. Chen Yuan sat beside him, watching the silhouettes of two figures on the screen. I can't see their faces. He said, his tone uncertain. They're wearing hats and masks. Can we identify them? Li Bo chuckled, turning to glance at him. You underestimate us too much. He paused the video, pointing at the outlines of the two figures on the screen. With today's criminal investigation techniques, we can track someone down just by their silhouette, let alone this complete set of surveillance footage. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Is it really that impressive? What do you think? Li Bo withdrew his hand and continued operating the computer. With today's image recognition systems, facial recognition, silhouette tracking, and clothing comparison, as long as the person has been on the street, they won't be able to hide. He extracted the video from the USB drive and saved it to the desktop, then connected an Ethernet cable to transfer the file to another computer. Li Bo explained the machines on the external network can't be connected due to confidentiality regulations. Chen Yuan nodded, not asking further. The progress bar on the screen spun several times, revealing a plethora of results. 100 or more surveillance screenshots from the entire city, sorted by similarity from high to low. Look, Li Bo pointed at the screen. As long as these two individuals have appeared in the public surveillance of Xinxiao, the system can retrieve them. Chen Yuan leaned in a bit closer, observing the rows of screenshots on the screen. Some were taken at the entrance of a mall, some at intersections, and some at subway stations. The angles varied and the clarity differed, but each image captured the silhouettes of the two individuals. Li Bo scrolled through them, his gaze shifting back and forth between the screenshots and the video. This one isn't it. He skipped over an image. The clothing is different. He flipped through a few more. This one isn't it either. The height doesn't match. After about 5 or 6 minutes of scrolling, Li Bo's finger came to a stop. Found it. Chen Yuan followed it. On the screen was a surveillance screenshot from a mall with the time showing 11 o'clock on the morning of the incident. The two individuals walked out of the mall, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the right was leaning slightly to his side, talking to the one on the left, their faces clearly exposed to the camera. Li Bo enlarged the screenshot and looked at Chen Yuan. Do you recognize them? Chen Yuan also leaned in, carefully examining the two faces. I don't recognize them. He shook his head. I've never seen them before. Li Bo opened another system and extracted the two faces separately. Facial recognition, he said. Just wait about 10 seconds. The progress bar on the screen spun again. After about 10 seconds, the identities of the two individuals appeared. The one with the square face was named Zhao Chong, 32 years old, a local from Xinxiao, with a history of 2 violent altercations. The one with a long face was named Lu Kai, 30 years old, and also had a record of theft. Li Bo flipped through their records, leaning back in his chair. 2 punks from society, without stable jobs. These two must be acting on someone else's orders. Chen Yuan said. Li Bo nodded. Do you have any suspects in mind? Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment. There's one. Who? Yu Xiaoping. Why do you suspect him? The photo on the flyer was a screenshot taken by President Qin during a video call with him. Only he has it. No one else would do such a thing, Chen Yuan said. Then it must be him. Li Bo nodded. He'll handle this. I'll first bring those two in for questioning, and once they implicate Yu Xiaoping and the evidence is secured, I'll arrest him and officially file the case. Li Bo said. Will filing the case cause a stir? Chen Yuan asked. Li Bo waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. The criminal investigation team will file the case directly without going through the police station. I'll try to keep the impact to a minimum. Thank you so much, Chen Yuan said. What's there to thank for? Li Bo patted his shoulder. Since my sister has accepted you as a godbrother, you are also my brother. We are family, no need for thanks. He paused. You go back first and wait for my news. At most a week, and I will give you an answer. All right. Chen Yuan came out of the municipal bureau and hailed a taxi at the door. Shenghua Group. When the car arrived at the group's entrance, it was already past 4. Just as he entered the office, his phone vibrated. A WeChat message from Qin Lanlin. I have something to do tonight. You go back by yourself. Chen Yuan replied with one word. At 5:30, he changed his clothes, left the group's main door, and called a car back to the Qin residence. Entering the living room, Qin Hua was sitting on the sofa watching television, holding a remote control, and switching channels one after another. He saw Chen Yuan come in and set the remote down. Back. Where's Lan Lan? She has something to do tonight and won't be back for dinner. Oh. Qin Hua nodded. Then it's just the two of us for dinner. The nanny brought in the food, and the two sat across from each other. Braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of chicken soup. Chen Yuan took a few bites of rice and suddenly remembered something. You should get your acupuncture today. Qin Hua picked up a piece of meat, chewed a couple of times. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Extend your hand. Qin Hua extended his left hand and placed it on the table. Chen Yuan placed 3 fingers on it. The pulse still felt the same, large and empty, but slightly better than last time, at least not in that state where it seemed like he could pass out at any moment. Not bad. Chen Yuan released his hand. After dinner, I'll give you a few needles. All right. After finishing dinner, Chen Yuan went upstairs to get the blue cloth bag. Chen Yuan took out a silver needle, found the position of the Naguan point, and quickly but steadily inserted it. Qin Hua hissed in pain. Does it hurt? Not really, it's just a bit sore at the moment it goes in. Qin Hua grinned. Your technique is just like your grandfather's. Chen Yuan didn't respond, taking out another needle and inserting it into the Tsuchi point. The third needle was inserted at the Zishanli point. Qin Hua's pants were rolled up above his knees, and the veins on his calves were bulging with loose skin. After inserting all 3 needles, Chen Yuan pinched the needle tails and asked, Do you feel anything? Yes. Xinhua closed his eyes and felt for a moment from my knee downward my entire leg feels warm. That's right. After leaving the needles in for 20 minutes, Chen Yuan pulled them out, cleaned them one by one, and put them back in the cloth bag. Xinhua moved his shoulders and let out a long breath. Much more comfortable. They sat for a while chatting about mundane matters. What did Lan Lan do tonight? Xinhua asked. I don't know, she didn't tell me. You too busy with your own things, don't even ask each other. Xinhua's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Chen Yuan smiled. She's grown up, oh, can she still get lost? Xinhua huffed, not saying anything further. After 9 o'clock, Chen Yuan went upstairs and opened the bedroom door. Qin Lanlan had not yet returned. He took a shower, changed into sleepwear, spread the quilt on the floor, and lay down. He took out the book, Qing Nong Shi. He flipped through a few pages and found the 2 sheets of paper in the middle. Method for drawing qi into the body. Chen Yuan stared at the 6 characters for a few seconds, then flipped to the next page. Heart like still water, all thoughts empty. Breathe, deeply inhaling and exhaling 3 times. He silently recited the incantation in his mind, thought for a moment, placed the book beside his pillow, and sat cross-legged. Do it again. The breathing slowed down, and the heartbeat followed suit. He focused his mind on his brow, imagining looking down from there, seeing his chest cavity, abdominal cavity, and dantian. What Grandpa referred to as internal vision must be this feeling. Breathe. Internal vision. Guard the dantian. After sitting for about 10 minutes, his legs began to feel numb, yet there was no sensation. No warmth, no pulse, no qi sensation whatsoever. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, moved his numb legs a bit, and looked at those 2 pages again. The steps are correct. The incantation is memorized correctly. Could it be the posture is wrong? He adjusted the angle of his waist and back, sat properly again, and tried once more. After a while, still no feeling. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, folded the 2 pages neatly, and put them back into the book. It can't be real. He muttered to himself, what does it mean to draw qi into the body? Isn't that just deep breathing? The light was still on. He reached out to turn off the light, turned over, and closed his eyes. His mind was still pondering that incantation. Deeply inhale 1 breath, exhale, slowly in 3. Gently inhale 1 breath, breathe out gradually. Sleepiness slowly took over, and he drowsily murmured those words, unaware of when he drifted off. Uncertain how much time had passed. Bang! The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, slamming against the wall. The light flickered on. Chen Yuan jolted awake, still not fully aware, as Qin Lanlan stumbled in. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her. Qin Lanlan fell into his arms, the smell of alcohol hitting his nose. Hey, how much did you drink? Chen Yuan supported her arms to prevent her from falling to the ground. Qin Lanlan looked up, her gaze unfocused, mumbling something indistinct. I am not drunk. Don't shake me. I'm not shaking, you're the one swaying. Chen Yuan wanted to help her to the bed, but Qin Lanlan was like a pile of mud hanging on him, her high heels clattering on the floor, yet she couldn't take a step. Who are you? What? Are you in my house? Qin Lanlan pinched Chen Yuan's face and tugged at him. You're actually quite handsome. What's your name? Chen Yuan. Your husband. Just kidding. Just kidding. Qin Lanlan leaned in closer, her nose almost touching his face. Just kidding is fine. As long as you're handsome. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes, wrapping one arm around her waist while using the other to pull the blanket aside and lay her on the bed. Just as Qin Lanlan touched the pillow, she suddenly turned over, wrapping her arms around Chen Yuan's neck, pulling him down. Don't go. Stay and talk to me. Let go first, I'll get you a glass of water. No way. Qin Lanlan's strength was surprisingly great. Do you know? That Yu Xiaoping called me again today. Said a lot of disgusting things. What did he say? He said. Never mind, I won't say it. Qin Lanlan burped. Chen Yuan sighed, reaching to remove her arms from around his neck, just as his hand touched her wrist. Wow. Qin Lanlan suddenly bowed her head, vomiting everything in her stomach. She vomited all over Chen Yuan. The mess was wet from his chest to his pants, legs sticky and sore-smelling, reaching up to his head. After Qin Lanlan finished, she leaned back onto the pillow and closed her eyes. Chen Yuan looked down at himself, covered in filth, his mouth twitching. Damn, Qin Lanlan, are you doing this on purpose? No response. He stood up, walked to the bathroom door, stripped off his clothes, and tossed them into the washing machine. Then he rummaged through a box to find an old t-shirt to use as a rag, squatting down to clean the stains off the floor. After cleaning the floor, he glanced at Qin Lanlan on the bed. She had also gotten dirty. There was a stain on the collar of her shirt, and the side of her skirt was also smudged. Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment. It's not like I've never seen it before. He reached out to unbutton Qin Lanlan's shirt, taking off the dirty clothes and tossing them into the washing machine. He also removed her skirt. The underwear remained. Then he went to the bathroom, grabbed a towel, wet it with warm water, and wiped her down. While wiping, Qin Lanlan turned over, muttering, "Don't touch me. I'm married. Your spouse is me." Chen Yuan replied irritably. After finishing, he pulled the blanket over her and covered her before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After washing up, he came out to find Qin Lanlan lying on her side, the blanket slipping down to her waist, exposing her bare shoulder. Qin Yuan pulled the blanket up a bit and lay down beside her. After a long night, he was too lazy to sleep on the floor. After all, the bed was big enough for both to sleep separately. As soon as he closed his eyes, an arm reached over from under the blanket and rested on his waist. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Before he could react, Qin Lanlan turned over, pressing herself against him. Her face buried in his neck, her breath hot, carrying the scent of alcohol, tickling his skin. Qin Yuan. Her voice was low, sounding less like speaking and more like murmuring in her sleep. You're so warm. Qin Lanlan, you've drunk too much. He didn't finish his sentence. Qin Lanlan kissed him. Her lips were soft, carrying the taste of alcohol. Qin Yuan's mind buzzed, as if something inside him had exploded. He tried to push her away, but the moment his hand touched her shoulder, the pushing force turned into a grasp. Forget it, forget it. It's not like they hadn't slept together before. The next day, sunlight leaked in through the curtain, seams casting a golden line on the wooden floor. Qin Lanlan opened her eyes. Her head hurt as if someone were drumming inside. She turned over. Then she saw Qin Yuan lying beside her, turned to the side, facing her, breathing evenly, deeply asleep. The blanket only covered his waist, exposing his upper body. Qin Lanlan froze for about 2 seconds. She looked down at herself. She wasn't wearing any clothes. Her mind went blank, as if someone had poured a bucket of boiling water over her from head to toe. She bolted upright, the blanket slipping down, revealing her shoulders and collarbone. She didn't care about pulling up the blanket and slapped him hard. Smack! A red mark exploded on Qin Yuan's face. He opened his eyes suddenly, his whole body jolting as if electrocuted. What the hell? Qin Yuan, what did you do to me? Qin Lanlan's voice was sharp and piercing. Her eyes seemed ready to devour him whole. You beast! Taking advantage of me when I was drunk. Qin Yuan covered his face, sitting up and looking at her. Qin Lanlan, can you at least understand the situation before hitting someone? What situation is there? Qin Lanlan pointed at herself. I'm not wearing clothes. You're lying next to me. Do you still want to deny it? You vomited all over yourself. I helped you take it off. Qin Yuan rubbed the red mark on his face. The dirty clothes are all in the washing machine. You can check for yourself. Qin Lanlan paused, turning to glance towards the bathroom. Then, why didn't you sleep on the floor? You hugged me tightly and wouldn't let go last night. Qin Yuan looked at her. You were drunk and insisted on holding me to sleep. Ew, what could I do? Qin Lanlan's face turned from pale to red. I wouldn't. You even kissed me. Qin Yuan added. Qin Lanlan's words got stuck in her throat. Not just a kiss. Qin Yuan raised a finger. You also praised how handsome I am, saying you really like me, love me. You even said you wanted to have a son with me. Impossible, you must be joking. How could I possibly say something like that? Qin Lanlan's face was flushed, almost as if it could bleed. I regret not recording what you said yesterday. Qin Yuan said mischievously. Qin Lanlan wanted to say something more, but felt that whatever she said would be wrong. Finally, she squeezed out a sentence. Get out. Qin Yuan pulled the blanket aside and got out of bed, picking up the clothes next to him. What kind of person are you? He said while getting dressed. Clearly it's you who took advantage of me, yet you still hit me. Last night you threw up all over me, cleaned the floor, and worked until the middle of the night. And this morning I get slapped. Do you have any conscience? Qin Lanlan picked up a pillow and threw it at him. I told you to shut up. He glanced at Qin Lanlan and said, all right, I'll go first. As he was about to leave, Qin Yuan added, you said last night that you would have my children, and I took it seriously. Qin Yuan quickly opened the door and ran out. Qin Lanlan sat alone on the bed, her hair a mess like a bird's nest, and her face still flushed. She lowered her head and slowly buried her face in her knees. A muffled sound came from the pillow. When Qin Yuan went downstairs, Qin Hua had already finished practicing a set of punches in the yard. He saw Qin Yuan coming out of the villa and greeted him with a smile. Good grandson, why did you wake up so late today? Didn't sleep well last night. I slept quite well, Qin Yuan replied. What about Lanlan? Still not up. She's up tidying up upstairs. She'll be down in a bit. Qin Hua examined him, his gaze landing on the red mark on his face. What happened to your face? Qin Yuan instinctively touched his cheek and chuckled. A mosquito bit me, and I scratched it. A mosquito? Qin Hua laughed. That mosquito must have been a female, right? Qin Yuan coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. Grandpa, did you practice the 5-animal play today? I did. Qin Hua replied, clearly excited, demonstrating. Tiger lifting, tiger pouncing, deer resisting, those 3 moves you mentioned I've practiced several times. How does it feel? Putting everything else aside, I do feel much better overall. Qin Hua patted his chest. I used to always feel tight in my chest in the mornings, but it's been much better these past couple of days. That's right, Qin Yuan nodded. This set is meant for nurturing qi. When your qi is sufficient, all ailments will naturally resolve themselves. Qin Hua's eyes brightened. Then what about my illness? Let's wait a bit longer, Qin Yuan interrupted. I'm still researching ways to eradicate it. You just focus on building a solid foundation for your body. Oh, don't rush it. Qin Hua nodded and patted Qin Yuan's shoulder. All right, no rush. As long as you have this intention, I can rest easy. Just then Qin Lanlan came out. The redness on her face had faded and her expression returned to its usual indifference. Good morning, Grandpa. Her voice was soft as if nothing had happened. Good morning, Qin Hua glanced at her. Did you drink last night? Just a little, Qin Lanlan replied. Did you two drink together yesterday? Qin Hua looked at Chen Yuan and asked. No, she didn't take me. Chen Yuan pretended to speak a little louder. Qin Lanlan shot a glare at Chen Yuan, who pretended not to see. Feigning a wronged expression, he leaned closer to Qin Hua and said, Grandpa, you have to judge fairly. Your granddaughter went out last night to enjoy herself and left me her newlywed husband at home. How inconsiderate. Qin Hua, upon hearing this, turned and pretended to scold Qin Lanlan. Look at you. You are getting more and more outrageous. How could you leave your newlywed husband at home while you go play? Grandpa. Qin Lanlan helplessly put her hand on her forehead. I was just having a small gathering with friends. That still won't do. Qin Hua waved his hand, clearly favoring Chen Yuan. From now on, wherever you go to have fun, you must take your husband along. If you dare to leave my granddaughter behind again, just wait and see how I handle you. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow secretly and shot a smug glance at Qin Lanlan. Qin Lanlan, exasperated by the banter between the grandpa and grandson, rolled her eyes and replied, Got it, it'll bring him along next time. I really don't know who is truly related to you. Qin Hua laughed heartily, responding with confidence, In my eyes, both of you are family, but my granddaughter's husband is honest and earnest, so you can't keep bullying him. In the future, think of him more often and don't just run off on your own. If you let him suffer even the slightest grievance, I won't spare you. Chen Yuan listened with a beaming smile, while Qin Lanlan sighed helplessly and waved her hands repeatedly. I get it, my dear grandpa. I won't let your granddaughter suffer any grievances from now on. That's more like it, Qin Hua nodded. Qin Lanlan did not want to continue the topic. All right, Grandpa, I'm off to work now. After saying this, she turned and walked toward the garage, opened the car door, and sat inside, starting the engine to prepare to leave. Chen Yuan greeted Qin Hua and jogged to catch up. He opened the passenger door and sat down. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, Qin Lanlan stepped on the accelerator and the Ferrari shot out of the garage. Chen Yuan glanced secretly at Qin Lanlan. She gripped the steering wheel with both hands, her eyes fixed ahead, her face expressionless, but her lips were pressed tightly together. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Yuan was in high spirits, humming a little tune. What are you humming about? Qin Lanlan finally couldn't hold back. I'm happy. Chen Yuan turned to look at her. Grandpa treats me so well, how could I not be happy? Qin Lanlan took a deep breath, as if she was suppressing her anger. Chen Yuan, I need to make this clear to you. Go ahead. You are not allowed to talk nonsense in front of my grandpa. What did I say that was nonsense? Chen Yuan looked innocent. I was just speaking the truth. You really didn't take me out to enjoy a good meal, did you? You? Qin Lanlan gritted her teeth. You know very well that's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? The car stopped at a red light. She turned to look at Chen Yuan, her expression turning cold. Chen Yuan, don't forget we are in a fake marriage. I haven't forgotten. The contract clearly states that neither party shall interfere in the other's private life. But I haven't interfered with you either. Chen Yuan raised his hands in surrender. I was just chatting casually with Grandpa. Is that considered interference? That's my grandpa. Qin Lanlan retorted. I know that. We are in a fake marriage, she emphasized. He is not your grandpa, so don't be so familiar with. Chen Yuan was taken aback and scratched his head. Oh, got it. Qin Lanlan thought he understood her expression, softening a little. Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat and slowly spoke. Then I'll just call him Old Qin from now on. What did you, Old Qin? Chen Yuan said with a serious expression. Since you said he's not my grandfather, I can't just call him Mr. Qin, can I? That would be too distant. Old Qin and I were always friends despite the age gap. Setting aside our marital relationship, he and I are still buddies. Qin Lanlan's grip on the steering wheel visibly tightened. If you're on the same generational level as him, then what does that make me, yeah? Chen Yuan turned his head to look at her, a slow grin spreading across his face. My niece, oh no, that's not right. My granddaughter. Chen Yuan. Qin Lanlan roared. Hey, keep your voice down. Chen Yuan rubbed his ear. You're driving, pay attention to safety. Qin Lanlan's chest heaved violently a few times, and her lips trembled. Try calling me that again. You're the one who said it. Since he's not my grandfather, I'll treat him as an equal. He's my old brother, so naturally you're my granddaughter. Chen Yuan counted on his fingers as he reasoned with her. There's nothing wrong with this family hierarchy. Think it through yourself. Chen Yuan, do you think I won't kick you out of the car? Qin Lanlan said in a low voice. Go ahead, kick me out. Chen Yuan crossed his legs. He'll just go back and have a good chat with Old Qin, telling him his granddaughter abandoned me on the road. You're shameless. You dare curse at me. He'll go back and tell Old Qin that you cursed at me, that you told me not to call him grandfather, that you think I'm not worthy of being the Qin family's grandson-in-law. Chen Yuan sighed. If Old Qin finds out, I wonder how heartbroken he'll be. Qin Lanlan's face flushed alternately red and pale. Her mouth opened several times, but not a single word came out. After a minute of silence, "Are you sick?" Qin Lanlan finally blurted out. "No." "Then why do you insist on angering me?" "I'm not trying to anger you." Chen Yuan looked innocent. "You're the one who said I'm not your grandfather's grandson. I'm just respecting your opinion. You said he isn't, so he isn't. I meant don't be so familiar, not that you should. So do you want me to call him that or?" Chen Yuan interrupted her. Qin Lanlan opened her mouth, but found no answer was correct. If he called him grandfather, it bothered her. If he didn't, calling him old Qin was even more infuriating. "Call him whatever you want." She gritted out these words and turned her face toward the car window. "All right," Chen Yuan responded cheerfully. "Then I'll still call him grandfather from now on. It sounds more affectionate." Chen Yuan. "My, did you have a grudge against me in a past life?" Chen Yuan thought for a moment. He nodded. "Otherwise, why would I be tormented by you in this life?" "I torment you." Qin Lanlan's voice rose another half octave. "Who's tormenting who? Are you clear about that?" "It's definitely you tormenting me." Chen Yuan pointed at his own face. "Look, the mark you left this morning hasn't faded yet." Qin Lanlan glanced at his face. The red mark was indeed still there. "You deserve it." She squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. As they neared Shenghua Group, Qin Lanlan pulled the car over to the side of the road. "Get out. Here again. Get lost." Qin Lanlan roared. Chen Yuan quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and got out. The Ferrari shot off like an arrow. He stood by the roadside, touching the red mark on his face. This woman has a temper harder than a stone in a latrine. Chen Yuan scanned a shared bike and rode to the group. In the morning, Chen Yuan made a round of the group and went to the monitoring room to confirm there were no anomalies. Then he returned to his office, leaned back in his chair, and scrolled through his phone for a while. Just before 11, his phone vibrated. Li Bo. He picked up. "Hey, brother Bo. Found them." Li Bo's voice was crisp and decisive. "Those 2 Zhao Chong and Lu Kai, I had them brought in. They confessed." "Confessed?" Li Bo said. "Neither of them had much backbone. Once they sat in the interrogation room, they spilled everything before I even asked much." "Was Yu Xiaoping the one who instigated it?" "Yes." Li Bo said. "Yu Xiaoping gave them 5,000 yuan each to post the flyers." "So what now?" "The evidence is secured." Li Bo said. "I can make the arrest anytime. But I want to ask you first, what's your stance? Do you want to follow the legal process or handle it privately?" Chen Yuan thought for a moment. "Brother Bo, let me ask President Qin first. He'll get back to you later." "All right, let me know once you've asked." "Okay, thanks, brother Bo. Don't keep thanking me." After hanging up, Chen Yuan stood up and left his office. He pulled out his phone and dialed Qin Lanlan's number. It rang a few times, then was hung up. He dialed again. It was hung up again. On the third try, it rang nearly 10 times before she finally answered. "What?" Qin Lanlan's voice carried obvious impatience. "I'm in a meeting." "What kind of meeting? What exactly do you want?" "I found the people who posted the flyers." Chen Yuan said. "What did you say?" Qin Lanlan asked. "I said the 2 people who posted the flyers have been caught. They also confessed that the mastermind behind it all is Yu Xiaoping." "How do you know?" Qin Lanlan's voice changed from impatience to seriousness. "Who caught them?" "I asked a friend from the criminal investigation team to make a private arrest." "You have friends in the criminal investigation team?" "Out in the world, who doesn't have a few friends?" Chen Yuan leaned against the wall, his tone light and casual, as if it were nothing noteworthy. "Is he reliable?" "Absolutely reliable." Chen Yuan said. "He's from the Municipal Bureau's criminal investigation team, not some local precinct." "And his brother-in-law?" He paused, almost blurting out Hu Tao's name, but thought better of it and swallowed the words. "Anyway, he's a very reliable person. You can rest assured." Qin Lanlan was silent on the other end of the line for a few seconds. "I don't want to blow this out of proportion," she said. "You should understand what I mean." "I understand." Chen Yuan nodded. "My friend also said help try to minimize the impact as much as possible. The case will be filed directly by the criminal investigation team, not through the local precinct. Yu Xiaoping's uncle is the chief of that precinct." Qin Lanlan said. "Can your friend withstand that?" Chen Yuan let out a sly chuckle. "You underestimate me. The person I found, let alone a precinct chief, even if his uncle's superiors showed up, they'd have to show my friend some respect." "Bullshit." Qin Lanlan's tone was laced with obvious skepticism. "Believe it or not." Chen Yuan remained unflustered. "Just tell me how you want to handle this. Should I have my friend follow the legal process, or do you want to settle it privately?" "I want to ask your friend a few questions in person," Qin Lanlan said. "All right," Chen Yuan said. "I'll arrange it." Chen Yuan hung up the phone with Qin Lanlan and dialed Li Bobo's number. "Boj. What's up?" "I told President Qin she wants to talk to you in person." Chen Yuan said, "Do you think tonight would be convenient?" "Sure." Li Bo did not hesitate. "What time?" 7. "You pick a place. I know a private restaurant in the east of the city. The environment is quite nice." Li Bo provided an address. 7 o'clock. "See you then." "All right, thanks, Boj." "No need to thank me." Li Bo chuckled and hung up. Chen Yuan immediately sent a WeChat message to Qin Lanlan. "It's set 7 o'clock tonight. I've sent you the address. Qin Lanlan replied with a single word, okay. Around 6 o'clock, Chen Yuan exited the company's main gate. He walked along the road beside the company and sent a message to Qin Lanlan. About 10 minutes later, a red Ferrari turned into the alley. Get in, Qin Lanlan lowered the car window. Chen Yuan opened the passenger door and sat in, fastening his seatbelt. Qin Lanlan pressed the accelerator. The private restaurant was in a small alley not very big with 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance. When they arrived, Li Bo had not yet come. The waiter brought tea and poured a cup for each of them. Qin Lanlan picked up her teacup, took a sip, glanced at Chen Yuan, and asked, what is your friend's name? Li Bo. Is he reliable? You'll see for yourself later. Qin Lanlan did not press further. About 10 minutes later, the door to the private room was pushed open. Li Bo entered and glanced around, first greeting Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan introduced Qin Lanlan to Li Bo. Li Bo's gaze fell on Qin Lanlan, giving a slight nod. President Qin, hello. Nice to meet you. Qin Lanlan also stood up, extending her hand. Officer Li, hello. Li Bo shook her hand and sat down across from her. Don't call me Officer Li, there are no officers here, we're all friends. Qin Lanlan responded with a smile. All right then, I won't be too formal, and you don't need to call me President Qin. Li Bo smiled and waved his hand. Haha, it should be like this. Chen Yuan is my brother, let's not be so distant. To be honest, if it weren't for my relationship with Chen Yuan, I wouldn't have made this trip today. Qin Lanlan responded, thank you so much for coming out here. Li Bo spoke candidly. No need to be polite, we're all family. I definitely won't ignore Chen Yuan's matter. Let's talk openly today, feel free to mention any difficulties. Li Bo looked at Chen Yuan. Have you ordered? Waiting for you to order. Chen Yuan pushed the menu over. Li Bo took the menu, flipped through it, ordered several homestyle dishes, and returned the menu to the waiter. The waiter left, and the private room fell silent. Qin Lanlan spoke first. Li Go, I want to ask, after this case is filed, will it be leaked? Don't worry, I will try to keep this matter as confidential as possible. The case will be filed directly by the criminal police team without going through the police station. All confidentiality measures will be taken, and it won't affect your and the company's reputation. Li Bo said. There is one more thing. Qin Lanlan hesitated for a moment. Yu Xiaoping's uncle is the head of the police station in this area. If you file the case, will there be any difficulties? Li Bo smiled. A police station chief's influence does not reach the criminal police team. Moreover, we live in a society governed by law, so the law treats everyone equally. It doesn't matter if he is the chief's nephew. Even if his uncle commits a crime, we will handle it according to the law. His tone was steady yet firm. You don't need to worry about this at all. Qin Lanlan's expression relaxed a bit after hearing this, and she nodded. If that's the case, then please help me file the case, Li Go. Filing is not a problem. The key is the charge. He looked at Qin Lanlan. Currently, the evidence we have can lead to 2 possible charges against Yu Xiaoping. One is defamation and the other is creating a disturbance. Both are criminal cases. Qin Lanlan remained silent and glanced at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan sat beside her, his mind racing. Defamation? Not quite suitable. The things written on the flyers claiming he has an improper relationship with Qin Lanlan and that they secretly married are true. They did get married, although it was a sham marriage. The premise of defamation is to fabricate facts and disseminate false content. Not all of the content here is false, and if Yu Xiaoping's lawyer seizes upon this point, it could be troublesome. Creating a disturbance is different. This charge has a broad scope and a vague definition. Distributing flyers in public places, exposing others' privacy, causing serious circumstances, and disrupting social order are all undeniable facts. No one can overturn this. Using this charge is the most prudent choice. With this thought in mind, Chen Yuan spoke up. Boj, I think creating a disturbance is more appropriate. Have you thought it through? I have. Chen Yuan nodded. Publicly posting flyers in the neighborhood and on the street, deliberately spreading private information, maliciously damaging someone's reputation, and creating public disturbance. These actions actually occurred without any dispute. No matter the truth of the content, creating a disturbance in public and disrupting order is something he cannot avoid. Li Bo listened, and a trace of approval flashed in his eyes, chuckling lightly. Not bad, you see things clearly. Generally, ordinary people only think about suing for defamation, but you understand how to avoid pitfalls. Chen Yuan smiled. I don't want to get involved in a game of words with the other party. If we're going to act, let's do it decisively and efficiently. All right. Li Bo decisively made the decision, his tone firm. Since you've thought it through, then let's file under creating a disturbance. This charge is indeed the most secure and cannot be challenged. Qin Lanlan quietly listened on the side without interjecting. She did not understand the complex legal terms, but could tell that the charge Chen Yuan chose had completely sealed off Yu Xiaoping's chance for a comeback. Li Bo looked at the two of them and instructed, tomorrow morning, both of you come to the station together to file the report and submit the formal reporting materials. Once the materials are filed, I will directly initiate the process to file the case and arrest the suspect. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. At this moment, Qin Lanlan raised her glass sincerely and politely, toasting Li Bo. Li Gu, I really appreciate you for today. Li Bo raised his hand and gently clinked glasses with her, his attitude relaxed. No need to thank me. He glanced at Chen Yuan and said casually, Chen Yuan is my brother, I can't ignore family matters. Chen Lanlan was slightly taken aback at these words, instinctively turning to look at Chen Yuan, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, smiling relaxedly, ready to respond. Of course my Boj always protects his own. He raised his glass towards Li Bo and said, Thank you, Brother Bo, for making this special trip today. I will remember this favor, no need for more words, it's all in the wine. Li Bo chuckled heartily, picked up his glass and replied, Why do you need to say this to me? All right, let's drink. As for this matter, I will take care of it for you. The dishes were served. The three of them chatted while eating. Li Bo was not talkative, but every word he said hit the nail on the head. Halfway through the meal, Li Bo's phone rang. He stepped aside to answer the call, responded briefly, and then walked back. Sorry, there's something going on with the team, I have to leave now. He grabbed the jacket draped over the chair, put it on, and glanced at Chen Yuan and Chen Wanlan. Tomorrow morning at 9, just come to the team to find me. Okay, Brotherly, you go ahead with your business. Take care, Brotherly. Chen Wanlan also stood up. Li Bo waved his hand and walked out. Only the two of them remained in the private room. Are you full, eh? Chen Wanlan asked. Chen Yuan was still chewing on a piece of braised pork and mumbled, Why? As soon as the matter is settled, you want to abandon me. We were just focused on discussing business, and I haven't had much to eat. At least let me finish this plate of meat, otherwise it would be such a waste. Chen Wanlan was amused by his greedy appearance and rolled her eyes at him. All right, no abandoning you. The hard-working Chun, great contributor, take your time eating, no one will snatch it from you. As long as you don't choke on it. Chen Yuan grinned and scooped up his food. What's the big deal? I have a good appetite. But you don't just watch me eat, are you waiting for me to feed you? Stop the nonsense. Chen Wanlan teased. Focus on your meal, if you keep talking nonsense I will leave, and you will have to pay the bill yourself. Chen Yuan immediately raised his hand in surrender. No, I will eat quietly. Chen Wanlan glanced at him. That friend of yours seems quite reliable. Of course, Chen Yuan took a piece of watermelon and bit into it. You should see whose friend it is. Stop boasting, getting things done is what matters. Chen Wanlan said. After finishing their meal and drinks, let's go, Chen Wanlan said. The two of them left the private restaurant with Chen Yuan following behind Chen Wanlan as they got into the car. The Ferrari merged into the main road from the alley. After a few minutes, Chen Wanlan spoke up. Chen Yuan. My. Thank you for today. Chen Yuan turned his head to look at her, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Oh, I didn't expect my big granddaughter to say thank you too. Try calling me big granddaughter again. Chen Wanlan's initially serious expression was completely disrupted by Chen Yuan's teasing, her brows furrowing slightly with irritation as she reached out to hit him. Big granddaughter. Chen Yuan. Hey, your grandpa said you should treat me better. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. If you dare to be fierce with me, I will go back and tell him you bullied me again. What else can you do aside from telling on me? Chen Yuan said seriously. I can also help you clean the floor, change your clothes in. Chen Wanlan had one hand on the steering wheel while the other covered his mouth. If you mention that night again, I will throw you out of the car. Chen Yuan pushed her hand away and chuckled. All right, I won't mention it anymore. As long as I know in my heart, that's enough. What do you know? Chen Wanlan's voice rose again. Nothing nothing happened. Chen Yuan nodded. You just mentioned wanting to have a son for me. Chen Wanlan's ears instantly turned red, glaring at him in embarrassment and anger. When did I say that? Chen Yuan shrugged with an innocent expression. Oh, so you're not admitting it. The whispers shared in the still of the night, could they be false? My memory is quite good, not a single word was forgotten. Stop distorting the facts. Chen Wanlan, who was totally drunk that night, couldn't remember anything. With Chen Yuan saying it so seriously, she couldn't help but doubt whether she really said those words. Even if I said those words, they were just drunken words. You can't take them seriously. Chen Yuan chuckled, looking like he was unbothered by the consequences, but you can't say that. Drunken words are often the truth. Anyway, I took it seriously, just waiting for you to fulfill your promise in the future. You? Chen Wanlan was momentarily at a loss for words, both angry and helpless. I can see now that there's no use reasoning with you. This isn't the time for reasoning. Chen Yuan leaned in closer with a mischievous grin. We're reminiscing, savoring that unforgettable night. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really get mad. Chen Wanlan turned her face and shot him a glare, her eyes filled with playful annoyance, lacking any real intimidation. Chen Yuan immediately raised his hands in surrender, but his mouth didn't let up. All right, I won't say it anymore. But just so you know, I will always remember this debt, and one day you will have to repay it. Shut up, If you say it again, I'll kill you. Chen Wanlan shouted. All right, I won't say it. Seeing that Chen Wanlan really seemed angry, Chen Yuan stopped teasing her. The two of them fell silent. The car quickly drove into the Chen residence. Chen Wanlan turned off the engine and unbuckled her seatbelt. Chen Yuan followed her out of the car and they walked into the living room one after the other. The lights in the living room were still on, and Qin Hua was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Hearing the footsteps, he turned his head. "You're back." Qin Wanlong changed her shoes and placed her bag on the sofa. Qin Hua glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 10 o'clock. "What were you two doing? Why are you back so late?" "We went out to eat," Qin Wanlong replied. Qin Hua's lips slowly curled up as he scanned the two of them back and forth. "Oh, did the young couple go on a date?" "No," Qin Wanlong denied quickly. "I just had dinner with a friend." "What friend?" Qin Hua pressed. "You don't know him. Then why did Chen Yuan go too?" Chen Yuan chimed in with a grin. "Grandpa, she was worried I would be lonely at home, so she specifically took me out." Qin Wanlong shot him a glare. Qin Hua laughed, his eyes squinting into slits as he patted the armrest of the sofa. Not bad, to take your husband out. This is what you should do." "Grandpa, it's not what you think." "What do I think?" Qin Hua interrupted her. "I just think you're doing the right thing. Take your husband out more. Don't always leave him at home alone. He came all the way from the countryside to marry into our family in an unfamiliar place. You, as his wife, should care for him more." Got it. Qin Wanlong replied helplessly. Chen Yuan nodded vigorously beside her. "Grandpa is absolutely right." Qin Hua glanced at Qin Wanlong again and added, "You two should strive to let me hold my great-grandson soon. Chen Yuan, especially you, work hard." Qin Hua suddenly turned to Chen Yuan. "Sure thing, Grandpa, I'll work hard tonight. Don't worry, I will definitely let you hold your great-grandson soon." Chen Yuan made a gesture of encouragement. "Ha, good. Now you two hurry up and go rest." Qin Lanlin's ears instantly turned red, both embarrassed and angry, as she stomped her foot and exclaimed, "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Hua looked at his granddaughter's expression, laughing even more heartily, and patted Chen Yuan's shoulder. "All right, you should hurry up too, whether to add fuel or not. You young people can figure it out yourselves." Chen Yuan chuckled and hurriedly followed behind. Qin Lanlon walked ahead, her strides quick as if she were on a whirlwind. Chen Yuan followed, humming a little tune. Upon reaching the second floor, just as Chen Yuan stepped into the bedroom, a pillow flew out with a whoosh and hit him. "Ouch!" Chen Yuan pulled the pillow off. "Are you trying to murder your husband? If you keep talking nonsense, I really want to kill you." Qin Lanlon placed her hands on her hips, her face flushed. "What did you say downstairs just now? Adding fuel tonight? What kind of fuel do you want to add? Peanut oil or rapeseed oil?" Chen Yuan looked innocent. "Didn't you say to listen to Grandpa?" "Is that what I meant?" Qin Lanlin's voice turned sharp with anger. "Is there only that in your head?" "I didn't say anything else." Chen Yuan tossed the pillow back onto the bed. "I just said to add fuel. What's wrong with that? Add fuel to study, add fuel to work, add fuel to help Grandpa with his illness. Where are you thinking? You just misinterpreted it, okay?" Chen Yuan shrugged. "What do you think of me, such a pure person?" Qin Lanlon was at a loss for words, her chest heaving with anger. "Chen Yuan, you bastard, you'll eventually drive me to death." "That won't do." Chen Yuan sat on the ground, starting to spread the quilt. "If you die, who will I ask for that 15 million? Qin Lanlon took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, turned to the bedside, lifted the quilt, and crawled in, turning her back to him. "Turn off the light." "Okay, boss." Chen Yuan reached out to turn off the light. The next morning, Chen Yuan rarely woke up at 7:30. Qin Lanlon had already brushed her teeth in the bathroom. He got up, neatly folded the quilt, and changed his clothes. After breakfast, Qin Lanlon went to drive. Chen Yuan greeted Qin Hua and followed her out. The Ferrari drove out of the Qin residence gate. "Did you request leave from work?" Qin Lanlon asked. "Yes, I sent the message last night." The car drove for more than 30 minutes and arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. The two registered at the booth, entered the building, and arrived at the criminal investigation team. Li Bo was already waiting in the office. "You're here? Have a seat." He gestured to the chair next to him. The two sat down. "Let's take a statement first. I ask you answer one at a time." Chen Yuan nodded. Li Bo started asking questions, beginning with when the flyer was discovered, what its content was, who the suspects were, and whether there were any consequences. Chen Yuan answered each question one by one. Then he asked Qin Lanlon the same questions again. After finishing the record, Li Bo printed it out and handed each of them a copy. "Take a look. If there are no issues, sign and fingerprint it." Qin Lanlon read it from start to finish, signed her name, and fingerprinted it. Chen Yuan did the same. Li Bo put away the statement, opened the police comprehensive platform on the computer, and began to upload the materials one by one. "All right," he leaned back in his chair, "the materials have been uploaded. Next, we need to wait for the legal department to review. After the review is approved, it will be submitted to the Bureau leadership for approval, and only then can a formal case be established." "How long will it take?" Qin Lanlon asked. "If all goes well, it can be settled today. If not, then tomorrow," Li Bo said. "After the case is established, I'll immediately apply for an arrest warrant to capture Yu Xiaoping." He looked at the two of them. "You two should go back and wait for news. If there are any updates, I'll notify you right away." "Thanks, brotherly." Qin Lanlon stood up. "Don't mention it." The two left the office and went downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, Chen Yuan took out the car keys and pressed a button. Where are you going? Back to the group. I took a day off, so I won't be going back, Chen Yuan said. Just drop me off at the city center. I want to wander around. All right. The car drove to the city center, and Chen Yuan got out by the roadside. The Ferrari disappeared into the traffic. Chen Yuan stood by the roadside looking around. Shopping malls, office buildings, a bustle of people coming and going. He didn't have a particular place in mind, just didn't want to sit back at the group or return to the Chen residence. He walked along the sidewalk for about 10 minutes until he reached a pedestrian bridge. Chen Yuan ascended the bridge. In the middle of the bridge, there was a fortune-telling stall set up on the ground. A faded red cloth was laid on the ground with a Bagua diagram painted on it, weighed down by a few yellow. Next to it sat an old man in his 60s with graying hair and a goat beard holding a tattered fan, looking rather disheveled. As Chen Yuan passed by, the old man suddenly spoke up. Young friend, please hold on. Chen Yuan stopped, looked around, and glanced down at him. Are you calling me? Is there anyone else on this bridge besides you? The old man waved his fan, squinting with a smile. I see that your energy is dark, and there seems to be a disaster looming. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It was a classic line used by street con artists where 9 out of 10 sentences were nonsense, and the remaining one was a guess. Chen Yuan squatted down, pretending to be surprised. Old man, you have a keen eye? Tell me quickly, is my disaster from being hit on the head by a flower pot, or slipping on a banana peel and injuring my knee? The old man paused with the fan, pretending to be profound. This calamity is perilous and far more than just minor injuries. Chen Yuan slapped his thigh dramatically, covering his chest, acting perfectly. What should I do then? I beg you to help me avert this disaster. Provide your birth date and time, and I shall calculate for you. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and made up a date. September 9th, 1999, at 9 a.m. The old man counted on his fingers for a while, muttering to himself, then raised his head with a serious expression. Young friend, your fate is precious, originally a sign of wealth. However, due to unfavorable circumstances, you have offended the Grand Duke, making it easy to fall victim to treachery. Chen Yuan nodded. The master speaks the truth. When will I turn my luck around? The old man counted. In 3 months after you pass this hurdle, your fortunes will naturally improve. But before that, you must incur some loss to avert disaster otherwise. There will definitely be bloodshed. Chen Yuan stood up, dusting off his pants. All right, I'll wait for the bloodshed. How much is it? Chen Yuan didn't want to tease him any longer. The old man was taken aback. Young friend, I haven't finished speaking. No need to say more. Chen Yuan pulled a coin from his pocket and tossed it on the red cloth. Old man, I learned this spiel when I was 10. Next time, come up with something new. Stop using the old lines about dark energy and bloodshed. Young people don't buy that. Chen Yuan finished speaking and turned to leave. The old man looked at the 1 yuan note on the ground, his eyes wide open. After taking 7 or 8 steps, Chen Yuan heard the old man's voice behind him. Young friend, have you been troubled recently by the issue of drawing qi into your body? Chen Yuan abruptly stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around. The old man sat there, shaking a worn-out fan in his hand, wearing a half-smile, half-serious expression. Chen Yuan walked back and examined the old man from head to toe. What did you just say? I said, are you troubled by drawing qi into your body? The old man repeated slowly. Chen Yuan stared at his face for several seconds. How do you know? The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed, the old man replied with an inscrutable expression. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Drawing qi into the body. He had only seen these 4 words on those 2 pages of ancient paper. His grandfather had never mentioned it to him. Besides him, no one should know. How did this old man know? Then tell me, how can I draw qi into my body? Chen Yuan asked. The old man put down the fan and sat up straight. Adjust your breath and focus your mind. Guard the dantian. Let the qi follow your breath in cycles. Chen Yuan waited for a long time. What comes next? That's it. Isn't that nonsense? Chen Yuan exclaimed anxiously. The key is how to operate specifically. Where does the qi come from? How do I draw it? You need to explain clearly. The old man shook his head leisurely. If you want to know more, you must first pay money. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. How much? Not much, just a small target of 100 million yuan, the old man said. Chen Yuan jumped up abruptly. Damn, why don't you just rob a bank then? The old man shook his head unhurriedly. Young friend, go ask around outside. This price is very reasonable. I have always been fair in my dealings with people young and old alike. Reasonable, my foot. Chen Yuan pointed at his nose. You old rascal, have you lost your mind for money? 100 million. Damn, that's enough to buy 3 apartments in Xinxia. You're a fortune teller, and just by opening your mouth you want 100 million. Hey, that's too much. What do you mean by old rascal? We are all people of quality. How can you resort to personal attacks? I am an extraordinary person. Besides, the 100 million I mentioned doesn't mean you have to pay it all at once. You can pay a deposit first. The old man raised his voice as well. How much is the deposit? Chen Yuan asked cautiously. 68,000 yuan. Chen Yuan was stunned. His total assets amounted to just a little over 68,000 yuan. How did this old man even know that? Chen Yuan pointed at the old man. Who exactly are you? The old man did not answer, gathering up the red cloth on the ground, stuffing the book and incense burner into the cloth bag, and standing up. If you understand, come find me in the alley behind the city god temple tonight. After saying that, he picked up the cloth bag, waved the fan, and walked away leisurely. Chen Yuan squatted on the overpass, watching the old man's figure disappear at the stairs, motionless for a long time. This old rascal. He muttered to himself. Could he really have some skill? He squatted on the overpass for a while, replaying the old man's words in his mind. Adjust your breath and focus your mind, guard the dantian. Let the qi follow your breath in cycles. Isn't this exactly what was written in the book? How could this old man know? Does he even know that I have 70,000 on me? Chen Yuan stood up and patted his pants. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. He went down the overpass and walked along the sidewalk. The sun had risen high, heating the ground. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he saw a small restaurant by the roadside. He pushed the door open to find only 2 or 3 tables occupied inside, with the air conditioning on, feeling cool. What would you like to eat? The boss lady poked her head out from behind the counter. A portion of twice-cooked pork and a bowl of rice. All right. After finishing his meal, Chen Yuan scanned for a shared bike by the roadside and rode it around the city. When passing an intersection, he saw a sign standing by the roadside, Xinxia City Traffic School. The sign read, Registration Office. Chen Yuan stopped and looked at the sign. Suddenly, he remembered what Qin Lanlan had said. You should find some time to get a driver's license. Since he would have to get it sooner or later, he might as well register today while he had the time. He parked the bike and pushed the door open. The lobby was not big. Posters of various promotions were plastered on the walls, colorful with phrases like fast certificate acquisition, Onion 1 teaching, and top 3 passing rate in the city. At the front desk sat a woman in a white shirt, around 30, with curly hair and red nails, who was focused on her phone. Hearing footsteps, she looked up at Chen Yuan. Registration? Yes, how much? 3,500. Okay. Do you have your ID? Chen Yuan took out his ID and handed it over. The woman took it, typed a few things on the computer, printed out a form, and placed it on the counter. Fill this out. Chen Yuan picked up the pen and quickly filled in his name, ID number, and contact information, then pushed the form back. WeChat payment or cash? The woman asked. WeChat payment. Chen Yuan took out his phone, scanned the QR code on the counter, and paid 3,500 yuan. The woman prepared the receipt and handed it to Chen Yuan. Go home and study for the first subject. Once you're ready, come back to take the test. After passing the theoretical exam, I'll arrange for you to practice driving. How long until I get the license? If all goes well, a month and a half, if not. The woman glanced at him. That depends on you. Chen Yuan folded the receipt and put it in his pocket. He exited the driving school and rode his bike. Just as he went out, he received a call from Li Bo. Brother Bo. Chen Yuan, the legal department has reviewed it and submitted it. Oh, we're just waiting for the approval from the bureau leaders. Li Bo's voice was filled with excitement. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be approved this afternoon. So fast. Your materials are complete and the evidence chain is intact, so there's nothing to hold it up, Li Bo said. Once it's approved, I will apply for the detention certificate and we'll arrest the person today. Great, Brother Bo. One more thing, Li Bo paused. We might need to call the security guards who first found the flyers to take a few witness statements. Can you arrange that? Sure, Chen Yuan replied. I'll send them over tomorrow. All right. Just have them come find me directly and mention my name. Okay, thanks, Brother Bo. After hanging up, Chen Yuan put his phone back in his pocket, feeling quite happy. He hadn't gone far when his phone rang again. This time, it was Zhou Qing. Hey, Sister Qing. Chen Yuan. Zhou Qing's voice carried a hint of accusation. Did you forget about me? No, how could I? Chen Yuan quickly smiled apologetically. Then why haven't you contacted me for so long? Not even a message. I've been busy lately, dealing with a few things. Busy? Zhou Qing scoffed. What could a small security guard like you be busy with? Standing guard or patrolling? Chen Yuan chuckled softly. Don't worry about what I'm busy with. I haven't forgotten, Sister Qing, anyway. You're quite perceptive, kid. Zhou Qing's tone relaxed a bit, tinged with a hint of playfulness. You still owe me for the flowers, remember? I remember, Chen Yuan replied. I'll buy them today. Oh, what kind of flowers do you want? Forget it, Zhou Qing laughed lightly. Just give me the cash, treat me to dinner tonight. All right, I must treat you. What do you want to eat? I want to eat crayfish. Zhou Qing's voice carried a hint of longing. I've been craving them lately. Oh, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Then we'll have crayfish tonight, Chen Yuan readily agreed. You make the reservation and send it to me when it's done. It's settled then. Don't stand me up. Don't worry, anyone who stands me up is a little puppy. Zhou Qing burst into laughter. All right, I'll make the reservation. See you tonight. After hanging up, Chen Yuan wandered around the city for a while, meandering through several streets before sitting for a moment on a bench in a park. When it was almost dinner time, Zhou Qing sent him a location with a note. This place, 7 o'clock, don't be late. Chen Yuan glanced at it. It was a popular eatery in the eastern part of the city. He replied with 2 words, "Got it." He slowly rode over on his bicycle. Upon arrival, Chen Yuan parked his bike by the roadside and took a glance inside. Zhou Qing was sitting at a table against the wall waving at him. "Over here." Chen Yuan walked over and sat down across from her. "How did you get here?" Zhou Qing asked. "Rode my bike." "Rode your bike?" Zhou Qing was taken aback. "Where did you come from?" "From downtown." "That far?" Zhou Qing's eyes widened. "Couldn't you take a taxi? I'd reimburse you." "Just exercising." Chen Yuan chuckled, picking up the menu to take a look. "Have you ordered?" "Waiting for you to order." Chen Yuan flipped through the menu, selecting spicy crayfish and garlic crayfish, adding a few cold dishes and 2 bottles of beer. The waiter took the menu away. Chen Yuan poured 2 cups of water from the teapot on the table, handing one to Zhou Qing. "What made you think of eating at a popular eatery today?" "Just craving it." Zhou Qing propped her chin on her hand, looking at him. "Plus, popular eateries are lively and full of warmth." Chen Yuan smiled. His phone rang. He took a look. It was Qin Lanlan. "Hello. Where are you?" Qin Lanlan's voice came through the receiver. "Grandpa asked when you're coming back." "I'll go back after eating," Chen Yuan replied. The call disconnected. Soon after, the crayfish was served. 2 large bowls, bright red with chilies and peppercorns floating in the broth, the aroma wafting up to his nose. Chen Yuan donned gloves, grabbed one, and began peeling. "Chen Yuan. Moi. I want to ask you something." "Go ahead." "I heard that someone put up a lot of flyers in the company recently mentioning you and President Qin." "Who told you that?" Chen Yuan paused his movements. "My best friend Xiaolin from HR." Zhou Qing looked at him. She saw a few flyers in the underground parking lot after having lunch that day. "Did she tell anyone else?" "No." Zhou Qing shook her head. "She only told me. The contents of the flyers are all false." Chen Yuan stated. "I know they're false." Zhou Qing looked at him. "I just want to ask you, what exactly is your relationship with President Qin? Why did they specifically target you?" "I don't have any relationship with President Qin. The flyers were put up by President Qin's ex-boyfriend Yu Xiaoping. That guy had been bothering President Qin in the underground parking lot, and I just happened to witness it, and then I helped President Qin chase him away. I suspect that's why he dragged me into it too." Zhou Qing stared at him for a few seconds. "Really? Really, why would I lie to you?" Chen Yuan nodded. "I'm just a small security guard and President Qin is a big CEO. We're worlds apart. The flyer said I'm married to President Qin. Do you think that's possible?" Zhou Qing thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true. How could President Qin marry a small security guard like you?" "Exactly. But that Yu Xiaoping is really a piece of work, too scummy. President Qin supported him to study abroad for many years, and as a result, that guy changed several girlfriends while he was out there. After returning to the country, he wanted to reconcile with President Qin, but she refused. So he started using these underhanded tactics, utterly shameless," Zhou Qing said. "Isn't that right?" "A scumbag indeed," Chen Yuan agreed. "So what now?" Zhou Qing picked up a peanut. "Have you reported it to the police?" "I have," Chen Yuan replied. "I have a friend in the criminal police team. They're already handling it." Zhou Qing nodded. "Don't worry, I told Xiaolin not to spread it around. The fewer people who know about this, the better." "Thanks, Sister Qing." "For what?" Zhou Qing waved her hand. "President Qin treats us subordinates well, so no one will spread rumors. I brought you out today just to ask you face to face. The things written on the flyers were really harsh. When Xiaolin told me, I could hardly believe it." "Do you believe it now, eh?" "I believe it," Zhou Qing nodded. "Even though you're quite glib, you shouldn't do such things." "What do you mean I shouldn't?" "I would never do something like that," Chen Yuan smiled. "Well, you never know." Zhou Qing propped her chin on her hand, her eyes gleaming. "If you really got involved with President Qin, would you still be here eating at a popular eatery with me?" "That's true." Chen Yuan nodded with a smile. Zhou Qing tossed the shrimp shells on the table, removed her gloves, and raised her glass to clink with his. "All right, enough talk. Let's eat." The two continued eating for a while. Zhou Qing had 2 beers, her cheeks flushed, and she became more talkative. "Chen Yuan. Moi. What do you think of me?" Chen Yuan looked up at her. "You're pretty good." "In what way?" "You're beautiful, capable, and have a good character," Chen Yuan said. "Whoever marries you will be lucky." Zhou Qing smiled and tilted her head to look at him. "Then why don't you marry me?" Chen Yuan almost choked on the shrimp meat in his mouth. "Sister Qing, don't joke." "I'm not joking." Zhou Qing propped her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling. "Didn't you say you don't have a girlfriend?" "I don't have a boyfriend either. We could just match up." "What are you going to match up with a security guard for? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" "What's wrong with a security guard?" Zhou Qing glared at him. "Can't a security guard have a relationship, eh?" Sure. "So you agree?" "What do I agree to?" Chen Yuan was both amused and helpless. "Sister Qing, don't tease me like that." Zhou Qing stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed and leaned back. "Your joke nearly gave me a heart attack." "How spineless." Zhou Qing snorted. The two ate until nearly 10 o'clock, when Chen Yuan called the waiter over and settled the bill. They stood up and walked out of the food stall. The night breeze swept in, carrying the smoky scent of barbecue and the clamor of street vendors. Zhou Qing stopped by the roadside, took out her car keys, and pressed a button. The white BMW flashed its lights. Want a ride? Zhou Qing pulled open the car door. No need, Chen Yuan said. I'll take my bike. Zhou Qing glanced at him. It'll take you an hour to ride back, won't it? It's fine. I've been working out lately. All right, take it slow. Send me a message when you get there, Zhou Qing said. Sure. The white BMW merged into the traffic. Chen Yuan walked to the roadside and scanned a shared bicycle. He didn't ride toward the Qin residence. Instead, he turned a corner and headed toward the city god temple in the downtown area. The city god temple was in the old district about 7 or 8 kilometers away. Chen Yuan pedaled leisurely the night breeze, keeping him cool despite the effort. After nearly 30 minutes of cycling, he arrived at the temple gate. The temple doors were closed. The square in front was empty save for a few stray cats crouched on the steps. At the sight of him, they darted into the undergrowth with a rustle. Chen Yuan parked his bike by the roadside and walked toward the alley. The alley the fortune-telling old man had mentioned was on the side of the city god temple. The entrance was unlit pitch black, revealing nothing within. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance and called out, "Fortune teller." No response. He took another step forward, raising his voice. "Old man." Still no answer. The alley wasn't long. A few dozen steps brought him to the end. Both sides were lined with old red brick walls with a few battered cardboard boxes and a trash bin piled in the corner. No one was there. Chen Yuan stood at the end of the alley, turned around, and stared into the dark entrance. "You old scoundrel, you dare to fool me," he cursed. "Next time I run into you, I'll make you pay." No sooner had the words left his mouth. "You little brat, who are you cursing?" Chen Yuan startled at the sudden shout, spinning around to see a figure staggering out from under an old locust tree. Under the moonlight, the old man wore a dusty, worn-out long robe, waving a tattered palm leaf fan in one hand while holding the other behind his back. He squinted at Chen Yuan with a glare. "You little bastard, cursing behind someone's back. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief, then immediately drew in another breath and pointed at the old man's nose. "You old scoundrel, you told me to come tonight, and I came. And you, hiding behind a tree to scare people. I think you're just a street charlatan with a guilty conscience." "Guilty conscience?" The old man snapped his fan shut and tapped Chen Yuan on the head. "I've been waiting here for ages, and you swagger right past without even glancing under the tree. With eyesight like that, you think you're fit to learn Qi induction." Stung by the tap, Chen Yuan's temper flared. He reached for the old man's fan. "Try hitting me again and see what happens." The old man leaped back, drawing a circle with his fan to guard himself. "A gentleman uses words, not fists. I am a transcendent hermit. Why would I stoop to brawling with a brute like you?" "Transcendent hermit?" Chen Yuan scoffed. "Transcendent hermits hide behind trees to scare people, eh? I was meditating. Do you even understand meditation?" The old man stiffened his neck. "Sitting quietly beneath a tree, uniting with heaven and man. It's your own blindness. Who's to blame?" Chen Yuan was so angry he laughed. Fine, fine. You're one with heaven and man, a transcendent hermit. So great hermit, why did you summon me here? Spit it out if you've got something to say." The old man circled around Chen Yuan. "Do you have money on you?" Chen Yuan eyed him warily. "No. I see a glow on your brow, a golden aura from your wealth palace. You've got at least 700,000 on you." "Cut the nonsense." Chen Yuan shoved his hands into his pockets, gripping the 2 bank cards tightly. "What do you want?" "Follow me." The old man turned and walked deeper into the alley. Chen Yuan hesitated, then followed. At the end of the alley was a wall. The old man approached the base, bent down, and groped along the ground for a moment. With a soft click, a small door opened in the wall. It was just wide enough for one person to slip through sideways. The old man squeezed through, his voice drifting back from inside. "Come in and close the door." Chen Yuan stood at the entrance, peering inside. It was pitch black, revealing nothing. The musty smell of dampness wafted out, mingled with sandalwood and the scent of burning candles. "You're not planning to trick me in there and rob me, are you?" Chen Yuan didn't move. The old man's face emerged from the darkness, his expression scornful. "With the pittance you've got on you, do you think it's worth my while to rob you?" Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and followed the old man sideways through the door. Behind it was a narrow corridor that ended after a dozen steps. The old man pushed open a wooden door ahead, and the scent of sandalwood rushed out. The room was small, about 10 square meters. Against the wall stood an altar table with an unidentified deity statue before which sat an incense burner and several plates of offerings. In the corner was a wooden plank bed with a bedspread washed to a faded white. "Sit," the old man said, pointing to a stool. Chen Yuan didn't sit. He stood in the middle of the room, looking around. "Where is this?" "The rear hall of the city god temple." The old man settled into a chair by the altar table, picked up the teapot, and poured 2 cups of tea. He slid one toward Chen Yuan and took a sip from the other. "My secular surname is Jiang, and my Taoist name is Zuanzenzi. You may call me True Man Jiang." "True Man Jiang. Why not just call yourself Jiang Zia?" Chen Yuan asked. Zhang Zia is the Grand Master. I dare not presume such a title, the old man said with utter seriousness. Chen Yuan was thoroughly defeated by his shamelessness. All right, true man Jiang. He set down the teacup. Can you stop beating around the bush? What do you really want to tell me? And how do you know about Qi induction? Old man Jiang put down his teacup, straightened up, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Let me ask you, have you been practicing the method of Qi induction lately? Chen Yuan hesitated, then nodded. How far have you gotten? No progress, Chen Yuan said. I've done the breathing and concentration, focused my mind on the dantian. But I've never felt any Qi. No warmth, no vibration, nothing at all. Old man Jiang hummed, stroking his goatee with an air of profound mystery. How long have you been practicing? Just a few days. A few days and you expect to sense Qi? Jiang scoffed. Do you think cultivating Qi is like eating, full the moment you swallow? Then how long will it take? For ordinary people, at least 3 months up to half a year before they get an initial sense of Qi. That long? Long? Jiang shot him a glare. It took me a full year back in the day to sense Qi. Chen Yuan looked at him with skepticism. So after you sensed Qi, what abilities did you develop? Old Jiang stood up, walked to the offering table, picked up a teacup, and cradled it in his palm. Watch carefully. Chen Yuan stared at the teacup. Old Jiang's eyes were slightly closed, murmuring incantations. His hand slowly rose, and the teacup began to levitate, hovering a couple of inches above his palm, steady and unmoving. Chen Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. But he did not notice that under the dim candlelight, several extremely thin threads quivered above the teacup, almost invisible, extending from the edge of the cup, passing through the beam above the offering table and connecting to old Jiang's sleeve. The old man gently tugged with his left hand behind his back, and the teacup obediently spun around. This. Chen Yuan gaped, pointing at the cup. How did you do that? Old Jiang smirked, placed the teacup back on the table, and clapped his hands. The thin threads quietly retracted into his sleeve as he withdrew his hands, silent and unnoticed. I have long said that I am an extraordinary master. Chen Yuan stared at the cup for several seconds, then looked at old Jiang's hands, his mind blank. He reached out to touch the cup, lifted it for a closer inspection, and indeed it was just an ordinary teacup. Is this a spell, eh? His voice wavered slightly. A spell? Old Jiang nodded. A true spell. Chen Yuan took a deep breath. He believed it. This old man indeed had skills. Master Jiang, please show us another trick. Chen Yuan's tone unconsciously shifted from old geezer to you. Old Jiang walked to the offering table. He turned his back to Chen Yuan, reached toward the candle with his right hand, while his left hand stealthily retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve, using his thumb to pop off the cork and pouring a bit of transparent liquid onto the pads of his right index and middle fingers. Then he tucked the small bottle back into his sleeve and turned around. The entire process was seamless. Chen Yuan saw nothing. Old Jiang extended his fingers, gently brushing them against the flame of the candle. Puff! With a sound, blue flames burst forth simultaneously from the tips of his index and middle fingers, flickering eerily in the candlelight. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted suddenly. The fire was indeed burning. Old Jiang held his flaming fingers, taking a couple of steps around the room, a proud expression on his face as the flames danced at his fingertips. Is that real fire? Chen Yuan couldn't help but stepped forward, reaching out to touch it. Don't touch. Old Jiang quickly withdrew his hand. True samadhi fire, how can mere mortals like you touch it? If you burn yourself, I bear no responsibility. Chen Yuan pulled back his hand, filled with awe in his eyes. Master Jiang, what spell is this? Samadhi fire. Old Jiang said, retracting his fingers, waving them in the air to extinguish the flames. I cultivated for 40 years to refine it. Igniting fire with fingers and retrieving objects across space are merely minor tricks. The real spells lie ahead. Chen Yuan was thoroughly convinced. Master Jiang, I apologize for my previous rudeness. Please do not take it to heart. Old Jiang waved his hand, sat back down in his chair, and leisurely sipped from the teacup, exuding an air of a high master. Ignorance is no crime. Chen Yuan sat down opposite him, his face full of smiles. Master Jiang, about that technique to draw qi into the body. What's the hurry? Old Jiang interrupted him. You haven't performed the apprenticeship ritual yet. Chen Yuan was taken aback. What apprenticeship ritual? Old Jiang looked at him, grinning like an old fox. I see extraordinary potential in your bones and wish to take you as my disciple to grant you a great fortune. However, he paused, you must show some sincerity and express your intentions. How much? That's 680,000 on you. Chen Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva. Why don't you just rob me? Robbing is illegal, Old Jiang said earnestly. Taking a disciple is perfectly legitimate. I only have this much in my pocket and you want it all. Old Jiang calculated with his fingers. You just happen to have 680,000. He stroked his beard. What does this show? It shows that this is destiny. Heaven has sent you with 680,000 to seek me out, which means you are destined to be my disciple. Chen Yuan looked at him silent for a few seconds. 680,000. He recalled the two spells he had just witnessed, retrieving objects across space and igniting fire with his fingers. If he could master these, it would be worth not just 680,000, but 6 million. He took out the two bank cards and placed them on the table. The password is 6 zeros. Old Jiang picked up the cards, examined them closely, and a smile spread across his face like a blooming chrysanthemum. Good disciple, good disciple. He tucked the cards away securely, pulled out a yellowed piece of paper and a pen from a drawer, and placed them on the table. Now please write me an IOU. IOU. Chen Yuan's voice rose an octave. What IOU? Tuition of... Old Jiang said matter-of-factly that 680,000 just now was a deposit. For the remaining tuition, just write an IOU. There's no rush, you can pay it back slowly. How much do you want in total? Not much, didn't I say it earlier? Old Jiang held up two fingers, just one. Chen Yuan jumped up suddenly. Wait. Are you serious? Have you lost your mind? I haven't lost. Old Jiang remained unhurried. You think it's expensive now, but once you master the technique to draw qi into your body, you'll understand that this 100 million is worth every penny. Retrieving objects across space and samadhi fire are just minor tricks to get started. The real skills are yet to come. Chen Yuan swallowed hard. What skills? Longevity. Old Jiang lowered his voice, leaning in closer. I am 83 this year, do I look like it? Chen Yuan took a glance at him, and indeed, he didn't look like a person in their 80s walking more sprightly than his peers. Not at all, he replied. This is the benefit of drawing qi into the body. Old Jiang leaned back in his chair. Study well, and one day you will surpass even me, your master. Chen Yuan sat back down in his chair. Where am I supposed to get 100 million? You don't have it now, but you will in the future. Old Jiang's expression suddenly turned serious. I see from your features that you are destined for wealth. You will surely become a person of great fortune in the future. By then 100 million will be nothing but a drop in the bucket for you. Chen Yuan stared at the pen in his hand, then at the blank IOU. His mind raced several times. The money had already been given, so he didn't mind this IOU. After all, he never specified when he would pay it back. He steeled himself. He signed it. Old Jiang carefully stored the IOU, folded it into a small square, and tucked it into his close pocket, patting it down. All right. He stood up, patting Chen Yuan on the shoulder. From today on, you are my closed-door disciple. Closed-door disciple? Yes. Old Jiang nodded. In my lifetime, I will only take you as my disciple. Shouldn't I feel? Of course, Old Jiang asserted confidently. Master, he called out, can you now teach me how to draw qi? Old Jiang walked to the offering table and retrieved a palm-sized wooden box from behind the incense burner. The box was carved with strange patterns, its lacquer surface worn and peeling, showing its age. He placed the box in front of Chen Yuan. What is this? Qi induction pill. Old Jiang opened the box, revealing a dark brown pill inside, slightly larger than a soybean, with a rough surface, as if handcrafted. Chen Yuan picked up the pill and brought it close to his nose to sniff. It had no scent. Can this thing draw qi into the body? This was a gift from a celestial being I encountered at a Taoist temple on Kunlun Mountain many years ago, replied Zhang Laotu. The celestial being said that this pill possesses the power to seize the natural order of heaven and earth, and after taking it you will surely sense the qi within 7 days. Chen Yuan looked at Zhang Laotu's serious face. A gift from a celestial being? Absolutely true. Which celestial being? The kind that rides clouds and mist, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Zhang Laotu's gaze flickered for a moment. Why are you asking so many questions? The affairs of celestial beings are not something mere mortals like us can casually inquire about. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and asked another question. You just mentioned which Taoist temple you encountered them at. Didn't I tell you? Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun, Immortal Mountain. Where is there a Taoist temple on Kunlun Mountain? Chen Yuan asked. Zhang Laotu blinked and said, that year I went up the mountain to gather herbs, got lost, and stumbled upon a cliff. Suddenly the clouds and mist parted to reveal a Taoist temple. An old Taoist with white hair and a youthful face emerged from the temple, handed this box to me, saying this pill is destined for you. And then the clouds and mist closed, and the temple vanished. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Is this true or false? Why would I lie to you? Zhang Laotu said earnestly, although my abilities are not great, I never tell lies. Chen Yuan placed the pill back into the box. All right, a gift from a celestial being. Now tell me, what exactly is this thing made of? Will it be poisonous if I take it? When I got it at the temple, the box was labeled in traditional characters as qi. Zhang Laotu's face turned slightly red. As for the ingredients, I'm not really sure either. Have you taken it yourself? Zhang Laotu cleared his throat twice. This is not important. What matters is that I've kept it for decades and couldn't bear to eat it. Today I give it to you as a meeting gift from your teacher. Chen Yuan looked at the mysterious pill in silence for a moment. Whatever, I'll just give it a try. He picked up the pill and put it into his mouth. When he swallowed it, it got stuck in his throat for a moment, so he quickly grabbed a cup of tea and took a sip of water to wash it down. Zhang Lao's eyes brightened as he leaned over and asked, "How does it feel?" "No feeling." Chen Yuan felt around. "My stomach doesn't hurt either." No rush, no rush, Zhang Laotu waved his hand. "How can a celestial pill show effect so quickly? When you go back, continue practicing the method of drawing qi into the body. Within 7 days you will surely have a response." Chen Yuan stood up. "All right, I'll wait for 7 days. If there is no response after 7 days, I'll come back to find you. Rest assured I never lie." Chen Yuan chuckled and turned to walk out. "Wait a moment." Zhang Laotu called out from behind. "What now?" "Next time you come, bring some fruit. The offerings on the altar need to be replaced." Chen Yuan twitched his mouth. "All right, I'll bring you some." He exited the small door and walked into the alley. Chen Yuan took out his phone to check the time. It was almost 12. There were 2 messages on his phone, one from Zhou Qing asking have you arrived, and another from Qin Lanlan asking when are you coming back. He first replied to Zhou Qing arrived, just now riding my bike, didn't check my phone. Then he replied to Qin Lanlan on the way about half an hour. He ordered a ride-hailing car and waited for 10 minutes before it arrived. He opened the back door and sat inside, giving the address of the Qin residence. As the car turned out of the alley and merged onto the main road, Chen Yuan leaned back in the seat, his mind replaying the earlier scene, the teacup floating in the air, blue flames flickering at his fingertips. In this world there truly are extraordinary beings. However, after giving away 700,000, there was only a little over 1,000 left on him, and he had become a pauper again. When Chen Yuan returned to the Qin residence, all the lights in the villa were already off. He changed his shoes and quietly went upstairs. Pushing open the bedroom door, Qin Lanlan was already asleep. Chen Yuan took a shower and lay down, his mind revolving around the formula for drawing qi into the body. Regulating his breath and focusing his mind, he kept his attention on his dantian. The qi followed his breath, cycling continuously. After silently reciting it a few times, he fell asleep in a daze. The next morning his alarm did not ring, and Chen Yuan woke up naturally. He glanced at his phone. It was 10 past 7. Qin Lanlan was still sleeping. He quietly got up, changed his clothes, and went downstairs. Qin Hua was already practicing martial arts in the yard. "Good morning, Grandpa." "Morning." Qin Hua finished his moves and walked over. "What time did you come back yesterday?" "Almost 12. You young people." Qin Hua shook his head and said no more. After breakfast, Qin Lanlan came down from upstairs. The two of them left the villa one after the other and got into the car. The Ferrari drove out of the Qin residence's gate and onto the main road. As they approached Shenghua Group, Qin Lanlan parked the car by the roadside. "Get out." Chen Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door to get out. The Ferrari revved away. He spotted a shared bicycle, rode it to the entrance of the group, locked it up, and walked into the security office. Wang Jingwo was already there, sipping tea from a cup. "Brother Wang, morning." "Morning." Wang Jingwo. Chen Yuan sat down on a chair. "Brother Wang, please call over those brothers who first discovered the flyers last." Wang Jingwo picked up the intercom on the table and pressed a button. "Fatty, skinny old son, come to the office for a moment." "Got it. Got it. Got it." 3 responses came in succession from the intercom. A few minutes later, the 3 of them arrived one after another. Chen Yuan closed the door and looked at the 3. "You all remember what happened with the flyers last time, right?" The 3 nodded. "That case is currently with the criminal. You need to go and give a witness statement explaining what you saw that day to the police. The criminal police will call you. You just cooperate with them." "Okay." Fatty was the first to respond. "Since team leader Chun has asked, we will definitely cooperate." The tall, skinny guy nodded as well. "No problem." Old son with a cigarette in his mouth mumbled, "Don't worry, team leader Chen, this is a small matter." Chen Yuan nodded. "Thanks, brothers. Just say whatever happened when you go, don't be nervous." "What's there to be nervous about?" Fatty grinned. "It's not like I've never been to the police station before." The tall, skinny guy pushed him playfully. "That's called being detained, not going to the police station." The group laughed for a moment and then dispersed. Chen Yuan took out his phone and dialed Li Boss' number. It rang twice before being answered. "Bo Gu, it's Chen Yuan. How's the case going?" "I was just about to call you." Li Boss' voice turned serious. "The case was rejected." "Rejected?" Chen Yuan's brow furrowed. "Who rejected it?" "The deputy director in charge of criminal investigations, surnamed Ma." Li Bo said, "The reason is insufficient evidence." Chen Yuan clenched his phone, pacing back and forth in the office, and asked in a suppressed voice, "Insufficient evidence? Surveillance testimonies, identifications, everything that should be there is there. How can there be insufficient evidence?" Li Bo fell silent for a moment. "To be honest, this must be the doing of Yu Xiaoping's uncle. He has a good relationship with Deputy Director Ma and usually interacts with him often. So what should we do now? First, let's find those security guards, gather the witness materials, and form a complete chain of evidence. At that time, I will report it again." Li Bo paused. "If Deputy Director Ma still doesn't approve, I will go find the director." "All right, I've already spoken to them. They will cooperate then." "Okay, I will arrange the witness materials. Oh, wait for my notification." "Thanks, Bo Gu." "No need to thank me." Li Bo hung up the phone. Around 2 in the afternoon, Qin Yuan was resting in the office when his phone rang. A strange number, a landline. He answered it. Hello, may I ask if this is Qin Yuan? A woman's voice came from the other end. This is me. I am from the Chengdong police station. There is a case that requires your cooperation in the investigation. Please come over right now. Qin Yuan's heart sank. What case? You will know when you arrive. The call ended. Qin Yuan looked at the phone screen, his brow furrowing. Chengdong police station. Yu Xiaoping's uncle is the head of that police station. He stood up, put the phone in his pocket, and greeted Wang Jingwo. Brother Wang, I'm going out for a bit. Where to? Just some business. Qin Yuan exited the group's main gate and hailed a taxi by the roadside. To Chengdong police station. The car drove for over 20 minutes and stopped in front of a gray building. A national emblem hung above the door and a sign stood beside it. Xinxia City Police Bureau, Chengdong Police Station. Qin Yuan pushed the door open and entered. The lobby was small, with a police reception desk on the left and several rows of stainless steel chairs on the right, with various promotional posters plastered on the walls. Behind the reception desk sat a young police officer in uniform, looking down and writing something. Qin Yuan approached. Hello, I'm Qin Yuan. Oh, I just received a call asking me to come here. The young officer looked up and scanned him from head to toe. You are Qin Yuan? Yes. Wait a moment. The young officer picked up the phone on the desk, dialed a number, said a few words into the receiver, and hung up. Just wait over there. He gestured with his chin towards the chairs. Qin Yuan sat down on a chair, took out his phone, and sent a message to Li Bo Gu. I've been called to Chengdong police station. He sent the message and waited a few seconds without a reply. Just as he was about to send another message, footsteps approached from the corridor. A middle-aged police officer in his 50s walked over, dressed in a police uniform, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a downward drooping mouth that made him look intimidating. The young officer stood up. Director Zhang. Director Zhang nodded and glanced at Qin Yuan. You are Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan stood up. I am. Come with me. Director Zhang turned and walked down the corridor. Qin Yuan remained still. What have I done? Why should I follow you? Director Zhang turned around, assessing him up and down with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. You are just a small security guard, but quite arrogant. You were suspected of assaulting someone, and we are here to summon you for questioning. Assaulting someone? Qin Yuan understood. It must be Yu Xiaoping who reported him. Seeing that he didn't move, Director Zhang took a step forward. Are you coming or not? Qin Yuan looked at him, unmoving. Director Zhang's brow furrowed as he took out a pair of handcuffs from his belt, the metallic clinking sound echoing sharply in the lobby. Not coming, huh? He approached, gripping Qin Yuan's wrist with one hand while snapping the handcuff shut with the other. Qin Yuan glanced down at the cuffs on his wrist without resisting. Let's go. Director Zhang pulled Qin Yuan and turned to walk down the corridor. The young officer emerged from behind the reception desk and gave Qin Yuan a push. Hurry up. The corridor had several rooms with closed doors on either side. They reached the innermost room with a sign hanging on the door frame, Interrogation Room. Director Zhang pushed the door open and stepped aside. Qin Yuan walked in. The room was around 10 square meters, containing a table, a computer, and 2 chairs with a camera installed in the corner. Director Zhang sat down across the table, turned on the desk lamp, the light shining directly on Qin Yuan's face. Sit down. Qin Yuan sat in the chair, the handcuffs resting on the table, making a dull thud. Director Zhang opened the computer on the desk, accessed the record system, glanced at Qin Yuan, and asked, We are police officers from Xinxia City Police Bureau, Chengdong Police Station. Do you know why you have been summoned here today? I'm not sure, Qin Yuan replied. You are suspected of assaulting someone in violation of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law. We are now summoning you for questioning. Do you understand? Director Zhang asked. I understand. We will notify your family of the reasons for your summons in accordance with the law. Please provide us with your family's contact information. I won't notify my family, Qin Yuan replied. Do you have a criminal record? No. Please tell us about your personal situation. What's your name, age, occupation, personal background, contact information? Qin Yuan, 21 years old, security guard raised in the countryside. Director Zhang typed a few keys on the computer and looked up. Do you know someone named Yu Xiaoping? I do. Have you assaulted Yu Xiaoping in the underground parking lot of Shanghua Group or at the entrance of the group? No. Director Zhang slammed the table. Speak properly. Do you admit to it or not? How can I admit to something I didn't do? Director Zhang stared at him for a few seconds. On the day Yu Xiaoping was assaulted, were you working at Shanghua Group? What day was Yu Xiaoping assaulted? I work at Shanghua Group every day, Qin Yuan said. Director Zhang leaned back in his chair. Qin Yuan, let me tell you, it's fine if you don't admit it. Yu Xiaoping has medical assessments and hospital records. If you cooperate, we will handle it lightly. If you don't cooperate, once the evidence is presented, the situation will be different. If you have evidence, present it. Qin Yuan looked at him. If there's no evidence, then don't waste time here. Director Zhang's expression darkened. He stood up, walked around the table, and looked down at Qin Yuan. Kid, I advise you to be sensible. This is the police station, not a place for you to act wild. I'm not acting wild, Chen Yuan replied, looking up at him. I'm just speaking the truth. I have never hit anyone, or if you can't produce evidence, then let me go. Director Zhang leaned down and whispered in Chen Yuan's ear, do you think that if you refuse to admit it, I won't have a way to deal with you? His hand reached over and grasped Chen Yuan's neck, pressing down hard. Chen Yuan's forehead hit the table, making a dull sound. Director Zhang's voice came from above. I'll ask you one more time, did you hit him? Chen Yuan's face pressed against the cold table and the handcuffs dug painfully into his wrist. No. Director Zhang's grip tightened. The bones in the back of Chen Yuan's neck cracked under the pressure, causing pain. Chen Yuan's face was pressed against the table, yet he laughed out loud. What are you laughing about? Director Zhang tightened his grip. I laugh at you. Chen Yuan's voice was muffled against the table. A mere precinct director dares to act so arrogantly. Let me tell you, you've messed with the wrong person. Is it because of you? A filthy security guard? Yes, it's me, Chen Yuan replied. You'd better kill me today, or tomorrow I will make you regret it. Director Zhang slowly curled his lips into a smirk. All right, you have guts, kid. He stood up, walked to the wall, and took down a chain. He unshackled Chen Yuan's hands, then used the chain to bind his wrists together, pulling it up to hang on an iron hook on the wall. Chen Yuan barely touched the ground with his feet, his entire weight pressing down on his wrists. The iron chain dug into his flesh, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge painfully. He remained silent. Director Zhang picked up a rubber baton from the corner, weighed it in his hand, and approached Chen Yuan, poking it against his chest. I'll ask you again, did you hit him? No. The rubber baton struck Chen Yuan's thigh with a muffled thud. Chen Yuan's body swayed slightly, gritting his teeth, remaining silent. Say it, did you hit him? No, came another strike. This time it hit his waist. Chen Yuan's body jolted as if electrocuted, a muffled grunt escaping his throat, but he stubbornly replied, is this all the strength you have? Did you skip breakfast this morning? Director Zhang's expression changed. He swung the rubber baton repeatedly at Chen Yuan, striking his thighs, waist, back, and shoulders. Each strike landed with a solid thud, echoing in the interrogation room. Chen Yuan clenched his teeth, not uttering a single sound, staring fiercely at Director Zhang, cursing in his mind. You filthy dog, if you have the guts, kill me. If you can, I will report you tomorrow for excessive use of force and torture. Let's see how long you can keep wearing that skin of yours. Director Zhang panted heavily, not pausing his strikes. Do you think complaints will help? I've been in this line of work for over 20 years, what haven't I seen? You're just a filthy security guard, what do you have to challenge me with? Then let's see. Blood seeped from the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth as he smiled menacingly. Let's see who ends up undressing you, or me going to jail. Director Zhang swung the baton down on Chen Yuan's shoulder, and Chen Yuan's body lurched violently, the iron chain clanging. He gritted his teeth and turned his head back, his eyes red. Is this all you can do? Director Zhang was provoked by Chen Yuan's defiance and raised the rubber baton to strike again. Suddenly Chen Yuan kicked up, landing a blow to his groin. Director Zhang's voice changed pitch, bending over and stumbling back 2 steps, the rubber baton slipping from his grasp. He clutched his groin, his face turning a deep shade of purple, eyes bulging, unable to utter a sound. Chen Yuan hung on the wall, panting heavily, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Filthy dog, how does it feel? It took Director Zhang several seconds to regain his voice. You damn. Looking for death. He leaned against the wall, walked to the door, and yelled down the corridor, Xiao Wu. Come in. From the end of the corridor came hurried footsteps. A young officer rushed over, peering inside. Director Zhang, what's wrong? Stop talking nonsense, come in. Director Zhang sat down heavily at the table, panting, picked up the rubber baton from the floor, and handed it to the young officer. Hit him, hit him. Hit him until you think it's enough. The young officer took the baton, glanced at Chen Yuan hanging on the wall, hesitating for a moment. Director Zhang, this. Isn't it against the rules? Rules? Director Zhang slammed his hand on the table. He assaulted an officer. Didn't you see? He kicked me. This is assaulting an officer. Hit him. The young officer gripped the rubber baton and stepped in front of Chen Yuan. He looked at the injuries on Chen Yuan's body, the blood at the corner of his mouth, the red marks on his wrists. Sorry, brother, he whispered. Then he swung the rubber baton down on Chen Yuan. The first strike landed on his back, causing Chen Yuan's body to jolt forward. The second strike hit his side. The third, fourth. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, remaining silent. His vision began to blur, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. Only the dull thuds of the baton hitting his body and the young officer's heavy breathing were audible. The young officer struck 7 or 8 times, then stopped, panting, and turned to look at Director Zhang. Continue, came Director Zhang's voice from across the table. Hit him to death. The young officer gritted his teeth, turned back, raised the rubber baton, and swung it towards Chen Yuan's head. The baton descended with a whoosh. Chen Yuan closed his eyes. Bang! The door to the interrogation room was kicked open. Stop! The young officer's hand froze in midair, the rubber baton, less than a fist's distance from Chen Yuan's head. Footsteps hurriedly entered the room. Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Li Bo stood in the doorway, his gaze sharp as a knife. He scanned the interrogation room. Chen Yuan hanging on the wall, the young officer with the rubber baton, Director Zhang, slumped in his chair, his face pale. Li Bo. Director Zhang's voice held a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to its usual firmness. What are you doing here? Li Bo ignored him, quickly walked to Chen Yuan, glanced at the iron chains on his wrists, then at his injuries, his fists clenched tight. Give me the key. His voice was low, but each word felt like a hammer. Director Zhang remained unmoved. Li Bo turned, walked to Director Zhang, and slammed a hand on the table. Give me the key. Director Zhang leaned back in his chair, watching him. Li Bo, this is my case. It has nothing to do with your criminal investigation team. You'd better not meddle. Li Bo didn't waste words with him. He pulled out his phone, recording videos, scanning the interrogation room, showing the iron chains hanging on the wall, the marks on Chen Yuan's wrist, the scattered rubber batons on the floor, the weapon in the young officer's hand, capturing it frame by frame. Then he aimed the camera at Director Zhang's face. What are you doing? Director Zhang instinctively raised his hand to block it, then lowered it again, forcing himself to hold his ground. We are handling a case. This person is a suspect in an assault case. We are interrogating him according to the law. Interrogation. Li Bo lowered the camera to focus on the injuries on Chen Yuan. Is this how you interrogate someone, hanging them on a wall and beating them? Interrogating with a rubber baton. Director Zhang, have you been doing this for over 20 years and still don't know what torture is? Director Zhang's expression changed, but he maintained his composure. Li Bo, don't slander me here. He assaulted an officer first. We are acting in self-defense. Li Bo put away his phone, walked up to Director Zhang. His hands are shackled, his feet can't touch the ground, and you tell me he assaulted an officer. You call this self-defense, hitting someone with a rubber baton? Li Bo turned around and walked back to the young police officer, his gaze fixed on the rubber baton in the man's hand. Are you going along with his nonsense too? The young officer's hand trembled, nearly dropping the baton as his voice wavered. Brotherly, I was just following Director Zhang's orders. Following him? Li Bo cut him off. If he told you to kill someone, would you do that too? The young officer's face turned pale instantly. Director Zhang rose from his chair, pointing at Li Bo. Li Bo, don't go too far. This is my turf, not your criminal investigation unit. If you keep causing trouble here, I'll have you arrested too. Li Bo stared at Director Zhang. Arrest me? On what grounds? You're obstructing official duties. Obstructing official duty. Li Bo stepped forward, forcing Director Zhang to retreat half a step. Zhang Lin, you've abused your authority and resorted to torture to extract confessions. As a people's police officer, I have the right to stop your illegal actions. This is fulfilling my duty, not obstructing official duties. Li Bo, what exactly do you want? Director Zhang's tone softened. Li Bo didn't waste more words with him. Zhang Lin, get ready to be stripped of your badge. With that, he turned and walked to the young officer, extending his hand. Keys. The young officer hesitated for a moment, then pulled a handcuff key from his pocket and handed it over. Li Bo took it and quickly strode to Chen Yuan. He unhooked the iron chain from the wall hook. Chen Yuan's body suddenly sagged downward, and Li Bo caught him by the shoulder. The handcuffs clicked open. Chen Yuan's arms dropped limply, his wrists covered in ligature marks, several spots raw with blood seeping through the broken skin. His face was terrifyingly pale, his lips caked with dried blood scabs, veins bulging on his forehead. His t-shirt, soaked through with sweat, clung to his body, revealing several swollen and bruised areas underneath. Li Bo supported him. How are you? Can you hold on? I can hold on, Chen Yuan said, his voice faint. Let's go. Li Bo draped Chen Yuan's arm over his shoulder and helped him out. As they passed Director Zhang, Chen Yuan paused and turned his head to look at him. Director Zhang instinctively. Chen Yuan said nothing and continued on with Li Bo's support. Director Zhang stood rooted to the spot, his lips trembling as if to speak, but meeting Li Bo's backward glance, he dared not utter a single word. Once outside the police station gate, Li Bo helped him to a black SUV, opened the passenger door, and eased him in. Li Bo circled to the driver's seat and started the engine. The car pulled out of the station compound and merged onto the main road. Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat, resting his wrists on his thighs, wincing from the pain. Bear with it. We'll be at the hospital soon, Li Bo said, glancing at him as he pulled out his phone and dialed. The call connected. Sis, something's happened to Chen Yuan. Li Zin's voice shot up on the other end. What happened? That Zhang Lin from the East City police station had Chen Yuan brought in under summons and beat him while he was hanging up, Li Bo said. I just pulled him out of the interrogation room. We're heading to the hospital now. What a... Li Zin's voice exploded. He dared to lay a hand on my brother. He's asking for it. Sis, calm down first. I'm taking Chen Yuan to the hospital for a checkup to see how bad it is. Which hospital, eh? The First Municipal Hospital. I'm on my way. Li Xian hung up. Li Bo tossed his phone onto the dashboard and floored the accelerator. At the hospital, Li Bo parked by the emergency entrance, got out, opened the passenger door, and helped Chen Yuan into the lobby. Doctor. Li Bo called out twice. A young doctor in a white coat poked his head out of a consultation room, saw Chun Yuan's condition, and hurried over. What happened? He was beaten, Li Bo said. The doctor called a nurse to bring a wheelchair, helped Chun Yuan into it, and wheeled him into the consultation room. The examination took nearly an hour. X-rays, blood tests, one after another. Li Bo sat on a chair in the corridor waiting. His phone rang several times, but he silenced each call. Finally, the doctor came out with the report. No bone damage. No fractures. The doctor handed the report to Li Bo. But there are multiple soft tissue contusions across the body with severe bruising on the back and lower back and extensive subcutaneous hematoma. There's also mild kidney contusion. It's not serious, but he needs to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. How long? Li Bo asked. A week in the hospital, then another 2 to 3 weeks of recovery at home. The doctor said, no strenuous activity during this time. Rest well, and take medication on schedule. Li Bo nodded. Please complete the admission procedures. The doctor said. Li Bo handled the admission paperwork and arranged for Chun Yuan to be placed in a private room in the surgery ward. A nurse changed Chun Yuan into a hospital gown, started in 4 applied ointment to the wounds on his wrists, and wrapped them in gauze. Li Bo sat on a chair by the bed watching him. Does it hurt? It's okay, Chun Yuan said. When you say okay, it means it hurts like hell. Li Bo said. Chun Yuan managed to smile, but the movement tugged at the wound on his lip, and he stopped. The door swung open. Li Xian strode, in her face a mix of anxiety and fury. She walked to the bedside. Seeing the gauze on Chun Yuan's wrist, the cut on his lip, and the bruises faintly visible beneath the hospital gown, her eyes instantly reddened. Xiao Chun. Sis, it's nothing, Chun Yuan said. Just superficial injuries. Superficial injuries. Li Xin's voice trembled. You're lying here in a hospital bed, and you call that superficial? She turned to Li Bo. How did that Zhang guy beat Chun Yuan? I don't know, Li Bo shook his head. When I got there, had already been hanging on the wall and beaten for a while. Li Xian tightened her grip on her bag strap. Don't worry, Xiao Chun. They'll get justice for you. Chun Yuan was about to speak, but Li Xian had already pulled out her phone, scrolled to a number, and dialed. The call connected after 2 rings. Is there no one in charge at your police department anymore? Li Xin's words were laced with fury. Hu Tao paused on the other end. What's wrong? Li Xian recounted the entire incident, from Chun Yuan being summoned to being hung up and beaten in the interrogation room, to Li Bo breaking in to rescue him and the doctor's diagnosis. She finished and paused. A petty police station director resorting to torture and abuse of power, beating your brother-in-law like this. If you as his brother-in-law don't do something about this, I don't think you deserve to be mayor anymore. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Which hospital are you at? The First Municipal. They'll call their bureau chief right away. Hu Tao hung up. Li Xian put her phone back in her bag, sat down by the bed, and patted Chun Yuan's hand. You heard that. Just focus on recovering. Leave the rest alone. Sis, it's really not that serious. Chun, shut up. Li Xian cut him off, her tone brooking no argument. I said I'm seeing this through to the end. Chun Yuan fell silent. Li Xian looked at him, her gaze sweeping over the bruises on his face. That Zhang Lin, how dare he lay a hand on my brother? He must be tired of living. She paused. Xiao Chun, let me ask you, did you ever beat up that Yu Xiaoping before? Chun Yuan thought for a moment. Were there any surveillance cameras at the scene? No, that area in the underground parking lot is a blind spot, Chun Yuan said. There's a camera at the entrance of the building, but it can only capture Yu Xiaoping's profile, not me. Then stick to your story. You never hit him, Li Xian said with unwavering determination. There's no evidence anyway. Who's to say his injury report wasn't from a fall? Li Bo chimed in from by the window. Sis is right. No surveillance, no witnesses, just his word. This case won't hold up. Li Xian nodded, looking at Chun Yuan. Hear that? No matter who asks, just say you didn't hit him. Let them do the investigating. Chun Yuan nodded. Just then 2 knocks came at the hospital door. Li Bo walked over and pulled it open. 2 people stood at the entrance. The first was a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a dark jacket, his hair neatly combed, his expression stern. Behind him followed a younger man in his 30s dressed in a white shirt carrying a briefcase. The middle-aged man glanced inside, his gaze sweeping over Chun Yuan on the hospital bed before landing on Li Bo. Li Bo, is this Chun Yuan? Director Hu, yes, this is Chun Yuan. Director Hu walked in, stood by the bed, and looked at the gauze on Chun Yuan's wrist and the bruises on his face. How bad are the injuries? The bones are fine, but there's some internal trauma. He needs a few days to recover, Li Bo said. Director Hu nodded. He pulled a chair over, sat down by the bed, and looked at Chun Yuan. Comrade Chun Yuan, I'm Hu Chengshi, director of the City Police Bureau. I'm here today to get a clear picture of what happened. Don't worry, just speak freely. Chun Yuan glanced at Li Xian. She gave him a nod of encouragement. Chun Yuan recounted the entire sequence of events, from receiving the phone call to being summoned from the interrogation room conversation to being suspended on the wall from the rubber baton striking his body to Li Bo bursting in. He didn't embellish a single detail. After listening, Hu Chengshi turned to Li Bo. Did you record a video? I did. Li Bo took out his phone, pulled up the footage, and handed it over. Hu Chengshi took it, watched it from beginning to end, his expression growing darker by the second. He returned the phone to Li Bo and stood up. This Zhang Lin is utterly lawless and reckless. He paused. Comrade Chen Yuan, rest assured. We will investigate this matter according to the law and deal with it seriously. Chen Yuan nodded. Li Xian stood to the side, arms crossed, silent until now. Only after Hu Chengshi finished did she speak. Director Hu, if my brother can be beaten like this in a police station and you don't handle it properly, you'll go straight to the provincial authorities. Ms. Li, rest assured, Director Hu said with polite deference. We will handle this matter impartially. He glanced at Chen Yuan once more. Focus on recovering. Once the investigation results are out, I'll have someone inform you. With that, Director Hu left the ward with the young man. The sound of footsteps faded down the corridor. Li Xian sat down by the bed and began peeling an apple. Now that Director Hu is involved, that Zhang Lin won't get away. Li Bo stood by the window lighting a cigarette. Even Deputy Director Ma can't protect him anymore. Director Hu won't tolerate any misconduct. Chen Yuan leaned back against the pillow. The pain from his injuries began to throb wave after wave like needles piercing into his very bones. He endured it in silence, his gaze fixed on the power lines outside the window where a few sparrows perched, fluttering their wings before flying away. About half an hour passed. Another knock came at the hospital door. Li Bo looked up at the sound, walked over, and pulled it open. Zhang Lin stood at the entrance. In his hands, he carried a carton of milk, a bag of fruit, and a bulging envelope. He had changed into casual clothes, but his complexion was poor. Seeing Li Bo at the door, he forced a smile. Li Bo. Li Bo leaned against the doorframe, sizing him up. What are you doing here? I came to see Comrade Chen Yuan, Zhang Lin said, his voice laced with a deliberate gentleness. There was a misunderstanding earlier. I'm here to apologize. Li Bo didn't step aside. Apologize? Yes, apologize, Zhang Lin nodded. Li Bo, could you let me? Li Bo stepped aside. Zhang Lin entered first, placing the milk and fruit on the nightstand, then setting the envelope beside them. He stood by the bed and bowed slightly. Comrade Chen Yuan, regarding what happened before, it was mishandled on my part. I apologize. Chen Yuan, propped against the pillow, stared at him. Apologize? Zhang Lin's expression was earnest, almost excessively so. I let my emotions get the better of me earlier and acted without thinking. I hope you won't hold it against me. He pushed the envelope forward. There's 20,000 yuan here, consider it compensation for medical expenses. A token of my sincerity. Can we reach a settlement? Before Chen Yuan could respond, Li Xian spoke up. Are you Zhang Lin? Zhang Lin turned to look at her, assuming she was a relative of Chen Yuan's. Yes, I'm Zhang Lin. And you are? Li Xian rose from her chair, walked up to him, and pointed a finger at his nose. So you're the one who beat up my... Zhang Lin's expression froze for half a second before he quickly donned that earnest facade again. Sister, there was a misunderstanding between Comrade Chen Yuan and me. Who's your sister? Li Zin's voice rose. You used illegal torture, hung a man on a wall, and beat him like this, and now you come here calling it a misunderstanding. Zhang Lin took half a step back, his forced smile faltering, but he held his composure. Ma'am, please let me explain. Explain what? Li Xian cut him off. My brother's body is covered in bruises from your beating. The doctor said he even has a kidney contusion. And you think 20,000 yuan is enough to settle this? Let me give you 20,000 and beat you to a pulp. Would you take that deal? Zhang Lin's face darkened. He had been a police officer for over 20 years, and in the Eastern District, everyone respectfully called him Chief Zhang. To be publicly berated by a woman today, even the thickest skin couldn't withstand that. Ma'am, I came here to apologize, not to quarrel. Watch your tone. Tone. Li Xian let out a cold laugh. Where was your sense of proportion when you were beating someone? You? Zhang Lin's voice rose half an octave. Don't push it. I'm being polite out of respect. Oh, out of respect. Li Xian crossed her arms and looked at him. Then I'd love to hear what happens when you decide not to show respect. Zhang Lin's face flushed crimson. He jabbed a finger in Li Zin's direction. Show some respect when you speak. Or else. Or else what? Hu Tao's voice came from the doorway. Zhang Lin's words caught in his throat. He turned around. Hu Tao appeared at the door, his expression calm. Zhang Lin froze, his mind buzzing. The executive deputy mayor of Xinxia City. Hu Mayor. Hu Tao stepped inside and cast a glance at him. Director Zhang, what did you mean by or else? I didn't catch it. Say it again. Mayor Hu, I didn't know you were here. I'm asking you a question. Hu Tao's voice was low, but his tone cut like a knife, suffocating Zhang Lin. You just told this lady to watch her words. Or else what? Zhang Lin's back began to sweat. Mayor Hu, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Hu Tao glanced at Chen Yuan on the hospital bed. What misunderstanding lands a man in the hospital? He turned and bowed to Li Xian. I'm sorry for what I said. Please don't take it to heart. Li Xian. Zhang Lin turned back to the bed. Comrade Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It'll cover all the medical expenses. Name your terms, and he'll comply. Hu Tao walked to the bedside and stood beside Li Xian. Director Zhang, do you know who she is? Zhang Lin looked up, glancing at Li Xian, then at Hu Tao. She's my wife, Hu Tao said. And the man in this bed is my brother-in-law. Zhang Lin's face turned deathly pale. Chen Yuan, a mere security guard. How could he be Hu Tao's brother-in-law? His mind was a mess. Mayor Hu, I truly didn't know. You were the one who hit him, weren't you? Hu Tao cut him off. Zhang Lin's lips trembled. Yes. No. It was a bit of a misunderstanding. Hu Tao stared at him. Zhang Lin, you've been in the public security system for 23 years. You climbed from a grassroots officer step by step. It wasn't easy, but just because you've served long doesn't mean you can do as you please. The power in your hands was given by the people, not for you to bully them. Sweat beaded on Zhang Lin's forehead. Mayor Hu, I was wrong. Enough. Hu Tao raised a hand to stop him. The city bureau is already investigating this. It will be handled according to the rules. Go back and wait. Zhang Lin stood there, his lips quivering. He turned to Chen Yuan. Comrade, Chen Yuan, I beg you, can we just... Director Zhang. Li Bo spoke up beside him. You should leave. Don't disturb the patient's rest. Zhang Lin's words were cut off. He stood there like a tree struck by lightning. He glanced at the envelope on the bedside table. That 20,000 yuan. Take it, Chen Yuan finally spoke. I don't want your money. Zhang Lin's hand paused in midair, then he withdrew the envelope. He turned and slowly walked out. Hu Tao stood by the bed, his back to him. He pulled the door open and left. The room fell silent. That Zhang Lin, he was quick to come, Li Xian said. He must have caught wind of it. Li Bo pocketed his phone. The city bureau just set up an investigation team, and he came running. Hu Tao sat down on the chair by the bed, looking at Chen Yuan. How bad are the injuries? Not too bad, Chen Yuan said. The doctor said a few days in the hospital will do. Hu Tao nodded. Take good care of yourself. He paused. They'll keep an eye on this. Don't worry, you won't suffer this injustice for nothing. Chen Yuan looked at Hu Tao's expressionless face. Thanks, brother-in-law. Don't mention it. Hu Tao waved a hand. You're my brother. If Zhang Lin dares to touch you, he's slapping my face. Li Xian chimed in, glad you realized that. After sitting a while longer, Hu Tao stood up and straightened his... All right, I need to go. He glanced at Chen Yuan. Call me if anything comes up. Okay. Li Xian also stood up, slung her bag over her arm, walked to the bed, and tucked the corner of Chen Yuan's blanket. Well, don't overthink. Your brother-in-law is handling Zhang Lin's case. It won't get out of hand. And Li Xian looked at him. Eat on time, take your medicine on time. Do whatever the nurse says. Okay. Li Xian patted the back of his hand and straightened up. At the door, she turned back. He'll come see you tomorrow. Sis, you don't need to come every day. I'm fine. He'll decide that. Li Xian set her tone, brooking no argument. The three of them left the room. Footsteps faded down the hallway. Chen Yuan lay alone in bed, staring at the ceiling. His injuries began to ache wave after wave, like needles stabbing into his bones. He endured it silently, his gaze drifting to the window. It was almost dark. His phone rang. Qin Lanlan. Hello, he answered. Where are you? Qin Lanlan's voice came through. I'm waiting at the gate. Let's go back together. I'm not coming back today. Why? I'm hospitalized. Hospitalized? What happened? A little incident, Chen Yuan said, trying to sound casual. Got into a scuffle. Nothing serious. The doctor says a few days in the hospital. You got beaten. Qin Lanlan's voice changed. Who did it? What happened? Chen Yuan briefly explained the situation. Afterward, he added, don't worry, it's not a big deal. Which hospital, Qin Lanlan asked. City I'm coming right now. You don't need to. The line went dead. About half an hour later, the hospital room door opened. Qin Lanlan stood in the doorway, stepped inside, and let her gaze sweep over Chen Yuan's face from top to bottom. The bruise at the corner of his mouth, the gauze on his wrist, the faint discoloration beneath his hospital gown. Her brow furrowed. And you call this not serious? It really isn't, Chen Yuan said. No broken bones, just superficial injuries. Qin Lanlan walked to the bedside, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She looked at Chen Yuan, her lips pressed together, silent for a long time. What's the follow-up? She finally asked. The city bureau has set up a special task force. They're investigating, Chen Yuan said. Qin Lanlan nodded. Don't worry about this, Chen Yuan added. Things happen, they'll get sorted out. Qin Lanlan didn't respond. A silence of about half a minute stretched between them. Chen Yuan, she said. My. You got beaten because of me, she said. If you hadn't dealt with Yu Xiaoping's matter, you wouldn't have offended that Zhang Lin. Glad you realized that, Chen Yuan said. Qin Lanlan's gaze was filled with guilt. Chen Yuan chuckled. So how are you going to make it up to me? Qin Lanlan looked at his cheeky grin, and the corner of her mouth twitched. We'll talk about it when you're better. If you really feel bad, how about giving yourself to me, Chen Yuan said with a lecherous grin. Get lost, get lost. Can you be serious for once? Qin Lanlan said helplessly. After sitting for a while, she stood up and picked up the trench coat draped over the chair. I'm heading back. What should I say to Grandpa? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Just tell him I fell and hurt myself a bit, and I need to stay in the hospital for a few days. All right, I understand. Take good care of your injuries. Her tone was less cold than usual. Without waiting for Chen Yuan to reply, she opened the door and walked out. He turned over lying on his side, gazing at the night sky outside the window. Suddenly the words of the old man, Jiang, flashed through his mind. Since there's nothing else to do, he might, as well, try to draw qi, and he turned over lying on his side, gazing at the night sky outside the window. Suddenly the words of the old man, Jiang, flashed through his mind. Since there's nothing else to do, he might, as well, try to draw qi into his body. Calm your breath and focus your spirit, guard your dantian. Let the qi flow with your breath in a cycle repeatedly. Chen Yuan attempted to sit cross-legged. The injury at his side was aggravated, causing him to grimace in pain. He changed positions, half reclining against the headboard, trying to relax his body. He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breath. First, he exhaled 3 times, slowly releasing air to empty his lungs. Then he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled in 3 parts. Once more, his breathing slowed and his heartbeat followed suit. He concentrated his thoughts at his brow, imagining looking down from there, observing his throat, chest, and heart cavity, sinking deeper until he reached a position 4 fingers below his navel. Dantian. Guard the dantian, he silently repeated. Breathe. Internal observation. Guard the dantian. Once, twice, 3 times. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, deep in his lower abdomen, something moved. It wasn't a muscle spasm. It was a vague sensation, warm like the temperature after a palm has been pressed against the skin for too long. It was faint, almost imperceptible, yet undeniably present. Chen Yuan continued to regulate his breath. That warmth gradually spread, emanating from his lower abdomen like a drop of ink dissolving in water, slowly diffusing. It wasn't very intense, but he could feel it, like an extremely thin thread rising from the dantian, passing through his navel hard, all the way up to his throat. Chen Yuan opened his eyes. His heart rate quickened. He placed his hand on his abdomen. The dantian area felt a bit warm. He closed his eyes again and tried once more. That warmth appeared again, this time more distinctly, as if something was flowing within his body, climbing up along his spine. It stopped when it reached the back of his head. Chen Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. His hands were trembling. Is this the qi entering the body? There really is qi now. Chen Yuan didn't dare to delay and continued to sit in meditation. Regulate the breath. Focus the spirit. Guard the dantian. That warmth circulated slowly within his body in a cycle repeatedly. He didn't know how long it had been. His consciousness gradually sank, as if soaking in warm water, his entire body feeling loose and relaxed. No pain or discomfort could be felt. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside. Chen Yuan blinked and glanced at the window. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and a beam of light leaked through the gap, illuminating the floor. He instinctively looked at the beam of light. No, it wasn't light. It was dust. Countless tiny specks of dust floated in the light, every particle clear. Even the trajectory of their movement was distinctly visible. He had never paid attention to such details before. Chen Yuan paused for a moment, turned his head, and glanced at the wall opposite him. The white wall had a spider web in the corner, only the size of a palm. He could see the patterns of every thread in the web, and he could even count the few small black dots hanging on it. 6 of them. The corpses of 6 tiny flying insects were stuck in the web. Chen Yuan sat up straight. He looked down at his hands. He tried to move his fingers. That didn't hurt. The place where he had been cut by the iron chain yesterday felt completely numb now. Chen Yuan sat up straight. He looked down at his hands. He tried to move his fingers. That didn't hurt. The place where he had been cut by the iron chain yesterday felt completely numb now. He had never been injured. Chen Yuan was stunned. He lifted his hospital gown and looked at his side. The bruise from yesterday, which was the size of a palm and dark purple, now only had a faint yellow patch left, nearly indistinguishable at the edges. He touched the corner of his mouth. The cut from yesterday had formed a thin scab. When he touched it, the scab fell off, revealing fresh, tender flesh underneath, pink in color. This, he muttered to himself, his voice a bit tense. Footsteps were heard outside the door. It wasn't just one person, there were several. He used to not catch such details. Now he could hear each step clearly. One light, one heavy, one neither fast nor slow. He could even discern that the light one was a woman wearing flats, the rubber soles making a muffled sound against the floor. He sat on the bed for a while. Only one thought filled his mind. That old man really didn't deceive me. He is indeed a master. The 680,000 wasn't spent in vain. Breakfast was delivered by Qin Lanlan. When she pushed open the hospital room door, she was carrying a lunchbox. She placed the lunchbox on the bedside table, serving out a bowl of white porridge, a small dish of side dishes, 2 steamed buns, and a boiled egg. Eat up, she said. Chen Yuan leaned against the pillow, watching her arrange the items one by one. Oh, the great CEO Qin personally came to deliver my meal. Grandpa knows you're in the hospital and insisted I bring it. Qin Lanlan pushed the bowl of porridge towards him. Hurry and eat before it cools down. Chen Yuan picked up the bowl and took a sip. Qin Lanlan sat down beside him. Your complexion looks much better than yesterday. Of course, Chen Yuan took a bite of the steamed bun. My body has an exceptional recovery ability. You should rest well. Qin Lanlan stood up. I have to go, there's a meeting at the company. You're leaving already. What else? Qin Lanlan glanced at him, her tone reverting to her usual indifferent tone. Am I supposed to stay here and accompany you all day? Chen Yuan chuckled. Will you come back for lunch? Qin Lanlan paused briefly, not turning her head. Depends on the situation. The door closed. Around 9 in the morning. The hospital room door was pushed open and Li Xian walked in first, followed by Li Bo. Li Xian was carrying a fruit basket filled with apples, oranges, and a bunch of grapes. Li Bo brought in a box of milk and placed it beside the bedside table. Sister Bo Gu. Chen Yuan sat up straight. Li Xian walked to the bedside, sizing him up, and her brows slightly relaxed. You look much better than yesterday. She reached out to touch Chen Yuan's forehead. No fever, right? No, I don't. I feel pretty much recovered, Chen Yuan said. What do you mean pretty much? Li Xian shot him a glare. You've only been in the hospital for a day and you want to run already. Li Bo sat down beside him and looked up at Chen Yuan. Let me tell you something. The Municipal Bureau has already opened an investigation regarding Zhang Lin's case. Torture and abuse of power both will be investigated together. His position as director has been temporarily suspended until the investigation results come out. Li Bo continued, for the case of Yu Xiaoping, it has also been filed. Disorderly conduct, the evidence chain is complete and the person has already been arrested. Chen Yuan let out a long sigh after hearing this. Finally, it has been dealt with. Deputy Director Ma has nothing to say this time either. Li Bo put away his phone. Since director who personally intervened in the case, he wouldn't dare to suppress it anymore. Li Xian interjected. Your brother-in-law was really angry when he went back yesterday. He said these people are simply lawless, ruining the police force completely. Sister, thank you for your brother-in-law on my behalf, Chen Yuan said. What for? Li Xian waved her hand. Family doesn't need to say such things. Your brother-in-law said he will keep an eye on this matter until the end and will definitely give you an explanation. Chen Yuan nodded. He lifted the blanket and got out of bed. Sister, I want to be discharged from the hospital. Discharged? Li Xin's voice rose slightly. Your injury isn't healed, yet how can you be discharged? I'm really fine now. Chen Yuan stood by the bed, raised his arm, and rotated it a couple of times. See, it doesn't hurt anywhere. Li Xian glanced at the bandage on his wrist. The bandage is still on, and you say you're fine. That's just a surface injury, it's nothing serious. Chen Yuan bent down, did a few stretching movements, and jumped in place twice. Li Xian watched him, her brows furrowing tighter. Don't push yourself, Chen Yuan. Li Bo also stood up. The doctor said soft tissue contusions require at least 1 to 2 weeks of recovery. I'm really fine now. Chen Yuan walked to Li Xian, lifted the hem of his hospital gown, revealing his side. Sister, look. Li Xian looked down for a moment. The bruise was still there, but the color had faded significantly, changing from dark purple-black to light yellow. This? Li Xian leaned in a little. Is this from yesterday's injury? Yes, it's the spot where I was hit yesterday. Chen Yuan lowered his shirt. There are also bruises on my back, and those have faded a lot too. Li Xian turned around to look at Li Bo. Li Bo walked over and glanced at Chen Yuan's side. Indeed, it has faded quite a bit. Your tone carries obvious surprise. When I assisted you into the hospital yesterday, those bruises on your back were dark purple, much larger in area than now. That's why I said I'm fine. Chen Yuan said, I have a strong recovery ability, it's natural. Li Xian shook her head. No, I need to call the doctor to take a look. Your word isn't enough. She walked to the door, opened it, and called out, Nurse, please call the attending physician. After a few minutes, the attending physician arrived. It was the same young doctor who had treated him yesterday. He walked in with a slightly impatient expression, probably thinking the patient was causing trouble again. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Doctor, please take a look at his injury. Li Xian pointed at Chen Yuan. He says he's fine and wants to be discharged. The doctor looked at Chen Yuan. You were just admitted yesterday, and you want to be discharged today. The soft tissue contusions on your body will take at least 1 to 2 weeks to heal. It's impossible to recover so quickly. Just take a look first. Chen Yuan lifted his hospital gown, exposing the bruise on his side. The doctor leaned down and took a quick look. His brows furrowed slightly as he leaned in closer, reaching out to press on the yellowed skin. Does this hurt? Not at all, Chen Yuan replied. The doctor then asked him to turn around, lifted his shirt to check several bruises on his back. The bruises on his back were also much lighter than yesterday, only a few faint yellow patches remained. The doctor straightened up and adjusted his glasses. That's strange. When you were admitted yesterday, I personally conducted the examination. You had 6 obvious soft tissue contusions on your back and side with subcutaneous bleeding areas totaling almost the size of a palm. Among these 2 were quite severe, visibly dark purple, and there was significant pain upon pressing. He looked at Chen Yuan. Now the color of these bruises has indeed faded a lot, and the pain upon pressing has basically disappeared. This kind of recovery speed in my 10 years of practice I have never encountered before. So can I be discharged now? Chen Yuan asked. The doctor did not answer, immediately took out a small flashlight, shone it into Chen Yuan's pupils, and then asked him to perform a few movements, squatting, bending over, and twisting. Chen Yuan followed through, smoothly performing each action without any discomfort. The doctor put away the flashlight, looking at Chen Yuan with both scrutiny and confusion. Your BOTUS recovery ability is indeed extraordinary. According to the examination results, all your indicators are within the normal range, some even better than those of an average person. Especially the inflammation indicators, which were slightly elevated when you were admitted yesterday, are now all back to normal. He paused. Such a situation is extremely rare in clinical practice. But since your bodily functions have returned to normal from a medical standpoint, there is indeed no need for you to stay in the hospital any longer. Li Xian listened nearby, her expression shifting from worry to astonishment. Doctor, are you saying his injury is really healed? From the examination data and physical signs, yes, the doctor nodded. Although this defies conventional medical logic, the facts are right in front of us. Li Xian turned to Chen Yuan, sizing him up and opening her mouth, but couldn't find the words for a long time. Li Bo, who had been standing by the window and had said little, finally spoke up. You were beaten up so badly yesterday, and today you're fine. His tone carried genuine disbelief. This isn't scientific, is it? Chen Yuan laughed lightly, not bothering to explain. Brother Bo, if you don't believe it, why not punch me and see if it hurts? Get lost. Li Bo laughed and cursed lightly. The doctor wrote a discharge summary, signed it, and handed it to Chen Yuan. Rest well after you go back. Avoid intense exercise. If you feel unwell, come to the hospital anytime. Chen Yuan took the discharge summary. Thank you, doctor. The doctor glanced at him, hesitated to say something, then shook his head and turned to leave the ward. After the door closed, Li Xian remained standing in place, arms crossed, staring at Chen Yuan. Little Chen, tell me the truth. What do you want me to say? What exactly is wrong with your body? Her tone turned serious, no longer sounding like a joke. You were beaten so badly yesterday, and just one night later you can jump around. Something like that, Chen Yuan said indifferently. Li Xian stared at him for several seconds, her expression shifting from scrutiny to skepticism, a deep turmoil flickering in her eyes. Having lived for over 40 years, she had been raised with a staunchly materialistic worldview since childhood, firmly believing that everything had a scientific basis. Supernatural phenomena, mystical arts, and psychic powers were all utter nonsense to her. Yet what happened today was so real that she couldn't deny it even slightly. Xiaochen, be honest with me. Does such a thing as Qigong really exist in this world? Chen Yuan sat down, as while pondering for a moment. Sis, I can't answer that question. Can't answer. Because I don't even know if it can truly be called Qigong, Chen Yuan said, looking at her. But what I can tell you is that the techniques my grandfather passed down to me are indeed effective. They can improve one's health, speed up recovery, and boost vitality. What name it goes by, whether it's Qigong or something else, doesn't matter. I've lived for 40 years and my education has always been materialistic. Things like Qigong, inner strength, and true Qi are just fabrications from martial arts novels, Li Xian said. I understand, Chen Yuan replied. But do you know what you looked like when you were brought in yesterday? She continued. Your face was covered in blood, your wrists were all tied up, your body was black and blue, and you could barely turn over. The doctor said you had a kidney contusion, 6 soft tissue injuries, and subcutaneous bruises the size of a palm. She paused. After just one night, you're walking on the ground full of energy. Even the wounds on your body have almost healed. She looked at Chen Yuan. You've recovered in one night what would take others a week, or even half a month. It's simply incredible. Chen Yuan didn't respond. You tell me this is Qigong, Li Xian said, each word laced with a sense of struggle. I want to believe you, but my 40 years of materialism won't let me. Hearing this, Chen Yuan let out a chuckle. Sis, let me ask you a question. Go ahead. Do you believe in ghosts in this world? No, Li Xian replied without a second thought. Then do you believe in aliens? Li Xian hesitated for a moment. It's hard to say. The universe is vast. The Milky Way has hundreds of billions of stars, and the observable universe has 2 trillion galaxies. From a probabilistic standpoint, Earth can't be the only planet with life. So you can accept the possibility of aliens existing, but not the existence of Qigong, Chen Yuan said. Li Xian was momentarily speechless, then quickly recovered. Aliens have a scientific basis, probability, astronomy, physics. It all makes sense. What about Qigong? What scientific basis does it have? Chen Yuan didn't argue with her. Sis, do you know who Newton is? Obviously. Newton discovered universal gravitation and invented calculus in his 20s, laying the foundation for classical physics. He is one of the greatest scientists in human history. I know, Li Xian said. What are you trying to say? But do you know what Newton studied in his later years? Li Xian thought for a moment. Theology. Exactly, Chen Yuan nodded. Newton spent a great deal of his later years studying theology, writing many articles on religion and divinity. He tried to use scientific methods to prove the existence of God, studied biblical prophecies, and even delved into alchemy. And it wasn't just Newton. Chen Yuan continued. Einstein also once said science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind. He wasn't a believer, but he acknowledged the existence of some power beyond human cognition in the universe. And Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, these giants in the history of science, didn't they all emerge from the soil of theology? Early scientific research itself was part of theology. Astronomy was used to study the influence of stars on fate, and chemistry evolved from alchemy. Li Xian remained silent. "Sis, I'm not saying theology is right and science is wrong," Chen Yuan said, looking at her. "What I mean is there are too many things in this world that science can't explain. It's not that those things don't exist, it's that science hasn't advanced to that point yet. Hundreds of years ago, if you said the earth was round, you'd be burned at the stake. If you talked about bacteria, you'd be considered a lunatic. If you said humans could fly, you'd be laughed at. Now, all of that is common sense." Chen Yuan paused. Qigong, inner strength, drawing qi into the body. Maybe hundreds of years from now, all of these will become part of science. It's just that science hasn't reached that stage yet. Li Xian sat on the chair pondering for a long time. "Your words sound like sophistry," she finally said. "But when I think about it carefully, it seems to make some sense." Just then Li Bo pushed the door open. "The discharge procedures are done. We can leave." Li Xian stood up, ending the previous topic. "Let's go. We'll grab something to eat first. What do you feel like?" "Sis, you two go ahead. I'd like to head back first." "Go back." Li Xian glanced at him. "You've just recovered. Who'll cook for you at home?" "I'll cook for myself," Chen Yuan said. "I'm not that delicate." "That won't do either," Li Xian shook her head. "You live alone with no one to take care of you. What if something happens? There wouldn't even be anyone to call an ambulance." "Sis, I don't live alone." Chen Yuan almost blurted out, "I live with the Qin family," but swallowed the words just in time. "Are you really not living alone?" Li Xian pressed, noticing his hesitant expression. "I'm sharing a place with a friend," Chen Yuan said. "Someone's looking after me." "All right," Li Xian finally nodded. "Then I'll take you back." The three of them left the ward, walked down the corridor, and took the elevator. Li Bo's black SUV was parked at the entrance of the emergency building. He opened the rear door, Chen Yuan got in, and Li Xian took the passenger seat. "Where to?" Li Bo started the engine. "I need to stop by Shenghua Group first," Chen Yuan said. "What do you need to go there for?" "My things are there." The car drove out of the hospital gates and merged into the main road. Chen Yuan leaned back in the rear seat, turning his head to look out the window. The street scene rapidly receded, trees, streetlights, pedestrians, shop signs, all flashing by frame by frame. He froze for a moment. He could clearly see the faces of pedestrians on the opposite side of the street. Not in blurry outlines, but with distinct features. The curve of their eyebrows, the height of their noses, the lines around their mouths. He could even make out the black earring on one person's ear with perfect clarity. That street was at least 30 meters wide. His eyesight had never been poor, but it had never been this sharp. From 30 meters away, he could at most discern a person's height, build, and clothing color before. Facial features. That was out of the question. He cast his gaze further away. 30 meters away on the roadside, the chirping of small insects was clearly audible. The intricate patterns on the leaves, the mottled traces, and even a small bug resting on a branch were all vividly visible to him, with not a hint of blur. Though his previous vision was not poor, it certainly did not reach such a level. The car stopped in front of the Shenghua Group. Chen Yuan opened the door and bent down to wave at the inside of the car. "Sister Bo, good, drive slowly. Send a message when you arrive," Li Xian said. "Okay." Chen Yuan stood at the entrance of the group, waiting for them to leave. He took out his phone and called for a car. After waiting for 5 minutes, the car arrived. "To the Qin residence," he said as he opened the back door and got in. Chen Yuan leaned back against the seat, his mind still turning over the events from earlier. After drawing qi into his body, his vision and hearing improved, and his recovery speed increased. What other changes had occurred? He did not know yet. The ride was silent, and the taxi came to a steady stop at the entrance of the Qin residence. It was just past 11 o'clock. Chen Yuan pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard, immediately spotting Qin Hua sitting on the sofa in the living room. Seeing him enter, Qin Hua's face was filled with astonishment, and he quickly stood up, saying, "Xiao Chun, how come you're back? Lan told me last night that you had a serious fall and were hospitalized. I thought you'd be lying down for 3 to 5 days. Chen Yuan was both amused and exasperated, casually explaining, "Grandpa, it was just a minor bump, nothing serious. I stayed in the hospital for observation overnight, and once they confirmed I was fine, I was discharged." "That girl." Qin Hua immediately frowned, starting to criticize Qin Lanlan. "She makes a big deal out of something minor, causing me to worry for no reason. What a waste of concern." Seeing this, Chen Yuan also chimed in with a playful tone, "Indeed, Lan is too unreliable. She turned a minor injury into something serious. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was paralyzed. Isn't that right? Xinhua nodded repeatedly, finding it increasingly amusing. That girl has always loved to make a fuss over nothing. She has no sense of composure. I must give her a good talking to. The grandfather and grandson exchanged banter, teasing Qin Lanlin, and the atmosphere was exceptionally lighthearted. Chen Yuan smiled, said nothing further, and walked towards his room. Grandpa, I'm going back to change my clothes first. Go ahead, go ahead. Once inside his room, Chen Yuan closed the door behind him, preparing to change out of his slightly shabby outfit. Just as Chen Yuan finished changing his clothes, his phone rang. It was Qin Lanlan. He answered, but before he could say anything, a voice burst out from the other end. Where are you? I've been discharged and am home, Chen Yuan replied. You've been discharged too? Qin Lanlan's voice rose several degrees. Well, if I'm fine, of course I would be discharged. Why stay there? I have somewhere else to stay, he said. With your injuries, how could you possibly be fine? You saw me this morning, didn't you? My complexion has improved a lot. The doctor examined me, and all indicators were normal, so they let me go home. Qin Lanlan didn't respond. Besides, Chen Yuan lay back on the bed, his tone becoming slightly mischievous. When you came to see me this morning with that gentle demeanor and caring gaze, seeing how good you were to me really lifted my spirits, and my injuries healed faster. That's called psychological therapy. Oh, it's more effective than any medicine. Stop joking around. Qin Lanlan's voice turned cold. In being serious, Chen Yuan sat up, earnestly making nonsense. You saw how badly I was beaten yesterday, and I was fine by the morning. Don't you think that's your contribution? If you hadn't come to see me, I'd still be lying in the hospital groaning away. Chen Yuan, do you think I'm easy to fool? How could I dare to fool you? You're the CEO, and I'm just a security guard. If I trick you, what will happen to my salary? You? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Chen Yuan chuckled. You didn't call just to check on me, did you? Or are you on your way to the hospital to bring me lunch? There was silence on the other end. No way. Chen Yuan's voice became playful. Did you really go to bring me food? No way. Qin Lanlan's voice was clearly awkward. I just called to ask. All right, I'm hanging up. Hey, what about the food you were going to bring me? You can eat it yourself, don't waste it. The call ended. Chen Yuan looked at the words call ended. On his phone screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. In the dining room downstairs, the nanny had already set the table. Xinhua was sitting at the head of the table, and upon seeing Chen Yuan come down, patted the chair next to him. Come sit. After the two finished lunch, Chen Yuan said to Xinhua, Grandpa, I need to go out for a bit. Just running some errands. You just got discharged and you're already heading out. You really can't sit still. Xinhua waved his hand. Go ahead, come back early in the evening. Got it. After exiting the Qin residence, Chen Yuan hailed a cab by the roadside to the Chenghuang Temple. The car drove for nearly 40 minutes before stopping at the entrance of the temple. Chen Yuan pushed the door open and got out. It wasn't the weekend, so there weren't many people in the square at the temple entrance. Chen Yuan walked around to the side alley of the Chenghuang Temple. He looked around, no one was in sight. Chen Yuan slipped inside and closed the door behind him. The corridor still carried that damp, moldy smell mixed with sandalwood and the scent of burning candles. He walked to the end and pushed open the wooden door. The old man Jiang was sitting on the cushion in front of the offering table, holding a colorful magazine. Hearing the door creak, he looked up and hurriedly stuffed the magazine into his sleeve. Disciple has arrived. Old man Jiang spoke with a slightly flustered tone. Master, Chen Yuan walked over slightly excited. I have drawn qi into my body. Old man Jiang paused, his hand holding the fan. What did you say? I said I have drawn qi into my body, Chen Yuan said. Last night, while meditating in the hospital, I felt it in my dantian, warm rising from my lower abdomen. Old man Jiang was momentarily stunned, then stroked his goat beard, smiling with squinted eyes. Not bad, not bad. I calculated with my fingers last night and knew you had entered the door. You knew that long ago? Of course. Old man Jiang straightened his back, adopting a masterful demeanor. You are my disciple. Oh, any changes in you I can sense from miles away. Chen Yuan was astonished. After you drew qi into your body, what sensations did you experience? Tell your master about it. Old man Jiang continued to ask. Chen Yuan recounted his experience from last night. His lower abdomen felt warm, the warmth rising from the dantian, crawling up the spine to stop at the back of his head. This morning, he woke up, his vision had improved, his hearing was better, and his recovery speed was significantly faster than before. Old man Jiang nodded after listening, his expression inscrutable. Not bad. But don't get too proud, this is just the beginning. You and I are still worlds apart. 80,000 miles. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. How powerful are you really? Old Jiang turned his back, hands clasped behind him, remaining silent for quite a while. When I was young, I once meditated on the peak of Kunlun Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into my body. His voice was low and slow. After that experience, I went 3 days without food or sleep, yet I remained invigorated and calm. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. And then oi. Old Jiang turned around and glanced at him. Then I descended the mountain and wandered through the bustling city. In the scorching heat of July, while others were drenched in sweat, I remained cool, without a single drop of perspiration. Master, how many years did you practice? 63 years, Old Jiang replied. From the age of 20 until today, a full 63 years. Then what level am I at now? Old Jiang looked at him. You barely scratched the surface, I'd say. Chen Yuan opened his mouth, but struggled to find words. Master, when can I learn to move objects across space and the true fire of Samadhi? Old Jiang coughed twice. Well, there's no rush. Your current level isn't sufficient, and forcing yourself to practice those advanced spells could lead you to a path of inner turmoil. Inner turmoil, eh? Yes, Old Jiang said seriously. If your vital energy flows backward and your meridians become chaotic, the consequences could range from paralysis to sudden death. Chen Yuan was taken aback by his serious demeanor. What level do I need to reach to learn, eh? Old Jiang raised 5 fingers. 5 layers, Old Jiang said. To move objects across space, you need at least 5 layers of realm to barely manage it. As for the true fire of Samadhi, that's a spell requiring a level above 7 layers. Chen Yuan calculated, estimating that at this pace, it would take him 20 more years. Master, is there a quicker way? There is. Old Jiang nodded. What is it? Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Old Jiang explained. 1,000-year ginseng tentasandier Hisho Wu deep-sea pearls. These contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Consuming them can quickly elevate your realm. Chen Yuan asked, how much do those things cost? 1,000-year ginseng of good quality can go for several. Tentasandier Hisho Wu is almost never seen on the market. It's priceless. Old Jiang counted on his fingers. In short, if you want to quickly elevate your realm, you need to prepare several million. Chen Yuan's mouth twitched. I think he'll practice slowly instead. That's the right attitude. Old Jiang patted his shoulder. The path of cultivation values persistence. One step at a time, steadily and firmly, that's the right way. Those who seek shortcuts often meet unfortunate ends. Chen Yuan looked at him. Master, how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures did you consume back then? Old Jiang cleared his throat a couple of times. I possess exceptional talents, so I didn't need those external items. So you never consumed any? Why are you asking so much? Old Jiang glared at him. I'm just pointing you towards a clear path. Whether you walk it or not is up to you. Chen Yuan smiled and refrained from pressing further. All right, you can go back now. Old Jiang waved his hand. Remember to meditate once in the morning and once in the evening, each session lasting at least half an hour. Persevere and do not slack off. Understood, Master. Chen Yuan turned and walked out, exiting through the small door and stepping into the alley. The sun had already tilted westward, and the light at the alley entrance softened, unlike the harsh glare of noon. He took out his phone to check the time, 3:20 in the afternoon. He called a car by the roadside and provided the address of the Qin residence. Upon returning to the Qin residence, the courtyard was empty and Qin Hua was not there. The housekeeper was tidying up in the kitchen and peeked out upon hearing the noise. Mr. Chen is back. Where's Grandpa? Grandpa Qin went out this afternoon and said he wouldn't be back for dinner. Chen Yuan nodded, went upstairs, and pushed open the bedroom door. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor. He closed his eyes, regulating his breath, focusing his intention on the dantian. The warmth soon emerged, even more pronounced than the previous night. It rose from the depths of his lower abdomen like a warm mist slowly spreading out. He concentrated his mind on that warmth, guiding it to flow upward through his body. The qi rose from the dantian, passing the navel, then the heart up to the throat. Chen Yuan directed his intention to the crown of his head, letting the warmth swirl around there. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. He lost track of time. The warmth gradually spread from the top of his head, flowing down like water from a height, cascading down the sides of his body. It flowed over his shoulders, all the way down to his feet. His entire being was enveloped in warmth. His consciousness gradually sank in, and everything around him faded away, leaving only his breath and the warmth circulating within his body. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside had turned dark. Chen Yuan blinked and looked down at his hands. There was a layer of black substance on the back of his hand, oily, resembling the residue left by some liquid that had dried. He flipped his palm, and there was some in his palm and between his fingers as well. Chen Yuan suddenly stood up and lifted his t-shirt. His abdomen, chest, and back were all covered with that black substance, as if it were seeping out from beneath. What the hell is this? He muttered to himself. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Old Jiang's number. It rang several times before being answered. Hello. Old Jiang's voice was lazy. Master, I've got this black stuff all over me. It's sticky and smells a bit foul. What's going on? Black stuff. Old Jiang's voice instantly perked up. Is it all over you? Pretty much on my hands, arms, belly, everywhere. Ha ha ha. Old Jiang laughed on the other end of the line. Good disciple, you're detoxifying. Detoxifying? Yes. After drawing energy into your body, the vital energy circulates inside, gradually expelling the toxins and impurities accumulated in your body. What you've expelled today is just the very outer layer of what you've stored inside. Chen Yuan looked down again at the black substance on his hand. This stuff is too disgusting. Disgusting? Old Jiang scoffed. Many people wish to detox, but can't manage it. You've only just begun and are already detoxifying, which indicates that your talent is quite good and your vital energy is flowing smoothly. What should I do now? Take a shower. Old Jiang said. Are you planning to keep it for the new year? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. All right, I'll go take a shower. Wait. Old Jiang stopped him. After your shower, change into clean clothes and meditate for half an hour. Let the vital energy circulate a few more times to consolidate it. I have to meditate again. Of course, Old Jiang's tone was not negotiable. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll regress. If you don't consolidate today, you'll fall back tomorrow. All right, I'll listen to you. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and walked into the bathroom. Chen Yuan used body wash 3 times before completely washing away the foul smell. He dried his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and sat down by the bed. Glancing at his phone, it was 7:20. He sat on the bed for a while before crossing his legs on the floor. He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. The warm sensation soon reappeared, more pronounced than before. This time he did not guide it with his mind. The warmth moved on its own, flowing along the Rin meridian upwards, and then down the Du meridian, returning to his dantian. A complete cycle of circulation. When he opened his eyes again, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Chen Yuan stood up and stretched his body. His waist felt no soreness, his legs were not numb, and he felt indescribably comfortable, as if he had just undergone a deep tissue massage. He lowered his head to sniff himself. There was no foul smell, only the faint fragrance left by the shower gel. This thing really works, he muttered to himself. The door was pushed open. Chen Lanlan walked in and froze for a moment upon seeing Chen Yuan sitting on the floor. What are you doing? Practicing breathing and energy regulation. Chen Yuan patted the floor beside him. Care to join? You're crazy. Chen Lanlan threw her bag onto the bed and glanced at him. Is your injury really healed? Yeah, it's healed. You don't believe me. Chen Yuan walked up to her and lifted the hem of his shirt. Chen Lanlan instinctively took half a step back, scanning the area before fixing her gaze. Chen Yuan's side was completely clean, with nothing at all. The dark purple bruise from yesterday and the pale yellow marks from this morning had both vanished. His skin was smooth, as if he had never been injured. This? Chen Lanlan frowned. Didn't you have bruises this morning? How did they disappear so quickly? Yeah, they faded by the afternoon. Chen Yuan lowered his shirt and then lifted his back for her to see. His back was also spotless, with no traces whatsoever. Chen Lanlan stood there staring for several seconds. Chen Yuan. My, you're not some kind of monster, are you? Chen Yuan grinned. What monster? This is called being exceptionally gifted. Exceptionally gifted? Chen Lanlan's tone was laced with clear skepticism. Chen Yuan sat down by the bed, crossing his legs with an inscrutable expression. Let me share a secret with you. Chen Lanlan looked at him. I've been practicing a set of skills with my grandfather since I was little called 9 Yang True Classics. I've been training for over a decade now, and I've already reached the 3rd level. My recovery speed is dozens of times that of an average person, and injuries heal quickly. Chen Lanlan stared at him for 2 seconds. 9 Yang True Classics. Yes. Do you think I've read too many martial arts novels? Chen Yuan looked innocent. I'm telling the truth. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. So if you've reached the 3rd level, what can you do? Move objects from a distance. Walk on walls. Those are just child's play. Chen Yuan waved his hand. If my skills reach the highest level, I can achieve immortality. Chen Lanlan rolled her eyes. Did you leave your brain in the hospital when you were discharged today? Why don't you believe me? Chen Yuan stood up and walked in front of her, extending his right hand. Just watch carefully. Chen Lanlan looked down at his hand. Chen Yuan closed his eyes and pretended to take a deep breath, slowly clenching his palm into a fist, then relaxing it again. Did you see it? See what? There's a surge of true energy in my palm, you just can't see it. Chen Lanlan stared at his palm for a few seconds. There's nothing there. That's because you're an ordinary person and can't see the true energy. Chen Yuan retracted his hand. If you opened your heavenly eye, you would be able to see it. Chen Lanlan was amused by his serious nonsense, but she held back her laughter. All right, stop acting crazy. She pulled back the blanket and crawled inside. I'm going to sleep now, you do whatever you want. I'm serious. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Chen Yuan sat down on the ground and began to spread out the quilt. Are you going to sleep on the floor again tonight? Chen Lanlan glanced at him. What else? You just got discharged today, the floor is cold. Chen Yuan looked up at her, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Or are you concerned about me? I'm worried you'll get sick and then no one will treat my grandfather. Just as Chen Lanlan finished speaking, her throat suddenly flipped. She covered her mouth, her brows furrowing. What's wrong? Chen Yuan asked. Before Qin Lanlan could answer, she flung off the blanket and rushed into the bathroom, leaning over the sink to dry heave a couple of times. Chen Yuan followed her, standing beside her and gently patting her back. What's wrong? Qin Lanlan rinsed her mouth at the faucet and wiped her lips with a towel. I don't know, just suddenly feel nauseous and want to vomit. What did you eat for dinner? I ate at the company the same as you. How long has this feeling lasted? Chen Yuan asked. Qin Lanlan thought for a moment. It started yesterday. I felt a bit nauseous when I woke up in the morning, but didn't think much of it. I felt a bit uncomfortable again on the way back, just now. You should go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. As she spoke, she hung the towel back up. Which hospital, eh? Chen Yuan grabbed her wrist. Isn't there a divine doctor standing right next to you? Qin Lanlan clicked her tongue and pulled her hand back. Can you stop messing around? I'm not messing around. Chen Yuan took her hand again, placing 3 fingers on her pulse, and slightly closed his eyes. Qin Lanlan paused for a moment, not pulling her hand away. She stood at the bathroom door watching him. The pulse was smooth and flowing like beads rolling on a plate. It was a slippery pulse. Chen Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at Qin Lanlan, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Qin Lanlan felt a bit nervous at his expression. What's the problem? Chen Yuan remained silent for 3 more seconds before releasing her hand. You need to say something. Qin Lanlan urged, feeling anxious. Chen Yuan remained silent for a moment. You're pregnant. Qin Lanlan froze for a moment. What? You're pregnant? Chen Yuan repeated. Qin Lanlan couldn't believe it. I said you're pregnant. Nonsense. Qin Lanlan's voice exploded from her throat as she pushed him away and sat down on the bed. What nonsense are you talking about? It's because the pulse is slippery, flowing smoothly like beads on a plate. This is a standard pregnancy pulse. Chen Yuan came over and stood in front of her. Besides, you just felt nauseous and dry heaved, which has lasted for 2 days. This is also a sign of early pregnancy. Not possible. Not possible. Qin Lanlan shook her head, her voice clearly trembling. Just that once, how could that be? Good luck, I guess. You hit the jackpot on the first try. Qin Lanlan's face turned from pale to red as she lowered her head, staring at the floor, remaining silent for a long time. Chen Yuan did not rush her and sat down beside her. After about half a minute, Qin Lanlan raised her head. Can you be sure? Of course. I've been learning from my grandfather for so many years. If I can't even tell a pregnancy pulse, then what have I been studying for? Chen Yuan said. Smack. Qin Lanlan's slap was quick and crisp. Chen Yuan tilted to the side, his face stinging with pain. He covered his face, glaring at Qin Lanlan. Why did you hit me? What have I done to you? How dare you ask? Qin Lanlan's voice trembled, her eyes reddening. If it weren't for you, how could I possibly be pregnant? Chen Yuan pressed his hand against the red mark on his face, looking wronged. What does that have to do with me? I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, he paused. How can you be sure it's mine? Those words were like a match thrown into a barrel of gasoline. Qin Lanlan jumped up suddenly, kicking Chen Yuan in the calf. Chen Yuan hissed in pain, and before he could dodge, the second kick came. Then came the punches raining down on his shoulders and chest. What do you mean by how can you be sure it's yours? Tell me. Say it again. Hey. Chen Yuan, you're not human. Qin Lanlan's voice was now tinged with tears. You're nothing but a beast. Chen Yuan hugged his head, dodging around the room. Qin Lanlan chased after him, kicking off a slipper. I never said it wasn't mine. Chen Yuan shouted while dodging. I was just saying. You still want to talk? Another punch landed on his back. Chen Yuan turned around and grabbed both of her wrists. Qin Lanlan struggled a couple of times, but couldn't break free, the mist in her eyes finally spilling over as tears streamed down her cheeks. I have only been with you. Her voice was soft, but each word was laced with grievance and hatred. If it's not yours, whose could it be? Chen Yuan looked at her tears, awkwardly releasing her hands. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that. He smiled and lightly slapped his own face twice, as if swatting away mosquitoes. I misspoke, I deserve to be hit. Just calm down. He pointed at Qin Lanlan's belly. Getting angry isn't good for the baby. Qin Lanlan suppressed her anger and sat down on the edge of the bed. They were quiet for a few seconds. What do we do now? She asked. Chen Yuan sat down beside her, thinking, since you're pregnant, we should just have the baby. Your grandpa wants a great-grandson anyway. Qin Lanlan turned to look at him. I don't want to have the baby. Why not? Because I'm older than you. Qin Lanlan said, you'll regret it later. Age doesn't matter, older women can still have wealth. Chen Yuan smiled cheekily. I'm 9 years older than you. Then I'll just have 3 bricks of gold. Qin Lanlan rolled her eyes at him. I'm being serious here. I'm being serious too. Chen Yuan stopped smiling, looking at her. Is age really that important? Are you really concerned about it? Qin Lanlan didn't respond. What else is there? Chen Yuan asked. There are no feelings between us. Qin Lanlan said, you know it, I know it. I can't have a child with someone I have no feelings for. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. You don't dislike me, and I don't dislike you. If we spend time together, won't feelings develop? Feelings can't be bought like items, Qin Lanlan said. You can't have them just because you want them. Then how would you know if you don't try? Qin Yuan turned to look at her. You haven't even tried and you're saying it doesn't exist. Qin Lanlan opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. However, Qin Yuan was thinking about something else. If she aborted the child, wouldn't the billions promised by Grandpa go down the drain? No, I can't let her do it. Let me tell you, Qin Yuan sat up straight, beginning to speak seriously. From a medical perspective, terminating a first pregnancy can be very harmful to the body. The uterine wall can thin out, and in the future you might not be able to conceive again. You might think you don't want it now, but what if you want it in a few years and can't get pregnant? You'll regret it then. From a metaphysical perspective, Qin Yuan raised 2 fingers. Abortion carries karmic consequences. That is a life, terminating it is akin to killing. This karmic burden will follow you for a lifetime, and everything you do afterward will go awry. Stop scaring me, Qin Lanlan said. I'm not scaring you. Qin Yuan said seriously. You don't believe me. Ask those who have aborted, 9 out of 10 regret it. And this karmic consequence is not a scare tactic, it's a real thing. Qin Lanlan looked at him, her expression slightly softening. And think about it, how old is your grandpa? What is his biggest wish? To hold his great-grandson. If you terminate the child, how heartbroken would he be if he found out? If he gets upset, his health will decline. When his health declines, his illness will worsen. And if the illness worsens, then... All right, Qin Lanlan interrupted him. Don't bring Grandpa into this. I'm stating facts. Qin Yuan spread his hands. Think about it yourself. How good has your grandpa been to you? Would you really be able to let him down? Qin Lanlan fell silent. Seeing her attitude soften, Qin Yuan seized the opportunity. The child is innocent. You can't condemn him to death just because of your relationship with me. Qin Lanlan bit her lip. Just then a knock came from outside the door. Lanlan, what are you two doing in there? Why all the noise? Qin Hua's voice came through the door. Qin Lanlan quickly replied, Grandpa, it's nothing, I'm just playing. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. A savior had arrived. He got up from the floor, quickly walked to the door, and pulled it open. Qin Hua stood at the door in his pajamas, looking at the two with a puzzled expression. He glanced into the room. Qin Lanlan was sitting on the edge of the bed, her hair a bit messy and her eyes red. Qin Yuan had a red slap mark on his face, and the collar of his pajamas was askew. What's going on here? Qin Hua frowned. Qin Yuan pretended to be hesitant. Grandpa. What? Qin Hua grew anxious. Just say it. Qin Yuan wore an expression of having let something slip. Lanlan is pregnant. Qin Lanlan jumped up from the edge of the bed, glaring fiercely at Qin Yuan. Qin Hua was taken aback. What did you say? He looked at Qin Yuan. I said Lanlan is pregnant. Qin Yuan repeated, this time with a louder voice. Qin Hua's gaze shifted from Qin Yuan's face to Qin Lanlan's and then to her belly. Really? Qin Yuan nodded. Really, I just checked her pulse, and it's a good sign. Qin Hua stood frozen, his expression shifting from shock to joy. Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing down the hallway. Great. So great. He slapped Qin Yuan on the shoulder. You kid, not bad. Good. Qin Yuan rubbed his shoulder, chuckling lightly. Qin Hua turned to Qin Lanlan again. How are you feeling now? Is there anything uncomfortable? Feeling nauseous? Grandpa, I'm fine, I'm healthy. Qin Lanlan said helplessly. It's good if nothing is wrong, it's good if nothing is wrong. Qin Hua rubbed his hands. Tomorrow you both go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Blood tests, ultrasounds, check everything that needs to be checked. Grandpa, I have a meeting tomorrow. What meeting? Qin Hua waved his hand. Put work aside, the child's matter is the most important. Qin Lanlan saw Qin Hua's expression that brooked no argument and swallowed her words. I understand, she lowered her head. That's more like it. Qin Hua nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Qin Yuan. Xiao Chen, accompany Lanlan tomorrow, stay with her the whole time, don't leave her side. All right, Grandpa, you can count on me. Qin Hua stood at the door, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Grandpa is leaving you two, get some rest early. He turned around, took a couple of steps, and then stopped. By the way, you two must not argue anymore. You're pregnant, I understand, Qin Lanlan said weakly. Only then did Qin Hua turn around, hands behind his back, humming a little tune as he happily walked downstairs. The footsteps grew fainter. Qin Yuan closed the door, turned around, and smiled at Qin Lanlan. How was it? Grandpa was so happy. If you hurt the child, can you bear to see him like that? Qin Lanlan glared at him, her eyes wishing to swallow him whole. Qin Yuan, are you doing this on purpose? What do you mean on purpose? You truly have no shame. Qin Lanlan gritted her teeth. You just want Grandpa to know about this so I can't get rid of it. Qin Yuan wore an innocent expression. I was just too happy and spoke without thinking. How could you think of me like that? You? Moreover, Qin Yuan interrupted her, it's better for Grandpa to know. If you don't want it, you should tell him yourself. Don't blame me later. Qin Lanlan was so angry that her chest heaved a few times, but not a word came out. She lifted the blanket and burrowed in, turning her back to Qin Yuan. Turn off the light. All right. Qin Yuan reached out and turned off the light. The next morning, Qin Hua was knocking at the door. Are you up yet? Qin Hua's voice came through the door. Hurry up, it's time for the... Qin Yuan mumbled a response. He pushed Qin Lanlan's blanket. Get up. By the time they went downstairs, Qin Hua was already waiting at the door. Drive slowly on the way, don't rush, Qin Hua said to Qin Lanlan. I understand, Grandpa, Qin Lanlan nodded. The Ferrari drove out of the Qin residence. Neither of them spoke along the way. The car turned into the hospital gate, and they got out heading towards the outpatient building. The hall was quite crowded with a long queue in front of the registration window. Qin Yuan walked toward the back of the line, but was pulled back by Qin Lanlan. No need to queue, I have an appointment with the specialist. When did you make the appointment? Last night before going to bed, Qin Lanlan glanced at him. Do you think everyone is like you rushing things at the Qin Yuan smiled and followed her into the elevator. The obstetrics and gynecology department was on the 4th floor. The corridor was bustling with pregnant women showing off their bellies, new mothers holding babies, and young couples like them coming for checkups. Qin Lanlan pushed open the door to the director's office. Behind the desk sat a woman in her 50s dressed in a spotless white coat, her hair meticulously styled, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She was writing something with her head down. She looked up, saw Qin Lanlan, and smiled. Lanlan, you're here. Qin Lanlan walked in. Thank you for your trouble. No trouble at all. Director Fong stood up, her gaze landing on Qin Yuan, sizing him up. And who is this? He's my friend, Qin Lanlan said. Qin Yuan quickly stepped forward, smiling. Hello. Director Fong nodded and took out a stack of examination forms from the drawer. First go do an ultrasound and then a blood test. Once you're done, come back to find me. Qin Lanlan took the forms and turned to leave. Qin Yuan followed her out of the office. Do you know that Director Fong? She's my mother's college classmate, Qin Lanlan said. That's great, it's easier to do things when you know someone. Qin Lanlan did not respond. After finishing the various tests, the two of them took the report to Director Feng. Director Fong looked through the ultrasound and blood test reports. About 6 weeks along, all indicators are normal and the fetus is developing very well. Qin Lanlan sat in the chair silent for 2 seconds. Aunt Fong, I want to ask if I don't want to have the baby. I do not recommend termination. Director Fong interrupted her, her expression turning serious. This is your first pregnancy and your uterus is in good condition. Terminating now would be very harmful to your body. Moreover, if you want to have another child later, you might encounter various problems. She placed the report on the table, looking at Qin Lanlan. You are 30 this year, not a girl in her early 20s. At this age, being able to conceive successfully is not easy. Do you know how many women in their 30s want to get pregnant, but can't, seeking medical help everywhere? Qin Lanlan remained silent. You young people always think there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Director Fong continued. But have you considered that if you terminate this time, what if you can't conceive again later? By then it will be too late for regrets. She paused. I've been an obstetrician for decades, and I've seen too many people like this. They didn't want it when they were young, so they terminated it. Once they want it, they can't get pregnant anymore. They come for in vitro fertilization, spending hundreds of thousands, enduring a lot of suffering, and still might not succeed. Director Fong looked at Qin Lanlan. Your mother had a hard time when she was pregnant with you. If she had terminated you back then, where would you be now? Qin Lanlan lowered her head, gripping the strap of her bag. Qin Yuan stood by, not interjecting. They'll stop my words here. Director Fong organized the reports and handed them over. Think carefully, but I advise you to consider it carefully. Qin Lanlan took the report, stood up. Thank you, Aunt Fong. The two of them exited the office. Stepping out of the outpatient building, the sunlight warmed their bodies. Qin Lanlan stood on the steps, folding the report and tucking it into her bag. Back to the company. Why are you going back to the company? Didn't I say I have a meeting? Qin Lanlan glanced at him. Do you think everyone is like you, idling around every day? Qin Yuan chuckled, but did not respond. The Ferrari drove out of the hospital gate and merged onto the main road. As they approached the Shanghua Group, Qin Lanlan stopped the car by the roadside. Get out. Qin Yuan unfastened his seatbelt and pushed the door open to get out. The Ferrari sped away. He stood by the roadside for a while, spotted a shared bicycle, and rode it to the company entrance. In the security office, Wang Jiangwo saw Qin Yuan coming. Team Qin feeling better. Much better. Qin Yuan sat down on a chair. Is everything okay these past few days? Nothing, all quiet. Qin Yuan nodded and took out his phone. A missed call from Li Bo. He called back. Bogo, I just came from the hospital and didn't hear anything. Hospital? Has your injury flared up again? Li Bo's voice was filled with concern. Not really, I was just accompanying someone for an examination. Qin Yuan paused. What do you need me for? 2 things, Li Bo said. First, Yu Xiaoping has been criminally detained. Once I finish organizing the case file, we can transfer it to the prosecution for arrest. Great news, Bogo. Second, regarding Zhang Lin's case. Li Bo continued. He is currently being held at the Case Management Center and is giving a statement. You also need to provide a statement. Can you come by today? Sure. Qin Yuan stood up. I'll head over right now. All right, call me when you arrive. Qin Yuan hung up the phone, greeted Wang Jiangwo, and left the office. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. Take me to the Case Management Center. Sure thing. The car left the city, eventually turning onto an asphalt road with a signpost reading, Xinxia City Case Management Center. There was a booth at the entrance, and an elderly man in uniform poked his head out. Who are you looking for? Li Bo from the criminal police team. I have an appointment. The elderly man picked up the phone on the table, dialed a number, and said a few words. Go on in. Chen Yuan entered the case management center. Seeing Chen Yuan come in, Li Bo waved him to sit down. Regarding Zhang Lin, the supervision team has already taken his statement. He paused. He was quite quick to admit it. Torture and abuse of power. He confessed to everything. He confessed. Chen Yuan was a bit surprised. He had no choice. Li Bo chuckled. The evidence is all there. He had to admit it. Even that little officer who hit you was disciplined. Chen Yuan nodded. Li Bo opened his computer and accessed the statement system. I'll ask you answer. Chen Yuan recounted the events of that day. From receiving the call to being summoned to the dialogue in the interrogation room, to being hung against the wall, to the rubber baton striking him, to Li Bo bursting in. Li Bo noted it down sentence by sentence, occasionally looking up to ask about a detail. After finishing, he handed the statement paper to Chen Yuan. Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign and place your fingerprint. Chen Yuan read through it thoroughly, signed his name, and placed his fingerprint. Li Bo put away the statement and glanced at Chen Yuan. Now there's a problem. What problem? Your injury assessment. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Injury assessment. Exactly, Li Bo said. We have already secured evidence for Zhang Lin's torture and coercion. However, to convict him and impose a sentence, the severity of your injuries is an important reference. The outcomes vary greatly between minor injuries and slight injuries. My injuries have completely healed, Chen Yuan said. Li Bo frowned. Completely healed? What do you mean? Chen Yuan replied, when I woke up this morning, all the bruises were gone and the wounds had healed. I feel as if I've never been injured. Li Bo stared at him for a few seconds. Are you joking? Why would I joke? Chen Yuan gave a bitter smile. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. He lifted the hem of his shirt to reveal his side, then turned around to lift the back of his shirt. Li Bo leaned in to take a look. Everything was clean with nothing there. Li Bo's expression shifted from confusion to shock. Didn't you have bruises yesterday? I don't know. Chen Yuan said. I'm puzzled too. Maybe it's because of my special physique. Li Bo was silent for a while. Your physique is a bit too extraordinary, isn't it? He finally spoke. In my many years of life, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. Bo Ge, this isn't the time to discuss my physique. Chen Yuan said. What about the injury assessment? Li Bo fell silent for a moment. Here's the plan. Go to the hospital, find your attending physician from your hospitalization, and get a copy of your medical records and examination reports from when you were admitted, and ask the doctor to issue a medical certificate. It should clearly state the diagnosis and description of the injuries. Will that work? It will. Li Bo nodded. You go to the hospital and gather the materials. I'll arrange the follow-up. All right. Chen Yuan stood up. Bo Ge, I'll be on my way. Okay, let me know when you've got the materials. Chen Yuan exited the case management center, hailing a taxi by the roadside. As soon as he opened the back door of the taxi and sat down, his phone rang. It was Chen Lanlan. Her voice trembled slightly. Where are you? On the way, just finished something. Grandpa has fallen into a coma due to illness. He's at the city hospital. Hurry over. Her voice was tense. Chen Yuan's mind went buzz. Driver to the city hospital quickly. Sure thing. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan clutched his phone tightly. He had previously administered a shot that should last at least a year. How could he suddenly fall into a coma? It shouldn't be possible. The taxi stopped at the hospital entrance. Chen Yuan tossed a bill, pushed open the door, and rushed in. The VIP ward was on the top floor of the inpatient department. When Chen Yuan arrived, the ward was already filled with people. Several doctors in white coats surrounded the bedside, whispering to each other. The green line on the ECG monitor was fluctuating, emitting a regular beep sound with a frequency much faster than that of a normal person. Chen Lanlan saw Chen Yuan come in and quickly approached him. You finally made it. Chen Yuan didn't respond. His gaze fell on the hospital bed. Chen Hua lay there with his eyes closed, his complexion gray, lips slightly purple, and a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. The back of his exposed hand had an intravenous catheter with prominent veins. What happened? Chen Yuan asked. He was fine in the afternoon, practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Later he went back indoors to rest, and the nurse went to call him, but found he couldn't be awakened. Chen Lanlan's voice was tinged with a hint of tears. He's been in the hospital for almost an hour, and this group of specialists checked for a long time, but found nothing. Chen Yuan walked to the bedside, bent down, and placed 3 fingers on Chen Hua's wrist. The pulse was floating and weak, barely detectable, with an irregular rhythm. Similar to the previous episodes of Cold Limbs, but with an indescribable stagnation, as if something was blocking the meridians, preventing the flow of qi and blood. Hey, what are you doing? A voice interrupted from the side. Chen Yuan looked up to see a man in his 50s wearing a crisp white coat staring at him with the name tag reading Director of Internal Medicine Zhang Ke. He adjusted his glasses, looking Chen Yuan up and down with obvious disdain in his eyes. Who are you? I'm the one who invited him, Chen Lanlan said. Zhang Ke glanced at Chen Lanlan, then turned back to glare at Chen Yuan. Are you a doctor? No, Chen Yuan replied. Then what are you doing here? Zhang Ke's brow furrowed, his tone grew a bit harsher. The patient's condition is unstable. Outsiders should not approach. Stay back. Chen Yuan didn't move. Director Zhang Qinlanlan said, he's the one I invited. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Mr. Qin, this is not a matter of responsibility. Zhang Ke turned to her. The patient is currently in deep coma, and all the experts in our department are consulting. At such a time, allowing someone who is not a doctor to intervene, who will take responsibility if something goes wrong. I said I will take responsibility for any issues that arise. Qinlanlan's tone left no room for negotiation. Zhang Ke's face darkened as he turned to Chen Yuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you studying medicine? I have studied it. Which school did you graduate from? I didn't graduate, Chen Yuan replied. Didn't graduate. Zhang Ke raised an eyebrow. Isn't this nonsense? Chen Yuan didn't respond to this. Seeing him silent, Zhang Ke became more agitated. Do you even know the patient's condition? Cardiogenic shock, multiple organ dysfunction, coagulation dysfunction. Every indicator is alarming. We have a room full of chief and deputy chief physicians discussing for half a day without coming up with a definitive diagnosis. You, a young lad, can discern it just by taking a pulse. Several doctors nearby remained silent, but all their gazes landed on Chen Yuan. Their expressions varied. Some were watching the show, some looked disdainful, and a few younger ones showed a hint of curiosity. Chen Yuan withdrew his fingers from Qin Hua's wrist, stood upright, and looked at Zhang Ke. The indicators you mentioned are all results, not causes. Cardiogenic shock, multiple organ dysfunction. These are manifestations that occur after the disease has progressed to a certain extent. You've been checking for ages, looking for what is wrong with him, not why is he like this. Zhang Ke's face stiffened momentarily. He is in a state of counterflow, Chen Yuan interrupted him. The qi is in chaos. Yin and yang are separated. You Western doctors cannot treat this illness not because you are incapable, but because your system lacks the concept of qi. You cannot detect qi, so you will never find the cause of the illness. Counterflow, qi and chaos. Zhang Ke's lips curled slightly as he glanced at his colleagues nearby, seemingly confirming that he hadn't misheard. This set of traditional Chinese medicine theories has long been disproven by modern medicine. What qi and yin yang? These are all just nonsense invented by ancient people hundreds of years ago. You plan to treat illness with this. Chen Yuan looked at him without arguing. You say traditional Chinese medicine has been disproven. He paused. But do you know about artemisinin? Did you know Tu Youyou won the Nobel Prize for discovering artemisinin? Artemisinin was inspired by ancient Chinese medicine texts. Traditional Chinese medicine indeed has many aspects that are unclear, Chen Yuan continued, but just because it's unclear doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Hundreds of years ago, Western medicine was still practicing bloodletting. At that time, Western medicine also claimed that bacteria did not exist. And now, the ward fell silent for a moment. Zhang Ke's face flushed red and pale, squeezing out a few words. What does a young man in his 20s know? Chen Yuan ignored him and turned to Qinlanlan. Tell the bodyguard to go back and bring my set of silver needles. Qinlanlan nodded and turned to leave the ward. Chen Yuan bent down again, placing his fingers back on Qin Hua's wrist, closing his eyes to feel for a moment. The pulse was still the same, yet he felt something was off. Compared to the previous counterflow pulses, there was an added sense of stagnation that was not typical of ordinary blood stasis. Hey, Zhang Ke spoke again, his tone slightly more polite than before, but still carrying an air of superiority. What do you actually want to do? Acupuncture. His coagulation function is very poor right now. If you insert a needle and it doesn't stop bleeding, can you bear the responsibility for that? I can bear it. Chen Yuan did not even raise his head. Zhang Ke was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening further. A young doctor nearby leaned in and whispered, Director Zhang, why not let him try? What if? What if what? Zhang Ke glared at him. This is not a joke. He says to try, and we simply try. Who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? Will you take responsibility? The young doctor fell silent, stepping back. After a while, Qinlanlan pushed the door open and entered holding the blue cloth bag. Chen Yuan took it, unwrapped the cloth bag, and found 2 rows of silver needles neatly arranged inside. He pulled one out, pressing his left hand on Qin Hua's chest, locating the position of the Shanzhong point. Wait. Zhang Jingguo stepped forward. You cannot. Director Zhang. Qinlanlan blocked him, her tone firm. You just watch, don't interfere. Zhang Ke halted in his tracks. Chen Yuan's right hand grasped the needle swiftly and steadily, inserting it into the Shanzhong point. The moment the silver needle pierced the skin, Qin Hua's body trembled slightly, as if stirred by something. Second needle, Guanyuan point. Third needle, Nei Guan point. After inserting all 3 needles, the green line on the ECG monitor flickered a few times, the rhythm stabilizing somewhat, but Qin Hua's eyes remained closed and his breathing was still weak. The ward was silent except for the beeping of the monitor. Zhang Ke waited a few minutes, seeing that Qin Hua had not awakened, turned to Qinlanlan with a gesture of surrender, his tone carrying that I told you so certainty. Mr. Qin, did you see that? 99 out of 100 of these traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are charlatans. Their methods, when put nicely, are called regulation, but bluntly, it's just luck. Today they insert 2 needles at this acupoint, tomorrow 2 needles at that acupoint. If it works, they claim they cured it. If it doesn't, they say the patient's fate is as such. He paused, his volume not high, but each word cutting deep. Your grandfather's current condition means that for every minute of delay the risk of brain hypoxia increases. We have already discussed the treatment plan on our side. If you let him continue like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Lanlan did not look at him, focusing on Chen Yuan. What's happening? Chen Yuan's fingers were still on Qin Hua's wrist, sweat dripping down his nose. You should have awakened by now. Shan Zhong connects to the heart meridian, Guan Yuan revitalizes the yang qi, and Nei, Guan calms the spirit and stabilizes the will. When this happened previously, these 3 needles would make a person open their eyes in less than a minute. Why is there no reaction this time at all? Let's wait a bit longer, he said. Zhang Ke laughed derisively, the sound particularly grating in the quiet ward. Wait for what? For you to insert a few more needles. Mr. Qin, my words may not sound pleasant, but think about it. Someone without even a medical license, why would you entrust the patient's life to him? If he can really wake him up, I'll eat this table. The 2 deputy chief physicians exchanged glances, but said, the young doctor lowered his head, pretending to look at the medical record folder in his hands. Chen Yuan ignored him. His fingers pressed on Qin Hua's wrist. The pulse still bore that sense of stagnation, as if something was blocking the meridians, preventing the flow of qi and blood. It was not ordinary blood stasis, but something deeper. It was not the simple counterflow he had previously judged. Someone had used external force to disrupt Qin Hua's qi. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Transmitting qi. Using qi to guide, qi returning qi with qi. However, he had never tried it before and didn't even know how to operate it precisely. But grandfather had written in books that the needle is the initiator, the medicine is the support, and what truly saves lives is qi. Chen Yuan opened his eyes. There was no time to hesitate anymore. Chen Yuan grasped Qin Hua's hand, enveloping the frail palm between his 2 hands, and closed his eyes. He began to regulate his breathing. The warmth in his dantian soon emerged. He pushed it toward Qin Hua's hand with his mind. The palm began to warm. Zhang Ke furrowed his brows, observing him holding the patient's hand just as he was about to speak. A glance from Qin Lanlan made him swallow his words. He held on to Qin Hua's hand, remaining completely still. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The ward was quiet save for the sound of the monitoring device. Zhang Ke stood beside them, arms crossed, his expression shifting from sarcasm to impatience. After a dozen minutes, Qin Hua's eyelids fluttered. Qin Lanlan thought she had misseen and took a step closer. Qin Hua's eyelids moved again, then slowly opened a crack. Grandpa. Qin Lanlan's voice erupted in the quiet ward, trembling. Grandpa, you woke up. Qin Hua's eyes shifted first to the ceiling, then slowly turned to Qin Lanlan. His lips moved slightly, producing a muffled sound. Qin Lanlan rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Ke was left dumbfounded in place. The 2 assistant chief physicians beside him exchanged glances. The young doctor nearly lost his grip on the medical record folder in his hand. The numbers on the ECG monitor continued to fluctuate. Heart rate dropping from over 120 to 90, blood oxygen saturation rising from just above 80 to 95. Zhang Ke approached the monitor, staring at the screen for a few seconds before turning to look at Qin Hua's face. Qin Hua's complexion had regained some color, and the purple on his lips had faded significantly. This? Zhang Ke's voice was dry. It's impossible. He turned around and took the stethoscope from the nurse, placing it on Qin Hua's chest. After listening for 10 seconds, he took the stethoscope away. Heart rate is normal now, his voice dropped. The bespectacled assistant chief leaned over, checked Qin Hua's eyelids, and felt his carotid artery. He said to Zhang Ke, pupil reflex is normal, carotid pulse is strong. Qin Lanlan was leaning by the bedside, tears still falling, but she had stopped shaking. Grandpa, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Qin Hua looked at her, his lips moving twice. Noisy. His voice was hoarse, but clear. You. Stop crying. It's giving me a headache. Qin Lanlan smiled through her tears, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Chen Yuan released his grip on Qin Hua's hand and took a step back. His complexion was somewhat pale, sweat covering his forehead, and his back was soaked. Qin Lanlan turned to look at him. Are you all right? I'm fine. Chen Yuan smiled weakly, his voice a bit faint, just a little tired. Zhang Ke stood by the bedside holding the blood he had just drawn from Qin Hua, his expression stiff as a plank. He remembered clearly the arrows on the test report from 2 hours ago. Transaminase over 300, troponin elevated by 10 times the normal range, coagulation function indicators a complete mess, and none within the normal range. Qin Hua leaned back against the pillow, eyes closed, the rise and fall of his chest steadier than before. Qin Lanlan sat by the bed, one hand holding his, the other occasionally checking his forehead for fever. Grandpa, you scared me to death. I want dot. Qin Hua's voice was still weak, but clearer than before. I haven't seen my great-grandson yet. The king of hell won't take me. After a dozen minutes, a nurse pushed the door open holding new test results. She approached Zhang Ku and handed him the report. Zhang Ku took it, his gaze scanning from top to bottom. How is this possible? He murmured to himself, his voice low but audible enough for everyone in the room to hear. Chen Yuan sat on the bench, his lips still slightly pale. How did you do it? Zhang Ku asked. Chen Yuan smiled and pointed to the office desk behind Zhang Ku. Chen Yuan sat on the bench, his lips still slightly pale. How did you do it? Zhang Ku asked. Chen Yuan smiled and pointed to the office desk behind Zhang Ku. Director Zhang, you just said that if I could wake him up, you'd eat that desk. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Zhang Ke's face flushed instantly. Well, his voice caught in his throat. Qin Lanlan beside him couldn't help it, the corner of her mouth curling up slightly before she quickly suppressed it. I admit my previous judgment was wrong. He finally forced out a few words. Your method is indeed effective. He paused. But that doesn't mean that traditional Chinese medicine theories are correct. Modern medicine emphasizes science, and your case is just an exception it can't prove. Director Zhang. Chen Yuan interrupted him. I never said traditional Chinese medicine is superior to Western medicine. Why are you so anxious? Zhang Ku was momentarily speechless. Western medicine has its strengths, and traditional Chinese medicine has its advantages. Chen Yuan continued, if you insist on dividing them into superior and inferior, that's where the real problem lies. Zhang Ke's face turned red. The patient's condition is currently stable. Why recommend continuing hospitalization for observation for a while? Call us anytime if there are any issues. After saying this to Qin Lanlan, he grabbed the medical record folder and quickly exited the ward. Other doctors followed him out. The ward finally fell silent. Qin Lanlan sat beside the bed watching Qinhua. Qinhua leaned against the pillow, his eyes half open, looking much better than before. I was a bit dazed earlier. I heard you talking. He said, did this kid save me again? Qin Lanlan nodded. Yes, it was him. Qinhua's gaze landed on Chen Yuan. Well done, kid. The corners of his mouth slowly turned up. In my lifetime, I've never misjudged a person. You're indeed the right choice for my granddaughter-in-law. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, about to speak when his legs weakened and his body swayed. Qin Lanlan was quick to react and supported his arm. Are you all right? Her voice carried evident concern. I'm fine. Chen Yuan steadied himself, shaking his head, just a bit dizzy, probably from overexerting earlier. You should sit down first. Qin Lanlan helped him to a nearby chair, pressing on his shoulders to sit him down. Chen Yuan sat down, letting out a long breath. Qin Lanlan looked at him, moved in front of him, and took his hand. Thank you. She wore a serious expression. Chen Yuan also raised his head to look at her. Qin Lanlan's eyes were still a bit red, but her expression was more serious than ever. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth slowly turned up, that mischievous expression returning. What are you thanking me for? He held Qin Lanlan's hand, looking earnest. You're the mother of my child. Isn't this what I should do? Qin Lanlan's face instantly flushed. She withdrew her hand and shot him a glare. You're talking nonsense again. I'm not talking nonsense. Chen Yuan leaned back against the chair, crossing his legs. You're already pregnant, and you still feel embarrassed. Qin Lanlan's face flushed red. She opened her mouth to retort, but how could she argue when the child in her belly was undeniably real? Exactly. Qinhua leaned against the pillow, smiling as he chimed in. We're all family, no need for thanks. Qin Lanlan's face turned even redder, and she quickly changed the subject, turning to Chen Yuan. How did you do that just now? Just. Holding Grandpa's hand, he woke up. Chen Yuan leaned back in the chair, pretending to stroke a non-existent beard with an air of profundity. Secrets of heaven are not to be revealed. Qin Lanlan shot him a glare. I have a revered master. Chen Yuan leaned in a bit. All these things are what he taught me. A revered master. Qin Lanlan surveyed him up and down. What kind of revered master? A master from beyond the world. Chen Yuan said seriously. He lives behind the city god temple with the title Xianzhenzi. He can retrieve objects from thin air and ignite flames with a finger. His abilities are impressive. Upon hearing this, Qin Lanlan felt that Chen Yuan was trying to fool her. Whatever, if you don't want to talk, then forget it. I'm telling the truth. Chen Yuan became anxious. Why don't you believe me? Believe. Qin Lanlan nodded perfunctorily, her tone clearly expressing disbelief. Chen Yuan was about to argue further when Qinhua coughed beside them. All right, you two lovebirds, stop arguing. Chen Yuan ceased his smile and said seriously, by the way, Grandpa, what happened this time? Logically, your illness should have been suppressed by me, but shouldn't have flared up so quickly. Qinhua frowned. I was exercising in the yard this afternoon, and while practicing I felt a tightness in my chest, so I went back inside to lie down for a while. After that I don't remember anything. Have you been eating anything unusual lately? Chen Yuan asked. Or has anything suspicious happened? Qinhua thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I've only eaten what was made at home, same as usual. Chen Yuan fell silent for a few seconds. Grandpa, I'm going to be honest with you. When I took your pulse just now, I found a foreign force within you. It's not something generated by your own body, but has entered from the outside. A foreign force? What do you mean? Qin Hua's brows furrowed even tighter. Someone has disrupted the flow of your vital energy with some method. Your illness was originally suppressed by me, and it should have remained stable for at least a year. But that foreign force broke through your defenses, causing your illness to suddenly flare up. The room fell silent for a moment. Qin Lanlan suddenly turned to look at Chen Yuan. Are you saying someone poisoned him? It's hard to say. Chen Yuan shook his head. It may not necessarily be poison, it could also be another method. But someone definitely tampered with it. Qin Hua's expression darkened. He stared at the ceiling for quite a while. Grandpa, have you offended someone recently? Chen Yuan asked. Qin Hua slowly sat up straight, contemplating for a moment. In my lifetime, I've had many rivals in business, but as for life and death enemies, there truly are none. Business is competitive, but it's all about making money. It shouldn't lead to taking a life. He paused. But there's one person I'm a bit suspicious of. Who? Chen Yuan and Qin Lanlan asked simultaneously. Qin Hua glanced at the two. My brother Qin Tian. Qin Tian. Qin Lanlan was taken aback. Second uncle. Yes, Qin Hua nodded. Your second uncle. Qin Lanlan knitted her brows. How could it be him? We haven't had contact with him for years. Why would he want to harm Grandpa? Qin Hua did not rush to answer. He picked up the water cup from the bedside table and took a sip before slowly putting it down. You young people don't know much about your second uncle. His voice was not loud and his speech slow, as if reminiscing about events from long ago. I grew up with him. I'm 5 years older. We had a good relationship when we were young. He paused. But as we grew older, we separated. He went north while I stayed in Xinxia. We each did our own thing, and contact decreased. Then why would he want to harm you now? Qin Lanlan pressed. Qin Hua was silent for a moment. Not long ago, he came to see me. Chen Yuan and Qin Lanlan exchanged glances. What did he want? Qin Lanlan asked. He said he came to see me and reminisce about the old days. Qin Hua chuckled, a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. After chatting for a while, he began to insinuate about Shenghua's affairs. What did he say? He said that I am getting old and my health is poor. Lanlan, you are a girl and you will need to get married in the future. With such a large enterprise as Shenghua, it might fall into the hands of outsiders. Qin Hua looked at Qin Lanlan. He suggested that his son come to help, allowing you to focus on taking care of me at home. Nonsense, Qin Lanlan exclaimed, using a rare curse word. Qin Hua waved his hand. I didn't take his word seriously at the time. Later he came to see me 2 more times, and the implication was the same. I never conceded. During the last visit, he said something. Qin Hua said. He said, elder brother, if the family business you've built over your life is to be destroyed by a woman, how can you rest in peace in the afterlife? The room fell silent for a few seconds. I told him to leave at that time, Qin Hua said, and he never came back after that. After listening, Chen Yuan leaned back in the chair. So you think it was him? It's hard to say. Qin Hua shook his head, but besides him I can't think of anyone else. Qin Lanlan stood up. I've met your second uncle a few times, she said. Each time we met he would exchange pleasantries and seemed quite amiable. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do such a thing. Knowing someone's face but not their heart, Qin Hua said, he has been doing business these years, not too big or too small, but he has always held a grudge. He thinks that the Qin family's assets should include him as well. But you have already separated, Qin Lanlan said. Separation is one thing, but he has never gotten over that hurdle in his heart. Qin Hua sighed. He feels that the old master was biased back then, giving all the good things to me and sending him away, which is also the reason he has not contacted me for so many years. Chen Yuan, who had not interrupted, was considering what Qin Hua had said. According to our laws, if Qin Hua were to die, Qin Tian would have a significant inheritance right to Qin Hua's assets. This is also a loophole. For some people whose fathers have passed away, the inheritance left behind still requires the father's siblings to sign a waiver of inheritance, allowing the children to inherit smoothly. Although Qin Lanlan is Qin Hua's granddaughter, she might end up inheriting very little. It seems that Qin Tian wants to take everything. Grandpa, has Qin Tian sent you anything recently? Chen Yuan asked. Qin Hua thought for a moment. The last time he came, he brought a box of tea. He said it was brought to him by someone from Wui Mountain, the authentic Dahong Pao. Where's the tea? Did you drink it? I did, Qin Hua replied. When did you have it? Just a few days ago, Qin Hua said. I had it twice, then the nanny put it away. Chen Yuan rose to his feet. Is the tea still here? It is, Qin Hua glanced at him. Do you suspect the tea is tainted? I'm not sure, Chen Yuan said. You'll need to examine it before I can be certain. Qin Lanlan's face had already darkened. She clenched her teeth and forced out a few words. If he really did this, I'll make him pay. Don't get worked up, Chen Yuan said, looking at her. You're pregnant, you can't afford to be upset. Right, no anger, Qin Hua quickly chimed in. Let's wait until everything is clear. You're carrying my great-grandchild, you mustn't get agitated. I'm not that fragile, Qin Lanlan said, though her tone had softened. Chen Yuan walked over, pulled up a chair, and sat down watching her. All right, enough with the upsetting talk, he said, pausing. I have good news. Both of them fixed their eyes on him. What good news? Qin Lanlan asked. Chen Yuan gave her a half smile, then glanced at Qin Hua, who was lying in the hospital bed, and slowly began to speak. I'm confident I can cure Grandpa's illness. The room fell silent for a moment. Qin Hua's hand froze above the blanket, unmoving for a long time. Say that again. His voice was urgent. I said I'm confident I can cure your illness, Chen Yuan replied. Completely eradicated. Qin Hua stared at him for a long while. Don't joke about something like this, boy. I'm not joking, Chen Yuan said. There's a medical text passed down from my grandfather. I never understood part of it until a couple of days ago. I finally figured it out. The method recorded in it is exactly what's needed for your condition. Qin Hua took a deep breath. Huh. Good. You haven't let me down, boy. Qin Lanlan sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes reddening again, but this time she held back her tears. She looked at Chen Yuan, placed her hand on his arm, and gave a gentle squeeze. Chen Yuan patted her hand and turned to Qin Hua. At most a month, and you'll have your illness completely cured. A month? Qin Hua asked. Yes. During this month, don't stay in the hospital. Go home. They'll treat you there. Qin Hua didn't hesitate. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chen Yuan looked at Qin Lanlan. Go handle the discharge. We're going home. Qin Lanlan stood up and left the ward. After the discharge procedures were completed, the three of them emerged from the inpatient building. By the time they returned to the Qin residence, it was nearly 5 o'clock. The nanny was taken aback when she saw them enter. Master Qin, you're back? I thought you'd be staying in the hospital for a few days. No more staying. Qin Hua changed his shoes and walked into the living room. It's more comfortable at home. Chen Yuan followed behind, glancing at the nanny. Zhangma, where did you put the box of tea Grandpa drank a few days ago? The nanny's eyes flickered for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Tea? What tea? That box of Dahong, Chen Yuan said. Oh, that one, she said, her voice sounding a bit hollow. I put it away. Bring it, Chen Yuan said. The nanny stood still. What's wrong? Chen Yuan looked at her. Her eyes flickered again, and she lowered her head, her voice growing faint. The tea. I lost it. Chen Yuan leaned back on the sofa, saying nothing, just watching her. Chen Yuan's every word carried a sense of oppression. How long have you worked in this house? The nanny clutched the edge of her apron. Almost 10 years. 10 years. Chen Yuan nodded. How has Grandpa treated you? Well, Master Qin has been very good to me. Her voice began to tremble. Then why did you try to harm him? Chen Yuan slammed his hand on the table. The nanny jerked her head up, her face turning pale. I didn't harm Master Qin. Where is the tea? Chen Yuan's voice was like a blade, leaving her no escape. I don't know. Her lips quivered. Xiaozhang, Qin Hua's voice rang out. You've worked in my house for 10 years, and I've always considered you family. If you have any difficulties, tell me. I won't make things hard for you. But you must tell the truth. The nanny stood there, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. Chen Yuan didn't rush her, he just watched. There was silence for about 10 seconds. The nanny's legs gave way, and she fell to her knees. Master Qin, I'm sorry. Her voice was broken, tears streaming down her cheeks. Someone gave me $1 million to steal that box of tea. I didn't mean to. My son was in debt from gambling, and those thugs came to collect every day. I had no choice. Master Qin, please forgive me. He'll never do it again. She lay prostrate on the ground, her shoulders heaving, sobbing so hard she couldn't form complete sentences. Qin Hua sat on the sofa silent. Who gave you the money? Chen Yuan asked. I don't know. The nanny shook her head through her tears. He didn't say who he was. He wore a hat and a mask. I couldn't see his face. He said I just needed to take out that box of tea. He didn't need me to do anything else. How did he contact you? He called my phone using an unfamiliar number. Chen Yuan glanced at Qin Lanlan. She took out her phone and recorded everything the nanny had said. Where's the tea now? Chen Yuan pressed. I gave it to that man, the nanny said. Xiaozhang, how much does your son owe? Qin Hua asked. 1,200,000. The nanny wiped her tears. Those people said if I didn't pay back soon, they'd break his legs. I really had no choice. Qin Hua sighed. Why didn't you come to me? The nanny lowered her head. I was afraid. Qin Hua was silent for a moment. They'll handle this matter. Qin Lanlan spoke up. You took money from someone else, did their bidding, and nearly cost my grandfather his life. This can't simply be brushed aside. The nanny's face turned pale with fear. However, Qin Lanlan glanced at her grandfather. If you're willing to cooperate and tell us everything you know, we might consider not holding you accountable. The nanny nodded frantically. They'll talk. They'll tell you everything. What distinguishing features did that man have? Accent? Height? The nanny thought for a long time, then shook her head. He wore a hat and a mask. I really couldn't see his face clearly. He spoke Mandarin with no accent. Chen Yuan interjected. When did he contact you? About a week ago, the nanny said. A few days after Master Qin brought that box of tea home. Xinhua leaned against the sofa, his expression not looking good, yet he did not lose his temper. Xiaozhang, please stand up, he said. The maid stood up, her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. Master Qin, I am sorry. Grandpa, call the police, Qin Lanlan said. Upon hearing the words call the police, the maid's legs gave way, and she knelt down again, her knees hitting the floor with a muffled thud. Don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Her voice changed pitch, her tears and snot covering her face. Master Qin, miss, I beg you, I will confess everything. I won't hide a single word from you. Xinhua sighed. Speak, he said. The maid knelt on the ground, her hands on the floor, her head bowed, her voice. The day after Master Qin brought back the box of tea, someone called me. She paused as if recalling. That person said he had something for me to do, and if I did it well, he would give me 1 million. I hung up right away. She looked up at Xinhua briefly, then quickly lowered her head again. I thought it was a joke. And then, oi, Qin Lanlan asked. Then he called again. The maid's voice grew softer. He just wanted me to keep an eye on whether Master Qin drank the tea he brought back, and he would give me 1 million for that. Did you agree? Qin Lanlan's voice turned cold. I didn't agree right away, the maid shook her head. I said I'd think about it. He said, fine, just call me back once you've made up your mind. And then, oi, later. Later, my son kept pressuring me more and more. They said if I didn't pay back the money, they would come to our house and smash it. I really had no choice. Her voice cracked with sobs. So I called him back and said I was willing. Qin Lanlan's hands tightened around the sofa armrest. Continue. He wanted me to tell him every day about Master Qin's tea drinking situation. When he drank, how much he drank, and what reactions he had after drinking. I reported to him daily. The maid wiped her tears. He specifically reminded me that after Master Qin finished drinking the tea, I had to notify him immediately. And what about the day Master Qin fell into a coma? Qin Yuan spoke up. The maid's sobbing paused for half a second. That afternoon before Master Qin exercised, I made him a cup of tea. After he drank it, his face looked strange. After practicing for a while, he said he felt a bit of chest tightness and asked me to help him back to his room to lie down. After I helped him back, I saw his face getting worse, and he became unresponsive. I was terrified at that moment and immediately called that person. He told me not to panic, asking where the tea leaves. I said they were still on the coffee table. He told me to quickly take the tea leaves out to him. So you stole the tea leaves? Yes. The maid nodded, her voice barely audible. She raised her head, her eyes red and swollen. After I gave him the tea leaves, he gave me 1 million in cash. After receiving the money, I paid off my son's gambling debt that day, not leaving a single cent. Qin Lanlan stood up and pointed at her. You've been working in this house for nearly 10 years. You know how Grandpa has treated you all this time. Your son owes gambling debts. Why didn't you tell Grandpa? If you had told him, would he not help you? Why did you decide to help an outsider harm him? Where is your conscience? The maid lay on the ground, her forehead pressed against the floor, shaking as she cried. Miss, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I was blinded by greed at that time. I shouldn't have coveted that money. Call the police. Qin Lanlan turned to Xinhua. Grandpa, we can't let this kind of person go easily. Master Qin, I'm begging you. The maid crawled forward on her knees, hugging Xinhua's legs. I bow to you, please don't call the police. My son is still young. If I go to prison, he will be completely ruined. Xinhua sat on the sofa looking down at the maid kneeling by his legs, remaining silent for a long time. Forget it, he finally spoke. Qin Lanlan was taken aback. Grandpa. Xinhua waved his hand. Considering she has worked in this house for so many years, let her go this once. The maid looked up, her face stained with tears, her mouth opening in silence. Xinhua looked at her, his gaze filled with disappointment and reluctance. Xiaozhang, you have been with me for nearly 10 years. You should know my temperament. I don't like to drive people away, but this time, I really can't keep you. The maid's lips trembled. Master Qin. Go pack your things, Xinhua said. They'll have the accountants settle your salary until the end of the month. From now on, take care of yourself. The maid knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to Xinhua. Master Qin, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Qin Lanlan turned to Xinhua and said, Grandpa, we can't just let her off so easily. She almost caused your death. Qin Lanlan took a step forward. If it weren't for Qin Yuan, you would still be lying in the hospital. This kind of person, does she appreciate your kindness at all? Enough. Xinhua opened his eyes, glancing at her. I have lived to this age, what have I not seen? She was momentarily confused, not inherently malicious. Qin Lanlan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Qin Yuan pulled her aside. Forget it. Qin Yuan said, his tone unusually serious. Grandpa has a kind heart, don't press him too hard. Qin Lanlan glanced at him, swallowing her words. Qin Yuan suddenly changed the subject. Besides, Grandpa doesn't have many days left. The air in the living room seemed to be sucked away in an instant. Qin Lanlan turned her head, sharply glaring at him, her eyes like daggers. What did you say? Xinhua was also taken aback, raising his eyelids to look at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan ignored her and continued speaking. I said Grandpa doesn't have much time left. People are about to go, why bother with all these grievances? Let her go, think of it as accumulating virtue for Grandpa. Qin Lanlin's eyes widened in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Qin Hua leaned against the sofa looking at Chun Yuan's indifferent expression. His lips moved slightly, then he sighed, his voice carrying a deliberately aged tone. Xiao Chun is right anyway, I don't have many days left. What's the use of dwelling on these things? Just consider it a good deed. Qin Lanlan stood between the two, glancing back and forth, her brows knitted tightly. You two. Enough. Chen Yuan waved his hand, standing up and patting Qin Lanlan's shoulder. Just stop talking, listen to Grandpa. He is like this now, don't argue with him. Qin Lanlan wanted to say, what's wrong with Grandpa? But upon meeting Chen Yuan's gaze, she swallowed her words. Qin Hua leaned against the sofa, squinting his eyes, and coughed twice, not loudly, but sounding like someone who was nearing the end of life. The nanny turned around to tidy up, and the sound of her footsteps grew fainter as she ascended the stairs. Qin Lanlan turned her head to stare at Chen Yuan, her tone urgent and sharp. What did you mean by what you just said? Didn't you say you could cure Grandpa? Why do you say he has only a few days left? Chen Yuan leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, a slow grin spreading across his face. You're still a big CEO, yet your IQ is so low. Qin Lanlan was taken aback. Look, even Grandpa knows how to cooperate with me. How can you be so dense? Chen Yuan pointed at his own temple. Are you really that silly, like a pregnant woman who becomes foolish for 3 years? Qin Lanlan's face flushed, and she raised her hand to slap Chen Yuan's arm. Who are you calling silly? Hey, I'm just stating the facts. Chen Yuan shrank to the side, laughing as he dodged. Just think about it, what could that nanny possibly relay to the people behind her after she leaves? Qin Lanlan's hand stopped in midair. She blinked and slowly turned her gaze toward Qin Hua. Qin Hua leaned back on the sofa, squinting, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Grandpa, she tentatively called out. Qin Hua opened his eyes and glanced at Chen Yuan. You want to lure the snake out of its hole, don't you? Chen Yuan burst out laughing. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. He gave Qin Hua a thumbs up, then turned to Qin Lanlan. You should learn from Grandpa more often. So you two were just playing along, deliberately acting for the nanny to see. Chen Yuan nodded. That nanny was paid to do a job, and after she leaves, she will definitely report back to the people behind her. If I say Grandpa's illness can be cured, they would panic. And when they panic, they will resort to all kinds of sinister methods. If I say Grandpa is not doing well, they will become assured. Qin Lanlan fell silent. Qin Hua chuckled beside them, a hint of pride in his voice. My granddaughter's husband is quite clever. Qin Lanlan glanced at Qin Hua, then at Chen Yuan, pursing her lips and letting out a snort. You two teamed up to keep me in the dark. I didn't keep anything from you, Chen Yuan replied, innocently shrugging his shoulders. You're just slow to catch on. Is that my fault? You? All right, Qin Hua interrupted with a laugh, waving his hand. It's not a big deal, Lanlan, don't get angry. Qin Lanlan shot Chen Yuan a glare, but said nothing more. The three chatted for a while longer. Qin Huayan saying he was a bit tired. Qin Lanlan responded and helped Qin Hua back to his room. Chen Yuan followed them upstairs. He opened the bedroom door, not bothering with a mattress, and sat cross-legged directly on the floor. Qin Lanlan changed into her pajamas and emerged from the bathroom, noticing his posture. What are you doing? Cultivating. Chen Yuan replied seriously, eyes closed. Cultivating. Qin Lanlan sat down by the bed, asking, what are you refining? Drawing qi into my body. Chen Yuan opened one eye to glance at her. You wouldn't understand if I explained it to you. Qin Lanlan scoffed. Quack. If I'm a quack, then your baby is a little quack, Chen Yuan retorted. A pillow flew through the air, hitting him squarely in the face. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Yuan pulled the pillow off his face, hugging it and laughing. I'm just stating facts. If his father is a quack, then naturally he is a little quack. There's nothing wrong with that logic. Try saying that again. Qin Lanlan reached for another pillow. No more. Chen Yuan quickly threw the pillow back, pressed his palms together, and closed his eyes. I'm cultivating, don't disturb me. If I accidentally go into a trance and become a vegetable, you'll be a widow. A widow? Qin Lanlan placed the pillow back on the head of the bed. I'd be thrilled. Chen Yuan didn't respond, the corners of his mouth curled up, but his eyes were already closed. Qin Lanlan glanced at him, snorted, and turned off the bedside lamp. The room darkened. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor, regulating his breath. His consciousness gradually sank into stillness. He didn't know how long it had been. Chen Yuan was jolted awake by a kick. He leaned sideways, his back crashing against the foot of the bed, causing him to wince in pain. What the hell? He opened his eyes, looking bewildered. Qin Lanlan stood in front of him in her pajamas. Did you sit here all night? Her tone was filled with surprise and a hint of indescribable worry. Have you gone into a trance? Chen Yuan rubbed his waist, glancing out the window to see that it was already bright outside. You wouldn't understand, he said, getting up from the floor and stretching his neck, his joints cracking twice. I was in a meditative state. Do you know what a meditative state is? A meditative state. Qin Lanlan looked him up and down. Are you an idiot? Or have you read too many martial arts novels? With your IQ, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Qin Lanlan rolled her eyes. Cut it out with the mysticism. Aren't you going to the company today? Qin Yuan asked. Not going, Qin Lanlan replied, applying lipstick in front of the mirror. I'm staying home to accompany Grandpa for the day. He just got discharged yesterday, and I'm worried. He'll go down later to transfer some qi to him. Transfer qi. Qin Lanlan looked at him in the mirror. Is that what you did yesterday in the hospital when you held Grandpa's hand? Exactly. But what is the principle behind it? I can't explain it clearly to you, Qin Yuan said. Just think of me as a power bank and Grandpa as a phone and charging him up. Qin Lanlan turned to look at him. Now I understand what you mean. Your comprehension has improved compared to yesterday. Qin Yuan gave her a thumbs up. A pregnant woman becomes foolish for 3 years, and you figured it out in just one day? That's impressive. A comb flew through the air. Qin Yuan dodged, and the comb hit the door frame before bouncing onto the floor. He chuckled and opened the door, running outside. Downstairs, Qin Hua was already sitting in the living room. His complexion had improved significantly since yesterday, but he still looked a bit pale. Qin Yuan sat down beside him. Grandpa, give me your hand. Qin Hua extended his hand. Qin Yuan clasped it with both hands and closed his eyes. The warmth from his dantian surged up, easier to mobilize than yesterday. He guided the qi from his palms into Qin Hua's body. This process was not as strenuous as yesterday, but it still required some effort. After about 10 minutes, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Qin Yuan's forehead. He released Qin Hua's hand and exhaled deeply. Qin Hua's eyes brightened noticeably. The pallor on his face faded significantly, and his lips regained some color. He moved his shoulders, stood up, and walked a few steps. Much better, he twisted his waist, much better than yesterday. Let's go to the yard and practice the 5 animal frolics. Qin Yuan stood up. The grandfather and grandson exited the living room, one in front of the other. The air in the yard was fresh, the sun not fully risen yet, and the eastern clouds were tinged with a faint orange hue. Qin Yuan guided Qin Hua through the practiced movements, executing a few forms twice. Qin Hua's movements had become much more fluid compared to the past few days, no longer stiff, and his breathing was now in sync with the rhythm. After finishing the practice, Qin Hua let out a long breath, sweat beading on his forehead, yet his spirits were high. This set of techniques is indeed effective. He patted Qin Yuan on the shoulder, saying, after practicing for these few days, I won't mention the rest, but my legs and feet are definitely much more agile than before. Qin Yuan handed him a towel. If you keep practicing, let me treat you for another month, and I'll ensure you won't be out of breath when climbing mountains in the future. Qin Hua wiped the sweat off his face, saying, the last time I climbed a mountain was 10 years ago. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As they chatted, a bodyguard in black entered the courtyard, followed by... She was in her 40s with a round face, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, her hair tied in a low ponytail, looking clean and tidy. Master Qin, the new nanny has arrived. The bodyguard stepped aside. The woman took a couple of steps forward and slightly bent her waist. Hello, Master Qin, my surname is Zhou. You can call me Xiao Zhou. Qin Hua looked her up and down and nodded. All right, let's see how you do. Have I explained the rules to you? Yes, you have. Xiao Zhou nodded. What time to get up, what time to cook, and which places are off limits, all have been explained. Qin Hua waved his hand. You may go now. Xiao Zhou turned and followed the bodyguard into the living room. At noon, the 3 of them sat in the dining room eating. Just as they were eating, Qin Hua's phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, frowning. Who is it? Qin Lanlan asked. Qin Hua didn't respond, but placed the phone on the table and switched it to speaker mode. Big brother, a voice came from the other end of the line, speaking slowly with a deliberate warmth. How is your health? Qin Hua glanced at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan put down his chopsticks and mouthed, act natural. Qin Hua cleared his throat, his voice suddenly weak. Second brother. Not bad, still alive for now. Big brother, what are you talking about? The person on the other end was Qin Tian, his tone carrying just the right amount of concern. I wanted to visit you yesterday, but I had some matters to attend to and couldn't get away. Today I specifically called to check on you. Where are you now? At home or in the hospital? At home. Qin Hua replied, his voice weak, yet carrying a hint of age playing his part convincingly. I can't stand that place, the hospital. Home is much more comfortable. That's good, that's good. Qin Tian paused. Big brother, you can't let this illness drag on. I know a famous old doctor in the north who specializes in difficult diseases. Should I invite him to come and take a look at you? Qin Hua glanced at Qin Yuan again. Qin Yuan nodded. Sure. Qin Hua's voice was filled with an urgency akin to grasping at a lifeline. Please have him come as soon as possible. All right, I'll contact him right away. Qin Tian's tone had a subtly lighter note. Big brother, don't worry. Take good care of yourself and wait for my news. After hanging up, Qin Hua placed the phone back on the table. Qin Lanlan looked at Qin Yuan, saying, what are we going to do next? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. What else can we do? Qin Yuan replied. Besides, we still have Grandpa, that old fox. Why should we worry about him? Before he could finish, Qin Lanlan slapped his arm. What old fox? Can't you speak properly? Oh, come on. Chen Yuan rubbed his arm, still trying to shake off the sting, when Qin Hua interjected. Exactly, Qin Hua said sternly. What old fox? You're being a bit disrespectful to the elderly. I misspoke. Chen Yuan quickly admitted. You're not an old fox, you're just cunning and wise. Is that better? Qin Hua shot him a glare, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. That's more like it. Qin Lanlan rolled her eyes from the side. Can you two be serious? They're coming tomorrow, and you're still bickering here. What's wrong with bickering? Chen Yuan said. Why are you in such a hurry? If the sky falls, your grandfather will hold it up. With his brain, no Tin Qin Tian can match him. Exactly, Qin Hua nodded slowly. I've eaten more salt than he's had rice, so what's there to fear? Chen Yuan interjected. Grandpa, your blood pressure is high. Eating too much salt isn't good for you. Qin Hua nearly spat out his soup. Qin Lanlan looked at the old and the young side, picked up her chopsticks, and continued eating, though the corners of her mouth curved slightly. After finishing their meal, Chen Yuan said, I need to step out this afternoon. Where to? Qin Lanlan looked up at him. Just handling some matters. Chen Yuan stood up. You stay at home and keep Grandpa company. Qin Lanlan snorted, not responding. Qin Hua waved his hand. Go on, let the driver take you. Chen Yuan didn't decline. After changing his clothes, he stepped outside to find a black Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the courtyard. The driver stood beside the car, dressed in a dark suit and wearing white gloves. Mr. Chen, where to? To the Chenghuang Temple. Old Lu opened the rear door, and Chen Yuan got in. The Rolls-Royce drove out of the Qin residence and turned onto the main road. Leaning back in the back seat, Chen Yuan took out his phone and scrolled through it. Before he had flipped through 2 pages, his phone vibrated. It was his aunt. He answered the call. Yuan. His aunt's voice came through the receiver, carrying a hint of reproach, but more of cautious probing. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't called me once. The car turned into the road leading to the city god temple and came to a stop at the entrance. Lao Lu, wait for me here, he said. All right, Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan pushed the door open and got out of the car, bypassing the main entrance of the city god temple and walking to the side alley, pushing open a small door. He slipped inside. He walked to the end and pushed open a wooden door. No one was there. Chen Yuan stood at the doorway, scanning the room. Master, he called out. No one responded. He walked around the room and approached the offering table. On the table lay a piece of paper pressed down by a corner of the incense burner. He picked it up. The characters were written in a cursive style with a brush. To my disciple Chen Yuan, personally delivered. Chen Yuan looked down. Last night I divined and felt a shift in the cosmic energies. I must travel for a while to avoid calamity. I do not know when I will return, so you must cultivate diligently and not be negligent. Moreover, I foresee that you may face a calamity soon, so you must be cautious. During my absence, if you encounter insurmountable obstacles, go to the Qingyang Temple on Mount Shu and seek out Master Qingxiu. As for the money you owe me, you can repay it after you have overcome this tribulation. Chen Yuan read the letter from beginning to end. Divined. A shift in cosmic energies. Avoiding disaster. He took out his phone and dialed the old man Jiang's number. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Chen Yuan stared at the phone screen, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He folded the letter and stuffed it into his pants pocket. Chen Yuan exited the small door and walked out of the alley. Lao Lu was leaning against the car door, smoking. Upon seeing him, he extinguished the cigarette and opened the back door. Mr. Chen, back to the Qin residence. Yes, he replied. The car merged into the main road. Chen Yuan leaned back in the back seat, taking out the letter once more to read. Qingyang Temple on Mount Shu, Master Qingxiu. That old man even pointed him in a direction before leaving. By the time he returned to the Qin residence, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Where did you go? To the city god temple. Chen Yuan sat down beside her. What did you go there for? To find my master. Where did you go? To the city god temple. Chen Yuan sat down beside her. What did you go there for? To find my master. Your master? There's a master at the city god temple. Chen Yuan briefly explained the matter regarding the old man Jiang, describing the feats of remote object retrieval and igniting flames with a finger. When he mentioned paying tuition, Qin Lanlan frowned slightly. 680,000. You just gave it to him. It wasn't given for free, Chen Yuan replied. You see how quickly I recovered before and my grandfather's illness. That's not something money can measure. Qin Lanlan looked at him as if he were foolish. What's with that look? Chen Yuan asked. I think you've been scammed, she said. Scammed? Chen Yuan sat up straight. Did you see him retrieve objects from afar? Did you see him ignite flames with his finger? I didn't see it. Then that settles it. Chen Yuan leaned back against the sofa again. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Qin Lanlan was too lazy to argue with him. The next afternoon, Chen Yuan was practicing the 5-animal play with Qin Hua in the yard when a bodyguard in black walked in through the door. Master Qin, the guest has arrived. Qin Hua ceased his movements and glanced at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan nodded and assisted Qin Hua into the bedroom. Qin Hua lay down on the bed, covered himself with a blanket, closed his eyes, and his complexion was neither good nor bad. Chen Yuan stood beside him, watching, always feeling that something was missing. "Grandpa," he called out. Qin Hua opened one eye. "You need to act more convincingly," Chen Yuan said. "Looking like this, you seem more spirited than I am. Who would believe you're seriously ill? How should I act? Don't open your eyes so wide, speak softly, make it sound weak. It'd be best if you coughed a couple of times too." "Got it," he said. Footsteps came from downstairs as several people ascended to the second floor. Qin Lanlan led the way, pushing open the bedroom door. "Grandpa, second grandpa has come to see you." Qin Hua slowly opened his eyes, looked at the door, and smiled weakly. "The second one is here." Following Qin Lanlan into the room was a man in his 60s, dressed in a dark gray zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, with a caring expression on his face. Qin Tian quickly walked to the bedside and bent down to hold Qin Hua's hand. "Elder brother, how did you become—" His voice trembled. "The last time I saw you, you were fine. How long has it been? People grow old and become useless." Qin Hua's voice was soft and faint. "Elder brother, don't say that." Qin Tian held his hand. "I found a doctor for you, very capable. Let him take a look." He stepped aside. Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the person behind Qin Tian. That man looked slightly over 60, wearing a dark blue jacket, clad in cloth shoes, with graying hair tied into a Taoist bun. His skin was very fair, exuding an indescribable charm. Chen Yuan's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds. The man also noticed Chen Yuan, and the corners of his mouth twitched, as if smiling. Qin Lanlan stood beside Chen Yuan and spoke up. "Second grandpa, this is my husband, Chen Yuan." Qin Tian was taken aback, sizing up Chen Yuan. "Husband? When did you get married?" "Just got married. The wedding hasn't been held yet," Qin Lanlan replied. "Once it's arranged, we'll definitely invite second grandpa." "Oh, okay. Qin Tian nodded, then asked, "Where does Xiao Chen work?" Chen Yuan smiled. "At Shenghua Group, head of security." Qin Tian's expression flickered for a moment, but quickly returned to a friendly demeanor. "Being head of security is good. Young people should start from the grassroots level. There's a future in it." The young man beside him, in his late 20s, dressed in a black casual suit with hair slicked back and shiny snort. "Sister Lanlan, why did you choose someone like him?" Qin Shou's disdain was evident in his tone. "You're the president of Shenghua, and he's just a head of security. How embarrassing to say it out loud." "Shut up." Qin Tian turned and glared at him. "What do you know?" Qin Shou was silenced by his grandfather's glare, swallowing back his words, but the expression on his face still showed his discontent. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. He leisurely spoke. "I'm not good with my stomach, can't handle hard food, just have to eat soft stuff." Qin Lanlan reached out and pulled Chen Yuan, signaling him with her eyes. Chen Yuan stopped speaking. "Elder brother, this is the doctor I invited, Swan Kingzi." Qin Tian stepped aside to let the man in the jacket step forward. "He's a truly capable person, not like those charlatans outside." Swan Kingzi walked to the bedside, bent down, and looked at Qin Hua. "Mr. Qin, let me check your pulse." Chen Yuan stood beside him, watching as he placed his hand on Qin Hua's wrist. Chen Yuan focused on his fingers, noting the pressure and position he was applying. Siyuan Guanqi, the 3 sections of the 9 positions, he pressed each one accurately. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This guy didn't seem like a charlatan. Chen Yuan felt an ominous premonition in his heart. This old man was too skilled, he must not let him see any signs. Calmly, Chen Yuan slipped his hand into his pocket and felt a silver needle. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, he quickly pricked the Sanli acupoint on Qin Hua's hand. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Qin Hua's hand trembled slightly, but remained silent. Swan Kingzi pressed for about 2 minutes before releasing his hand. "Mr. Qin, this illness is a relapse of an old ailment." His voice carried an air of mysterious certainty. "The vital energy of the organs has long been depleted. Previously, someone used acupuncture to forcibly suppress it, but that was merely a temporary solution. Now it cannot be suppressed any longer, which is why he suddenly fainted." Qin Tian's face changed as he leaned forward a step. "Xianqing Zhenren, what about my elder brother's illness? It is serious." Swan Kingzi uttered 2 words, glancing at Qin Hua. To put it bluntly, given his current condition, it could be no more than a month, and as little as 7 days. Qin Tian wore a grave expression. "Xianqing Zhenren, do you have any way to help?" Qin Tian's voice was tinged with just the right amount of urgency. Swan Kingzi pondered for a moment. "In this world, there are no more than 5 people who can treat this illness. I, an unworthy old man, barely count as one." After speaking, he turned and took out a set of silver needles from his bag. "I will first administer a few needles to stabilize the pulse." He drew out a needle and approached the bed, placing his left hand on Qin Hua's chest to locate the point of the Shunzhong acupoint. Chen Yuan took a step forward. "Wait a moment." Swan Kingzi paused, raising his head to look at him. "What?" Qin Tian's voice interjected from the side, tinged with displeasure. "Xiao Chun Xianqing Zhenren is treating your grandfather. Don't cause trouble." "I am not causing trouble." Chen Yuan walked to the bedside standing between Swan Qingzi and Qin Hua. I just want to ask first, which acupoints do you plan to puncture? Swan Qingzi sized him up with an ambiguous smile. Do you understand acupuncture? I have learned a bit. Learned a bit. Qin Shou laughed from behind. You, a mere security guard, dare to instruct in front of a Junren. Do you recognize all the acupoints? Chen Yuan ignored him, staring intently at Xianqing Zinren's hand. Swan Qingzi slowly began to speak. Shen Zhong Jiawei Ju Ke. With these 3 needles the flow of qi will be restored. Chen Yuan's heart sank. The Jiawei and Ju Ke acupoints are located near the heart, and with each additional inch of depth the risk doubles. Given Qin Hua's current coagulation function, should these 2 needles be inserted if a blood vessel were to be punctured? No way, Chen Yuan declared. A moment of silence fell over the room. Qin Tian furrowed his brows. Xiaochen, what do you mean by that? I said no way. Chen Yuan stood at the bedside blocking Xianqing Zinren's hand. Jiawei and Ju Ke are too deep. Grandpa's coagulation function is very poor right now. If it causes bleeding that cannot be stopped, who will take responsibility? Xianqing Zinren is a master. He has never made a mistake in his lifetime of acupuncture. Qin Tian's tone became more severe. You, a young person, should not speak out of turn if you do not understand. Qin Shou chimed in from behind. Exactly, a worthless security guard really thinks he's something? Qin Shou. Qin Tian turned and shot him a glare. What kind of language is that? Qin Shou shut his mouth, but his expression was full of defiance. Qin Lanlan stepped forward to stand beside Chen Yuan. Second uncle, we are not doubting Xianqing Zinren's abilities. Her tone was neither servile nor overbearing. It's just that considering Grandpa's current health, we cannot take risks lightly. The doctor at the hospital specifically advised against acupuncture due to poor coagulation function. Qin Tian's expression darkened. Lanlan, do you think I would harm your grandfather? He pointed at Xianqing Zinren. This Xianqing Zinren is a renowned figure in the north. Many people line up to seek his treatment, but cannot get an appointment. I had to plead to get him here, and you, instead of showing gratitude, are doubting him. Second uncle, that is not what Qin Lanlan replied. Then what do you mean? Qin Tian's voice rose slightly. Your grandfather's illness cannot be delayed. If it drags on, even the gods cannot save him. Xianqing Zinren is trying to help. If you obstruct him, and something happens, who will take responsibility? Qin Lanlan opened her mouth, and Chen Yuan pulled her back. Second uncle, please don't be anxious. Chen Yuan's tone was calm. We're not stopping the treatment. We just want to confirm the treatment plan first. You know there are many con men in this world. We must ensure Grandpa's safety, right? Con men. Qin Tian's expression darkened immediately. Are you saying Xianqing Zinren is a con man? I did not say that he is. Chen Yuan smiled slightly. I was just making a comparison. Swan Qingzi stood by, having remained mostly silent. At this moment, he put the silver needle back into his pouch, slowly closed it, and looked up at Chen Yuan. Young friend, since you have learned acupuncture, tell me which of the 3 acupoints I chose is inappropriate. Chen Yuan met his gaze. Those eyes were eerily calm. It's not that the acupoints are inappropriate, it's the depth that is inappropriate. Chen Yuan said, the Jiawei acupoint should not be punctured deeper than 5/10, and the Ju Ke acupoint not more than 3/10. That needle of yours is at least 1.5 inches long. At this depth, it could easily puncture the diaphragm. Xianqing Zinren's eyebrows twitched slightly. His tone remained unchanged. But you only know one side, not the other. For an ordinary person, these 2 acupoints indeed should not be punctured deeply. However, your grandfather's root issue lies in the vital energy not returning to its rightful place. Shallow punctures can only relieve the surface and cannot affect the inner condition. Only deep puncturing can draw the qi back to its source. The risk is too great. Chen Yuan shook his head. Is there any treatment without risk? Swan Qingzi looked at him. If you are afraid of risk, then there is no illness that can be treated in this world. Qin Tian was anxiously wringing his hands beside him. Xianqing Zinren, please don't take offense. Young people do not understand. Please be lenient with them. Second uncle, we are not doubting Xianqing Zinren. Chen Yuan began. How about this? Let the Zinren prescribe some medicine for us to take for a few days and see the effect. As for acupuncture, we will discuss it once Grandpa's health improves. Qin Tian's expression darkened further. Medicine? What can medicine do? You are delaying the treatment. At this moment, Xianqing Zinren waved his hand. All right, Qin Yi, there is no need to force it. Suddenly a thought flashed in Chen Yuan's mind, and he quickly reached out to grab Swan Qingzi's wrist. What are you doing? Qin Shou shouted from behind. Chen Yuan ignored him. His 3 fingers rested on the pulse of Swan Qingzi's right wrist. The wrist was cold, not the warm temperature of a living person. There was no pulse. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly released his grip. Swan Qingzi looked at Chen Yuan and suddenly smiled charmingly. Young friend, did you feel something? Chen Yuan met those eyes and goosebumps rose all over his body. Nothing, Chen Yuan stammered. Xian Qingzi suddenly turned his hand and grasped Chen Yuan's wrist with a strength that was astonishing for a man in his 60s. A wave of cold energy instantly seeped in from Chen Yuan's fingertips, coursing up his arm and spreading throughout his body, penetrating even the bones, leaving him shivering. He had only one thought in his mind: introducing qi into his body. Chen Yuan closed his eyes and the warmth in his dantian exploded like a hornet's nest that had been poked. The heated qi surged upward from the dantian, splitting into two paths, one towards his hands and the other towards his back. The two energies collided at the elbows. One side was ice, the other side was fire. Chen Yuan's right arm felt as if it had been cleaved in half, one side numb with cold, the other side burning with pain. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, trickling down his nose. Xian Qingzi's expression changed as well. His half-closed eyes snapped open, revealing a flicker of astonishment. As he felt the warmth within Chen Yuan, his palm instinctively tightened. The two of them stood there, neither moving. Qin Lianlan sensed something was amiss and took a step forward. Chen Yuan. There was no response from Chen Yuan. Qin Shou stood at the door, craning his neck to look inside, his brow furrowed. What are these two doing holding hands? No one answered him. Qin Hua leaned against the pillow, half opening his eyes, his gaze darting back and forth between Chen Yuan and Xian Qingzi. Time passed second by second. Chen Yuan's arm began to tremble. The two energies within him were at odds, causing his meridians to swell as if someone were inflating them. The cold energy was domineering. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, desperately pushing the warmth from his dantian outward. The dantian started to empty like a well from which water was being drawn out bucket by bucket, dwindling further with each scoop. But he could not stop. If he did, that cold energy would surge into his heart, through his shoulder. The two remained frozen in place for 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Xian Qingzi was the first to release his grip. Chen Yuan pulled his hand back, hiding it behind his back, his arm shaking violently, the color drained from his lips, his face pale as paper. Xian Qingzi was not much better off. A fine layer of sweat formed on his forehead, his breathing heavier than before, yet he stood tall, his enigmatic expression unchanged. He glanced at Chen Yuan as if reassessing a rival. I underestimated you, he turned to Qin Hua, his tone still calm. I didn't expect your granddaughter's husband to be such a concealed expert. I seem to no longer be needed here, he added, turning to leave. Xian Qingzhenren. Qin Tian hesitated, his expression shifting from confusion to panic. You haven't treated him yet, how can you just leave? Someone is more suitable than me. Xian Qingzi glanced at Chen Yuan, said no more, and walked towards the door. Qin Tian turned to look at Qin Hua, his voice tinged with urgency. Elder brother, what do you think about this? What did you say? Qin Hua replied slowly as if he hadn't heard clearly. I said Xian Qingzhenren is leaving. The wind is too loud, I can't hear. Qin Hua tilted his ear, looking bewildered. Qin Tian's face twitched. Elder brother. I said. Oh, you said you had eaten. Qin Hua nodded. As long as you've eaten, that's good. Qin Shou could no longer hold back and took a step forward. Granduncle, my grandfather said. Who are you? Qin Hua squinted at him, looking confused. Why don't I recognize you? Are you a new nanny? Qin Shou's face turned crimson, his lips quivered, but he couldn't utter a word. Qin Tian's expression completely crumbled. He stood by the bed looking at Qin Hua's feigned ignorance, then at the waiting Xian Qingzi by the door, gritted his teeth, and stomped his foot. Let's go. He turned around, yanking Qin Shou, striding towards the door. Qin Shou stumbled, almost colliding with the door frame. The footsteps grew fainter. Qin Lianlan approached the door, peeking into the corridor, confirming they had gone far before shutting the door. She turned around, looking at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan still stood there, his right hand trembling. Are you okay? Qin Lianlan walked over. I'm fine. Chen Yuan smiled, but the smile on his pale face appeared somewhat forced. He slowly walked to the chair by the bed and sat down, resting his right hand on his knee. Qin Hua raised his head from the pillow, looking at him. What is Xian Qingzi's background? He inquired. I don't know. Chen Yuan shook his head, but he has no pulse. No pulse? Qin Lianlan asked. How could a living person not have a pulse? I don't know either, but I truly couldn't feel his pulse just now. Chen Yuan looked at her. Qin Hua fell silent. So he's not human. Qin Lianlan's voice wavered slightly. I don't know. Chen Yuan replied. He might have practiced some sinister technique. But I can confirm one thing, he does not come with good intentions. When he held my hand, a wave of cold energy kept drilling into my body, trying to seal my heart's meridians. Qin Lianlan stared at Chen Yuan for a long time, her expression shifting from worry to a complex mixture, as if wanting to believe, yet feeling she shouldn't. Chen Yuan, she finally spoke. Are you sure you haven't read too many martial arts novels? What do you mean? What cold energy drilling into your body? What's sealing your heart's meridians? Qin Lianlan's tone was laden with skepticism. Weren't you just holding hands? How does it sound like a confrontation with a master when it comes out of your mouth? Just as Chen Yuan was about to explain, Qin Hua interjected. Lianlan, I believe him. Qin Lianlan turned to look at her grandfather leaning against the pillow. Grandfather. Let me finish. Qin Hua raised his hand to interrupt her. When Chen Yuan was transferring qi to me, do you know how I felt? Qin Lianlan did not respond. Qin Hua continued, every time he transferred qi to me a warmth would flow through my entire body, and that feeling was very comforting. He looked at Qin Lianlan, that feeling I have never experienced before. So when he talks about cold energy and sealing heart meridians, Qin Hua's tone was calm. I believe him, because I've experienced it myself. Qin Lianlan fell silent. In this world there are too many strange and bizarre things. Qin Hua continued, when you were little I told you about your great-grandfather, and you said that was feudal superstition. Just because science cannot explain something does not mean it does not exist. Chen Yuan listened from the side, secretly giving Qin Hua a thumbs up. This old man could really speak at critical moments. Qin Lianlan no longer argued, glancing at Chen Yuan. Then, why did Xian Qingzi do that? Chen Yuan shook his head. But don't worry too much. He didn't gain much from it either. The energy in my body is not to be trifled with. The cold energy he transferred has all been pushed back. Chen Yuan continued, but I feel he won't let it go easily. There is a sinister aura about him that doesn't resemble an ordinary martial arts practitioner. Sinister aura. Qin Lianlan frowned. Can you not use such words? It sounds creepy. Then how should... Chen Yuan shrugged. Anyway, he is not a decent person. Oh, just remember that. Qin Hua coughed lightly from the... Enough. I care not whether it's evil or righteous qi. If he dares come again, I'll make sure he never leaves. I, Qin Hua, have weathered storms in Xinsha City for years, am no pushover. Qin Hua's words were resolute, but a shadow of unease lingered in Chen Yuan's heart. That Swan Qingzi had no pulse, a phenomenon beyond anything he had ever known. He kept his thoughts to himself. Grandfather, I'll go upstairs to rest for a while, Chen Yuan said, rising. When you're free, practice the 5 animals frolic in the yard. Don't just lie around. Fine, go on. Qin Hua waved a hand. Chen Yuan ascended to the 2nd floor, pushed open his bedroom door, and sat cross-legged on the floor. His consciousness gradually sank inward. When he opened his eyes again, the light filtering through the curtain gap had turned a golden hue. Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and glanced at it. 9 in the morning. Had he sat here the entire night? And Qin Lianlan hadn't called him. The sense of utter exhaustion from yesterday had completely vanished. He rose from the floor and rolled his neck. Qin Lianlan wasn't in the room. Her quilt was folded neatly. She must have gone to the corporate group. Chen Yuan went downstairs and had breakfast. Qin Hua walked in from the yard. Up already. Chen Yuan wiped his mouth. Grandfather, give me your hand. Qin Hua extended his hand. Chen Yuan grasped it with both of his own, closed his eyes, and transferred his qi for less than 10 minutes this time. Qin Hua released his hand and rolled his shoulder. Your qi transfer is getting faster each time. Practice makes perfect, Chen Yuan said with a smile. It's the weekend. Do you have any plans? Qin Hua asked. Chen Yuan paused. The weekend. His cousin's birthday banquet was today. I need to go out tonight, he said. A friend's birthday, they invited me to dinner. All right, have old Lu drive you. Okay. In the afternoon, Chen Yuan lay in his room for a while, scrolling through his bank account balance, 527 yuan. How could he buy a gift for his cousin? He stared at the number for several seconds, and old Jiang's grinning face flashed through his mind again. 680,000. He took a deep breath and pressed the phone to his chest, his heart aching. The fortune he had barely obtained, not yet warm in his hands, was already gone. Just as he closed his eyes, a ding sounded. He picked up his phone. Salary credited, 5,000 yuan. Chen Yuan sprang up from the bed, a slow grin spreading across his face. A godsend, he muttered to himself. A little past 4, Chen Yuan changed his clothes and went downstairs. Old Lu was already waiting in the yard. A black Rolls-Royce was parked at the gate, its body gleaming with a subdued light under the setting sun. Mr. Chen, where to? The nearest shopping mall. Old Lu opened the rear door, and Chen Yuan got in. The car drove out of the Qin residence gates. Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat, his mind turning over what gift to buy. Zhou Ting was 20, a young girl. Something too expensive wouldn't be appropriate, but something too cheap would be embarrassing. Jewelry. After thinking it over, he decided it was the safest bet. The 4th floor of the mall, the jewelry set. Chen Yuan stopped in front of a counter. The glass case displayed various necklaces, bracelets, and rings, the lights making the ornaments dazzle. A saleswoman in a black uniform approached with a standard smile. Sir, what are you looking for? A necklace, Chen Yuan said. For a young woman around 20. The saleswoman took out a few pieces from the counter and laid them on a velvet tray. This is the newest model, rose gold. The pendant is a small flower, very popular with young ladies. Chen Yuan picked it up and examined it. The craftsmanship was acceptable, not exceptionally fine, but it didn't look cheap either. How much? 5,100. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up. The saleswoman deftly placed the necklace into a jewelry box and then into a shopping bag. Card or scan? Scan. Chen Yuan took out his phone, scanned the QR code on the counter, and paid 5,100 yuan. Chen Yuan pocketed his phone and walked out of the mall carrying the bag. Old Liu's car was still parked at the entrance. Seeing Chen Yuan exit, he got out and opened the rear door. Mr. Chen, where to now? Shengding Xian. The car turned out of the parking lot, merged onto the main road, and after about 20 minutes stopped in front of Shangdingxian. Old Lu parked at the entrance and turned around. Mr. Chen will wait for you at the door. No need you go back first, Chen Yuan said. I don't know when he'll be done. He'll take a cab home. Master Qin instructed me to wait for you, Old Lu said. Take your time eating. He'll just stay in the car. Chen Yuan didn't refuse further. He pushed the door open and got out. He walked into the lobby carrying his bag, and a hostess in a cheongsam greeted him. Sir, do you have a reservation? Yes, under the name Zhou, 3rd floor. The hostess stepped aside and made a welcome. Chen Yuan went up to the 3rd floor. Zhou Ting was standing at the door of the private room, wearing a light pink dress. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. Cousin, over here. Chen Yuan walked over quickly and handed her the bag. Happy birthday. Zhou Ting took the bag and glanced down at it. You didn't have to be so polite. It's only right. You're my little sister, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Zhou Ting called inside Mom. His aunt came out of the room, wearing a dark red blouse, her hair in small curls. She looked much more spirited than the last time he saw her. She grabbed Chen Yuan's arm and pulled him inside. Come on, go sit down first. The private room held a large round table for 15 or 16 people, covered with a white cloth. A few cold dishes were already arranged on the lazy Susan. Men and women, old and young, about 10 people, were seated, their chatter a low hum. Chen Yuan swept his gaze across the room. A few middle-aged men and women, their features bearing a resemblance to his uncle, were clearly relatives on that side. 2 young girls sat beside Zhou Ting's spot, presumably her close friends, huddled together, looking at a phone. There was also a 7 or 8-year-old boy fidgeting in his chair while his mother scolded him softly. His uncle Zhou Jiangwo sat at the head of the table talking to a man in a plaid shirt beside him. When he saw Chen Yuan enter, his gaze paused on him for a moment before turning away, his expression unchanging. Chen Yuan ignored him. So ill-mannered. The voice was low, lost in the room's chatter that others couldn't hear. But Chen Yuan's ears were sharp now. He caught every word clearly. He followed his aunt to the other side of the table. Sit here, his aunt said, pulling out a chair. She bent down and moved the tableware closer to him. We'll eat once everyone's here. Just sit for a while. Chen Yuan sat down. Across from him, the little boy was tapping his bowl with chopsticks. His mother snatched them away and scolded him in a low voice. The boy's lips puckered on the verge of tears. The 2 middle-aged women beside him were chatting. No one greeted him. He leaned against the back of the chair, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through it. After waiting for over 10 minutes, a few people arrived one after another. Aunt was busy arranging the seats, and Uncle stood up to shake hands with the newcomers, his smile 10 times more sincere than when he saw Chen Yuan. Everyone was finally present. The waiter began to serve the dishes. Uncle stood up holding a glass of white wine and cleared his throat. Today is my daughter Zhou Ting's 20th birthday, and I thank all relatives and friends for joining us. He raised his glass, saying, I will drink this first as a toast. He tilted his head back and drank it in one go. The people at the table followed suit, raising their glasses of beer or soft drinks, creating a scattered clinking sound. The table came alive. The sounds of chopsticks clinking against bowls and plates, the sounds of chewing, and occasionally 2 comments of "this is delicious" or "try that one." After 3 rounds of drinks, Uncle stood up again, holding his wine glass and starting to toast everyone one by one. He started with the elderly lady with gray hair beside the main seat, saying, "Second aunt, I toast you a glass," followed by a middle-aged man in a checkered shirt, "Brother-in-law, let's drink together," as he went around one after another. When he reached Chen Yuan's side, the woman with curly hair next to Uncle raised her chin and looked at Chen Yuan. "Jiangua, who is this young man?" She added, "How come I haven't seen him before?" The conversation at the table hushed slightly. Several gazes settled on Chen Yuan. Uncle's smile faded and the hand holding the wine glass paused. "Oh, he's my wife's nephew." His tone was casual, as if introducing a slightly familiar neighbor. "He works in Oh." The woman with curly hair elongated her tone, sizing up Chen Yuan. "Where are you working, young man?" Chen Yuan put down his chopsticks. "I'm a security guard outside." A moment of silence fell over the table. The little boy across didn't understand the subtleties among adults and was still tapping his spoon against the bowl's edge, only to be pressed down by his mother. Several eyes swept over, carrying an unspoken understanding. It seemed that after Chen Yuan mentioned security guard, they all knew how to define him. Uncle's mouth twitched downward, an expression that clearly showed he was embarrassed by Chen Yuan. He held his wine glass, bypassed Chen Yuan directly, and walked to the next relative, putting his smile back on. "Third uncle, I toast you a glass." Chen Yuan ignored the gazes around him, picked up his chopsticks, and grabbed some dishes from the table. Zhou Ting, sitting diagonally across, glanced at her father, then at Chen Yuan. Her lips moved slightly, but she remained silent. The friend in the pink dress leaned over to Zhou Ting's ear and whispered something. Zhou Ting shook her head. The topic at the table shifted elsewhere. The woman with curly hair said her son passed the civil service exam this year, while the man in the checkered shirt said their family just bought a new Audi. The elderly lady with gray hair mentioned that her granddaughter's boyfriend works at a bank, earning $500,000 a year. After another 10 minutes, the door to the private room was pushed open. Uncle stood at the door accompanied by another man in his 40s dressed in a dark gray suit, white shirt, and a deep blue tie. His hair was meticulously styled, and his shoes shone brightly. "Everyone, let me introduce you." Uncle's voice carried a hint of suppressed pride. "This is General Manager Zhang from Shengding, Xian, an old friend of mine. I ran into him outside just now and specially invited him in to meet everyone." The table fell silent for a moment. The expressions of several middle-aged men immediately changed, shifting from casualness to a slightly reserved politeness. Shengding Xian is one of the most expensive restaurants in Xinxia, and the connections and resources held by its manager are not something ordinary people can reach. Uncle was showing off. General Manager Zhang stood at the door, slightly nodding to everyone, wearing a standard professional smile with a touch of aloofness. "Everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks. For today's table, I've asked the kitchen to send in 2 extra dishes as a small gesture for the young lad's birthday." "General Manager Zhang, you're too polite, too polite." Uncle laughed beside him, his face fully relaxed. The atmosphere at the table instantly warmed up. The man in the checkered shirt was the first to stand up, holding his wine glass. "General Manager Zhang, I toast you a glass." No need, I toast everyone a glass." General Manager Zhang waved his hand, picked up a glass of wine from the tray, held by a nearby waiter, raised it slightly, touched his lips to the rim, and then set it down. He only toasted half a glass. This gesture was perfectly executed, showing respect without being servile. No one at the table found it inappropriate. Instead, they felt that with his status, just standing in to acknowledge them was already a grand courtesy. Uncle was grinning from ear to ear, his expression written with the words "proud of my connection." "General Manager Zhang, let me escort you." He gestured with his hand to invite him in. General Manager Zhang nodded and was about to turn around. His motion paused in midair. His gaze fell on Chen Yuan. General Manager Zhang was first taken aback, then jogged over to Chen Yuan. Before anyone at the table could react, General Manager Zhang was already standing in front of Chen Yuan, slightly bent at the waist, his expression transformed into one of cautious flattery. "Mr. Chen, what are you doing here?" The private room fell silent. All eyes were focused on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan raised his head and glanced at General Manager Zhang. "Just eating." Just 3 words. He didn't stand up, didn't extend his hand. His tone was indifferent, as if he had encountered a slightly familiar person on the street. Several people at the table exchanged glances. General Manager Zhang not only didn't feel slighted, instead his smile grew wider as he bent his waist and took half a step forward. "Mr. Chen, if I had known you were dining here, I would have come over to greet you much earlier." He glanced around the private room. "This room is a bit small, or would you like me to change to another one? The large room upstairs is available today, with good lighting and spaciousness." Chen Yuan set down the napkin. "No need, anywhere is fine." "Then all right." General Manager Zhang nodded repeatedly. "This meal is on me. It's rare for you to come here. I've been looking for an opportunity to apologize for the last time." Chen Yuan waved his hand. "It's all in the past, let's not mention it." "You're magnanimous." General Manager Zhang bent down again, noticing Chen Yuan's reluctance to engage further. "Then please enjoy your meal, and feel free to call me if you need anything." Chen Yuan nodded. Uncle stood beside him, his eyes wide with disbelief. He watched as General Manager Zhang bent over, smiled, and said things like "apologize," each word piercing his ears like needles. Seeing Chen Yuan sitting in the chair, his demeanor seemingly casual, as if to say this is quite normal. "General Manager Zhang." Uncle took a step forward. "Do you know him?" General Manager Zhang turned to look at Uncle. "Of course I know him," he said. "Mr. Chen is a distinguished guest here." Uncle took a long while to squeeze out a sentence. "General Manager Zhang, are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? He is my nephew working as a security guard at Shenghua Group. How could he possibly?"